free, of course.
And they have been trying stuff, you know, for as far as behind as they are, Vici, they're not sitting back doing nothing. We've seen a few times where, you know, even them, right, they were considering if they could make something happen around the tier 2. They're still looking for chances to fight back into Falcons. They're not just waiting for them in the base.
No, Falcon just 1 or 2 steps ahead, it feels like, in every single one of the moves. In that bottom situation, right, when I saw Skeeter showing, I thought they might go for the jump almost immediately there on the side of Vici, but then Amar just comes rolling in, so it doesn't even give them that opportunity. Roche time, it is up. Vici is not near it, so it's going to die too fast for them to make it.
Yeah, not able to get there quick enough. Even if they wanted to, they start to sort of swing over, but yeah, they know that they weren't quite set up in time.
Banners picked up. Can probably start to siege high ground if they want to. And the Enchantress creeps to split push as well. And I saw Crit, he's been, at least right now, hanging around with an Alpha Wolf, so a lot of extra physical damage for his team. So XM is going to be the one to get the Hex, of course, to have that combo at least with the Soulbind. But a long ways away. Oh, Falcons not even letting them go for the Wisdom Steal. Why? He's trying for it, but Malorine's right on top of him. See you later. Throws the scan down. They don't want to let them get any of these steals with the Shrines. They'll even take away the opposing one. Constricting so much here, Falcons, this game. Really, it's limited breathing room for Vici. All together again.
They're stepping out.
He's in queue.
They're going to see him up there. And he's going to get saved by the Tombstone. They're going to turn and zip it over towards Skeeter. The Vortex, Zero with the Shackle Shot and the Focus Fire. They'll be able to take him out the once as
pretty
the
good.
Gate is out.
That's a pretty solid connection.
We can go for round 2. Amar's already in with the Rolling Thunder. Jumps straight over towards XM, forces him to put the BKB. The Ghost Step always some safety of the Undying. XM turns attention over towards Crit. Snake has the Overgrowth locking them down. The BKB about to come to an end for XM. Can he get out of here? He'll be forced to the side. He's able to zip away. Bark will die. XM, that last bit of mana getting him back to the safety of his base. Oh, it'll be fine.
Shiro.
Not so lucky.
They get him the once, can't get him the twice. No follow-up afterwards. I think cute. Jumping in to start that fight a little crazy. Onto the high ground. Very good overgrowth from snaking there. That's all he really has to do in this game. Just wait till those BKBs are popped and counter them.
Why?
They'll be found.
It was trying to hold the creeps back in the mid, but Malorine last few times has shown that he will TP over every single time to kill that Undying.
And he's healing up the catapults as well too, so they still do have this double siege in the mid if they want to go for the push with. Doesn't look like they do. Or do they? Skitter is thinking about it. Okay, he is gonna at least.
Pretty much all the money to finish off his Lincoln Sphere.
Flip will be popped. They'll drop the banner for that double siege though that they did have in the mid. So keeping those two alive. Good job for Malorine.
Very few ways to stop this Clinks now.
Did they just go for all 3?
There's not a whole lot they have to be scared of. Depends how safe they want to play it, Falcons.
Let's see how safe. Okay, they're going to be safe. They got a lot of gold to spend. How close to level 25 as well, too. I believe Malorine's about to, yeah, he's getting pretty close to hitting that. So if they do want to be very safe, wait till the 25 gets hit for the snap. If the fight comes to, sure, they'll take it, but... Now again, Crit decides, I don't need more damage. I'm just going to get a Hex. We'll just get more controlled as well, too. Can't blame that. So good versus the Storm, of course. Have to stick near each other, though, on the side of Vici.
They do find anyone drifting away from the rest of the team, but hit the scan.
Amar is here with a basher.
He's kind of scary, Amar.
Yeah, he is not one I think that you really want to go for. Oh my god, Malorine. Okay, the full refresher. It's there. Absolutely massive this game. He's got the catalyst as well. Uh-oh. The kisses are going to rain. Get away from me, Amar. I want 25. Why are you soaking my XP? They got all the big neutral items as well. On the side of Vici, they've got at least the Shiv for the Wind Ranger, and they've got the Spell Slinger, or the Catalyst now for the Storm. They're starting to upgrade theirs. Okay, now he does have the Catalyst as well to upgrade Ranger. So gaining a little more here in these last few moments, and the Daedalus picked up, so a lot of damage increase for Shiro, but still difficult to go for these targets. The army's down.
Any way to sort of stop this siege? Power's gone.
So hard for them to jump in and start a fight. As soon as those BKBs get popped, they're instantly going to get rooted. But Bach does go for the Yule, so does have some protection during the root.
They're trying to chase, but Crit's ready with the blink.
That's deep. Maureen has found the level 25. Immediately TPs to mid to join his team. These kisses are going to hurt.
Falcons.
They might just jump in, right?
Yeah, they're ready to go for the finishing blow here, Falcons.
Amar just might immediately roll in with some kisses. As soon as they see a hero. How long a Tombstone cooldown? It should be back up now, right? 20 seconds, actually. Sorry.
Jump. He goes. This is coming in. They are dodging them for the most part. I'll say that actually.
Not everybody.
Wise get destroyed by the kisses. Yeah, he'll end up going down. He'll buy back. Shiro. Let's put the BKB to avoid the cookies. Still getting caught though. By the stuff comes to an end, and Mauri's just jumping around with the refresher cookies, bouncing all over the place. And another round of the kisses ready to come in. They will be able to jump in and put a stop to it as the Soulbinds lock down onto the two of them.
When Snap gets to this refresher, just kills everybody.
Mark trying to come in with a crush, but I think they're actually able to perfectly split away from that. Nobody got connected upon. It's done. It is over. GG is called. Falcons absolutely stomping Vici in this game one.
Yeah, as convincing as ever.
Yeah, quite a rough one for Vici Gaming.
And that power shot from the
the beginning of it all.
A lot of it, yeah. I mean, that was huge, right? Crit doing so much in this game, especially in that early game, shutting down the Storm, back-to-back kills. It kind of set the tempo for the entirety of the game. So,
yes. Well, game two, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more from Vici Gaming, but this game one, it was a rough one. Falcons looking ready to try their best to make a quick step towards the main event as they take game one of this best of three.
A 31-6 kill score record in favor of Falcons for this game one. And Falcons choosing Vici Gaming. This was brutal, painful, and I think me and a lot of other people were expecting this to be a little bit more even, Jenkins.
There must be something from scrims that we're not seeing that, you know, like Falcons knew that they could destroy Vici, because to me, that did not look like Vici's performances and in their previous matches. This was not even close. Falcons won all of the lanes and then slowly and methodically, you know, won the game in like Falcons fashion. You know, that like, well, it's 1% more chance if we take Roche on. You know, they probably could have ended that at like 20 minutes.
Was that AUI? Just wondering.
This is any of them, but mostly AUI. Yeah. Mostly AUI. Like they just go for the highest percentage play and it works and they execute it. I love how Amar played the Pango, by the way, against the counter. He just YOLO'd every time. Like that is how you play against Grimstroke. So that completely countered the counter.
Yeah, and before we dive into the mid-game portion of this, a lot of this game was a result of the early stages of the mid lane, and we're going to dissect that, or rather, Purge is going to dissect that.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, the early game, the laning stage, especially in the mid lane, was very, very instrumental here. And I have some clips showing you just how bad it was for our Storm Spirit here. Malrine and Storm traded hits a lot of times in the laning stage here at 3 minutes. A standard combo from Snapfire. XM giving it back as good as he was taking, but unfortunately, a support TP coming in this direction at the exact same time that the Water Rune is spawning means that a Blood Grenade and a level 1 Impetus is enough to zone XM away. And as a result of this, he doesn't get access to the Water Rune, despite being at the perfect time to refill his bottle. And on the other side, Malrine gets to take both Water Runes himself, getting full resources here. He even committed heavily to resources himself, getting a Clarity Potion, buying a Raindrop and things like that. Now, very crucially here, take a look at this little creep. This little guy here, this is one of the good ones, is the Banner creep. It's worth a lot of gold. So you're going to see XM TPing really aggressively because he wants to get this 80 gold to make up for it. And as a result, there's a nice setup here for Malrine, and crit rotates over as well. So he dies a second time in this lane. gigantic disappointment here. This is normal speed game. This is him walking back to lane with a 45-second cooldown on his TP. And he eventually gets to the creep wave, or to the jungle here, to try to catch up, putting a ward down as well. But this camp over here, already blocked. It got blocked at the start of the game. So even though he walks all the way here, all he gets is one camp, which isn't ideal for him at all. He finally gets to the mid lane, and he finally catches up a little bit. But at the same time, you see Mallory TP into the bot lane, using his ultimate here to guarantee this kill on Shiro. So, like, Storm is getting a little bit, but on the same way, Falcons is pressuring in lots of different places on the map. And after he clears that mid wave, he has to walk all the way to the tri-camp just to kill one medium camp. He never gets efficiency here with all of this walking he's doing. He's only getting one camp at a time. And he's just an inch before level 6, unfortunately. So when he ends up walking back towards the mid lane, Falcons is ready to strike again. Snake King is here punching him. They rotate Malrine over to tank tower hits. Crit is ready to go as well. He's so close to 6, but he's still getting killed. So all of this ends up culminating in a really nice advantage with a huge net worth lead. They do a good job killing Malrine here under the tower at 9 minutes, but ultimately this gold advantage that they gained from that early storm pressure set them up super, super nicely for the game.
Yeah, this looks kind of brutal. Thank you so much, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Yeah, thank you.
This was, we said there was so much pressure on the laning stage already. After the draft was done, Saber, you're like, okay, if the laning stage goes well for Vici, then you believe in them. But that laning stage was non-existent.
Yeah, I believe Crit played this super well. I mean, honestly, both the supports from Falcons, and I feel like Vici. I mean, you could easily blame the support for not like mirroring the ench rotation, but in my eyes, it's more so about the draft, because I just feel like the Vici supports aren't really made to be rotating towards mid. And when you play the Storm matchup, you usually want to play around the Storm, help him get runes, help him open the tower, stuff like that. But I kind of have a problem with the Grimstro hero a little bit. I think this hero is very weak early game. It is nice later, and in theory, it is good against Pango with your Soulbind. However, if you play against a good Pangolier, as you could see, the Pango just rolls ahead. He's like in the middle of you. There is no allies with him, so you can't really Soulbind him to anyone. So it's not a real counter. The silence is of course nice, and like the hero can work, but if you're getting pressured this hard in the early game by Enchantress and you have no way to address it, it becomes a big problem. And I just think it snowballs from there, and then Witchy had no game to play.
I was going to ask about that exact thing to you guys, actually, was like mirroring the Enchantress, because I understand that Grimstroke is, you know, 1-to-1 bad against Ench. You're never going to win a rune fight. You're never going to win in the jungle fighting an Ench. But isn't just giving vision enough? Because I feel like that first gank that we saw on XM, he didn't know that there was any contest happening on the water rune, right? Like, he walked up and got Blood Grenade and Impetus. If he knows the Ench is coming that way, he goes to the bottom water rune. And at the very least, he doesn't get pressured off by just a... Like, maybe he gets pressured off by, like, a solo Malrine or whatever, but he doesn't die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is there a world where Grim is just giving vision?
I think they did place an obs in their main woods to see Ench moving in, like at the start of the game, so it was on their mind, but I think that was a TP rotation he did, so he kind of clutched it.
Oh, I see.
That's why it was so devastating, because he had vision of his main jungle to see if the Ench runs there, but
that's cool.
Crit did a really good play by TPing in with an Ench, throwing the blood grenade, getting the kill, and that kind of snowballs the game. And honestly, I think XM did not wake up, because you should know what their plan is this game. It's very obvious. You get the last pick of the game, you know what they're going to do when you pick Storm. Everybody knows this. It's not like some hidden information pro Dota. So I think he did not play well. He just needs to realize that his job is just to not feed. If he doesn't feed, Malrine gets to the lane for free. It's fine as long as you just don't bleed, start dying. Because as soon as you lose mid this hard, it bleeds into the other lanes. Malrine gets 6 early, rotates bottom, kills Wind Ranger. Now Pangolier is super happy. He can take over the whole zone by himself. So it was a cascading effect. And
Yeah.
I hope they wake up for game 2. I really think they could have won this game if he doesn't bleed this hard. I really do.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to have a game be impacted that much by just a bad lane, because I feel like Saber later on in the game, was there any play that was left to make there for VG Gaming? Because in terms of the draft, it all seemed so very reliant on the laning stage. But was there anything?
Nope. I don't think there was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my analysis. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's just, I don't know, against a worse team, yeah, you could maybe get something like that. There was this moment where they almost won this rune fight. However, as you could see, Pango just blinks in the middle of them, uses his shard to roll up, and then rolls on top of them, kills Slardar. It feels impossible. The Falcons, I think, are just way too good at playing when they're ahead.
Yeah, and they were ahead for a long time. And I know we gave Malrine the MVP, and yeah, it was very nice. But I think we should give honorable mention to Crit on this Enchantress as well. Did you want to highlight for basically being fat?
Yeah, I think Crit played a fantastic game. He went, I think, a very cool item build when he goes this. I think he just went Urn casually because Urn is just a really good item. He goes into the Ags, which he gets, I think, a bit later. It's a really cool build because then he buys the Blink as well. And he gets his Blink Aghanimps later. And his job is just to control the Storm. So the Storm cannot use his Greaves to take off the Ancient Ags later. So I really like how he played this game and his itemization on the Enchantress. He kind of hit all the marks, really.
And he went Blink. And the thing that he usually does with the Urn, I don't think he had time to do it in this game, but he goes for the Vision Urn and then Hurricane Pike with the Blink. He blinks in, he pikes, he puts the Vision Urn on them, and then he keeps Vision while throwing the Hurricane Pikes from like super far away. And I think this is a very, very cool and creative way to play the Enchantress.
Your hat fell off.
I didn't even notice.
Sometimes the king loses his crown. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's just how she goes.
Well, there's one king that still had his crown. We can take a look at the items of Skater, as he had a fantastic game as well. He played, of course, Clinks, which, to be fair, for a large portion of the game, he wasn't really needed, because if a game goes this well, Jenkins, you're not really needed as a carry. But he did so good anyway.
Yeah, I like the item build from him. It was a Desolator first. You know, of course, this is a standard Clinks build. And then after that, he actually went for Nullifier because they had such an advantage that, you know, he realized that even the cores of the side of Vici were probably going to have to go for like Ghost Scepters, Yule Scepters, things like that. Bach actually had a Yule Scepter in this game. And he's like, yeah, I mean, if I get a Nullifier, I can just run around and freely kill them. And there's no way they're going to have enough net worth to have, you know, the Shiva's Guards and BKBs and other things that you would need to survive a Clink. So as long as you have the Nullifier. And he can do this because he's in a position where he's not going to die. Because they have such a lead.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this might just be a case of needing to wake up. You know, this is the first game of the day. Warm-up game. Game number 2 coming our way soon. And that's when Vici Gaming will properly strike Saberlight.
You know it. Someone wash their faces. CO8, he is coming. And he... Wait, was it him? Yeah.
You're correct. That is the one.
yeah.
Good.
And it was
It was in queue, yeah.
Yes. So these two are coming and they will wash all of their faces and they will come back. Because I think they have what it takes to beat Falcons. But they just need to get like a little bit better early game going. And then I think from that point onwards, they for sure are a good enough team fighting team to like beat Falcons in team fights if the game is like equal.
I mean, as a coach, if I'm looking at this game, and my little Largo also agrees with me, like you cannot sacrifice early game this hard. I think Grimstroke needs to be out. Don't touch my little Largo. As I was saying, I also have not been impressed with Slardar as a hero at all. People are randomly picking him. I feel like this is inching towards me. This thing is coming. Protect him at all costs.
No. If you want your own Largo to protect, or to protect you, in my case, because this one is a little more voluminous, then you can go to the secret shop. Then you can go to the secret shop. There's the link. And this one at least, is very cute and fluffy. And it's like...
Well, I want to show off some stuff too.
If you want to find comfort in your favorite team's losses, this is the perfect place to do it. What do you got, Jake?
This is a bag.
Yes, it is.
So you can actually have a donkey courier that is a courier, and he's going to carry your stuff.
Now, are you for sale? Or is this part of the secret
No, this is not for sale.
I actually have an old donkey as well from one of the TIs, but that was not a bag.
True.
So this one is actually advanced.
Upgrade.
Yeah,
I
this
just
is
feel
an
like
upgrade.
donkey is, and you can take the glasses off. I actually like it better when his glasses are off.
Should I help you?
Yeah, thank you. Like, I think the donkey is in Dota is so. Oh my
this thing
god!
on.
I'm just.
I don't know to put this thing on.
Goodness gracious!
Okay, well, this is not working.
All right, we'll figure it out. It's all good. But get your own Largo now. Make sure to not forget that. And we are going to be, of course, heading into game number 2 very soon. But first, we are going to listen to XinQ as he talks to Tsunami.
XinQ, what are you doing here? I thought that after last TI, you were done playing Dota, and now you're back for another one. What happened?
就是去年打完 TI 就想休息一下，然后也没有说不打吧，就是字面上的意思。
Okay, well then how was the break for you? Did you want to be away from Dota, or you wanted to be away from competitive grinding?
休息这段时间就没有打游戏吧，就是经常出去旅游啊，然后偶尔出去爬山，然后去一些景区什么的，就是放松一下自己吧，也没有接触就是电脑方面的东西。
You're an outdoors guy, XinQ. You go out hiking. Since how long have you had this hobby? Because most esports players I know never leave their room.
这不是我的爱好，就是我老婆吧，然后就会带我去那些，就比如说九寨沟，我们就去过，然后去爬了那个，就是一些岳麓山什么的。
That's true love right there, that you still do it for her. So you took the break, you came back recharged. How'd you end up on Vici Gaming?
就是他们就是经理有联系我吧，然后毛哥也来叫我，就是要一起打，说什么，然后就是思考了一下就同意了。
Were you ready to come back? Were you ready with your break? Or were you hoping you could still relax a little bit longer?
差不多吧，然后我当时状态不是很好嘛，但是我相信就是练习一会儿就会好起来。
I wanted to talk about your form and getting back into shape, especially coming with a new team altogether. What was it like joining this roster specifically?
就是我觉得是大家多去练习吧，然后一起就是多打单排，多训练，就会找到竞技的状态。然后当时因为八哥也是刚回归嘛，然后大家的竞技水平都没有到一个最佳状态。
And since then, it seems that you guys have been practicing quite a bit, but it's still ups and downs. The regional qualifier for this tournament, for example, you guys kind of struggled. What was that process like of just kind of barely making it to this TI?
因为我们就是有一些这叫什么习惯吗还是什么？就是我们在放假一段时间之后，就是打的会不是很好，然后我们决定就是多去集训，然后备战这个 TI 吧。
Could you give me some specifics on the habits? What were these habits that you needed to fix?
就是我也不是很清楚，但是根据我的经验来说，我们每次就是放假之后回来打的都不是很好，就像 TI 预选说。
Tsunami's Chinese is a little bit better than ours, but I am very happy to learn that he has the outdooring hobby, and I do want to pose this to our pro players here. How much outdooring hobbies do we have? Actual outdoor.
I need to think about it.
Gym is not outdoor, unless it's an outdoor gym.
That's true. No, I actually like going outside, believe it or not.
Okay.
I am indeed usually in my cave at home on the computer, but I think it does something special for your soul. I also think gamers in general should go out more. It's going to help you in the long run, like even as a player. Like taking a break, going outside, scientifically good for you.
True.
Also feels good.
Are you going out of your way to see water? Because I think that was the scientifically proven. Like if you see water.
Well, it doesn't have to be seawater, but I think any sort of body of water. What gym do you go to in Belgrade? What's the address?
Oh, the one that's the closest one to me.
Is it a nonstop fitness?
No, it's a different one.
Like an old-timey.
How about you, Saber? You go outside?
Yeah.
Touch some grass?
I kind of just go for walks. Whenever I feel in a pondering mood, I go for a walk, do some pondering, and that's honestly kind of it. I've been, my parents, they got electric bikes, so sometimes I steal their electric bike and then I bike around. Honestly, best invention ever. Like normal bikes, they're cool, and then you don't actually have to put in the work. When it's electric, it's goated.
There actually been times that we did do mandatory like team walks.
Okay.
Just between matches or just like if we have a long break. And I have seen other teams do this as well at TIs. I think one of the old ones being Tundra, where one of the TIs that they won, or the one TI that they won, I believe they actually went on team walks like as part of their routine. So it's kind of cool to see.
Well, I hope Vici Gaming took some walks to be refreshed coming into this game number 2 that is coming our way. We have Team Falcons and Vici Gaming. Best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will make it to the main event and which one will be left behind to be eliminated at this point of the group stages. We got Falcons with 1 game up, and that was very convincing. Let's see if Vici Gaming can strike back and prove that they have what it takes here. We got a little bit of a change with Falcons on the Radiant side, Vici on the Dire side. First pick, then also going to Vici Gaming. They still remove the Huskar from the pool, and we now also do have the Treant Protector banned, but both teams keep ignoring the Lone Druid. And we have the Pango as the overall first pick coming out for Vici Gaming. That's it's a hero that we of course see more frequently, Saber, but it's unusual to see as a first pick.
Yeah, so I feel like the whole Vici approach is that they just don't want to give Falcons their best heroes, so they made sure to ban out the Scent and Huskar, and now Snap, because they just got destroyed by Snap. And since they have first pick, then Falcons have to ban the Earth Spirit and the Treant. I mean, alongside with the Kotla and Lina, but I think those two aren't as important. So now Vici were like, okay, so the last step in this plan is we also steal the Pango, and this way we kind of covered all of the cores that we worry about from Falcons. And yeah, I mean...
Apparently it worked. They're going into reserve time already for the first pick.
What about the Necrophos? Yeah, okay. I was like, why not just take the last one left from their toxic hero pool? That is good against Pangolier, because, you have the Ghost Shroud, which makes you physical damage immune, which is all of Pangolier's spells. So I don't know. I'm feeling a bit of desperation when I see this. Like, if you're focusing so much about denying the opponent from something, you kind of lose track of what you're doing yourself. So I know Pangolier is a good hero. I'm sure they can play it on, both mid and off lane. Don't think it's an XM like specialty. So I'm a little confused about this approach.
I would also say, I think if they want to do this, then maybe the Necro would have been slightly better banned than Snap, because Falcons, they would take the Necro on 9, no matter what, right? Or as a counter to this Pango. However, I feel like the Necrophos hero, as long as you have a plan against it, as long as you have some safe lane that you're confident that can beat this hero, then you should be able to do it, because it's not some broken hero that will win the lane no matter what. Amar somehow makes it seem like it is, but we had Liquid beat their Necro, so I'm sure if Vici have at least some plan, then they should be able to do fine.
I personally think the hardest hero in the game to play against this Necro is SD, and it is still in the pool. I'm actually I think it's so good of a counter that I'm surprised Falcons didn't ban it or take it themselves.
It's either that one or the Ringmaster also comes to mind with the box, of course.
Ringmaster's good, yeah. The SD is double good because of the Purge is just so obnoxious. You can never go Shroud. Consecrated Wraps becomes a bad item because it also purges those.
I am entertained seeing that every single hero that Falcons played in Game 1 is either banned or now in Vici games. They picked the Pango away from them, but the other 4 have been banned in the first and second phase.
Yeah, I think now they need some answer to the Necrophos for sure. I think they are looking at most likely a range carry type of hero. Because if you're a melee hero against Necrophos, the lane can snowball out of control pretty quickly. Because every time you come up to the creep wave, you're going to get healed by damaged by the Necrophos, so it's not so easy. So I want to see what approach they go for. Okay, if they take Shadow Fiend, I think that was one of the range carries left that is popular in the meta right now. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think it's a super easy lane. I think Clockwork is a good bodyguard for the Necrophos. So every time you try to go on the Necrophos, you want to be aggressive against this hero and not let him come up to the wave. Clockwork is one of the best heroes at denying that, because he's going to sit there, cog them away, drain their mana. And the funny thing is, Jakiro has this double hit as a hero, and you can actually basically one-shot the cogs. But if you shoot him too fast, he won't be able to. So I'm kind of wondering how this matchup is going to turn out, because I can see the Jakiro not really working out, or maybe it will. It's a bit of a funny one.
It's a lot of really good magic damage for Necro. It's by no means an easy Necro game, but Falcons just hasn't seemed to care about this in their Necro picks. They just first phase slam pick it, get hard countered, and then Amar plays with an item advantage. He just is the top farmed hero in the game, and then counters don't matter as much when you have +1 item.
That's a classic Falcon draft. They pick CM for snaking, Skitter Sven. Those are Siggies, as Quinn would say. the Siggy Swen. I think this is very solid draft so far. They have like everything they need from their heroes. So Marine can just kind of be anything, which is perfect for last pick. Then you can just kind of counter pick the other mid laner and pick whatever fits.
And they got the Beastmaster coming out, so they are saving their last pick for support. And they have revealed this Pango will go mid.
Yeah, it's Beastmaster to Sven one-on-one is very good for Beast. However, CM is quite good at killing the boars, so I don't think this lane is as easy as it seems. It also becomes quite dangerous if with Beast you're playing to stack your triangle, and then if you manage to lose the lane but make stacks, usually it's okay because you'll just go back and farm the stacks. However, Sven is very good at farming stacks, so Falcons can easily invade the triangle, and if they steal stacks from Vici Gaming, this game is just going to be over minute 10.
Yeah, picking Beast into CM is quite bold. It means like you're never going to play with the boar in the lane, which means you're probably going to play with the boar to stack, but in that case, there's the Sven to cover. So they're really valuing the Beast Primal Roar here. I mean, it's a great hero for killing Necro. Like if you roar Necro and then SF ulti, Jakiro spells, like you will kill Necro. It's not going to be an issue. Sven as well through BKB. The roar is amazing.
At least I like the idea of Bach playing this Beast. I think it's been one of his standout heroes throughout the season. So I think they went for a little bit of a... Oh, wow, you got banned out, Jenkins. Anyways, I like the Beast. I think it is a good matchup against Sven, like we said. I think the Maiden is not as bad as people think if you have good micro on the board, because you want to bait the CM to be out of position. If she walks up, she's a very slow hero. All you need is one threat on her and she can feed. So maybe something like a Rubik that can lift her out of position. I think it is a pretty good Rubik game already. That's what I'm looking at. And that would be a very nice Siggy for Zinq. So I'm really hoping he gets his hands on Rubik.
So we prefer Jakiro as the 5 over the 4. Then
To match the clock, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other one is the Shadow Demon, which I can still see work. It is a very good Shadow Demon game with the Purge, because then they can commit on the target that they roar, as well as have a save for the Necrophos. So I think both... Okay, Rubik gets banned out, so maybe now they go for the Shadow Demon route, which I would also be okay with. It's a little less aggressive in the lane, but it's a very, very good in the game.
I like it. It's a very nice save against Sven too. He usually wants to jump and like burst the hero. But to be fair, in Sven's case, sometimes he just kills you so fast that the Shadow doesn't even have time to press the disruption. But, you know, it just depends how farmed the Sven is and your core. I can also see Dark Willow. It's a bit more aggressive approach. It's just for killing the... Okay, we got the SD. Very nice. It's just a very solid draft from Vici.
yeah, if anything surprising, it was still in. We've been mentioning Shadow Demon from the very get-go when Necrophos was picked. And if we think about it, and we gotta imagine also Falcons has that on their radar, but more worried about the Hoodwink and the Rubik. Now, overall last pick going the way of Team Falcons. Most likely needing a hero for Malrine. Yeah, you don't want... Yeah, Malrine.
Against Pango. I mean, there's some like Sand King, team fight hero if they want.
Well, yeah, I could see him just picking a casual Ember. He has two approaches. Either he tries to pick something really hard for the Pango to lane against, or just something that's decent for their game. Like an Ember, I think, would be totally fine. Some hero that gets on top of Shadow Demon is good. You kind of want to take him out in fights. From his other heroes, I'm not sure what else he would go for. Oh, you're right.
Ooh, Sand.
Oh.
Very cool.
This guy is the king of the Sand King, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is a hero that's been his for a long time. Played a lot previous TI, I believe, as well. Still good, and he's basically the only one that will pull it out in the mid lane still consistently.
Yeah, I don't think anyone likes this hero other than Marine, which is a testament to how good he is.
This is the first time he plays at this TI, though, so there's that. But
Which is a bit shocking.
It is a bit shocking, but it's definitely in his wheelhouse. Do we think this is enough for Falcons to take this as a 2-0, or has Vici properly recovered for this game number 2?
I mean, I think the Vici definitely has better answers this game. I think their lanes are better. I also think the Pango didn't really get punished. I think laning against Sanking is pretty okay for Pangolier. He's just going to farm. He's going to get a game. So I think this game is going to be on a much more even footing. And if it comes down to it, this time I'm actually going for Vici for real again.
Okay.
I think they got this one.
Okay, laning stage a little bit better, which already allows them to actually play Dota.
Yeah, I concur with my teammate. I believe that they have very solid draft. This time there's no edge to absolutely demolish them in lanes. The only thing I'm worried about are the stacks and this Beastmaster lane. As long as that goes okay, then we're in good hands and we're going to have an epic 1-1 followed by an epic game 3.
Ooh, how about you, Jenkins?
I think so too. I think Vici's got a much better laning stage this time. Like, I'm a little worried for Falcons that it's not the easiest Necro game, which makes sense. He was first picked. But then in the jungle, there's going to be Malrine living in farming stacks, right? So there's not that much recovery for Amar. So they're really saying, like, we're just this good at laning. We're going to take an advantage. We're going to take your stacks. We're going to take our stacks, and we're going to snowball the game. And it's possible, but Vici's a very good team. I know how game 1 looked, but I don't think it's going to go like that again.
No, and basically on paper, every single series that Falcons has played so far at the International has gone the distance. So, you know, if stats don't lie, we will have that game number 3. And for Vici, of course, we're hoping for them that they will manage to do that. But let's see if Falcons can get their first 2-0 of TI. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fog to find out.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ready here for game 2 between Falcons and Vici. Fogged, big change-ups as was going to have to happen. We saw in the draft pretty much all of Falcons' draft from last game 1 not being accessible this time round.
Happens.
Coming in with something different. Do you like, or do you feel a bit more faith in the approach from Vici Gaming this time as opposed to what we had in game 1? Because game 1, it fell apart pretty rapidly.
Yeah, Falcons, they still got their heroes, right? You look at it and you're like, this is a very cookie-cutter draft for them. We've seen them do this Clockwork Necro and dominate lanes. However, we do see a ton of response coming from Vici. I think this approach is much better, right? Looking at the team fight, too, last game, I just was like, if the lanes go bad, it's so hard to recover because you have literally no team fight. This game, SF, Pango, Beast, you have a ton of team fight. You have save, you have minus armor strategy, you have ways to take objectives. Last game, I just felt like it was a bit lackluster across the board. So, looks better on paper for Vici, but Falcons also does have some answers. The Sven in particular, right? This Warcry can be really good this game versus the Pango, versus the SF. And we get to see Malrine play Sanking. I saw the win rate come up, and I'm like, 25%. But that's like, because they said Malrine hasn't played it.
He's not played it yet.
So we'll have to see what the Master can do on it, if it's actually going to look good. Is it going to look underwhelming?
Because it literally was what last TI was the period where it's kind of like you banned Sanking.
You had to. You had to verse him.
Sanking nowadays, a year on, a bit different?
The timings, he's gotten these changes over, I can't remember every single talent change, but the 21, right? The 25 talent before, right? It was the epicenter pulses, and then they moved it to 20. So his timing now is a little bit, I guess you could say, faster, quote unquote. But the hero's gotten nerfed across the board of his other abilities too. So we'll have to see what happens. Malrine, though, yeah, as we said, this hero, it does scale very hard to it, the way that he plays it with the Aghanims, the Bashiers, the Datalists, etc. We'll have to see what build he does want to go for. And see how the lane does end up going here versus XM. Malrine had the edge in the last game. He did get help, but he is a pretty beast laner when he gets his comfort heroes.
Yeah, because I feel like this lane should be tough for the Pango, right? Because you are melee into these constant sort of bursts, or...
It can be a little annoying, especially if he can get like a stun connection and time as well too, you can be annoying to...
You got to be careful, right?
Crashes. Yeah, but with the shield too, you have ways to play around it, so kind of a skill matchup. Bottom, let's see how this one goes. I think this is the lane for me to watch, as Snaking is looking pretty dead. Gorgeous body blocks by JQ.
Deep first blood for Bach off the back of that setup.
Exactly like Fly was talking about. I was literally about to say, this is the lane really for me to watch, is the bottom one, because this is the one that has the most volatility, where the boars can die to the CM, but if Snaking's not careful, all it takes is one disruption, and he's just dead.
They can just, block him off.
Really well played there from JQ. Mid lane, though. Yeah, first few waves for sure. Looking to be problematic for the Pango, that melee matchup, of course.
You just have to be so careful how close you get when he's priming all the creeps.
Gets the sentry. Snake is going to have to place a secondary one for it. JQ is doing a very good job of bullying Snake. He is being annoying.
So far on the CS between the two of them, Skeeter and Bart. Skeeter doing perfectly fine though, even though he's not really been allowed to have the CM to help out with how much the Shadow Demon's been keeping the CM busy.
And then this top lane, one that we haven't really gotten to glance, but is a kind of like this double counter pick that Vici's gone for to deal with Amar. But this is a lane that Falcons has played a lot with the Clockwork plus the Necro. This is what I was telling you before the game. This is like a resource war lane where the Clockwork is just burning your mana, limiting yours, and then the Necro just has built-in regen. So if you don't end up killing the Necro, they're probably going to just end up winning the lane because of the resource trade over and over again.
Because there is an opportunity, right, for these heroes to kill the Necro.
Yeah,
between a Takira and an SF, but
sometimes if you're about to land that raise, a cog hits you, pushes you back.
Sure,
right?
and then heal comes out, and yeah, you have to be sure that the full spell combo is going to 100 to 0 the Necro, otherwise it will quickly get turned around the plate.
Yeah, and Y in particular, a very slow hero. If you don't get that kill, you're going to probably die and get turned on right afterwards, so. Oh! Gets him with them all. Y. He'll take a beating. You're just playing a different game when you play Clockwork. It's all about just being obnoxious.
And I think we did see on the stats, right? I think he's played it, 3 times and won every game with the Clockwork crit.
Which some people are straying away from, which I'm a bit surprised. I know the hero got nerfed. It's just there's still some of these games you see and you're like, man, the cogs just look broken again still, so. And as soon as you hit that level 3 as well, too. The level 1 cog's a bit underwhelming. It's the level 2 cogs that when you do get them, they really start to put the pressure on in terms of damage and limiting resources. The bar will take a double raise. Should be fine, though. And the XM starting to, just catch back up, right? The lane always just gets pushed into you. Bar took a bit more damage.
Took another raise there by the looks of it.
Trying to hold it outside the tower. He's taking a bit of damage there from it, but he should be able to regen up. Better not.
He's not missing this.
Hell no, nobody missed this.
This guy's a professional.
Crit messing with the bull. Malrine starting to do his efficiency thing. So doesn't want to just push the lane in. This is where he starts to pull it to the jungle, maximize as much as possible. He's the master at it, as we've said. He's going to hit 6 off of this.
And not really, you just can't really do anything about that, right? You just sort of have to let the Sand King do this.
The crit so far, I'm seeing why he is getting some of the cog kills. I think some of those last hits are cogs, but some are also just the neutral creeps. So the double hit, working okay so far. Definitely limiting Amar. I've seen them dominate these lanes with this Necro and this Clockwork too many times, so this time not the case. SF is free farming. Oh, not quite 6 actually. I thought it wasn't even the 6 off of the double wave.
This is, when he does this right, it's going to be so high leveled and
it's
very, very accelerated start to the farm.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that he's playing versus a Beastmaster, right? So the Shadow Demon Beastmaster, even though they haven't backed up to go for these stacks, he's scouting the area. He might even steal them if they did go for it there. So you can't actually play on this stack game for the Beast that you maybe ideally want to in most games.
And that's true. Yeah, I think that's got to be one of the factors into why they wanted it here as well, that there is a Beastmaster on the other side that does rely on that.
And he's got a ward deep placed already now, too, that he placed himself on Malrine, so we'll be able to scout when those stacks do come out here. And yeah, now he's 6. Sandstorm is starting to build up versus XM. Doesn't want to just tank it in the lane.
He's going to be a problem, this Sand King.
He will. And he has the neutral item already as well because of how they, he jungles and pulls creeps. Skitter trying to go for this aggressive play onto him. The Crystal Maiden is coming back in. Poison stack does get the 5th. It's not enough. That was close, though.
Good effort there from Vici.
Trying to take advantage of that timing that Snaking was not in the lane. He's got a little bit extra regen to give to Skeeter. Mid lane, battle over the Ruin. It was commencing. Skeeter's still very low. Malrine. He wants to help this lane out. And this could be they might not expect this because of how low Skeeter is. This could catch him.
And they've got so much control that there's very little chance of survival here for Bart.
They might even just get both here.
Indeed, Bart gone.
Oh, and it's Wisdom Room time as well.
He's going to be able to get Jinx here with the Spiral Strike.
Are they going to make the move down here to contest this?
Who comes down here, though?
Because versus Sandstorm, it's very difficult to actually contest in this.
I mean,
they just have to go for the steal.
I don't think they sort of have the resources or heroes to go over to their own one.
And Crit's gonna cog push them away, at least just to be obnoxious.
I mean,
He might just die though. He stepped out to the triple raise, but they do get the secure of the double shrine.
Yeah, XM's going to be here to at least maybe get another kill, even though they do lose the 2 shrines. Can they get Amar? They can't, so Amar will survive.
And bottom again.
They're getting kills, Falcons, on top of the fact that they took the 2 wisdoms.
Super heads up move from Malrine. And very good play there with the cogs. Y is actually still stuck up on this cliff. I actually didn't even.
Oh, he's not got a TP.
Yeah, he's literally stuck.
How does he get out of this? XM is dying.
He actually is. Is he actually? Oh my God, is he really gonna die?
Okay, the raise. I think he might still die. They're snaking against him. No, the shield crash barrier will save him.
Shiro can't get the connection with.
How is the Jakiro going to escape?
He is stuck.
Is there? What is his way out of this?
Oh, just leave him.
Just leave him.
Oh, this could. I mean,
how long is he going to be there? Like, how do you get out of this?
Oh no.
You got a theory craft a way out. How do you get out?
You got to just take. You got to take the angle, right? You got to send that TP all the way around. Maybe you need.
But that's a slow-moving courier. We're only 8 minutes in.
I think you just leave him there.
Don't
kill him. Just leave him there. They're gonna. I have not seen this.
He is gonna be stuck there for so long.
Oh, and I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever seen this in a TI game where someone gets stuck like this. Do they want to give him just a Reaper kill for free?
Oh, don't kill him. I mean, a Reaper kill does feel kind of nice, but still, don't kill him. Just leave him there.
He's just gonna auto attack him. All right. Oh, he could have left him.
He could have left him. Yeah, come on. I mean, that was a mercy kill. It was like, hey, you know what? We want to play Dota. We don't want to play with an opponent stuck on a cliff for 5 minutes. So, Amar being the friendly chap.
I don't think I've seen that in a TI game where someone gets stuck in those plays. He could have been stuck a long time.
Especially if they were able to. Actually, I guess the courier can get round to there, like off the map.
It can.
So, like, they wouldn't be able to intercept the courier.
Maybe. They did have a ward placed for it, too.
Yeah.
So, whatever. Malrine.
They let him play.
Looking for the connection. Not quite able to close that gap. Malrine's big.
Yeah, there's
very early timing.
Super quick.
And very vulnerable. I mean, everybody's vulnerable to the Sand at this point when he has this type of timing. But overall, across the board, way better than last game.
It is.
The other game was almost
He's going to get to play this game.
Yep. And their draft overall, right, as we said, lots of team fight, good synergy. Ways to counter heroes, especially with the Shadow Demon. They have saves. They have the Demonic Purge versus the Necrophos or the Sven. So they have good ways to fight. By no means are they even really behind at this point. It's just the Sanking is that ahead. Bots now picked up also for Amar. Skeeter.
They do have Raw. Gonna go for the kill.
He's very alone.
Well, and he's looking very dead. Oh no, it's a heal!
He's alive!
Amar's able to come in and bail him out. The side comes down on a box. Skeeter survives.
Ain't no way.
And they're going to get both of them hit. Snaking with the blood grenade down on the Jin Q.
Double. Well, that's the dream when you get boots of travel. Immediately TP in, get the double.
Save your carry.
Wow. I thought he was for sure dead. Even a Lotus, I believe, getting passed over from snaking onto Skeeter protects him. Shiro was making the move down to help too, and then he's like, oh, never mind.
Oh, in the mid.
XM?
Between the bar structure, the cogs. XM falling pretty low.
Does have the shield rune protection. Malrine trying to go for this tower push. Doesn't look like he'll be able to now that Jin Q's turned up. That's a big deal that they protect Skeeter down there, though. It looked like he was going to get brought down. Now he still has God Strength to go back to and farm. He's even just pushing forward the lane even more.
Yeah, I mean, now he's super chill. Now that he knows there's no Raw.
Yep. Very well played there from Falcons. Stacks starting to be made. Those are going to be kept track of. And I don't feel like they can just build up too many of these stacks. I feel like they have to go clear them immediately, like the panel was alluding to as well. Saberlight was talking about that. There's a lot of ways that Falcons can just walk in and kill those with the Sven or the Sand King. They're actually already on their way. Might not even get the chance to farm it when it's a double, and they might just lose the Beastmaster.
They certainly will. Marine's in with the epicenter. Bark's gone.
Peter will take that one. Pops the God Strength because he probably anticipates.
Ready to farm the stacks, yeah.
They're not the biggest, but it is something. And Amar will join in too. He's like, hello. Just in case they show up for the fight, they'll clear it together. Methodical gameplay right now from Falcons. Vici now starting to fall a bit behind Bach, dying back to back. XM believe the Diffusal Blade is finished up now for him, so can look to start getting involved. Not easy to bring down this Sanking, though. He's got the stun to disengage.
Pretty much always has backup. Maureen.
Able to find the rune as well. He's going to get some poison stacks onto him, but it isn't super high level just yet. He's not going to get the fit stack, it looks like. Shiro will walk in and also steal some stacks himself. Nicely done.
Still having a very good game here. Top net worth right now, Shiro on the SF.
A game where he can't really be too greedy, I would say, with the BKB purchase. We'll see how greedy he wants to be with it, but it can be a bit dangerous to be too greedy when you're playing versus Sanking and the Necro and this. It's a lot of magical damage, so we'll see what Shiro wants to do with this build.
Has at least got the disruption. So there is
That's
a little
true.
bit of a way to bail him out.
And maybe he just tanks up with less full HP items so that he can just endure it and go through with the lifesteal. So maybe he will delay it for some time.
Getting the space to make good timing on the Radiance after the bots.
Maureen gonna have the second component finished now after these stacks.
Vici want to try and do something there.
They want to
coming out with this smoke.
I mean, they got to slow down something because Falcons, they do have 3 pretty absurdly fast jungling heroes. If you do sit back, they will just out-resource you. Or out-efficiency you, sorry. So it looks like they do want to try to make this move. At least open up towers since they do have the Beastmaster.
Look at the tier 1 here. They won't get the chance to catch Skeeter, though. He's already backed off.
At least gives them that access, though, to the bottom side a little bit easier. Brought the whole squad for this push, though. All 5 heroes in the area. Crit, level 6 already, too. Level 3 cogs are at the ready. XM. He's got to be careful here. Maureen's going to go in. XM reads it.
Boss buckles there inside. Maureen will turn attention over towards Jin Q. Maureen will also be able to pull the haste rune.
And Q will survive.
We'll live with the disruption. He'll try and get the angle. Chris actually able to still make the hook shot over towards Jin Q, but doesn't have the damage to finish him. XM's able to turn and get the double as he takes out both supports.
A little over-ambitious there from Maureen, where he channeled and go for the dive, but a good read there from XM, and Vici just traveling as a squad, as the whole team making the move toward the mid lane, looking for that next tower. Some nice moves. Overlord soon going to be finished here for Bach. Maureen will try to slow down this push, but will go down. Nice 2 moves. Also securing themselves the Shrine of Wisdom, since there's no pressure in that area.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This Sven, though, is big. He is getting that farm. The SF is matching.
I guess that's the sort of question. How well does the SF match into the cause of Falcons?
Can be a bit dangerous, that's for sure.
They're not the easiest to sort of turret against, right? You know, you got one Ghost Shrouding, one with an insane amount of armor and HP, very tanky, and the other one slipping in and out of a sandstorm.
Yeah, I think I like this. If he can go for the Pike finish and then the BKB, I think he does need to go for the BKB early. It just does seem like too much overwhelming magic damage. And he is the damage dealer, right? They do need Shiro to pump out that damage. Sure, the Pango will be doing some, but they need that carry. Opponent, 7-5. As we said, much closer game here. See how the separation of the supports starts to happen, because overall I would say Vici's support's not the best at just farming, right? Snaking, we know what he does as his Crystal Maiden, so he's gonna get that scaling at all times. We'll see what he wants to do with his itemization as well. He's already level 9, so already seeing him get that farm. He always, rushes the shard, he always buys a null, and then depending on what he wants to do with the build afterwards. I've seen him buy some lenses, force staffs, all depends on the game. But he definitely will be quite farmed. And Crit doesn't have to farm, you're clockwork. You've got level 4 cogs, you're happy. That's pretty much all you want in the game. Once you get your blink, you're just a menace as well.
I mean, Avicii sort of fine to feel like there is no pressure.
They do. I mean, they do scale, right?
Yeah.
They do have a pretty strong lineup overall. I don't know how much they want to just sit back because you are letting them get the big timings.
Yeah,
of,
all
the
three of them.
Blink, the Ags at Sand King. It does feel like it could be a bit too much if all three of those timings come together, but we shall see. Mid lane. Quickly caught.
The blink for Skeeter and from VG Gaming, the blink now done for XM. So maybe
that's what they wanted.
they can now look to rally around the Pango.
Because without that blink, a little tough for them to just walk in and initiate. Now, but they are playing versus double blink daggers themselves, and Falcons, they're going to accelerate and look for the fights themselves.
They've got the big timings themselves. The Radiance is done on Amar, and the Aghanims is complete on Maureen.
All of it coming together at the same time.
And they're going to find XM.
Right away.
The Pango gone.
And he feels like the most important hero for them as well, too. If he gets caught at the start of the fights, Vici can't fight.
I mean, these timings from Falcons,
It's
they
fast.
just look really, really scary. Yeah, Vici, they had a pretty solid hold here in the early game, keeping it even, but if they don't do something soon, I just don't know if it's going to get any easier for their lineup.
That doesn't feel like it. He's actually accelerating the BKB even more. He is feeling like he's going to need it, which I don't blame him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of magic damage, a lot of gap close for him. Pace that they farm, though, Falcons, if they get this one kill, and the kill that they find, too, as we said, on the Pango, who just got the Blink Dagger, the one that they were maybe going to make the move around,
Yep.
now it all gets slowed down even more. Maureen Sanking, 3-0-2.
Why?
Can they go for Skeeter here?
Have a look, they're closing in, but
Snake's doing some good
Field
damage.
comes down, Amar's turned up, hook shots there as well, Crits joined the fray. Bark, they'll be able to turn with the cogs, push back Bark, Maureen in with the burrow strike, the side coming down,
Nice
it will be dodged with the disruption save coming in. Bark will try and roar and run, but they still chase him out, get the kill. XM does have the Rolling Thunder at the ready, so they'll be able to find the trade and take down the Necro. Can XM go for more? It's a little risky into Skeeter and Maureen.
Jinkyu.
And Maureen still has the epi at the ready. Makes the jump straight over towards Jinkyu. Zero is here ready to help. Lays down the raises onto Maureen. He's bringing the Sand King low. Not enough to kill him, though.
He
Maureen
uses
lives,
BKB.
and indeed he did commit with the BKB to try for that play, Shiro.
Falcons just getting more and more out of the map here. Nice saves. They're actually great plays from the Shadow Demon in particular. Dodging the Reaper, getting the Purge onto Amar, so they do bring down that Necro, but they turned up with everything and only get the one kill.
They stop it a little bit. Sort of the bleeding in that fight, but not nearly to the level that they'd hoped for.
And now Crit does have the Blink Dagger himself, so he can be super disruptive in these fights. Pretty early timing that he's been able to find it. Snape, looks like it's a drum for him. Picked up level 2 ult at the ready now for him too. Though Vici, they have more team fight in this game though, than last time, so have options to be able to take the fights, even though Falcons have a lot of team fight themselves. Just Shiro has to be very careful. If Shiro gets caught in one stun, he could stun him again.
They keep catching the Pango.
Couple times, just like that last game, they are really making him suffer. Committing for this Torm.
They should be able to find it.
It's under vision, though. Can they disengage safely? It looks like they should be able to. Okay. Nice call.
Dire's middle tower
Now even
is
looking
under
to go
attack.
back for the play. Rocket's gonna scout them. Can't go for anything.
Falcons aren't too fussed about trying for a fight here. Zamar and Maureen take away the top tier 1 tower.
Oh, they would have been real happy if they got the SD shard instead of the Jakiro one. Jakiro one's okay when you're able to actually get aggressive with it, but the Shadow Demon one in most situations is just better. Those 3 cores, Falcons
Tower is under attack.
keeping consistent.
Tough for both Bark and XM to keep up with them in a game like this.
They going drum,
Scanning.
going for that Solar Crest. Getting that bit more out of the map, and the levels are starting to be a big difference too, not just that gold, right? 17 on Sand King, only 13 on Pango. 16 on Necro, 13 on the Beast.
Just a hard game for Shiro to sort of sit in position and get the damage done, as we say. You know, his farm's still great. He's keeping on track with that of Skeeter's Sven.
Yes.
To sort of imagine a scenario where he's just able to sit there and hit into the cores. It's kind of hard to find in these team fights unless everything else gets laid down perfectly and Vici as a whole are the ones getting the jump.
I mean, like you were saying, right? It's not the easiest targets to just hit.
Oh, who you gonna
Warcry,
hit?
there's a Sand King that's going in and out of the fights or jumping you, very elusive, and then the Necro as well, too. So not the easiest choices here for Shiro. And he's having to build up quite a bit more defensively rather than just going for all this damage to be able to pop these targets quickly. Ichi, see if they can get a smoke together and get an aggressive move themselves. They've got a Glimmer on Jinkyu too, so they do have some extra protection versus all this magic
Here we
damage.
go.
And a pipe. Okay.
All right.
Things are starting to come together.
And the Hurricane Pulse.
So, triple timing.
Pickups are there.
Maureen has hit level 18 though, so does have access to that level 3 epi, and I believe he has the shard now too that he got, so.
If they can get one of the cores, they'll be very happy with this Vici Gaming.
Need a clean initiation again.
At the moment, nobody's really anywhere close to this.
No.
Dire are scanning.
Can they just quickly go for like a sneaky Roshan play? I don't think so. I mean, their lineup does it very fast, don't get me wrong, but if Falcons, they're going to be aware of checking
Yeah,
that area.
it's going to get found out.
And it's dangerous for them to all stack in the pit.
Oh, yeah, against a hook shot, an epicenter, Sven with a blink.
They're considering it though, but versus, yeah, the
I don't know,
constant
that's-
rockets, it's dangerous.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be, unfortunately, just a smoke wasted here for Vici. They don't get anything.
Just a tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Sven matchup versus the SF. Once he starts to get an advantage versus the SF, you can feel that fear really build in for that Shadow Fiend. The damage that can come out from that Sven will just bypass versus the BKB. They do at least have this Roar, right? They do have a BKB piercing disabled to hold that Sven back.
And
Rolling.
Snaking getting out there. Where so they were starting to wrap around on him.
And Snaking's getting away with that farm, right? 7.7k, still 2k ahead of his counterparts. Falcons looking for the hit. They've got Blink BKB crit on Skeeter. He's also got level 3 God Strength. Uh-oh, Shiro.
They're going to get the jump. Straight in with the God Strength with the BKB. Shiro's going to try and run with the Hurricane Pike. We'll see Skeeter turns his attention over towards the Secure instead. Take out Y with the wraparound. Marine close the gap with the epicenter. And the bow strike.
XM.
It's going to be Shiro gone. XM's going to roll up and slide away up to the high ground. They have the Roar coming in onto Maureen. Rolling Thunder looking to kill the Sand King. The heals coming in. Maureen, he'll pop. They'll take Maureen down. Can they get more? Rolling
XM.
Thunder over towards the Clockwork. It's going to get pushed back up to the high ground by the Cogs. They get something. It's a big kill. They kill Maureen. They're still losing their carry, though.
And it's on their, look what where they're having to play as well, too. Super defensively to respond. Yeah, Shiro does get brought down. Crit hook shocking the Jakiro instead of hook shocking the Shadow Fiend. I feel like they could have killed him a little bit faster.
I guess
but
maybe just felt that Skeeter had it alone.
yeah, he does guess so. It ends up
Wasn't the case.
It ends up making Maureen commit for the kill. It ends up making him die. So slight little mistake there from Falcon. So Vici, something at the least, but I think Falcons is still just perfectly fine with all this because the Sven, he's the one who gets the kills, or he doesn't end up dying. Still getting some stacks going on their sides too, so still getting that crazy amount of farm.
Amar's going to have his Manta done.
Keeping that pace. And every time Shiro dies, it does feel pretty painful for him since he is that only carry. They're going to go for the Roche now.
I mean,
since
there
the
is
Sand
no
King's dead.
Sand King.
Right, yep. Crit is going to scout it.
Yeah.
Hook shot.
And he'll definitely go for a steal, I'd imagine. It's going to be tempting.
Can they block the angle?
It's going to be a hard steal. And he might not go for it. It might be too risky. Doesn't really need to take risks. Does he want to try for it?
Nah.
No. Not unnecessary risk to take there for Falcons once they have the overall lead. Still, though,
Nice game.
Roshan and the Aegis now for Shiro. Could give them the edge in that next team fight.
Having that extra life, having this, these barriers and all that could be that extra protection. Now Maureen does have this BKB though, so in that, in that last scenario, if he had it, he would have lived. Has this extra protection. 20 talent also unlocked. Those extra pulses, and he gets the serrated shiv. Of course he does. Super good with the agonyms. Push commencing. Rallied around Shiro with this Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Falcons not reacting really at all. They're just playing the farm game. They're like, okay, they want to commit 5 heroes to go for a tier 2. We're just going to farm the whole map. Snaking's even looking to cut the next wave, it looks like. He might get caught here, though.
Radiant's bottom
XM
Sure, he does not get away with this, surely.
does have to use the roll. But worth it. It's a high gold Crystal Maiden. He even uses the Urge, okay. Oh, he's dead, that's for sure. Oh, he's on a killing spree too. So yeah, actually quite nice there for XM.
Nice little burst of goal for the Panga.
is under attack.
Hero should be able to get the Daedalus done pretty shortly, just a few hundred away from the Demon Edge.
Feels like Shiro has to play this game almost perfectly, though. All the pressure on him to truly carry versus what feels like kind of this dual core lineup, a dual carry lineup that Falcons is building together. The fact that XM is still behind like this hurts, too.
Been a tough series for him both times, really. Just Falcons showing that they can hunt him down pretty reliably.
They're just putting all the attention onto him. All right, so Malrine switching from his usual kind of build, but playing versus the Shadow Fiend and the Pango. Absolutely understand why. Going for this AC build if he does want to go for it.
Something as well that the Sven always loves to have in his team, but
I thought
doesn't
he's-
always want to give up a slot for himself.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to go for the Shivas anyway on Malrine, but we'll have to see. Maybe he is going to do that.
That might
anyway.
change, you're right.
Because overall, right, sure, they benefit from the plus armor on his team, but the rest of them really are benefiting from the minus. It's just the Sven who gets like the full benefit. So we'll see. Vici continuing to play around Shiro here. Trying to get as much as they can here with this Aegis. 2 more minutes.
Dire's top tower
The Falcon just avoiding.
Radiant's middle tower
AC on box.
That's theirs
It's a
done.
lot of minus armor. They're going to be hitting real hard in the physical department, that's for sure on the side of Vici. Daedalus also finished up for the Sven.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do they want to do anything around the tier 2 defense?
Looks like Falcons is considering it here, popping that high ground glyph.
Dire are scanning.
They may full commit for
They
Shiro.
do probably feel that they can kill him twice.
They're thinking about it. Probably going to look for the back line. They do have these wards placed. Vici smoked up behind. 90 seconds on the Aegis.
Fallen.
Marine. We'll see why.
Not enough info to allow them to jump straight away.
They're giving the respect. Important to point out also, Amar is hanging onto a greater healing Lotus. So could save him in the next fight. All right, so it looks like it's the Shivas for the Necro and then the AC for the Sanking. So they're wanting to just have both of them. seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under
Quite a big
attack.
rune for the next fight. Malrine.
Here we go for Malrine.
That is a very dangerous one. Shiro.
When that Aegis expires, they will very likely be prepared to strike.
They're going to full commit on Shiro as well, too, in these fights. As long as they know where the Shadow Demon is to prevent the saves, they can just full commit everything on the SF since he's all important for their lineup. Vici smoking. They get the positioning, trying to get the jump themselves.
Dire
Ah.
are scanning.
Oh!
Just a moment too late, really, to catch him.
Ships passing in the night.
Not gonna find anyone up here either. Only snaking relatively around, but he's already started to back off on the top lane, so
A couple of these smokes from Vici just not connecting in a similar area, too.
it's on the map. The Falcons seem to be
Maybe they get
around.
snagged. He's stepping a bit far forward. He's got the blink dagger. As soon as he breaks it, blinks away. Tormentor, Falcons. We'll be able to set up for them. We'll be able to set up for this one. Do they all have shard already? They do. So just money. Very early for it to be the case, but yeah, that second Torm,
pretty
everybody's
rare,
got it.
31 minutes.
Attack.
So, I mean, money is very good at this point to get because they are close to this AC and this Shivas as well, too. So they're going to have the double timing.
At least get tier 2 out of the fact that they had pretty much the entire team top their Vici off the back of their smoke.
Falcons wants to fight. They're at a pretty peak timing of all these items coming together. Shiro.
Jump on. He's going to try and TP out. Skinner's going to get the jump on his straight away with the stun into the hook shot. They have to run a hold down the Sven. They have a defensive disruption coming in on the Shiro. They're hurricane bike away down to the low ground. And with the BKB, Shiro will escape. Xingqiu's going to get left behind.
Skeeter's chasing.
Aaron finishes him off. The side comes down on a Y. They get the 2 supports. Falcons, can they get a core on top of this Shiro?
He's on him. He sees the Reaper Pulse.
It's going to get found.
Oh, are you kidding? He saw the Reaper Pulse
And
from
over
the
in the river,
Necro.
Mallorini got the burst strike on towards him. He's going to drive for the TP out. He will make it, Buck, with the
Nice
micro.
micro.
Making sure that a cog was not going to get the chance to fly his way.
Oh, but they catch Shiro as he's trying to disengage.
Right on top of him.
And the pulse chasing him through the jungle just allows Skeeter to know exactly where he is, gets on top of him at the end of it. A decisive fight from Falcons.
I mean, they were very quick with that. It was just sort of just rough moments there really for Vici where they spent so long trying to look for a kill with the smoke. They don't find anything. They settle for a tier 2 tower, but that just kind of gives the Falcons all the information they need to just come in immediately with their own smoke play, run at them, and then there's a high chance they're going to be able to catch them in this position where they're trying to TP out, trying to back away, and take them down one by one.
I mean, not as much as in the last game, but similar vein where it feels like they're 1 or 2 steps ahead in the macro game over and over again, reading the plays, finding the wraparounds. From a 6K lead up to a 15K right after they got all those timings of items. Amar actually goes, you know what? I'm just buying a heart instead of getting the Shivas. Just want to tank up fully with the HP pool. I already got the armor from the plate mail.
I mean, they're just so tanky.
They really
it's
are.
so much that Shiro has to do in the damage department to get a chance of killing any of these key targets.
And XM just continues to be just behind in this game. He just gets caught every single time. And his Rolling Thunder, it's addressed. They have so many answers for it, it feels. Vici might be feeling desperate now to find a smoke because they need to get an initiation themselves. It just keeps on being them having to react to the jumps of Falcons, and it does not work out for them by any means. But yeah, the smokes just aren't connecting, so it's hard. Really tough for Vici.
They do now.
Starting to get trapped. Shivas is picked up for the Pango. Just tough for them to really get any of these targets locked down, get the start themselves. They're going to smoke again to look for the initiation.
Right, I mean, this one has to work. The last few have not been a success.
They got to let Shiro attack. He's just not getting to attack. Having to just run away for his entire BKB, it feels like, every single time. He's going for the butterfly. I get it versus the Sven, but I thought he might go for something like a satanic early because he does have the Daedalus. I know how good the evasion is, but there's so much damage that's going through anyway. Yeah, I mean, standing his ground is just so hard. I mean, it's so hard anyway. It's tough to itemize in this game.
I think he does have to go for the more aggressive option. Because it is that slightly higher damage.
Yeah, no, I mean, sure. It's tough to call. Needs both at the end of the day in this game, for sure. And might not get the liberty to have it, and even when he does, damage is getting a bit too overwhelming. And Falcons, 25 has been hit for Sven, about to be 25 for the Sanking too. Momentum building up. He's gonna hit really, really hard. And, you know, we do have to mention, right, they did get the Shivs. So even when he gets the butterfly, they will have a bit of that true strike that will go through anyway. 25 time for Malrine, another 1 creep or so. Yeah, 20 XP. And, wow, he actually has the refresher as well in a second. Okay, I didn't even see that. This almost looks like, it's like Snapfire when he has the refresher, right? Like you have this insane double ultimate that just clears out the whole area. Crit.
That's the Ghost Scepter, and even the supports are not easy for Vici to kill now.
Ghost Scepter counters almost, I mean, the majority of the damage. It's really mostly physical coming out from Vici. Roche. Soon the option. The Falcons, they don't really care about having Aegis. They just want the fights.
Vici, do they have another smoke? Falcons are going to be coming at them.
They went through, I think, almost all of them. They have one more.
One more left on Y.
Okay. Full refresher for Malrine now. Skeeter also a full Satanic and level 25 and Flare's Bota. Neutral item.
Crit. Ready to try and scout the match. He's going to see Zero again. He's going to find him straight away with a hook shot. They're in as well. He's able to push them back with the cogs. He'll get the chance to put the BKB. Shiro looks to stand his ground. Turns to
back line.
He's doing a fair bit of damage here. Shiro brings Skeeter down. Shiro, can he get more? He's going to go for the Requiem. Start to split up the side of Falcons, push them back. Kamado is still full HP. Malrine. With the epicenter has to end up Burrow striking away. It's still another save. It's a clutch disruption, but Malrine's coming over with a blink epi. Zero still falls back. He brought back for this. He's going to be out a second time.
It's not just one carry. It's not just one core. You can get Skeeter.
Yeah, they don't need Skeeter to close this one up now, Falcons. They are that far ahead.
He tanks the brunt of everything there for his team, but Malrine, looking at a replay in this team fight would be pretty beautiful because you just see the sanking on the right side. He's literally killing everybody on the side of Vici, and then Shiro's like, help me, team, beating on the
And he gets Skeeter, you know. Shiro's like, look, I can kill their carry. But outside of that, nothing else really going Vici's way in this one.
Because, yeah, watch the right side of the fight. Look where Malrine is. He's like, I'm not even going for the Shadow Fiend. I'm killing everybody else so that you can't really fully help him. Because Shiro, once that BKB goes down, they have more than enough to address him.
Yeah, Namar just full HP. They can barely touch this Necrophos at this point.
There's that triple core that Falcons does like to build together. And he means snaking, right? He does have a crazy amount of farm. Comes in with that freezing field to connect at the end of it all, too. Gets the double kill.
Very, very difficult position to recover from now for Vici. Not that it wasn't already, but
yeah,
24k.
And Bach with that dieback just even.
Yeah, buyback as soon as it came up. I think he was just waiting for the gold to come up. And it's understandable because it came up available at the same time that that disruption save came in. So maybe.
Oh, that's devastating as well. Another catch. XM will have the roll, but has no TP. They can chase him. We'll have the blink. Okay. Will they be able to get out, though? I don't think so.
Maybe. Skeeter's going to have blink in a second.
Oops.
He's got it. Thank God. Does he have the buyback goal?
He does.
He does. Something.
A tough series, really, for XM. They put so much attention onto this Pango. Last game, they put all the attention onto the Storm. This one, it really shutting it down. Now into the Roche.
Running out of buyback opportunities on Vici. Aegis on Skeeter.
And it's too much for Shiro to deal with. Killing, as we said, one of the cores is a possibility, but there's these two other ones that are just absolutely massive at this point as well. Three level 25, so this is a 22, 19, 22 on top of all this gold lead. Up to the high ground. Malrine's got the double ulti at the ready. Just so tanky with the war cry with all the extra armor, sitting at 42. Even though Shiro crits for 1,000, it's not that much on the Sven. Perhaps one final fight here for Vici. Have to hope and dream that they can get some overcommitment from Falcons pretty much.
Yeah, that's not something the Falcons do.
Not really,
They're
no.
pretty sensible with leads like this.
You have the Axe on the Jakiro. A little extra something for the high ground defense. At this point, though, not much it really contributes in terms of damage. Just a little extra slow. Banner's down. He's gonna go for the banner. We'll finish it.
Okay. That percentage coming in, though. He's going to get the Epic Pyro Strike straight over towards the backlines. Malrine looking for Y. Jump forward from Skeeter. They take the Jakiro out. Malrine is falling, though. Shiro gets the damage down.
Nice Requiem.
And now they can turn with the control maybe onto Skeeter. Skeeter backing off. And the frostbite on Shiro. Hurricane Pike to push it back and lay down the damage. They take him out the once. But now Crit moves in with Amar. Shiro's got to be careful. They've got the Glimmer Cape to try and help out, but the detection's there. They're in on top of him. The scythe comes down from Amar. Shiro's out. He has buyback available. Very likely going to need to use it here. See how long he holds off on it.
Amar
Max taken out.
zoning the rest of Vici away.
They're only going to move on for more here, of course, Falcons. He's still holding off on the buyback, Shiro.
Malrine bought back as well, too, so he's in the fight with his team. Zero's going to buy.
All right. They do anything with the four of them.
They don't have Roar. They don't have Rolling Thunder. They have no control for Shiro to hit a target.
And the BKB's cooldown.
Still is.
Huh?
Maybe baiting them a bit here.
Back up to full HP, full mana. Both of them trying to go at one another with deceivers. We'll see Malrine jumping with the Burrow Strike. The follow Stormhammer here for Skeeter. Burrow Strikes well over towards XM. XM's out. He has buyback. Must use it immediately. They look to Shiro. Shiro's been caught by the Frostbite. Shinkyu trying to bail him out.
Malrine's got the Epi.
See Shiro trying to stand his ground, but the Epi Burrows back in from Malrine over to Shiro. Shiro, he's trying to stay alive here with the right clicks, but he cannot live. Shiro's out for good. Malrine's falling low. The back repire does kill him. But Vici, they've lost their mid, they've lost their carry. No buybacks on them. The off-laner fall. It's only the two supports left. A Snake King, the one cleaning up. GG is called. Falcons will be moving on out of the group stage, and Vici will be left behind as they're knocked out 2-0.
A better showing in this game, but still similar demise at the end of the day. The way that Falcons controls things, trusting each other, these three cores in particular, knowing one of us can sacrifice ourselves in the fights, the other two will clean up over and over again. They played this one pretty damn clean, and Malrine, 25% win rate sinking, not for this.
Yeah, he shows that it's not the hero that's the problem. It's you just got to know what you're doing with it. And indeed, just as it was last TI, maybe this TI as well is going to be the hot hero that you got to watch out for when you're playing against Falcons. Falcons, they knew exactly what they needed to do today. And Vici, they could not stop them. Falcons moving on with a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that reaction from Malrine falling off his chair after that, but of course, relief and happiness on the side of the defending champions, Team Falcons, as they punch their ticket to the main event of the International with a 2-0, their first 2-0 of the tournament as well. Quite the fashion and the style here, Saber. This is a solid performance from Falcons all round.
It was, and it was a very nice game too. It was a little bit closer than game one, but it was clear that Falcons are like just slightly better. Well, okay, maybe not slightly. They're just considerably, they're
the stronger
just
team here, for sure. Because this game, it did look for a while, Fly, that there was going to be a better showing from Vici game because they had a decent laning stage.
Yeah, I think their offlane went really well. I mean, both side lanes went well. I think mid lane was also okay. Honestly, just Malrine just destroyed them. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this guy carried the game on his back because all the rotations he did hit, the early game rotations to take the enemy wisdom, to TP bottom, to defend the safe lane constantly. And I felt like the Pangolier on XM did not really accomplish much in the early game compared to the Sand King. So I would have liked him to do a bit more because this game was definitely winnable for Vici. So it is a bit heartbreaking to watch this unfold after such a good start to the side lanes. The Beastmaster was laning really well. He was not feeding the boards. Yeah. He even got the first blood. So they could have had it. They definitely could have had it.
Whatever this formula is from Falcons needs to be studied by universities. You know, this Skeeter being a fake carry, he presents this problem, he blinks in on Sven, he BKBs, he just goes down. You know, they use everything on him. Vici, they're like, well, he's the carry, he's in, we got to use everything on him. And then the other two cores on Falcons also carry the fight, right? They do this tri-core thing where all three of their heroes, if given a game, they can carry the game. And it's really cool to see that year after year, they managed to pull this off against some of the best teams and now making it, again, to top 8 in TI. You could see the relief for Malrine there.
Yeah.
Like, he's still relieved. These are not easy games by any means, but they just managed to do it every time.
And I think the mental tax of having every series that you've played thus far, going the distance, it weighs on you. There have been long days, we talked about it earlier, Fly, that already without getting, with getting some 2-0s for some other teams, they've had long days. But Falcons, undisputedly, with every single series going as long, even longer days, and maybe also the fact that you do drop a game to every team, maybe you start to doubt yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I think this has been a taxing group stage. I'm sure now they feel some kind of relief after all is said and is done. They have a little bit of time to rest, recover, prepare for the main event. And honestly, still stellar performance from them. I feel like whenever they get the game in this kind of situation where they have good early game control, they're one of the best teams when it comes to just the macro gameplay. I think them and Vision are probably the two best map teams of the tournament that I've witnessed. And for sure, standout player was Malrine. This guy, he's been playing incredible this entire group stage. I feel like he's been actually the standout player for almost every game that I've watched Falcons. And again, no stranger. This game, he just destroys the game. He does everything he should do. He defends the safe lane, contests the stacks. He has high impact in the team fights. He's scaling. Look at his items. I don't know, Malrine is on another level.
And this was his first Sand King performance, just in case people thought it wasn't going to be picked this international. It might have been slightly out of the meta. Saber, he still picks it and looks no different as if it was the top of the meta.
Yeah, that's just what happens when you're built different and when you know this hero better than everybody else, I would say. Like, honestly, it's been last TI as well. He's been playing the Sand King and it's been even more OP then. And he just, he retains the skill and he's like, yeah, I don't even care that it's nerfed. I can still own on it. Like the way he rotates on the map, as Tal mentioned, it's just incredible. And I think it enabled both of his side lanes to like get the good games that they need.
Yeah, we got a couple of clips coming your way, and there's one that sparked a little bit of a debate here. Fly, you wanted to check out the Wisdom Rune cliffing.
Yeah, this was a funny situation on the Wisdom Rune because there was a lot happening on the map. Not even just what we're gonna watch. There was also the Sand King keeping to the bottom lane, attacking that side of the map. As you can see, Beast is dead. And at the same time, Vici advances. They're going for this Wisdom Rune, but then the crit on the Clockwork gets the cog on the Jakiro, who is now stuck on the cliff. XM connects in as well. I think eventually they get Amar after a very long back and forth chase. But then the Jakiro is just stuck on the cliff without a TP. And Jenkins was saying, like, they should leave this guy here. They should not kill him. Amar says, no, I want this kill. We're going to eventually see him later after he dies. He respawns. He will eventually kill the Jakiro instead of leaving him on the cliff. And yeah, we weren't sure if it's actually better to kill him or to just leave him there and camp the courier.
We said we were going to give, if Vici won, we were going to give MVP to Amar for killing him and taking him off the cliff. But, Amar, he's in a game. He's hard countered by SD. He wants to go for this greedy build. He went Boots of Travel into Radiance. So to get to that item a little sooner, like he just makes the call where, no, my item timings matter. I kind of, by God, I respect it.
I don't. Leave people on cliffs. This is incredibly not okay. If you already cliff someone, just snipe the courier, let the Jakiro sit there and, collect your free wave. It's just so depressing to be this Jakiro. It's your elimination game at TI and you're just sitting on a cliff. Guys, please, I need to get a TP. Please get me out of here.
Right, that's important. We didn't mention that he didn't have a TP. The courier was going back to the base as well. So
it would have taken a long time. He was very low level still, so the courier's a little slower. They could have killed the courier once, potentially. Who knows how long he could have been on the cliff for? Could have been for a full 10 minutes.
We'll never find out now.
We'll never know.
Very sad.
In another universe.
It did mean that we had a bit more even fights coming our way. As we're going to look at one, a minute 19, and most fights we're going to see are going to be in favor of Falcons, as they were just doing a little bit better, say.
Yeah, this was a nice fight. It was like quite close. Very cool dodge by CM here. He was just about to get roared, but he dodged it with this shard, and so he didn't get roared. They managed to bait the fight into them. They got this Beastmaster kill. I don't know. They just played this so clean from Falcons. It was incredible. They do get this one counter kill. However, now they're out of juice. Pango roll is out. And they even get a follow-up kill on this SD. Just as a, like a nice little Kinder Bueno.
Nice. Amar kind of overchased a little bit there. I mean, I feel like every Necro player who plays into SD has had that happen where you're like, we're winning the fight, I have Radiance, let's go. Then your Scythe gets SD imprisoned, and then you get ulted, and you're like, oh man, what did I do?
But he wants to go in. He wants to get the kills. He wants to take the farm. He wants to be the true carrier. And to be fair, he kind of was in this game, and he's also the true interviewee for Pyrion right now.
I am here with Amar. Amar, congratulations on winning in that series. You must be delighted.
Yes, and I feel terrific.
It feels kind of unfair that you guys were in this position because you didn't actually get 2-0'd at any point in the groups. It was all 2-1s, and you could have lost this series and gone home. Do you think that would have been unfair, or are you a little disappointed with your performance so far?
I mean, specifically my performance, I think I'm playing very good. Not satanic level, because it's a bit too much. But I think I would be disappointed that my team is griefing.
Fair enough. So here's a question I've got for you. I saw you playing Necro in this game. Seems to be a hero that we're seeing a lot of. A little while back, everybody told me Necro was a dead hero. No one plays Necro. What is it about him that means that now you're picking him?
I don't know. Like, he's now like. I mean, he got nerfed again, so he's not as strong as before. He's a shit hero. Just I play like it's just a good hero for me, more of. But like the heroes, it's a scam hero, I would say. But thing is, I just like pick him. I just win lanes, or like people have to like pick strongest lane, try lane me, do everything. So like my team is just full free to like do so much, and like it's just I just get to AFK farm. It's the best thing I can do.
So, I mean, you've always liked playing these kind of offlaners that just annoy the hell out of the enemy team and take over the game. What other heroes, if you can reveal them, along with Necro, do you think fit into that style at the moment?
I mean, it's only Necro who can do both. I mean, people just auto-ban Husker and the Husker enemy will go to Marine most likely. But yeah, it's only Necro. I mean, you can last pick Razor and whatever, but like Viper. But it's only Necro I can first pick at least.
Necro's the guy right now. Okay, so you've got a few days off. What are you guys going to do in the time between now and the main stage to prepare for the finals?
I mean, what we're gonna do? We're probably gonna play scrims as expected, and we're gonna lose all of them, just like in EWC, and then come to series and get to 0-2.
Okay, well, thanks for the prediction, Amar. Congratulations on the victory. We look forward to seeing you guys in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
A lot of confidence coming out from Amar. We'll see how their road goes in the main event of the international. I'm sure it's a little bit more positive than he makes it out to be. That being said, Saber, he seems very confident about his own performance. He's pretty happy with it. Maybe his team needs to step it up.
Yeah. Amar, he's a very humble guy, you know. I mean, he's for sure playing good, but I feel like there is very few people who would say it as directly as him.
I think if he was playing bad, he would probably call himself out. That's the funniest thing.
I think he would.
Yeah, he would be like, I'm playing like trash and my team is carrying me. So I kind of believe him. Like I didn't go in depth at whatever is happening. But, you know, his safe lane was kind of griefing the last game, so maybe, you know, maybe he's right.
Yeah, no, I am with you on that one. I think there's a balance to be found there. Of course, this was Falcons beating Vici Gaming, who now take their leave here of the international. And Falcons has chosen Vici Gaming as their opponent, and they chose right. We are going to find out if the team that had overall first choice, Team Spirit, who chose Team Resilience, did they make the right choice? We're going to head over to that series, as that will be our next one, where with one side it's elimination and the other one it's advancement. And we already said earlier today, Team Spirit has every series that they lost to a team that did qualify already to the main event. Will they finally qualify themselves, or will Team Resilience be one of those? We're finding out. Let's focus our attention first on Team Resilience, because I think, Jenkins, this is a team that maybe not everyone is very familiar with the team name itself, at least.
Yeah, with the name. For some reason, there has historically been this trend in the last couple of years of the, third best Chinese team being the last hope. For a while, it was Yakult, just some like random name team with. But in the situation of Resilience, they have some really incredible players on their team. Planet was just recently playing with Tidebound and had great performances, such as, PGL Wallachia. You have New, who we saw on the previous teams, such as LGD, even Extreme, some of these like really big names. And YSR-04E, people are probably like, who is this? Who is this guy? He went under the name Erica. That was his name. And he played also on some big name Chinese orgs. And some of these guys have gotten, third place in previous TIs, like TI 2023. So it's a combination of players where, if given enough time, they could easily be on that same level as the extremes of the world. If maybe next season, like, they'll be sponsored and picked up by a team, and we'll be talking about them like we talk about these other Chinese teams.
Yeah, I think Echoes is the only first timer on the side of Team Resilience, so he's the only rookie here. as far as this main stage goes. Maybe the player that people are most familiar with could be, other than YSR, formerly known as Erica, but it could be Niu, who at some point made big waves when he joined LGD, Saber.
Yes, I wanted to focus a bit more on my favorite offlaner with the best name, Niu. I am a big fan, and I wanted to look further into how he got here. He started playing at 2019, and he kind of switched through all of the Chinese Dota teams. As you can see, we got Vichy there, LGD, Azure, and Extreme, and Tidebound. I can't think of another big Chinese organization, and this guy, he went through them all. And honestly, he's like people, I think, underestimate him, or maybe they don't know him enough, but he had some really nice results, specifically third at the International 2023. So this guy, he has what it takes to win. So I don't know, is it going to click with this team currently? I hope so. I think it would be really exciting.
Yeah, we have gotten a lot of heroes seen from them as well. Of course, now that it's day 4 of the group stage, we got a lot of information on these players and what they've been playing. And there's some unique heroes that we wanted to highlight there as well, as this team has performed better, I think, Fly, than a lot of people were expecting them to.
Yeah, I think just I keep coming back to it, but just Ducalis mentioning their name as a strong team is such a testament to, you know, the best team right now, is telling you these guys are good. You should be on the lookout for them. I guess for Spirit, it didn't click. They're like, you know, whatever, guys, we'll pick them anyways. So I'm really interested to see this matchup, because I do think it's one of those cases where you could be overconfident from Spirit's perspective. Like, hey, we chose the easiest team available to us, and you might get lazy. Maybe you'll sack off a bit, and then Resilience will just come in guns blazing. You know, they looked phenomenal yesterday when they beat Extreme. They might just surprise all of us.
They might surprise all of us, and maybe one person in the world knows exactly where they're going to go, because that's what we're down to right now. Start of the day, there was still, 3 people worldwide, 3 people only that had correct predictions, but with Falcons eliminating Vici Gaming, it's down to 1. So I don't know who that one person is, but they are very much rooting for whoever they put ahead. And in the previous, apparently they put Falcons to go down. So who knows what they're thinking here for Resilience versus Team Spirit. Potentially they were aware of Team Resilience power spike already. Their opponent, though, Team Spirit, is no one to slouch at, because this team always delivers, especially Fly when it comes to the big stage.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at some of the records that Team Spirit had in a bit, but this is obviously a 2-time TI winning organization with some of the same players, and you can never count these guys out. That's just their MO. You always look at this team, and you can feel that at any moment, even if they're down, they might make some crazy play. Yatorio on one of his classic heroes, Not Me, popping off this entire tournament. Even against Vision, he made some really cool clutch plays, clutch attempts. So this is a team you cannot sleep on. You're going to have to be focused the entire way. And these games are going long. And Spirit is not an easy team to beat in the late game. Somehow Nigma did it. Yeah. We'll see about Resilience today.
We will see about Resilience today. Because yesterday, it did look very tough for Team Spirit, Jenkins.
Yeah, they went down to NGX, as we covered. The games were very close. Some of these 2-0 series that we've seen, if you're just looking at the results, you would think, oh, this team must have stomped the other one. But it is just not the case. Almost every single game that we've watched in this international has been some like 45 to 50 minute barn burner match. So I wouldn't say that, Spirit is hurting too badly from the Vision series and the NGX series. If you're Resilience, you still have to be very worried about who you're playing up against, because I agree, no matter what position they're in, I feel like Spirit is always in contention to potentially win the entire tournament. It just takes one talk with, Corbin and the boys outside. And we've seen in ESL documentaries, like, how they can recover through this mentality shift and through having these talks. So I do not doubt them coming into the series.
A lot of pressure, I think, maybe now also on Resilience. I think the pressure might have not been there before Vici Gaming was eliminated. But yesterday we also had Extreme eliminated. So these guys got to carry the torch. And I think that is maybe not a position they were expecting to be in. But maybe that extra pressure, I hope it will propel them into new heights, where they will do very well. We're going to find out. We're in the series. We got Resilience on the Dire side, Spirit on the Radiant side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit. Extra emphasis there because this is a little bit of a change from what we see so far for the majority of the games. And so far in terms of bans, the main one that I'm missing is Earth Spirit. Why is he not banned? And Treant Protector. Oh, he's banned. Never mind. I was blind for that.
Giving ES to Laurel.
Yeah, that's a risky
It's
one.
really crazy, and I don't think the Embers in the Slardars as a response to the Earth Spirit has looked good. Like I was talking to Will to Blitz about this yesterday actually, and he was saying like the thing with Earth Spirit is if you pick an Ember against it, Earth Spirit +1 can destroy an Ember. Sure, Ember in the 1-to-1 matchup is going to be strong, but it's when you start pairing Earth Spirit with these other supports that you run into issues. And Dota these days it's just not about 1-to-1 matchups anymore. Like you always mention it, Fly. They should pick Undying here. Okay, but there's already a counter. It doesn't matter. If it does what it needs to do for the game, you're going to pick the hero anyway.
Interesting. So they answer with the Invoker, which I guess it's okay matchup. It's not terrible. You scale really well into the game as well. Usually Earth Spirit gets really powerful towards the late game, so at least you have the Invoker to like balance it out. But the part I'm unsure about is like they banned Slardar, which is a much weaker hero, to decide to play against Earth Spirit. And yeah, so now they have to deal with this guy, which is not fun.
Yeah, I think it was a case of let's just give them something, and if they decided on Earth Spirit. I know here I would say we're definitely against that idea. Maybe they could have given them something else, but I know that Invoker is a hero that Echoes has looked really good on. I think it's one of his more favorite heroes, so maybe that was their way of getting the Invoker. Maybe Laurel would have first picked it. I don't really know what they're thinking about this, but I think this matchup is okay. It can go both ways for sure. I don't think either one's going to stomp each other. It's more about what's going to happen next in the draft. When I see Invoker, I think about pressuring this hero because early levels, he's not that strong. He needs levels, especially when you go this Exort. You don't have that much. You just have a Forward Spirit, some Cold Snap. So he's kind of easy to run at. Maybe a hero like Enchantress for Rue could be cool. I think we've seen Ench having a lot of success. But especially like Rue, I know he plays a good one. So that's what I'm thinking about right now for Spirit.
You think they'll ban it?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a hero that Spirit has played much, if at all, this TI so far.
We got the Kez and the Mirana banned by Team Spirit so far here in the second ban phase, and the puck will get removed as that is for me an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because that means that they would expect the Earth Spirit to be
+4.
+4?
Yeah. I mean, Puck is a good matchup against Invoker, but yeah, I'm not sure. Laurel or Spirit I think they would put the Earth Spirit mid anyways, but maybe they just wanted to cover their tracks.
Yeah.
And it does cover the Wyvern too. Like playing Invoker Wyvern against Puck is not fun at all. So maybe they just like don't want to get cheesed 80-20. Instead, they're like, okay, let's just play an honest game. We don't necessarily need this bad for anything too important, so let's just use it on the puck.
I like the Wyvern pick because there's still Drow in the pool, which we've seen Spirit value really highly. There's still the Nature's Prophet. Like I feel like Wyvern, it blocks a lot of good carries that Spirit typically likes to play, and Wyvern's just generally a good hero right now. Very strong laner.
I think for Spirit, there are a lot of different ways they can take this. I would like them to run at the Invoker mid with some strong supports. I think Wind is okay. It's probably a good matchup against Wyvern, I'm thinking, because you can always use Wind Run to avoid getting attacked when he uses Arctic Burn. I assume this is not Mi's hero, so now they're going to look for a Rue hero, most likely. Something I like the Ench. Maybe he'll go for something a little more standard, like Hoodwink. I don't think what else have we seen? Ringmaster, something like this. I think both can be okay as well.
Yeah, he's played some Clockwork and Undying there too, as some of his most played. But of course, Undying already out. Clock still in. If they were planning on going for a ranged carry still.
Yeah, I mean Tusk too, but it's a bit sus into Wyvern Invoker. Like lots of AoE stuff to put down if you ever snowball save somebody. Good with Wind though, even as a support.
I will be the Ringmaster as mentioned.
It's nice. It's a nicer save for the curse than Tusk, because usually you can't really snowball the curse because you're gonna get cursed yourself. But with rings you can box him, and it's just a nice laner.
I like the Centaur pick. I think, first of all, we saw Kez ban, and I think Kez is one of the better heroes against Centaur. So I was thinking Spirit is kind of eyeing the Centaur that has looked so good for them. So this feels almost like a bit of a deny pick, as well as just Centaur being a pretty good hero in general. It combos well with Invoker because you can set up the Sunstrike. They go Rubik with it. I think it's not an incredible Rubik game, but he does have setup with the lift into the stomp in the lane, so there's good synergy. So I think now Yatoro kind of has to choose his hero against Centaur that he likes in this matchup.
If this was Iron Wing, I would say like Lifestealer is almost certainly coming out here.
There you go.
Well, it's not Iron Wing. Still the Lifestealer though.
Looks really good against Centaur. Percentage damage against the biggest HP pool hero in the game. And it's a nice Infest Bomb on Earth Spirit versus like Invoker or Wyvern. There's very few heroes in like the current patch of Dota that feel better to jump inside than in Earth Spirit. It's just like a guaranteed kill on anyone. And there are some very important backliners on Resilience to take out.
To be fair though, we've had some Lifestealer games, and I feel like those were freer than this one. Like, it is a good Lifestealer pick. However, Resilience, they have an instant stun from the Rubik lift, so you can't really rage that unless you know that it's coming. They have a stun that goes through the rage, which is the Wyvern Curse. And also, I personally don't mind this lane too much from the center side, because you still have like 10 more damage than the Lifestealer. So it's obviously it's a good matchup in game for the Lifestealer, but the lane isn't too bad. You have some ways to deal with it. It's a good pick, but for sure this is like not some insane, oh no, they picked Lifestealer moment.
How do we feel about the bans coming out from Resilience? You got Death Prophet banned out. We are most likely looking for Hero for Collapse, like, you know.
These bans are so random, I'll be honest with you. I'm very confused by their bans. Starting, I think the Puck also made... I understand what the Saber was saying, where they're just covering their tracks. But historically, they have never played Earth Spirit as a 4, unless they've scrimmed them and they know something we don't.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe these two teams are scrim buddies. Were scrimmed up buddies, I would imagine. Shadow Fiend being banned out. I think those are solid bans. Night Stalker still getting banned out. Makes sense.
No.
No, okay.
Not for me.
Not for the Saber. He does not like the hero right now.
Well, not only that, but from my experience, Centaur is one of the nicest heroes against NS, because you just stampede away from the silence. It is true that Night Stalker is very good against Wyvern and Invoker, as you find them with your ultimate. So maybe that is what they're thinking about. Maybe I'm just, too narrow-minded, because I'm just looking at like, okay, if I am Centaur, I don't care about Night Stalker.
How would you feel if you were Darkseer? Oh, instant Lina. Lina was still in the pool. Look at that.
I like the Darkseer. That's nice way to end up their draft. It's very powerful with Earth Spirit. You have really nice team fight. You have very good ways to push waves. It's not the easiest matchup against Lina, but they could make it work. What do you think, Tal?
I don't like it. The Lina, at least. I think the Darkseer is fine. I was thinking a hero that combos well with what they already have, which is Earth Spirit and Lifestealer. It also looks like a bit of Vision's playstyle, because they lost to this Earth Spirit Lifestealer, where you had this range carry, they just infest bomb, they go in, the formation is broken, and Lina is exactly what we're talking about. I feel like it's very easy for Spirit to get in there, get to attack Lina, and not let her play the fights. So I'm not feeling Resilience this game. I'm a little confused by their preparation, to be completely honest. Like, I really want to cheer for them. I want to see them do well. Maybe Invoker can pop off this game. Invoker is one of those heroes that can change the entire game and can just take over.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Lina can also do that, I suppose. Like, she can get so huge that you can just 1v5. But I agree. I think that Resilience is looking rough on this one.
Maybe they've just done their prep properly and they knew what was coming. And, we're just the idiots on the panel. We'll find out. It's time for game number 1 between Team Spirit and Resilience with Trent and Lyrical.
Definitely not idiots, but definitely on the panel.
Yes, well, we can take that one.
That's right. And you know what? We're freaking owning this last couple days have been awesome Dota that we've been able to see. And now it's down to the final couple of matches to see who's going to be moving on to the main event. Team Spirit versus Resilience. Resilience.
I mean, they were like, Team Spirit was so close to being the 4-1 that I needed for my predictions. And now they're down here with Resilience. What happened? How did your fortunes change so quickly here at TI?
Listen, it's the king. What can you do?
Yes. They've brought them down in the dirt. Resilience, they've already been here. They've eliminated XG.
Yep.
And so now they're going to send Spirit home too, just to further anger more fans here in China, because I know they also really like Spirit.
It is a little bit of an interesting dynamic, I feel like, because Resilience now is the last hope. They're the only team left that can move on through. And so they got to get through Spirit. If they can get through Spirit, I feel like they're going to have a legion of fans that are coming in. And this is a team that, I mean, has sort of quietly had a pretty okay group stage. They took a game off of Vision, the very first series that they played. They took a game off of Yandex as well. They have looked pretty solid. A couple of 2-0s. It's Team Spirit, though. It's Team Spirit before the main stage. Is that enough of a debuff that they can take them down?
I remember 2021, an unknown squad, young, I mean, these guys aren't young on Resilience, but, a squad don't expect it to do very well.
Right?
Now look at Team Spirit. Here they are. They won that TI. They've done some incredible things since they won another TI.
So you're saying Resilience is going to win TI.
They're going to steal the mantle.
That's right. I like it. Smoke breaks right there. Planet catching eyes that Collapse might be in the area. ZZQ nearby too. Rue runs in. The wraparound. They're going. LSA connects onto Collapse. And they will get a Tame the Beast out as Laurel walks forward. They're still going to get that first blood. YSR takes down one. Can they get any more? Doesn't look like it. Planet. He's going to be chased down with the blood grenade and eventually finds the kill.
Ooh, just barely.
So 2 for 1, but get first blood on Resilience.
I mean, I'm sure many of you have heard a lot about Not Me having an incredible tournament and starts this one out with a double kill. So get you into some very good trades early on in the game. You get up to those boots really quick. And once more, we have Invoker versus Earth Spirit in the mid lane. I mean, you know what the Invoker's going to do.
Oh, that was good. All right, listen. That's a highlight right there.
I would be so smug if I was Laurel right now.
I know. That was
unbelievable levels of smug.
I don't need to kick the last hit. I'm just going to kick your creep out of the way and then put some hurt on you. Echoes had an amazing Invoker yesterday against XG. But Team Spirit is definitely another animal. And, things get weird in those intra-regional competitions anyways.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the panel were pretty on point in terms of what they were discussing. Like, the draft just seems a lot easier for Spirit. It's what they're very comfortable with. There are some things they're extremely comfortable with on Resilience, I'll say, though, like the Centaur and the Rubik. I would say New's best hero of all time, to me, has been the Centaur, like consistency over the years. That's always what I think of when I think of him. And then Planet keeps going back to this Rubik. Unfortunately, even in games where Rubik doesn't look that crazy, I feel like he is forcing it a lot. This game, there's some okay steals. Timely Wind Ranger steal, a Shackle maybe, a Rage. Getting the Escape Act, probably one of the better ones you can get in this game. So they can have a secondary save to combo up with the Winter Wyvern. Can really make the fights difficult to achieve a victory in. But I start thinking of team fights. I start thinking about this Earth Spirit rolling in and the Magnetize. That's where things get a little ugly.
Well, and I think as we're going to see Rue take some good damage there early on, toss out a Tame the Beast, and that keeps him away for the moment. Toro going to just continue to last it here. But I feel like if Resilience are going to have some type of success, they're going to need to try and shut down Collapse. Darkseer, a hero that obviously has been all over the place this tournament, but Collapse has never really been known for his Darkseer play. It's not one of his big standout heroes. Obviously, he's done it more than a few times, but if they could find a way to shut him down, it feels like he's a linchpin to this draft in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he feels
I would say at his strongest usually when he has some sort of a initiator role. Like Collapse. Like, not to say he's necessarily bad at the greedier offlaners, but he like, you know, he's the best in the world, it feels like. When you just need someone to go in and start a good fight with that perfect moment, that's what he shines at. Which isn't necessarily what you can get from a Darkseer sometimes, because the blink comes in a lot later, and he tends to want the fight to evolve a little bit before he jumps in.
Sunstrike not going to be able to do enough there as New tries to back away from this Lifestealer who just keeps going, decides, you know what, I'm going to take you down right now. Does he have a way out of there? No. Smelling some blood in the water.
The dog gets his kill.
That's right. Nice recognition there that he could just keep moving on to New and take him down. But the hero that seems to be doing quite well right now is going to be the Lina in the mid lane. You can see the Earth Spirit very much bodying up Echoes, which is kind of what we come to expect a little bit.
Yeah, he started early there with the deny, of course, onto the range creep, and since then, just you got so much HP on the Earth Spirit. You got some solid right click holding the stone with the bonus damage. Again, on to Rue. This time they do get the kill.
Come back with full HP on the center, and you got to put a little bit of pressure on. Needs to happen.
The Lina pick was very interesting in the end. We've seen a lot of Linas and a lot of Centaurs, and obviously the Centaur works quite well versus the Lina, and also very nicely with the hero on the same team to try and provide some space in these engagements and make sure she doesn't get collapsed upon, as Nami and Collapse will fight with ZZQ in the jungle. So we'll see if, you know, YSR has to become this giant beast this game.
Oh, and this is not good. Echoes in trouble since they're already creep skipping. It puts Nami in a good position to move in and take down that Invoker. Arl, not even level 6 yet, but still putting the hurt on. I mean, this is what Fly was talking about wanting to see.
Exactly. You want to get that pressure on the mid lane. Because what is an Invoker going to do? Absolutely nothing. Invoker has no cares about his lane. There's not really much he can do there. What he's trying to do is find some Sunstrike plays on the side lanes. And so far, they are not finding that success. Still 0-1 and 0 at 5 minutes.
Throws out some golden smash and Echoes returns to the lane. We did need some extra time to catch back up in this one for sure. And of course, Collapse, after a little bit of pressure, is going to retreat back to the jungle. Should be able to farm up on that Darkseer. So bottom lane, kind of a trade here and there. I don't know if it's favoring anybody completely. Mid, very much into the favor of Team Spirit.
And this is what they got with their Lina last pick. Maybe it's not the best like overall for the game with some of the matchups that are there, but the lane you knew was going to go well. Yeah. You knew you get off to a solid start. What can you do with it?
Planet knows that he's dead, is just going to try and take him on a bit of a walk, which he will be able to. Toro comes in, waits for the last hit, making sure he's getting those feast stacks. Very easy move. But the Centaur does get to farm behind the tower. That's the flip side to it. 6-minute room. Collapse is stacking up Ancients. And it is going to be an Arcane stolen by ZZQ. And now on to Laurel. Does have a roll. Waiting for a Sunstrike. Decides to turn and go in now with not me nearby. Laurel realizes there's an opportunity. Trying to hit the Sunstrike. Not going to land. And they're going to lose their Invoker. They might lose more. They've got more stones here. The Magnetize, it keeps the good times rolling. And with the Cold Embrace, ZZQ hoping he's going to be able to outlast this, but there is no such luck.
Continuing the trend.
Been here quite a few times. The Darkseer will farm up those Ancients and try and get into his first item.
YSR was currently eyeing up a Maelstrom?
Planet drops down the wall, and there they go. He's in some trouble now. Has the Surge, doesn't even need the Vacuum. Collapse gets that kill. But they do manage to get it, so that's the price of going over for that kill. 2 wisdoms for resilience. YSR level 6 hasn't leveled Laguna Blade yet.
Just doing his thing for now. Holding the point, of course, as you said. But might just want to keep spamming out the spells. And there it goes. The pressure might relieve for a little while now, though. You know, the life steal's gonna be farming up the Radiance.
Collapse. Able to dodge away from the Sunstrike, but cannot get away from Lina. So that's the good move they needed. And now in the mid lane, they're TPing to try and help out Echo. Stampede, Ice Wall down. YSR rotates, finds the finish. Not Me is gone, and that's a streak going the way of YSR.
Hey, so despite having, you know, the offlane obviously not able to join in the mid, the lifesteal is not going to be joining. They're still trying to put this pressure in the mid, but they're ready with the response now and resilience. So much needed here. And yeah, treads into Maelstrom here for YSR on this Lina. So he has a plan this game, and it is to farm.
And not opting to go for those boots of travel that often see out of the mid ones at least. It's going to be much less available to come and join the squad, at least for a while.
It's so interesting too with like an Invoker is your mid though.
Yeah.
You know? They have a bit of a weird next 15 minutes, I feel like, on the side of Resilience.
Runs into the Darkseer. Now drops down the illusion. The wall is there. Vacuum back the stun and YSR. As he was retreating back to his lane, Team Spirit already in position to set up for the gank. Now looking for more. Laurel can't quite connect on the ZZQ. Collapse making this Darkseer look very good.
Part of the problem too is that New doesn't even have his helm yet.
Yeah,
on the Sentinel. Like it is coming out, but he hasn't dominated this bottom part of the map. The Lifestealer doesn't really care what the center is up to. He should get quite farmed, like once he gets this helm to Dominator, but this top tower is going to go down. This is going to squeeze out Lina's space on the map. Your Invoker, as you already saw, is the one who needs TP's coming to help him.
Right.
If they hit a tornado mid, can they even get this kill into Laurel?
They've got to get him. They need to get something going here. Looking for it, could interrupt.
That was clever.
Gets to the other side, blocks the roll. And now they're going to try and put some pressure onto this mid tower. Are Team Spirit going to give them this? There is a potential for a wraparound as the Wind Ranger is coming down from the north, but...
I really like how YSR is playing this. Like, he's going for this build, like, you know, the more hard carry Lina style, obviously out of the safe lane, but he's still being involved like he has bots.
And there we go. Stun. Killed. Are they going to keep going for more now? They find themselves Echoes. He's in a little bit of trouble. Great tornado. Connects onto 3 heroes at the hits. They move it. Oh, but the shackle, it lands. YSR turns. The cold embrace keeping Echoes alive. And I think that that's going to be the end of the fight.
Yeah, no, once the Magtize hits onto 2 like that, just get out.
They're moving in. Collapse has the infested creep running at YSR. LSA, Ice Steel inside, decides not to go.
He'll get bullied out of his own jungle, though, as well just keep farming with Collapse's Iron Shell creep. Catapult into the bottom tower. Does provide at least a little bit of damage, but Yadoro's already here to help clean it up.
This is the other thing. Stealing Darkseer spells is so nice for Rubik. Getting Surge up. Later on, might be able to get some Iron Shells or something to farm. Be quite nice. That camp is blocked.
Really needs to farm on planet.
Yeah.
He needs like some more range so he can have an impact in these fights. He's trying to get a Yules just so he can maybe survive versus the Earth Spirit and the Wind Ranger. But a poor Rubik is going to have a very sad game.
Taking that last hit on the Helm Creep for Echoes. Meantime, Collapse continues to just free farm. Top net worth in the game right now. It's been very solid.
Well, it's only a slight gold lead here, thanks to all the gold that's piled onto YSR, but you know that Echoes is just having a rough time. Still no kills here with the Sunstrikes. Not a hero that obviously we don't get Midas anymore on the Invokers. Doesn't feel that great without the XP bonuses, so you really count on these Sunstrikes to feel relevant in the early in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen him, I think in the games yesterday also, do some farming with like the ice walls around the map and stuff like that. It's a little bit of a strange look, but he managed to just barely get that open. Nice. But yeah, you really would love to be able to have him get some catch-up play. And for Team Spirit, you've got a Haster now on Earth Spirit. This feels like it's time to go.
It's okay. They're trying to get vision of the Sentry to unblock the Ancients for Team Spirit. So far, they've attempted to use the Ogre Smash to break the trees from the Helm Creep of Collapse. That didn't work, in case you're wondering. They've tried to throw daggers for vision to kill it, and that didn't work. So for now, they just can't get their Ancients back.
cursed spot, apparently. They lose the Helm Creep, but is it going to cost them? Winner's Curse, easy Q. Breaking that smoke that was moving over and keeping their buddy alive is going to maybe cost them those life. Yes. The shackle latching, it'll be an easy one. But it does keep the gank from connecting onto Lina.
And eventually the courier arrives to save the Ancients. So just in time for them to respawn. But still, you know, breaking that smoke, gold lead not getting out of control. It definitely feels like everything's being dictated by Team Spirit in this game.
Yeah.
And I would say so far, Resilience indeed being resilient to this ridiculous amount of pressure that they're seeing. But that all comes to a change once Yadro actually has the Radiance. Then that farm gets really crazy. He can join in on the fights very confidently. Got Not Me just stalking all the time on this Wind Ranger, waiting for you to make any sort of a mistake near one of these creep waves, and suddenly you're shackled up and dead.
Having an idea that Planet could be over here, farming with the Ion Shell. And with the focus fire down, does Planet have a way out? Does not look like it. So then we'll find and kill him, in spite of the Stampede being used.
Bit greedy, I'd say.
Not wrong. 14-minute. Field room. Take that one away. And this time around, Spirit should be able to get their wisdom. Laurel immediately after finishing off that vessel going into the BKB. So this is very much a play these fights well, get into a good position to just control the map and not give them any openings into this.
I think another frustrating part about this matchup as well versus the Earth Spirit for pretty much everyone is that you're looking for dispels. So Centaurs, you know, they like getting these Lotuses, but in a game like this, having to go Helm into Lotus means that there's definitely no help for Sunstrikes again. You know, you don't have a good way to initiate into these engagements. You are fully reliant on Team Spirit essentially diving in too deep or making these mistakes. And so once the BKB comes out for Laurel, then trying to punish that is going to be so difficult.
Toro comes in, catches the wave in between, and now going to head into the Ancients. If he is able to sort of just freely do this farming pattern, he is going to be massively farmed. And it doesn't look like Resilience are interested in trying to stop it, at least for the moment. So Team Spirit's going to be getting more out of the map if they're allowed to keep doing this.
Yeah, and this Essence Distiller now as well for Not Me. Really good item versus the Invoker and the way he likes to play around the map. Spot the creep wave. You know, you see the little footsteps.
Oh, yeah.
Good track going on him. Another good stolen spell, though, for the Rubik. Lets him farm with the power shot. As used creep is hunted by Yadro.
Radiant are scanning.
And that is now going to be a big wave coming into the tower, which he can't farm yet. Well, he's going to try and grab it and pull it back over. Nu is there. They also have Earth Spirit in the area. So now Nu, after he wants and gets a big creep wave full, is going to TP out, not able to do it. So they take down the Centaur. Used a lot for it, but still a very important kill.
Yeah, consistently they keep that spot. Oh, Sunstrike, nice.
Guna killed, okay.
Combo there. I mean, Mjolnir done for YSR. He's hitting those timings on the carry Lina that you're hoping for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
10 minutes faster than average. Yeah, that's very good. I mean, this is the thing. It is an interesting dynamic because you can see Lina is the only one that's really pulling ahead. Centaur's kind of staying even. It feels like Team Spirit is allowed to do whatever they want to do right now, but Resilience is still staying in it.
Well, it feels like they're doing the most XG style of a lineup where they are just piling everything into position 1 and praying that they never get jumped on. But I don't know if they remember, but they actually eliminated XG because of that play style because the tournament didn't go that well for them. So they're hoping to you know, take that and improve it here.
Spirit underneath the ward and will kill off some of those Forge Spirits that were in the area. Boots of travel done for the Invoker. Brilliant. Measured losses that they've been taking so far and finding a couple of kills here and there. And Nu now wanted to get up close. A power shot coming from the Rubik. Nu is still a little bit faster than Rubik. Can't quite catch up to him.
Pollywogs his way out of that one. Shiva's Guard now finished for Collapse as well. Gives him so much vision in these team fights. And again, the whole point of these team fights is collapsing on the Lina. And the thing that's going to stop that from happening is going to be some sort of a planet save, or most notably ZZQ.
Oh, YSR is in complete no man's land. There it is. The vacuum into the stomp, into the kill as YSR is gone. That is the type of kill you can't accept.
This looked like something. If friends are nearby, the Essence Ring and everything did live much longer than I anticipated, but still just way too isolated.
Chance for anything good going on there.
I mean, Planet's even trying to get a mech into Greaves right now. Like, get his own Dispel versus the Magnetize. And again, foreseeing the way these fights are going to break down.
Gonna go on Resilience. At me, looking, spotting again. Then they retreat back. So yeah, I mean, it feels like it's building towards this big battle that's coming. And the question is going to be, will they have what it takes to keep Lina alive? And on Team Spirit, can they find her and kill her in these fights?
Man, and how fast they start catching up when you're dead for a time period like that too, right?
Yeah.
Like, this gap is shortening, and right after, you got two pretty big cores here on Team Spirit as they catch you with the shackle.
And push him right into it. Hypnotize, gone. Stolen Wheel of Wonder. Now they roll. They don't want to give that one away. Does have the mech. Throws out the Wheel of Wonder. Tries to survive. Planet pulled in closer. And Laguna Blade done. They take down that Wind Ranger. Magnetize doing a lot of damage. Laurel getting brought low. The last couple right clicks is going to be enough to get the finish.
The Mjolnir.
They get him. And with no more reapplied Magnetized, Resilience should be able to get out of that one. So again, like, it's these chippy, weird little fights that look horrible for Resilience. You lose your Centaur at the start, but somehow they make something out of it.
Yeah, a bit of unnecessary go, I'd say, from Spirit. Like, you're about to be so strong on Laurel, you know? Like, when the BKB comes out, that's just not happening. You're going to have a really good time. They just have to be able to control him for a moment right now, and he can go down to these right clicks from the Lina.
Hugh takes out that Obs Ward that was up on the high ground. Gives them some more understanding of how they're able to kill New. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm wondering, as we get later and later into this game, like, obviously Life Stealer, we've seen how much damage Earth Spirit can do. Do you think that, like, Invoker Lina becomes too much to deal with at some point, or are Team Spirit always going to have a foothold in this game?
It feels like the grab is going to be just like the most important thing every single time. You know, like, does the Lina get jumped on? It's what it's going to come down to over and over again. Invoker going for the BKB pretty early just because he knows that he has to be in the front line for this. Can't afford to even get the shard yet. So Echoes he's playing the way he needs to. But, I mean, that big carry is going to be there, right? Like, she gets on Alacrity maybe. Got the Hurricane Pike for her own bit of survivability now. And now we'll start moving to the BKB.
Look at
he's playing pretty sneaky.
Planet has some ideas here. He is deciding to come on down and anticipate the move for the Tormentor and then try and get the kill. I mean, are Team Spirit going to go for it, though? That's the question.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So far, he's not forced to. Got the Wisdom Rune here.
Are fortified.
Echoes, this Ghost walking nearby, drops the sentry. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. All right, Planet check. What you doing down there, sir? All right. Things
looks a lot like a Jakiro I saw last game.
Now, Toro has the Rage, tries to back away, not going to be able to jump inside and infest the creep. Well, he does now. Now the lift, backs out to DQ, jump forward, Laguna Blade, damage onto Laurel, but the BKB is already there. Resilience deciding they need to get out of here. They find the big vac coming in from Collapse. What a force. Pulls him to the low ground, and no way you're out of that one. Lina dead for 50 seconds.
And they get the Centaur in the back, too. He didn't even escape. He got caught by Laurel in a power shot.
Very pretty stuff. A fight without Echoes, and again, Team Spirit just seeming to understand what they needed to do. Make the right plays. This Life Stealer has been perfect.
They shut down so many plays at once there. Like, they didn't go for the Tormentor instantly, so Planet's cheeky little play didn't work. You know, they put the sentry down when they went for the wisdom rune up there as well, because they're aware of what maybe Echoes is up to, and Not Me secures their wisdom, and then they're still there in time to help cover for Yadro once they miss the secure of the LSA after the Winter's Curse. Like, you can't make little mistakes like that. If you're going to go for that Winter Curse, you just have to be perfect, or there can't be a creep camp there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and also, do you need to go for that kill? Like, what is the probability that you're going to take that Life Stealer out?
It's apparently quite low.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But regardless, it's only a 4K gold lead, 20-9. And Team Spirit, having looked so good, and maybe wanting a little bit of retribution after the last night series that they had to play through, wanting to get onto that main stage. They're going to take the very safe route of backing out, farming into that next set of items.
All right, they are smoking up here on Resilience. We have stolen Geomagnetic Grip here, so an interesting one for the Rubik to have.
It's like these smokes are going to run into each other. They've got Lotus on new, all grouped together for potential Winter's Curse. Goes for the stun. Doesn't find the target. Not Me lifted. Collapse to the side. Winter's Curse on a collapse. They're all going to start hitting him. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Well, the save coming out from Rue keeps him alive. Tornado hits onto several. Deafening Blast, not quite enough to take down the Darkseer. It was much more of a reset than a setup for a kill. And now ZZQ caught trying to find himself a fight, and now New on the other side too is also going to be brought down pretty soon here. ZZQ takes a while to die, but with Not Me on top of him, that Wind Ranger will eventually get the finish, and the Sunstrike, it is not going to work.
I don't think they can kill those heroes without Lina.
Yeah.
I mean, YSR is down bottom, pushing out, trying to get more farm, but I don't think that engagement can go your way if you don't have your Lina there just slaying into them that whole time.
Well, think about this. Imagine if that Winter's Curse comes out, you hit a 3-hero LSA afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, like how different does that look?
But, I mean, this is what happens when you're putting everything on one hero. Like, they can't be everywhere at once. So, you know, YSR has responsibilities for his timing on his BKB. He doesn't have Boots of Travel because he went for the Treads first, then into the Maelstrom.
2 components of the BKB done. And maybe that's going to be the point where they feel like they're ready to fight. But how much will they have given up across the map in that time period? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I guess not anticipating that many people being there for the fight turns it what could have been a good gank on a single hero into a horrific team fight. Claps not wanting the same thing to happen again is queuing into a Lincoln Sphere. Aghanim Scepter for the Life Stealer. Trying to close this one out. I've yet to take a Roche. That's for a banner. At least for a while.
Yeah, looks like that is on the menu right now. And the plan still stays the same here for Brazilians. Try and find a mistake from Team Spirit. It's still your only choice, really. I mean, they have some opportunities for aggression, I suppose, with a blink on the Centaur, but Mew is desperately trying to get into the BKB right now.
ISR is actually over in this area. But I am be very surprised if they came over this direction to make any type of a contest.
No, just trying to pick up whatever farm they can.
Sunstrike goes out, they spot it. Wyvern shows for a minute on the creep wave.
They just immediately start hunting, collapses Shiva-ing, and
yeah.
rolls there as well. Like,
oh boy. That was very close, and that's the BKB done.
All right, well, now the question becomes, how quickly do Team Spirit want to make a maneuver here?
Right.
You know? Things have been getting faster. They have quite a bit of survivability and some cheeky little options like the Aghanims you were saying on the Life Stealer.
Oh, they're going to focus down and try and take down Q. We'll get him there. Sunstrike, Yadro. Gets hit, backs away. Building Fest play to heal back up.
Oh, I mean, they have a blink here. No. Yadro's fine to die. He's got an Aegis. But doesn't look like they're going to find the play they were hoping for.
So I do think we're still in a window where like a huge winner's curse followed up by like an LSA and meteors could potentially turn things around. But we have not seen Spirit play so cavalier that they're not like getting caught by that.
And it's very much a Exodia moment. You know, we need all the pieces to come together here for Resilience.
Right. For Team Spirit, it's just any opening and they can run right in through it. So incredibly farmed. Oh, amp damage.
But they can just get with their bodies right now.
Yeah.
Like, Larl's not gonna die.
No.
It would take a lot.
Yeah. Does purge the amp damage, is nice. Kills off the Helm Creep, collapse, back onto 2. Not me, stun, not gonna land.
That's the BKB.
Laguna Blade out. Yeah, that feels bad. That is not what you want to see. They're not going to give up on this. Team Spirit ready to chase. Finds one. Winner's Curse. It's just to let them retreat to their base right now. And Echoes, he doesn't have anywhere to go either. Going to TP out of this one. Does he have enough to escape? Yes. Not what you want to see if you are a Resilience fan. As they have not been able to find the right fights. And it is now a while before they're going to be able to take any type of one again.
Yeah, it's just incredibly clean from Spirit. They are maneuvering across this map, predicting all the moves from Resilience, understanding their limits, and just essentially playing this with no risk. YSR might just get shackled here.
Oh, Shackle is out.
How did that not hit?
Force Staff Glimmer keeping him alive. Now push back in. Big hit. He doesn't have his BKB back up again. And trying to get out of there. The lift and the pull.
He's inside of him.
Planet, it's not going to make it work. Yadaro is in too deep. Takes him down. Now the back connect onto 3. GG is called as Team Spirit come in looking clean.
Yeah. I mean, they just dissect them. They understand exactly how they're going to play the fight. They know it all counts on YSR. So there's glimmers, there's force staffs. It doesn't matter. He gets, somehow the shackle misses. He gets pulled in. He gets kicked back out, instantly jumped upon, and then literally jumped inside of via Yadaro. So fight's over, and that's their one true hope. Fini.
Very, very solid performance. Team Spirit 29-9. And importantly, yeah, I love to see that. Little exclamation mark shot up when he is giving it a pass.
That's when you have to high five.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's a Monster Hunter thing.
Man, what a freaking beatdown. So many of these games that we've seen, it feels like it's gone to like 40 minutes at least.
Yep.
And that one, they just took him out. It was pretty nuts.
It looked pretty rough right from the get-go. It's a very like narrow window again that you have to hit there. On the side of Resilience, and they unfortunately did not connect on that. So
I mean, I think also when you're thinking about Resilience going up against these teams, it's like a pressure that they might have not felt before also. Like a lot of these players, some of them played on the big stage before, some of them, you know, a little bit less so or limited amount of time. And getting to get there would be a huge win for them. Team Spirit, they've been here before. They took care of business. Let's head them back to the panel and let them break down the action.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams. They take their time. They take their time going high ground. You know, you got the lead. That's great. Now it's time to farm the whole map. Make sure you get an extra 10 minutes in and then try to go high with not Team Spirit. They're like, okay, game's done. Game's over. Let's finish it. They do fly. That was a quick ending to this one.
Yeah, this was a disaster. I'll be honest. Whatever happens, I don't want to see Earth Spirit again on my screen. That's really a key moment for this victory. I think there were some signs of life, but this game felt like a lot of frustration coming from Team Resilience. Like they couldn't really get that much going their way, even though they got a couple of pickoffs here and there. But it just felt like Spirit could do whatever they want on the map. The map was theirs, and Resilience was just on the back foot the entire time. They would try to defend their Lina, but besides this one thing going well for them around the mid lane that we see on our screen right now, it felt like this game was just completely out of control.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, the game ended so quickly, I didn't have time to get fully equipped. But hopefully Resilience can come back in game 2 and be fully equipped. Yatoro had a really nice game here. Like, I feel like a lot of what was happening was based on him always having this like incredibly aggressive positioning. I know we talked about Wyvern having the BKB cancel for Lifestealer, and that's a, you know, something you do have to worry about. But other than that, he was just in their face the entire time. And like, I don't think if you have some Invoker Lina lineup, you want to just be sitting defending your triangle for the entire game. Like, that's not comfortable, right? You'd rather be farming the map, picking people off.
He had a lot of good equipment.
He did, yeah. He was 6-slotted by the end of the game.
I mean, what was nice to see for me is that compared to the previous series we watched, I did feel like Team Resilience is playing Dota, which is nice. Like, there was for sure signs of life. I think they played good. They made some good moves. In my opinion, it's just really hard to play against Earth Spirit. Well, according to everybody's opinion here, I'm bandwagoning. But yeah, I think if they adjust a few things, they can for sure take game 2. There was just a few moments that it didn't really work out for them, but they have the skill to win.
They have the skill to win. It just, yeah, it was very difficult to make moves for Resilience. The longer this game gets and they can't get their foot in the door, so to speak. MVP for this game 1 is not me, the Wind Ranger. Agree with that one, Fly?
I think you could make a case for almost all of their players.
Yeah.
I do think Not Me had a great performance when he's in this dominant position on the map. This guy's very good at catching, which is cool to see. And I think it's pretty rare to see Spirit this far ahead actually in a game. Usually it's a lot closer and they have to clutch their way. So in this kind of position, this guy's a straight killer for sure. Found all the angles, was connecting everywhere. He was across the whole map. He played really well.
He played fantastic, and you said it. You can make a case for anybody on the team in a game like that to be the MVP because it did feel so smooth from every aspect. Part of the reason why it felt smooth maybe is because they made sure that the guy that we highlighted beforehand, Niu, did not really have much of a game. Jenkins, it was a disastrous moment for him early on.
Yeah, things were rough. We've talked about this in other series. When you see Centaur, there's always this like creep cutting shenanigans that are going on, and you have a triple wave here where Spirit is, you know, good enough at this Centaur strategy that they understand if they can kill this guy on the triple wave, it's completely devastating. We were kind of like joking about it when it happened. Then we saw Spirit smoke, and we're like, oh my god, it's actually happening. Like, this is becoming an objective. And since that moment, it was kind of downhill for Resilience. The Centaur was bottom net worth core for the rest of the game. It feels pretty rough.
Yeah, and then there was no map to play for Resilience either, especially not when you have Team Spirit posturing in on the side of the Dire so that Resilience couldn't make a move, for example, in the triangle that you saw later on Saberlight.
Yeah, this is one of the fights where it felt like Resilience might be able to take it. This was very nice curse. They almost got the follow-up stun, but not really. And then once you commit those spells, it's just a bloodbath. They almost got the Earth Spirit, but he has BKB, and now you used all that you had, and the chase begins. Beautiful vacuum from Collapse, and now it's just easy picking for Spirit, and they collect their kills. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, and it's a bit sad that it's been so easy, because we definitely were expecting more of a fight here, Fly.
Yeah, I would like to see a change up for them for a second game for sure. Besides the Earth Spirit, I know we talk about this here a lot, but overall, there should be a more cohesive plan, I think, for their draft, because as soon as they got this Lifestealer and they have their Earth Spirit, it felt like the map is already going to close out slowly, and there's no angle for them to play. Like, they had to work really hard to find openings. So I want something a little simpler for themselves. Start with maybe banning the Earth Spirit if you have to. Make sure you have decent matchups on the map so you can actually play, and just reset, go next. Forget that the last game ever happened.
Because we saw some of the moments in that last game, very much it was an outplay situation. But how much of this game do we feel like was an outplay versus draft issue? Because they can only go back to the draft. I mean, you can say, like, just play better, but that's not that easy to do sometimes.
Well, I know Tal did not like their bans.
No, he did not.
You know, like, you have LGD with calves where there's chaos, but I understand that there's some sort of bigger plan here in motion. This did not feel like a bigger plan. This was just confusion into frustration in the actual game is what I saw. Like, the way they called GG, like, sure, the game is over, but you're here playing TI, elimination, or advancement. Like, I'm going to play till the end. I'm going to play till my throne explodes.
Yeah.
So it felt weird to me as a competitor myself. I want to see that fighting spirit. against Spirit.
It makes sense. You fight at the bitter end. You know, every single opening you might be able to get, you gotta take it, and you gotta believe, Jacob, that there is still a chance, maybe, that Spirit makes a little mistake, a slip up.
There definitely is a chance. We've seen in the last couple of days that it seems every time Earth Spirit gets through and one team lets it through, whether or not they're baiting it and picking something in response, which didn't happen here. But even if that does happen, it doesn't go well. The hero does a lot. It somehow wins the lane. It destroys the entire early game. It offers all the damage you need in the fights. It's like some heart builder, unkillable hero. You can see why people are valuing it so highly. So I totally agree. If you're letting it through, you can try the Calfs method if you're Calfs. You know, if this is the style of Dota that you want to do. But I feel like this is not Resilience's MO. Just take it out, play normal Dota, because these guys are really good. They can go mono a mono with Spirit in normal Dota, for sure.
Not in this game one, though. This game one was all Team Spirit, and of course, the man of the match we made, Not Me. He played a fantastic game. He's playing on his first international here, and he's doing great. Of course, some of you might have already seen this one, but just for the people that missed it, let's learn a little bit more about Not Me with Pyrion.
I am here with Not Me from Team Spirit. I haven't met you before. How are you doing? How was your journey here? Travel okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, everybody okay.
You've only been on Team Spirit for a couple of months. So tell me, how did you end up on the team and what was your career prior to joining Team Spirit?
Я играл на Tier 2, Tier 3. Сначала меня позвали, первая моя команда была One Move. Вот, потом, да все в целом.
What about the current meta in Dota 2 coming into the international? Do you think it suits you? Are you confident with it, even with the patch that we've had? Are you thinking, great, these are all heroes I like to play? Or are you thinking, oh, this is going to be tough. I'm going to have to figure out how the team plays. How does the meta suit you personally?
Ну, в целом мета мне нравится, но мне не нравятся конкретно выраженные герои на керри. В плане какие-то дровки и сефы, которые просто без шансов. Или, Лундрит еще, которые без шансов сносят свою линию. Это мне не нравится. А так в целом комфортно.
Have you watched much of the previous TIs? And if so, did you watch them and think, one day I'm going to play at a TI, I want to play for a great team like Team Spirit? Was that part of your plan, or was it just like a dream for you?
Нет, просто смотрел с точки зрения того, что в целом прикольно то, что это главный турнир Dota. Смотрел больше из-за уровня Dota, нежели из-за какого-то титула. И то, что я не думал, что я сюда попаду, просто нравилось смотреть, как люди играют.
How did you actually get onto Team Spirit to come from Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams? Did they spot you in pub games? Did you know them? How did they recruit you to play for the team?
Да, просто, в моменте я играл за Zero Submarine, и мы играли какой-то турнир, и Диман написал, что так-то, у нас неожиданная замена, так сказать, что можем позвать, потестить. Он сказал, что это все на мне, типа, выбирай, сам хочешь или нет. Все.
When you guys qualified so quickly after you joined, you had to go through the qualifiers. Were you excited to play at TI, or did the nerves start to kick in? You start to think, oh my God, now I've got to go to TI with Team Spirit and it's going to be hard work. Like, was there any nerves there, or was it just excitement?
Да в целом, не было ничего такого, что, я попаду там на International, все круто. И для меня больше, наверное, не значит что-то, прям этот титул, что это что-то там непостижимое или еще что-то. Просто, мне кажется, это так, микроцель. Это не то, чему ты должен радоваться.
So looking at all the teams ahead of TI, obviously before the group stage, which teams do you think are looking good? Which teams are you looking out for that you think are going to do well at this international?
Мне нравится, как играет Team Vision. Очень агрессивно, очень быстро. Вот. И, наверное, выделю только их.
Okay, Not Me. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck in the tournament.
Спасибо.
I don't think I can remember a first-timer at TI that gives such a relaxed impression. He is cheerful. Smiling, happy. Obviously, his performance is outstanding as well. It's like, can you remember any player that is this chill coming into their first TI?
And this guy is definitely chill vibes.
Very
he
much
seems very down to earth when I listen to him. That's just the whole aura he's giving, which is cool to see. You know, he's a young guy, first time at TI. I mean, again, testament to Spirit as an org for picking up these players and nurturing them and making sure that they're going to be in a comfortable state. And yeah, I think that helps him perform the way he is.
Shout out to Not Me's parents as well.
Yeah.
For raising a boy that's so chill.
Lovely lad.
In good vibes. To raise a Spirit potential caliber player, it's got to be some good parenting there.
Yeah, and otherwise the parenting was done by the team, and that was also good coaching for sure on the Team Spirit side. That are now one game up against Resilience. Team Spirit chose Resilience as their opponent, and so a lot of teams got to choose their opponents. 5 teams, actually 4, I guess, got to choose their opponents, as the last 2 just had to face each other. There's been another series going on at the same time because Aurora chose their opponent. They chose Boom Boys, because during the group stages, they were able to 2-0 Boom Boys. So they chose them and they're like, you know what, we can do that again. Guess what, Saber? Wrong. It was Boom Boys that 2-0'd Aurora. Aurora's out.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's hard, right? Because on one hand, you kind of want to choose the team that you already beaten. But on the other, there has been so many examples like this where you like play a team and then you choose to play them again. But you know, they obviously learned their lesson. You learn more from losses than you do from wins. So, you know, I remember a moment where Thunder Predator beat EG back in the day. And that was really rough. And yeah, I mean, so basically you like keep beating somebody until he beats you back. And you just need to hope that that time is not one of those important days as it was today.
Yeah, today was an important day and a sad day to lose for Aurora. I know, Jenkins, you carry a warm heart towards Aurora. Sad to see them go.
Yeah, I'm sad to see them go. You know, I feel like you throw around the stat, Nightfall has only ever gotten second place in tournaments, and everybody thinks, no way that's possible. The guy's the GOAT. He's the best carry since Prime Nightfall. But yeah, it is what it is. You got to bring your best and withstand the pressure of TI. It's the most pressure a competitive player can feel, period.
But you got to also be happy for Kirtish and Miero and all the Boom Boys, as we've been rooting for them for a long time too. So good to see them move on to the main event. We'll see which one of the 2 teams that we have playing against each other right here are going to join them. Team Spirit has said 1 game up. Let's see what Resilience have coming for game number 2, because there were a lot of points where we wanted them to do a bit better. For example, lesson 1. We wanted them to not leave Earth Spirit in. That seems like a very easy thing to just do and fix. We'll see if that's what's happening. We got Resilience on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit. Therefore, if Earth Spirit is left in the pool, they'll probably pick it. It's left in the pool for now. There's 2 more bans on Resilience, and we are crossing our fingers.
I feel like you're getting stressed as you're going through this. I can feel it.
A little bit, because you know, if Team Spirit's the strongest team, you know, that's fine. And to be fair, in the previous game, they looked like the better team. But I want them to be tested a little bit more. And I think Earth Spirit, across every team, the hero has just looked so good. And we do see it banned out.
Good. They get to play normal Dota now. That's good. What are the other broken caliber heroes? We've seen Lena actually kind of answer it a little bit in the last couple of days. But she's up there in contention.
Still Laundroid in the pool. And also Drow, but I would imagine Spirit does not first pick Drow in this series. Maybe they'll get it a bit later. But I think they feel confident in, like, they don't need to do anything special. They can just stick to their guns.
A little bit respect there on the collapsed Darkseer getting first phase banned, but they still go for that first pick on the Drow Ranger. Does Resilience take a page out of Extreme Gaming's book? No Phantom Lancer to answer. They answer with the Winter Wyvern, and we mentioned already in the previous game, Fly, that was a good counter to that, or at least somewhat of an answer.
I think Wyvern is okay. I think it's also just a hero that they really like on Resilience. I think they've had it in plenty of their matches, even though the win rate's not the best, but I don't think it's a good answer personally, because you see a Drow Ranger. I think you should address with something a little more juicy. Maybe the offlaner that you think is good against Drow. Maybe something like the Nature's Prophet that can TP on her and attack her early in the game that we have seen before. Because I think when you answer a carry with a support, a position 5, it's not enough. Like, this will never swing the matchup that hard compared to an offlaner or a safe laner that can contest the Drow. So I would have liked to see something else.
Yeah, especially because they have now 2 bans to cover for the Drow. And it is possible that one of those 2 would be a Wyvern, but do you really need the Wyvern in this game, right? Is it like a big difference between having a Wyvern and having some other support that is just solid? I mean, in my opinion, Wyvern is nice against Drow because you have the Cold Embrace and ult is like somewhat nice, but it is replaceable. Maybe people don't really play it, but you could pick some Lich for his Frost Shield, which is basically the same effect as the Wyvern Cold Embrace. But yeah, they decided to ban Kez and Timbersaw, which is kind of interesting to me because from my experience, Timbersaw is not fun to play against Drow, but perhaps they're just banning Comfort.
Yeah, I remember when New came onto the scene, it was largely with Timbersaw in like half of the games. The guy was just incredible with the hero, so I can respect the respect bans.
Yeah, and we got the Clockwork ban coming out for Resilience. It's a pairing that we see frequently with the Drow Ranger, so no surprise they want to remove that one.
I mean, there's still the PL in the pool. They do go for the Centaur, which is S-tier caliber hero that we're seeing, and also pretty good against the Drow. It's hard to right-click the Centaur lane. You're going to take some return damage from that. And then you have the Centaur Stampede to get on top of the Drow. But yeah, I mean, I recall vaguely Erica, a.k.a. YSR, playing PL, like being a high-level Dota Plus PL in some other tournament. So maybe if it goes later into the draft and it's looking like a good PL game, they'll go for it.
Yeah, and we see that he has played a lot of Drow Ranger himself, so we can only imagine that he knows which carries
Spectre's good too.
He doesn't like to be matched up with. Yep.
Maybe that's why they're waiting to see whether it's like a good Spectre game based on the other heroes Spirit has.
And it's interesting that I feel like the Spirit bans seem more to like aimed towards just let's ban the Comfort rather than necessarily Drow counters, because I imagine the Kez is okay against Drow, but it's not necessarily like a one-to-one counter. They left the PL, they left the Spectre, they left Centaur, even though I think Centaur is one of the best heroes against Drow, but perhaps they're thinking, okay, we just played against this guy Centaur, we know how to kill him on the triple wave, we don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, I think Saber makes a good point. It definitely feels like Comfort bans, especially with the Kez. Like Timber I can see, because if you're able to survive the beginning of the lane with Timber, you get your level, I think level 5. At that point, Drow can't really touch you, and you can set up some double wave and attack her. I think I saw Vision play it as well, so I can see the Timber. And now I'm just thinking, where does Resilience want to go from here? I think Centaur is okay. He's a bit slower of a hero, because you want to leave him alone usually. He wants to buy his Dominator, and then when he has Dominator, then maybe you can go to his lane, unless he's been winning before already. So maybe they're going to create this plan where they're going to play around the other lanes and go to the Drow later, which could be like a Spectre gameplay instead of a Nature's Prophet. So now this is where everything kind of has to be decided. They can take the mid laner, something that's open, maybe the Invoker again. I don't think the Invoker was that big of a problem. But okay, Ember Spirit is good against the Spirit supports, because Vessel is very good against Witch Doctor, because, you know, Witch Doctor, he has his healing ability, so Vessel is very good, as well as the chains against Mirana, so she cannot leap away. So Ember is definitely a good answer here, and now Laurel has to punish it.
It seems a bit dangerous to me to pick the Ember here, just because you have an instant response to it. And I mean, this also fits, like the DK fits perfectly with the other Team Spirit heroes that they have. They have 3 backlining heroes that want to throw stuff from far away. DK is like the best hero to just get in there and stun and be a tank. And then it also lanes incredibly well against Ember Spirit.
What I would say though is that now that I'm looking at this draft, what is going to happen usually is DK will get his blink, he's going to blink blink stun someone, and Mirana will arrow follow up, and then Witch Doctor maybe is gonna like maledict and death ward. However, the Winter Wyvern gains insane value in this case because you can just heal the first target. It doesn't matter too much if he's getting arrowed, and if you look at their heroes, they don't really have any magic damage that goes through the Cold Embrace. So even though the hero will get maledicted, they actually have not much follow-up. So it's really hard to actually kill anyone on Team Resilience's lineup if there is Wyvern behind them.
Yeah, that's a great point. This is actually turning out to be a very good Wyvern game. Like, they indeed don't have that much magic damage.
And not much to jump Wyvern either. It's like just the DK right now.
Yeah.
They can fix it with their last pick. They need a hero for Collapse. On the other side, we need an overall last pick for Team Resilience. They are looking for a care hero for YSR, which still in the pool is the Spectre that we mentioned. We want a hero that is able to... So from both sides, actually, we want a hero that is able to jump. One, we want them to jump the Drow Ranger, and the other one, we want to jump the Winter Wyvern, which the Spectre is now removed.
I really like, I know you guys hate the hero, but I really like Night Stalker. It's really good against Wyvern. Even Ember does not do well against Night Stalker, Silence, Hoodwink. These are squishy heroes you can run down. Saber, you did mention in the previous draft, Night Stalker's not so good against Centaur. You can just ult away from the Silence.
To be fair, though, I actually agree with you that in this case, I think they should have banned the Night Stalker. Because, as I explained, like, with these heroes, they can't really get through to Team Resilience. But the Night Stalker kind of breaks that. You can just attack from whichever direction you want. But, yeah, without the Night Stalker, I think it becomes really hard. With it, it's a bit easier, regardless of, like, one-to-one matchups.
And they're thinking about it. 10 seconds left. On another patch, I might suggest Mars as well, but just a bad hero.
Okay. That's at least some AoE. So Wyvern can't really cover everybody that gets ravished, and she might get ravished herself. So I don't mind this. It's good to get some AoE. You also have the shard for the Ember later on, so he can remnant away.
10 seconds.
So what are you thinking now for Resilience? This would have been a great Ursa game if the hero was meta.
Well, Spectre's sadly banned. That's a very nice matchup against Tidehunter. There is the PL, but I don't think you want to PL against Tide. Muerta, interesting.
I heard Muerta wasn't that good anymore. Why pick it here?
It is a nice matchup against Tide. And theoretically against Drow too, because she can't hit you. And honestly, we just talked about how Team Spirit does not have any magic damage, so that makes Muerta very happy. Once you press your ult, you can't get hit, and they don't have many spells to like deal damage to you with.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, it's good. I will say, though, there are lots of stuns on Spirit to answer the Muerta. There will be some fights where she does not get the ult off and she just dies beforehand because there's, DK stun to start, there's Ravage to start, and then follow up with the arrow, silence from Drow. So Spirit has options to win the team fights, but Resilience, like there is a world where the Muerta gets to the point where she legitimately just cannot die in this game because 1-to-1 she does dumpster Drow Ranger. It's like a hero that literally can't take physical damage.
I think this draft is a lot closer for me, which is good. At least they have a fighting chance in my eyes. Muerta, I think it's just some player comfort. I think there's definitely potential in this game because they mostly have physical damage on the Spirit side. So I think he can make it work. I hope Resilience can take us to a game 3. They definitely have a chance this game.
Saber, final thoughts?
I am rooting for Resilience. Let's get it.
Let's get it. All right, let's go over to our commentary duo for game number 2. It's Trent and Lyrical.
Let's get it, apparently. All right, I'm ready, man. This is going to be a good one. We got a Muerta. Only one pick so far. It lost, but this is a new game. It's time to happen.
It's a new game. That's right.
New day.
What? 0-1 stats mean nothing. That's fine.
Exactly.
I think a lot of good points from the panel there on the Muerta pick, right? It's a last overall. That's where you see these more unusual ones that maybe you're thinking, well, why are they picking this here? Well, it looks pretty good, Although it is sad. They're like, this was a good Ursa pick if it wasn't so out of meta.
I know.
Have some spirit. All right. They picked up Muerta, also out of meta.
True.
See if it works out just fine.
I like it a lot. And I think that this, again, is the type of game where if you're gonna go out on your own terms. Try and make it happen. Pull back the victory. You know,
in that sense, I also like going away from their own terms in terms of getting rid of the Rubik. I'm sorry, Planet.
Yes.
Having the Hoodwink is just so much more like we can do stuff.
Yeah.
Rubik is like, if they do stuff, I can do stuff. Hoodwink just has good spells.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to like copy them from someone else.
Slacks.
Her spells are just good.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Right? Like that I can approve of. I mean, they're going to have the Ember. They actually have heroes that can go and make things happen on the map, which is what they were completely lacking in the last game. Even if the lanes had gone even, it was hard for them to go ahead and make moves.
Hey,
now they can even make moves from behind.
Toro gonna keep the chase down onto New, make him feel oh so sad. And off to the races. Should be 2 runes apiece, maybe? LCU clicks a little bit quicker. Looking for it with the Maledict. Echoes manages to find it, but yeah, that's a spicy one. It's a kill by Rue onto the mid-ember.
A bit of value early there. Another game, another Mirana. She's back. How are the arrows this game? We got DK set up. Mirana Tide is a bit of a lane duo classic. It's kind of funny because it's I don't know why it works so well. It just does. You would think you need this done, but Gush into Arrow is surprisingly consistent. You can just feel it when you play the matchup. It's not the worst play to go for. And also, more than enabling the Tide, Tide enables you as the Mirana to be a lot more free around the map, particularly heading towards the mid lane.
Yes. And that is super nice if they're going to have some free time to make it happen. But also not an easy matchup to play into with the Wyvern and the Muerta for the Tide Hunter even afterwards. And that's just a freehand arrow right there by Notme. Hits ZZQ right in the
farm to table arrow. All natural, 100% organic.
Of that.
No GMOs. That's how he does it.
Yeah.
He fletched that arrow himself.
Delicious arrow.
Homegrown lumber from his own backyard.
You ever fletched an arrow?
I was fletching arrows like 2 weeks ago.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This guy's a real Canadian.
Hell yeah. I made it with a stick and a string.
That's
the
not
bow.
an arrow.
No, but then I had to fletch the arrows too.
That's a fishing rod.
That didn't work as well.
Yeah.
The bow was great though.
Well, so far so good for Echoes in spite of the death. Comes back in and is able to put a little bit of pressure there onto Laurel. And even getting some denies up in his face. Not something that you often see against the DK. Another one. Echoes is mad apparently as he did get stunned, but now trying to get New out of harm's way. And he just do a little ring around the Rosie. Waits for the double edge.
I mean, he knows he's dead, right?
Yeah.
I can get a little bit damage back on there. What are your thoughts on Witch Doctor, who we don't get to see all too often?
He's kind of awesome. The heal, I feel like, always does more than you anticipate. And I think that like it's one of those sort of win more type of heroes in a way.
The buffs on the heal have been crazy. The AoE on it is so large now. Like before, you kind of had to like really be thinking about it. Now, like you can just chuck your heal out. Your core will be close enough.
Yeah, that part's pretty nice.
I believe Witch Doctor is still one of the absolute most picked heroes across, all MMRs of Dota. And I just feel like, the people really had it right with this guy. I think he's been ignored for too long by those of us in the ivory towers of Dota 2.
I see.
Yeah, I'm putting us in there with the pros. Just
of course.
Clear. Yeah, we get to join in, I think.
As you should. Echoes 2 points in the Flame Garden. It does take 1 in chain, so we'll see if he decides to put any extra pressure here on the Laurel. But so far, having a really good time into what was a counter pick.
Yeah, not the most intimidating counter pick, right, of the Dragonite. This hero seems to be picking up a little bit of steam. I feel like looking over the past, couple days, we're getting these very pivotal matches of whether or not you're going to be in an elimination game or being eliminated themselves. The DK is showing up more.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting. I like some of the builds. Like, this hero is now based on this idea of AoE growth. And so we're seeing some of the overwhelming blinks come out. Obviously, the Shiva's Guard's a very good item right now, so that synergizes well with that idea. I've seen a lot of multi-hero Dragon Tails that have looked pretty impressive. So he's growing on me.
Nice hero for sure, as he turns around and throws out a stun himself onto the Ember. Yeah, I think that it's just, what you're going to get out of Dragonite. There's not going to be any lane besides like against a Shadow Fiend mid, which doesn't happen anymore, where you get completely demolished. Or at least the ones that you do are very few and far between.
There's a reason he was the tutorial.
Exactly.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah. People get it. Mark moving over, not going to be able to secure that one. the Witch Doctor. So he's going to have to head out, and Laurel will also secure a rune for himself.
It's a big mentality shift for Echoes in this game to go from Invoker to Ember. Pretty much polar opposites of how you play the game, especially the first 15 minutes, where you get to actually make stuff happen, and you're the one who moves on the map, you know?
Stunned, big hits. Are in trouble and gets brought down by New. The heal, not enough to keep him alive.
Certainly not.
And this is more the type of game that they wanted. I mean, Drow, obviously an incredibly strong hero, but the lane is not as good as the Lifestealer is in terms of, like, I mean, you can have a higher high with the Drow lane, I think, of completely blowing people out, but you can also get ran out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, much more punishable. But obviously, there's a reason why Team Spirit are willing to pick this first overall for Yadaro. It's pretty busted.
Maledict. New decides to back away. Can't get that many more hits onto him. It's still going to be an annoying amount of damage. Has the salve after the fact if he feels like it's necessary, and will pop it.
So sad when you see these cask moments, but you don't have it yet on Witch Doctor.
Right.
You know, that's pretty depressing.
So far, so good for Resilience. Winning 2 of their lanes, getting a kill in the other one. So still behind in terms of CS. Now getting level 6. Echoes also having access to those remnants.
Yeah, notably a very good Spirit Vessel game as well, because you're going to have this DK pretty often, like in the forefront. That was a little spooky. And when Laurel wants to be dangling himself out there, maybe you kind of die a little faster than expected thanks to the Spirit Vessel.
They're bringing in some numbers here. Trying to set up for the 6th minute. And dodges the arrow, but not quite on the mark. Not me, still in some trouble, and should be able to bring him down. So they rotate in, do not get the rune for Echoes.
Yeah, it was only a regen and he had full bottle anyway, so yeah, I think he's pretty happy with that. New beginning his shenanigans back here. Witch Doctor, not the best hero at stopping this, but with the friends, he's pretty good, obviously, because he can threat with a Maledict.
Out of the river, not moving as fast. Stomp there onto 2, the Maledict's already out, he backs out. Now Laurel underneath the tower, but gets hit by the arrow. A cold embrace to keep him alive, and the support's gonna have to clean this one up. They do indeed do just that, not me. Will manage to get a return kill onto ZZQ, and in the meantime, Adaro did kill off New on the top side.
New ends up dying, though. Am I crazy? I thought they had no stun. I guess he just couldn't find an opportunity for a TP that was going to make it worth it? Or maybe he just wasn't aware there was no cast yet? I thought maybe he'd figured that out already.
Rue making a chase there for the Wisdom, and it is going to be a trade-off of 1 apiece this time. As Collapse, being chased around by YSR, pops the ultimate, hits by the arrow.
Oh, but a backup.
In spite of that, it still should be, and another kill.
New. What?
New.
Brother, Witch Doctor is obliterating you.
Oh my goodness.
It's just too much. The Maledict, the bonus 200 damage, he's playing too far ahead. And obviously he just TP'd back up here.
Yeah, that's really bad.
He's got the 4-legged walk of shame coming up now.
Man. Yeah, it's time to go get some stacks going and try and recover this one.
He's just at that point too where he needs 900 gold for the recipe of the Helm. This is the worst time to be dying as the Centaur, because the Helm obviously going to accelerate your growth by so much.
Right. Ooh, this is interesting though. Comes on in and finds a stack. Echoes and ZZQ going to try and clean this one up. Not Me is going to soak some experience. Laurel moves in.
He just lost his ulti though, so
yeah,
not quite as frightening. And obviously there's always the Remnant out.
There's the Remnant away. So they get some of those creeps on Team Spirit. I mean, again, like, as much as that sucks the back-to-back deaths for the Centaur, he's still ahead of Collapse.
Yeah, that that is true. And that was the piggy bank that they just stole from Collapse. That was supposed to be his way back into the game. So he's going to be pretty upset there on the Tide. Going to have to find some fish to eat.
Tries to run away from the drought. Yeah, I mean, he's just been left completely alone, so it's understandable. Planet Hiding out with Muerta. This move through would be really nice.
Oh, I'm just a little centaur all
Don't
alone.
mind me. The bushwhack connection. Stomp onto both. Oh, it's pretty. Very pretty as they get the kills.
Here I thought, like, oh, why didn't he TP? And, oh, how could he die again on Mew? But I didn't think like Mew.
Yeah.
He was setting up for this very moment. There's no way they chased there if he didn't feed 3 times prior.
It's very generous of you.
Ah.
That's nice.
God, his brain is so big.
Collapse, level 6. He realizes the lane is not a safe place for him, so he's going to be cutting the waves over here. Quick pause as 6-5 Resilience looking much better in this one than they did in the last game.
It was hard to be feeling a little any worse, really.
Yes.
Things got off to a pretty bad start right away in the previous one, particularly for Echoes, who is a little bit ahead of Laurel. And feeling great about that, I'm sure. All right, now, last game, we got into a situation where Collapse and the crew were just kind of running the map on Spirit.
Yes.
And got into very defensive posturing from Team Resilience. I would hope that they're going to utilize this early-ish level 6 on Hoodwink to try and get aggressive.
Oh, no.
That's your carry. Oh, creep.
Thank goodness for that creep. My goodness, that was very close. YSR still dropping low. New thinking about saving his buddy. Can he do it while get himself out? No. So has to give up his life. But in the meantime, they move in with Echoes in the Winter's Curse. Oh, it's big. That is a good one. They miss on the bushwhack, still chasing onto Laurel. Silent Echoes, another salvo of chains back up in just a moment. And the arrow will land onto the Ember. Yatoro tries to hit onto him. YSR is still stuck around.
Cold Embrace doing so much work.
And they end up managing to find that kill onto Laurel. Very nice.
Sacrificial Centaur doing some work for the team. Getting them some better returns for everyone else. And that's going to help get the Spirit Vessel closer and closer here for Echoes. Collapse trying to soak up some of this bounty of the mid lane. Lots of creeps here.
Yeah, it's a couple
He
of those.
tries to get back into it.
Heading back towards the bottom side. He missed a couple of them there.
And going for the Mage Slayer this game of the tie. Great game for it. Where it's always a frustrating hero. Like, if you get the Ravage off and then you hit her with the Mage Slayer can be good. Obviously, the ulti, though, does give you the Dispel, so it is a timing-based thing.
Dire's middle tower.
Stacks built up there for Rue. Again, Collapse rebuilding the piggy bank.
Oink.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at that. Going for a glyph to mess with the last hits for the Muerta. Smoke movement. Laurel looks to be the target. Jump forward, Remnant. Misses the chains. And now they move in with more. Do they have enough? As the sharpshooter, good damage out. Stampede, follow-up is there. Now on to Rue. Looking to take down this Witch Doctor too, and indeed, they're going to be able to do just that.
Perfect timing to get that Spirit Vessel out there, too. Helped a ton. Did 320 damage, plus obviously the reduction in just the overall healing that you're getting there is huge.
Winter's Curse, not me, nearby to try and help. Yaturo's here as well. Ravage, you got the ulti off. Where's the right clicks? They don't have it, but it might not matter. As, well, it bought enough time, and so now actually YSR gets some good damage into Collapse. The stun is there, finding the Drow. Yatoro dies. Collapse, they have any way to see him. He's passing by a sentry ward, and indeed, they're going to be able to get that kill. That the ulti from Muerta buying enough time for Resilience to get there.
Yeah, it's showing off that value that it has in this game for sure. All the same reasons why the panel was discussing, like, you know, the Witch Doctor might struggle with some of these kills there. Like, all these, and Laurel,
No way they're going to get him again.
I think there is, bud.
Sharpshooter out, and yeah, he just stuck around too long. Broken, killed. Hoodwink, very good hero.
My Dragon Knight's made of spare parts, eh? What's going on? 0, 4, and 2?
Still 1,000 gold plus away from the Blink Dagger for him. It was a rough game.
Dire's middle tower.
DK haters just reveling in it right now. A very polarizing hero, I feel like, right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'll shamefully say I'm a bit of a believer. I kind of like the hero right now, but it's not looking too hot at the moment. Just, especially considering he, again, was picked into this. Like, the idea was here for this to be the winning matchup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
But it's, I mean, they're not making any early connections with the stuns into the arrow. You know, it's not nearly as consistent pre-Blink Dagger compared to the Ember Spirit plus Mirana.
Right.
I mean, not me. We gave him the MVP in the last one on that Wind Ranger. Not able to have the biggest impact quite yet. Has hit some solid arrows, but his team needs a lot right now. And they're still waiting on that level 6 as well here for Rue. Whereas we've already had massive sharpshooters from Planet. And
man.
Piggy Bank's getting cracked open again.
This has got to be so frustrating. The cold embrace with the Flame Guard, and now they're thinking about moving in and messing with Rue, but they're just going to take this whole stack.
They have a ward here. They see not me.
Oh, no.
But, all right. Brother.
Out.
Brother, Echoes. You can't miss those, dude.
Well,
what are we doing?
It happens. Been a couple. I mean, you know, they're on the nerves right now.
Literally doing too good. Nice. High damage. Stocked up, ready to go. Mage Slayer nearly done there for Collapse. Try to give him some survivability versus a pretty overwhelming amount of magic damage. There is a Drow. A lot of action Yadaro's way earlier on in the game, but a little quieter as of late. Just running through the jungle, doing his thing, farming up a storm. And Resilience maybe wanting to do something about that here by knocking down his tower.
Echoes maybe having an inkling of where he's at. If they run over there and spot him, oh, it'd be so clutch, but it looks like it is not going to be the route they take, and instead run into Rue. We'll find and take down the Witch Doctor.
Level 1 cask ain't it, you know? He almost found a way out with all those creeps, but spell not very good at that point in the game. So the Dark Troll Summoner assists in taking down the tower. This will really enable any attempted chases onto Yadro, and he's going to have to be very cautious about his moves. Rue found. Level 9 ZZQ.
Not me.
Holy.
Still on the hunt here. Does he go for this courier snipe? That would have been so sick. Side's better of it, so gets away with that one. Able to escape. Got to throw underneath a ward right there. The Drow could be another person that they try and target in a little bit with that good ward placed down, not seen. Yeah, Laurel, I mean, it is just...
It's a bad hero to fall behind on.
It feels really rough.
Yeah, like the Vessel comes online so nicely for the Ember, and then he already has the mobility to then play with the Vessel, whereas obviously DK, you're hoping to use this early bullying power to knock down the tower. That gives you the space to farm into your Blink Dagger. Instead, he's like a little behind. Now he's got his Shard to help speed things up, which is great. So then you're going to get the Blink Dagger out. But it's a bit of a waiting game for him at the moment.
And we've seen how good this sharpshooter is at being able to just like turn these big tanky heroes into Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Whether it's the DK, whether it's the Tidehunter.
Yeah,
problem.
That was kind of one of the problems I had with DK was the idea that Hoodwink was everywhere. So I feel like when I'm seeing him, usually it's often without the break, just being free. And here we go again. Uh-oh.
Another salvo. There they go. Sharpshooter going to connect. And Echoes.
He's just sitting there.
Wait. Get him with the slight. Why not?
It's like, you know you're dead. I mean, Yadro, he's got stacks in his jungle, though.
Yeah.
That were left untouched. He's farming through it. He's going to get it before the respawn, probably.
I mean, here's the thing. How many of these matches have we seen from Team Spirit where they fall behind and then post 25 minutes, the game just turns on its head?
Yeah.
Like, I think that there is still going to be an interesting window in here. You can see, yeah, look, Dota Plus still giving the win probability to Team Spirit right now, in spite of this lead that's been built up.
That is the Team Spirit factor. I'm more afraid when they're behind at 25 minutes.
Yes.
You know, we spent many a year casting them and seeing them against some of even just the weakest teams in their own region. They would be behind coming into like the first Aegis fights and everything, and then they just have these insane 5-0 wins.
Yeah. We'll see if this little gank squad can make it happen again. It's proving to be very potent.
Poor Laurel, man.
Say the line, Laurel. Say the line. As he is going to get killed right there. Now ZZQ gets the channel off. Okay. That's going to be some good damage onto the Wyvern. Rue manages to survive through the jump coming from Echoes. And, well, poor old Laurel brought down again.
It's really accurate just to have the big text broken above his head, you know? I feel that.
So did he. 0 and 6. Oof. I mean, at some point, there are diminishing returns to killing the DK, too. And, like, Yado's been completely unhampered.
When you're truly desperate. It's actually bad that they killed him again.
Yeah, exactly. He actually wanted to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you know, he's just taking some strats. That must be what it is.
Lysar gonna push Collapse back in. The calling doesn't connect with the silence, but it doesn't matter as the damage is quite strong. Collapse will eventually be brought down. Now finding another
bonus kill.
Okay, not me. Trying to get out of there, but the Muerta comes in for the dead shot.
I mean, I know she was better for a while. I kind of miss Muerta. I love seeing a good dead shot. Well angled back in there. Helps the team get in close. You take a big tanky hero like Tidehunter and able to shut him down.
So what is the item that you're waiting for on Drow to start thinking about doing anything? Or is it more on
Yeah,
Laurel?
no, it's not Drow. Yeah, Drow's whatever. Yeah, Laurel's got his blink. He's got a Witch Doctor. That's kind of your dream. We're going to blink, we're going to arrow, we're going to Witch Doctor, and we're going to hope the ZZQ's not there.
Okay.
I think that's the plan, right?
It's a lot of hope. A hope and a prayer.
Yeah, ZZQ does have the Force Staff now, so Force Staff always very good versus these Mirana combos, and obviously gives you a little bit of mobility, just in case you're a little bit too late to get the initial push-out save before the arrow. You can at least get yourself close enough for the Cold Embrace. And then he's going to go for the Blink Dagger after, and he'll be very annoying. So, here we go. Moonlight Shadow. Drow joining it. Oh, here we go. DK. Looking for the Ember. His vengeance.
His DK form is already half gone. Jump forward gets the stun nonetheless. And is there any ZZQ? No! The plan worked!
They did it.
Beautiful.
That's all it takes.
BP away as the Stampede goes out.
Oh, maybe a +1 here.
Yeah, that was get the break and run away. Planet getting out of there for now. Does have another bushwhack.
He was dead anyway. Yeah, might as well chuck one out.
Pretty hard to make that work. And Rue now gets a Blink Dagger. Okay, we're getting close. 25 minutes approaches.
Oh, I love that. That's a great idea on the Witch Doctor. Because they need kills.
Yeah.
And that's what this gives them. What's his Gregory at? 580. Nice.
That gold up. As they smoke up on Team Resilience, they start to head down to the Tormentor. Can this be a good fight for them? Rue is very low already.
Oh, he got it too on the Witch Doctor. He's got Blink Shard at 21 minutes now after a pretty bad start.
And this lead is cut completely down to nothing. They're going back to try and catch them, though, on this Wisdom. Yadro completely alone here. Thinking about the jump, finds him immediately. Root out, tries to get away. Looking for the gust, doesn't manage to quite connect it. They even get the winner's curse now. Collapse, jump forward, Ravage on to 3. Yadro still low, and they find him, kill him with echoes. Off to the side, this Muerta is still hitting mighty hard.
Oh, echoes? Wants a little more?
Thinking about
Feeling spicy? The Centaur's coming over?
He's hunting.
Help us?
Oh, but the arrow lands! The Cold Embrace is there, though. It's so hard for them to fight into that Cold Embrace and Collapse. He's got to get out of here, too, but no, they got him. The Stomp is out. New is there. And Team Resilience will not be denied.
And a fight like this, the Winter Wyvern, this really is so strong. You can see it there. I mean, what a way to begin the engagement as well, right?
Yeah.
Catching Yadro like that on the Wisdom. Who ended up getting it? Not me, did end up getting it at the very least.
Big fight.
That's 1+. Yeah, and they had just cut that to nothing, as you said, by getting the Tormentor, getting that bonus onto the Witch Doctor, getting that pick off previously. We were dead even. Suddenly it's a 4K lead again.
Take a look at this. Echo's doing a really good job of getting up there. And then, of course, the Ravage comes out, but there's no follow-up. DK's on the other side of the map. Yeah. Witch Doctor is still walking over and trying to get into position. Just heads-up play by Resilience.
Yeah, and then the attempted arrow as well to maybe turn things back around, but it's not enough. New Centaur just rolls through. Yeah, sometimes you forget about the Centaur. What can you do? Nice tank of the Sharpshooter as well, trying to keep Collapse alive. Forced them to go high ground, but it didn't
Back in the real world. Muerta is going to be found here.
Oh, get the ulti off.
Well,
Soul Ring? It's an Essence Ring, you know.
I mean, it's some good damage there. He's dying to the Maledict. Almost enough, and New comes in and finishes him. I mean, look.
Oh, the shot.
It's a really good Muerta game. it's kind of nuts. And now they find Yadro able to dodge away. Winter's Curse onto the Tidehunter, doing good damage there too. Do they have enough to kill him off? This is a bold play. New jumps forward, finds the stun. Yadro hurting. Root connects onto both. The Remnant through. Oh, it's pretty. They make the move. Team Resilience.
Oh, Collapse finds a blink out somehow.
I don't even know how that happened. Apparently just not enough damage from the Hoodwink, but still, they lose them where to take 3 in turn.
I mean, the Drow just going down again. I don't even know if he cast a spell. Died. Ooh.
Crazy series so far. Resilience showing that they're not pushovers. I mean, again, this is a team with the whole region, the weight of it on their back. Trying to have a representative from China, and then this happens. New. Can the Heart out-regen the Maledict?
I'd say yes.
I think it's looking like it's... Oh,
that
was close.
That had to be close. 5... All right, wasn't that close.
Get a raindrop.
You know what? That might be a good spell, guys. Maledict did 1,788 damage to him with all that heart regen.
Still a interesting conundrum that we find ourselves in. Like, what do you think you need to be doing now on Spirit? It feels like every move they're making is kind of falling apart.
I think Aegis is like crazy good for both teams right now.
Okay.
Especially for Resilience. If you can get an Aegis on top of, I'd say either the Ember or the Muerta, but mostly the Muerta. Like, it just kind of invalidates the Ravage, you know?
Yeah.
If you have the Aegis on her, so that's what I would be hoping for. And likewise on the other side, you've seen Yadros get blown up over and over again, and Aegis would be super helpful, but more importantly, I think you need to remove it from the side of Resilience. As Planet's going to find Collapse, but he's out.
Second late there. That's Stiller. Planet still on the hunt, hoping to get him as he retreats back to the jungle.
A journey without end.
Meanwhile, Not Me is down to the bomb side of the map, just trying to farm himself up into that well-loved Marana Agnums. Of course, he's not even doing that. He is just roaming, actually.
The Wyvern ults have been very good, and they've been playing around it quite well, too. Like, waiting and getting that stomp.
She might get the courier. Oh, not going to find it. Almost found the blink from the Marana, or the blink for the Wyvern coming out.
ISR. Into the pit they go. Team Spirit, are they going to give it to him?
And they have Moonlight in 45, so not much you can do.
Yeah. Arrow does land, so they know this is happening.
He's got 2 leaps in a dream.
Listen, not me. This is what happens. You play these Rubik matches, you get some sleight of fists.
I think it was Ducalis who said, like, you always know that they're going to do something at the Roche pit.
Yes.
Every single time. Oh, they lose their Wyvern to pick up 2 supports on the Dire. Laryl being chased down here. Has a BTP.
I mean, he's going to have to use it if he wants to get out of here. As the BKB comes out, drops down the Fireball, and will TP away now. Not the way you'd like to use your BKB right there.
No, not ideal, that's for sure.
Pro getting very farmed, top net worth in the game, and has a BKB. So a lot of those earlier kills that happened, less likely to be able to work. But a Winter's Curse could still really, mess him up, because you can layer the stun on top of the curse, and then he doesn't get the BKB off.
Yeah, it's really been a LARPing game of being an elf in the woods this time for Yadro. He's just a sad elf roaming the forest looking for gold, trying to stay relevant. Is top of the board still, to his credit, but he's like constantly just on, like, I would say on the hunt, but he's the hunted. He's hunting neutrals while being hunted by the entirety of Resilience. Now's the TP on out of here.
The BKB done for the Muerta too.
Vessel for the Witch Doctor, huh? He had a Vlad's queued up, which I thought was kind of interesting.
ISR underneath a ward. Can they blow him up? It's not really the best target, but Planet, that's a good one. And now they get the silence. BKB out to turn the stomp. He didn't get anything off. Yadaro backing away. The rest of the heroes caught up to the side. And he's surviving through it. The hits now onto Laurel. YSR gets lifted up in the Yules, but New is doing so much on this Centaur. Echoes dodges for the moment, but the cask! Oh, it's a good cask, and that's Aegis down. They bought back on the Mirana. Arrow coming in. It gets in a little bit early, though, and now the stomp is there. The dead shot into the bushwhack. Oh, it's pretty as they find and kill that drow again. Not me. Nowhere to go. Collapse. You're next. As they hunt it down, Planet has looked insane this game.
Planet going crazy and New as well. Man, the kiting and the spacing in that fight to find his total play to jump back in. Witch Doctor did 1267 to Ember Spirit. The double stuns coming up from them, absolutely ridiculous. Centaur healing, yeah, just a casual 3400, you know, heart pretty good. Man, so a really hard hero to bring down if he can bob in and out of these fights. And the Spirit Vessel, it almost worked, right? Like against Huertas, it's a classic. But it wasn't strong enough to shut her down this time. And a 9K lead now growing up here for Resilience. I still don't understand how Planet lived. That was unreal.
Kind of insane. And again, you know, this is one of those moments now where, oh God, did you go too far? ZZQ nearby. Cask, they turn, they try and hit. He's taking a lot of Maledict damage. You're going to pay for that one, but the Cold Embrace is there. The Force Staff to back away. Resilience. It's clean Dota.
Really is. Man, after this level 20 talent, you know, only 35 seconds of downtime for your ulti is kind of crazy on Huerta.
No, the other thing about this too, right? Like you look back at these other teams out of the China region that have been eliminated. Oh wait, they dropped down a ward. They know. Oh no, Yadaro.
Action.
Oh, looking. Do they have it? Dust is out. A good gust onto 4, and they decide they don't want to be here anymore. So they're going to lose the Hoodwink. A little bit baited right there. And yeah, they are not going to get the ward, but still managed to get out. But what I was going to say is that, like, amongst the China region, you had, like, all these players. You had that interview with FY where they're like, what's your happiest time at TI? And it was like TI4, my first time on the big stage. And, like, a lot of these players out of Resilience were not playing Dota at that time. The majority of them started around 2018, 2019, and have kind of been slowly building up, but getting almost, you know, gate kept out, not like just because they're so strong.
Yeah.
And now they're finally getting an opportunity here to make it onto the main stage. If they can take down Spirit, it's still a big ask.
Yeah, partly the product of having a TI in China in 2019.
Yes.
Very likely, you know?
Yeah.
Building a lot of hype and momentum for the region. So if they can manage to fight back in this series and claim a spot on the main stage
by taking out Spirit,
it would be quite poetic.
See if they can do it. They managed to pick up the Tormentor for Planet. Still need to, if they're going to do it, start by winning this game. And there's a very farmed Drow Ranger getting into that Silver Edge.
Considerations, I'm sure, towards another Aegis before they really want to start pushing into anything too serious once again. And what else? I mean, Echoes. He's going for the Shiva's Guards next. Egg, Shiva's Guard, the two items for going high ground on Ember. Obviously, the Refresher is also amazing, but these are the two big ones where you're just you're giving this giant boost to the vision for your whole team, and it makes everything else easier to engage into, particularly when you have a blinking Wyvern on your team. In terms of the Hoodwink, Planet still has to just play out on the outskirts. No mobility items is going in towards the Lotus to help in some of these engagements.
Gets the stun, Yules to slow it down. Now trying to get out of there. They get the gust. Echoes pops the BKB. Still standing tall. Willing to run for more if they need to.
It's a risky hero to commit on the Witch Doctor like that. It forces out the BKB because he's always just willing to jump into the ward.
Spirit is sticking around. New, a little bit vulnerable. YSR, Laurel up on the high ground. They drop down the ward. Jump, stun, find Planet. New, keeping the Drow out for now. Laurel hitting into and trying to kill and will take down that Hoodwink. But now Mirana caught. Another gust. No catch though. Ember's in trouble. They're getting stunned. He's dead. Oh no, have they gone a bit too far? Ethereal bound, but still doing enough damage. And the ulti arrow just barely off the mark. And Yadro standing too tall, hits onto all of them, manages to take 4.
That was a tactically genius maneuver there.
Dire's middle tower is under
Like
attack.
having the sentries down like that, giving them the confidence to make that maneuver inside the Moonlight Shadow was nuts. They just sit around them. And like Resilience, you can see they were kind of ready, right? Like they're backing up their Centaur, but they get into a position where Yadro gets to do what he's been trying to do this entire game and take over a fight. And the buyback, the plays there from Rue, very nice, that cask.
That right there again, the
Like
gust.
this whole setup is crazy.
Yes.
Laryl blinks in, he gets Planet, who's been a big problem. Insane BKB by YSR, because I think he was close enough for the AoE. He survives long enough, but the curse is just defensive, right? Doesn't catch anyone else, and then this cask.
Radiant's middle
Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba.
Yeah, made all the difference.
Yep.
And obviously, a nice play to be able to come on in, get a couple of return kills, but this was going to be a bloodbath no matter what. Zoro showing up at the perfect time.
All right, how fast is the Roche? Oh, almost as long as it could be.
Wow.
Bad news for Spirit. Could have been crazy if it was a very early spawn. With all the waves pushed out here, it might have been very easy for them. But nonetheless, they get a big gold boon to their team. Got a very quick silver edge here, as you can see, for Yadoro. And what do they have to just try and like blow up this engine?
I mean, it's the BKB is still going to be the big problem. So like, it feels like that baiting out of the BKB, if they can do that and then fighting afterwards, is the way they want to go.
I wonder if he should go Lincolns instead of Shivas on the Ember.
Yeah.
Scanning.
You know, it could be a consideration here because like the Shivas again is so good, like for helping out your team and giving the vision and obviously just boosting your overall damage and everything. But if he has a Lincolns, he feels kind of unkillable.
Right.
But sometimes you gotta take a little risk.
And this is the type of games that Spirit has won so many times, where they hold out until they get their items, get them capable of fighting, and then suddenly they go in. As, you know, that's an idea of what he wants.
You have a Centaur Aghanims finished up, I believe, once News Courier respawns. So
okay.
Yeah, it is. It's go time with the saves at this point. Obviously, Muerta already very difficult to bring down. Combo that with a Centaur who's then going to be possibly parading her through your team. Could get rather dangerous.
I think that there is still, like, you know, the Tidehunter Shard to catch and make that a little bit less good. You know, you're going to need to save your BKB for sure for the save. BKBs are just everything this game. Self-movement speed for Drow almost at 25. Working towards that Daedalus. YSR sees the creeps die. There's good vision over there from Spirit. Little dead shot, now a smoke up from Spirit.
Radiant are scattered.
And again, the context here, Roche is not up. Both teams think that it could be. And it's still going to be a long enough period of time that any fight win is going to be into the Roche immediately afterwards. Smoke on smoke. Watching for the BKBs, how they're used. Watching for the save from the Centaur, how that's used. No buybacks. Jump forward, finds nobody. Nobody at all. Echoes is still out there. Gets that BKB. No, he got stunned. He didn't use it.
They don't have to fight right now.
Yeah. They can't all in on him because of the Wyvern behind him.
All right, so now there's no BKB on the DK. And they're willing to chase. Big remnants dancing out here. Oh, collapse. He blinks into them.
Jumps forward. That's BKB from him. Slight dodge to get away from it. No arrow follow-up, but he's caught for the moment. It's going to need to BKB soon. YSR jumps in. They get him. Slightly slowed down and broken, and the Stampede forward finds the Witch Doctor. Good damage there. He's gone. Laurel completely isolated now as they take down Collapse.
Oh, they're picking him apart.
It's a little bit weird, but it doesn't matter. They still find the core kills they needed.
Yeah, they managed to find the break there again with the sharpshooter on the Hoodwink. And no opportunity for that turnaround play. Taking down the Witch Doctor is so good because they know he bought back in that last big fight. So there's no chance of him getting back in. And now they're not even thinking about Roche. They're thinking about hitting some buildings. Yadoro going in behind, finds a couple bounty runes.
So far away from buyback gold for...
Yeah, I was just looking as well. If it could get collapsed to some buyback gold, maybe, but...
Is Yadro going to go try and steal Roche while they're doing
He's just
this?
grabbing waves. I mean, he gets spotted by the sentry.
Makes sense.
Courier gets saved. Nice play. Oh, buddy.
Onto him. Obviously held onto his BKB.
Did, and there is no curse.
Trying to run. I mean, this is a lot of space created. This is very nice.
But they already took the mid-racks.
That's true. That you're not wrong there. Still on the hunt. Find Not Me. He tries to get out. Remnant's up. He goes down. Sleight of fist off the mark.
Oh, no way.
Listen, Echoes. There's some sketchy stuff going on, but New is there to clean up.
Centaur sense, apparently. All right, 1 minute till Roche is going to move. Pretty safe for them to walk into the pit right now.
Takes the chance on marksmanship. And 39 minutes in, it's an 11K gold lead. Resilience have looked like a significantly better team, having a solid draft. And the question is, do they have what it takes to close this one out? Against Team Spirit. It's definitely swung over the past little while there.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit cautious. And going into a Ravage, into the cask.
I mean,
a big old arrow.
It's easy to go high ground when everybody's dead, but like, what do you do at this point? How do you approach going high ground against Drow?
Farm the map.
Okay.
All this can be yours.
That's right.
Simply let the enemy hide upon their base.
You wait 20 more minutes, you get new neutral items.
I mean,
even better.
That's pretty exciting. I mean, for now, though, they have an Aegis. They would like to use it.
Yes. ISR takes out that wave. Getting that gunslinger chance up. Super nice as well. Rana playing a little bit far forward, is underneath Sentry Ward. We'll see if they are able to get that OBS taken out too or not.
Yeah, just trying to find some sort of a vision advantage they could have when they try to start sieging.
I mean, I will say, I think this is, like, for a lot of other teams, you'd be like, oh, they're in a great spot, everything's chill, everything's good, and I think that is definitely true for Resilience. But there's something about playing against Spirit in these late game scenarios where they make craziness happen. They make you make mistakes. And they wait for that one moment for you to overextend, and then they punish.
Oh, is this it?
Could this be that moment?
Are they forcing this, though?
They're thinking about it.
Dude, this is into an Aegis. I don't know. You can't wrap it. Sorry.
They're going to Remnant in. Remnant forward. Find everybody. Echoes revealing the map.
Okay, well,
onto YSR. Good hits. Forces him away. Now the bushwhack. Do they bite on this? The Centaur mini one stomp onto Collapse. And they end it.
Still nearly 3 minutes left on this Aegis. There's no reason to force this. You're also very low on remnants right now on the Emperor.
Did they use Banner?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
So they took that one out. Spirit, nicely done.
Aeon Disc finished here for ZZQ. A little bit of safety in these engagements.
Echoes not with the team. Does have a remnant out though. Join it very rapidly. Jump forward, stomp. Big hit. Half HP already. Almost completely dead. Laurel is gone. Ravage to try and salvage. They get a good stun actually on the Echoes, but the BKB comes out, and that's the end of it. Curse not where they wanted it. They're going to take down that anchor, but still manage to find that Witch Doctor kill. So with 2 down, surely now Resilience can make a move.
Even stuns them right next to a tree for another follow-up there from Planet. Go and grab a couple creep waves. They're feeding mangoes into their Muerta. Here it will be Dragon Fruit, I feel like.
That's fair.
A lot of Dragon Fruit being passed around right here.
It's on to YSR. YSR gets out. Now, Dual Scepter, stun. Good hit with the Maledict down for the Cold Embrace. New. He just lives through it all. Rue already super low. Echoes on top of him, finds that kill. They do manage to burn through the Muerta. Wait a minute now. There is no Ravage, but do they have enough to do anything to any of these other heroes? No more BKB to the side. Good BKB from Yatoro. He lives through it. New backs away, but now the ulti out for Muerta. They got to live through this one on Spirit. There are no buybacks on these other heroes. It is Yatoro versus the world. And Resilience, I think, are the ones that are coming away with this one with the victory, unless Spirit can come up with some huge answers.
I mean, the creep waves are crashing into the bottom lane at the same time. Yatoro's going to try and deal with it.
A tough time indeed as they move down for another set of racks. Team Resilience holding again the hopes of the region on their shoulders. They buy back now on Collapse. Laurel to the side, jump forward, stun. There's the Yule Scepter lift up. No arrow, obviously. But Muerta gonna slowly hit these buildings, bring them on down. Root jumps forward, stun. Lysar hit, good damage out actually. And the cart is gonna keep him alive for the moment. Stunned on the DK, he still gets away. YSR taking a good chunk of damage there. They're gonna stampede to back out. Or maybe go in. Okay, still controlling onto Laurel.
Midas is back in 10 seconds.
Hey, big.
Yep.
I mean, they're not dead yet. Team Spirit hanging on. They're hanging out just like off the edge of a cliff on a root that's sticking out. May or may not come detached soon.
I don't know. The Observer's trying to send us a message about something. I just can't figure it out, though. What do you think?
I don't know. It's weird.
Could be anything.
Wow. It can take up a lot.
They
of
had
the
like
screen.
a ball of crystals to foresee what they meant.
All right, listen. Latero gets Rapier, gets amp damage.
Oh, the amp damage.
Buy time. Ember just scouting, but they get it. Mega creeps. Felt like a foregone conclusion. Listen. They are now unshackled from the chains of having to defend that barracks, Trent.
Mm-hmm.
They're free to roam wherever they want to. And there it is.
All right.
All right, let's go. Oh, it's time.
That's right. Well, I mean, the good news, the amplified damage is found. The bad news, it is not by Yatoro.
True. Now, he's got a bottle. If he wants to. He's going to leave that behind for YSR.
Oh, boy. No. They're not going to fight in their base.
I like this call. They got to get something.
Midas up in 10 seconds. All right, smoke pop ready here from
He
CQ.
did not bottle it.
Okay.
Reported.
You know what? He can't handle it right now.
They're smoked up as well. Takes out the vision. Laurel up front center. ISR now hitting Yatoro. Gets two-shot, almost dead. Gets back into the base. And now New thinking about a blink forward. Finds him there. Drow is so low HP. Laurel is dead. They are losing heroes left, right, and center. They're going to get the leash onto the Emperor for just a moment. He needs to heal back up before he can come into this fight.
Silver edging back out. He's got his rapier.
Trying to find the right angle. How much damage can he do to New?
He needs to get like 6 protractors out right now. He needs a really good angle.
I don't know if this is... Oh, and there it is. The stomp. They find him. On to the Drow. The Winter's Curse is there. The boomerang. Everything dropped. There's going to be the Ravage. Yatoro is dead. We are going to a game number 3 as Resilience pull it back and take down Team Spirit.
Oh, that was a well-played game, man. The bounce back from some of these players in this one. You know what they said in the interview? One of the reasons why they call themselves Resilience, they're hoping to gain some resilience because they find that when the game gets a little bit later, they tend to falter a little bit and they want to be stronger there.
Well,
they got some strength in this series.
If they can keep that resilience going into a game 3, Team Spirit looking for answers. Let's see if they can find it. But first, back to the panel.
Love to see it. We got ourselves a series on our hands. I think a couple people were maybe a little bit worried after game number 1 that it would fizzle out for Team Resilience, but no such thing as they are able to take the game. Series is tied. We got a lot to talk about here, Jenkins, because this was some S-tier performance from Resilience.
Beautiful. Very well played. Honestly, it's really nice to finally see Muerta get picked. I feel like the Chinese carries and maybe the Eastern European carries are like the only people that can pull it off. I personally felt like the hero was pretty good, seeing it in pro-level pubs before TI, but then it just wasn't getting picked. You can see in the late game, Yatoro picks up a Divine Rapier, and still he's getting two-shot by Muerta. Like, that hero does not need a Rapier if you are good enough and your team is going to body for you, and you're going to position correctly, and you can get through the laning stage, and you can farm, you have a Centaur to save you, then the hero looks like a god.
Yeah, I personally found the Muerta last pick to be a genius one. Because if we analyze the drafts, basically when Muerta ults, Dire cannot deal any damage to her. So you have 2 ways of addressing this. Either you ravage her and hopefully the rest of her team, which is a bit unrealistic, but you can hope for it. Or the other way, the easier way to do it is DK stuns followed by an arrow, and you kind of focus this like one-man stun. However, there is a big problem with the Wyvern. And as we said earlier in the prep, Dire has no magic damage to follow up on this initial stun, and they cannot deal physical damage through Cold Embrace. So I feel like at some point, this draft becomes unplayable. It happens very rarely in these pro games that it becomes like this decisive draft-wise, but I think Resilience understood what they needed to do, and yeah, Winter Wyvern played wonderfully. She was there to save. There were some amazing curses. I think the only thing that could have saved Spirit was a fast vessel from Not Me, as that kind of counters the Cold Embrace, because at least they're not healing, and then they can deal damage with the Maledict. But it didn't happen, and then eventually the Witch Doctor got the vessel, but that was a bit too late.
Or a Krellas. A Crozier.
A Crozier.
We haven't mentioned that today on the panel.
No, we needed to mention
Good
it.
shouting out.
No, it was a great game to watch from Resilience. I'm really happy that they're able to bring it back because, this is China's hope here in their hands. And honestly, I think Spirit might be a little shook after that one because they chose this and they were, I believe, the first team to get a choice. They chose these guys. Game 1 goes their way. Game 2, honestly, Resilience all the way. I didn't think that Spirit was really ahead at any point. They had some fighting back moments, but overall, Resilience was in control of that game. Echoes, in my opinion, was the MVP of that game. I think he did really well in a counter matchup. He was winning the lane. They were able to bring support to his lane. They were able to kill Laurel twice, I believe, in a matchup that should be DK favored. And he was able to control the game. I also think Ember was fantastic against the enemy supports. Like the Witch Doctor suffered so heavily. I know from playing this matchup, it is a horrible matchup. You just get chained, get vesseled. Feels really bad. So, yeah, he is our MVP. I think well deserved.
well deserved. He got the Ember Spirit before Laurel got to choose his hero. So yeah, the DK was 100% counter pick. If we were to give one extra hero shout out, I mean, we mentioned him already, but ZZQ on the Wyvern, he gets overall first pick Wyvern. Well, first pick for the team Wyvern, and he delivers. And it's very cool to see that the team can step it up when the pressure is so high for the squad. There's a couple of moments we'd like to take you through here as, oh, there we go. We get a little bit of credit for ZZQ as well. I mean, it's well deserved. We have mentioned Wyvern a lot, I feel like, Jenkins, and this hero and ZZQ on it, maybe especially, it seems to have risen in priority and in popularity a lot.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I think Fly was talking about it on one of the prior panels that it kind of blocks a lot of things in the draft from feeling very comfortable because, you know, like all the summons go out the window because you have the Winter's Curse. Physical damage heroes kind of feel bad because you have the Cold Embrace. And we see Team Spirit, which is a team that is obviously masterful when it comes to drafting. They draft this entire lineup, and Wyvern is still not really answered. I mean, I get the Tide. Like, the idea is you stun hitting the Wyvern in the back line, and then you focus the one guy, and you kill him with the AoE stun. But it's not enough. Like, the range on the hero is too far. The spells are too good. I don't know. You need a little bit more there.
You need a little bit more, and maybe at some point you just need to ban out the hero. That might be something we'll see teams go to eventually. This game, we had a couple of cool fights we want to show you, and the first one is fairly early on in the game. It was the first real showing that Resilience was going to do well, Saber.
Yeah, this was a very nice team fight. We can see the vessel on the Ember. This was like so good how they used this early timing. They got this DK kill, and it kind of just snowballed from there. They managed to get Witch Doctor as well. They'll deal so much damage to this tower, and as you can see, like the early game just became so nice for Resilience. Then Spirit tried to get some counterplay on this. However, they're already there and prepared. So this turned into a second fight. And now I want to point out, as you can see, they deal 0 damage to this Muerta. There was only Starfall. So even though they use Ravage into Arrow, they do end up getting the Muerta, but they commit 3 heroes for that. And yeah, Resilience just brings everybody, collects Yatoro, collects Collapse, and yeah, I think that's a nice trade, you know, Ravage for your carry, and you get 2 kills, that's good. And then they just kind of went from there.
Yeah, and from there on out, I mean, it's going to be very hard to play the map for Spirit. They don't even have a tier 1 tower down yet, up until minute 21-ish. And right after that, Fly, is somewhere you want to highlight.
Yeah, I think it's not easy to catch a carry like Yatoro out of position, and I think it required several things to happen. Like, Hoodwink was showing mid, so there's a little less suspicion. This was sort of like a surprise move by Resilience, and they're going really deep for this one, but because the Drow is getting targeted first, she doesn't get to hit in the fight at all. So even though there's a Ravage coming out, there's actually no follow-up damage, and you still have the Wyvern who's able to heal through any of the physical damage that we keep talking about, because again, this is a fantastic Wyvern again. You see the Ember being gone here, but the Embrace just blocks all the damage. The Maledict is not able to do anything after that, and they're literally diving the base at this point. It just goes to show how good this Wyvern pick was, and also how beautiful the execution was to take that fight with the Hoodwink showing mid, so Yatoro didn't expect it.
I love seeing that play from Resilience, honestly, because to me, this just looks like a team that is feeling the hype. They're feeling the momentum. When you have a Wyvern force staffing forward into tier 3s when the tier 1 is still alive, because they just know that they've got, like, you just killed Yatoro. This is the pinnacle of the whole draft, right? So you can just keep going. There's no Ravage, and go. Like, this gave them a huge lead into the game.
It really did. There was a moment where maybe Team Spirit could make a comeback play. But maybe a little bit mistakes here and there, Jenkins. It was a very cool fight, though.
Yeah, there was, always the expectation of Spirit potentially having to come back. We could see, once again, the Cold Embrace looked really good, but the, supports get themselves out of position, looking for the backline Wyvern, and I think they actually ended up having a really beautiful cast here into killing the Muerta. And here we go. Just gonna arrow him on the...
Oh.
It looked like the arrow disappeared. I don't know what that was. It just like it hit the Ember Remnant or something like that. But unfortunately does not hit the arrow, which means that YSR on Muerta, as he did in many of these fights, got to survive at super low HP. And Muerta surviving at 10% HP is going to dish out all the damage necessary. Gets a triple kill after respawning with the Aegis.
Yeah, and it's even more impressive that you see that planet in that clip is also still alive, even though the whole fight started by Team Spirit trying to kill Planet from the get-go, but the Winter's Curse was there and he lives. The Cold Embrace, was there and he lives. And overall, I mean, we had some very cool fights, I think, in this game overall. And some of those fights, I mean, maybe there was a little bit of a clashing of styles. Let's learn more about that as we head over to Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. Yeah, the Dragon Knight has been very popular lately as a mid hero, and what it brings to your lineup is not only survivability in the laning stage, but also the ability to set up some chain stuns. So that was one of the big advantages that Team Spirit had. It's easy to execute their draft here. Unfortunately, this arrow ended up catching a creep, so it didn't end up connecting, but the idea is generally there. You TP in with the Dragon Knight, you get a stun, somebody else gets a stun off, and you usually get kills. In this case, they had to settle for a Dragon Knight, or sorry, a Centaur. Here's another fight, 20 minutes in. He's got Blink Dagger. He can basically do whatever. This is the ideal fight for them. Stun, arrow, kill an important hero. Now they get to do good things on the map, and this is what it buys them. And that's a big part of Dota. You either get, you want to get kills, obviously, but after you get kills, what you do with it afterwards is also really important. And in this case, they got a follow-up kill as well, chasing down Planet. And after this, they said, let's push this tower down here. But watch what, on the other side, Resilience does as a response to this. They see them pushing the tier 1 tower. They smoke at 20 minutes. They know their opponents are going to take the tower, and they're going to go take Tormentor afterwards. So watch how far across the map they're looking for this kill. We already saw the team fight after this earlier in one of our clips, but they chased all the way across the map, spotting your Toro, and then starting this fight. This is how this big fight started behind the tier 2 tower, because they anticipated what their opponents were going to do. So they don't exactly have the easy chain stun kill a hero lineup that their opponents have. They have to anticipate what their opponents are going to do, and they have to show up, or they have to react to some of these fights here. With this one went very well, obviously. Here's another chain stun that's going to happen that clashes these styles. Team Spirit comes in, they find the Muerta across the map, they go for a stun. Now, there was a really big hesitation here from Not Me. I don't know if he's expecting a cask or not, but he eventually throws the arrow. As a result, Muerta gets her ulti off. She ends up not dying right away. That means Laurel's going to lose almost all of his HP. But now Resilience gets to back him up, and this is how their style was going to respond to this chain stun. So definitely some missed opportunities there for Spirit, and Invis rune here on Ember Spirit was really, really nasty, making sure they killed the Drow. So different styles this game, but immaculately played by Resilience to play against chain stunning lineup.
Thank you very much, Perch. I feel like both games.
Thank you, Perch.
Thank you, Perch.
Yep, thank you, Perch.
Thank you, Perch. Both games we've had so far, the game 1 was clearly won by Team Spirit, and they were the better team in that game. Game 2, Resilience won the game, Fly, and they were definitely the better team in that game as well. What do you expect to see from game number 3?
I mean, now I'm really interested to see the mentality of Team Spirit, because, you know, the momentum of a series can change very quickly. You start off by literally stomping them. Like, let's be honest, that was kind of a stomp game 1. We're like, yeah, we're just a better team, no problem. Another day in the office here. Then game 2 happens, and you're suddenly shook. You're like, we can actually lose this. So these thoughts can kind of creep into you, and that might affect how you play. I know Spirit in particular is they are one of the most resilient teams in Dota history. Yeah. Like, straight up, they are. So I don't think it will affect them too much. Maybe the supports are a little newer. Maybe we're going to see some shaky plays from them. We'll see. But I do think now momentum is on Resilience's side, and they just need to use that. Don't give them Earth Spirit unless you're picking it yourself. Start there. Start easy. Get heroes you're comfortable on. Echo's played fantastic. Give him something he wants to play. Go from there.
And there is maybe the extra pressure that Team Spirit is the one that chose Team Resilience as their opponent today, as 4 teams got to choose their opponents. Earlier on, we mentioned already that Aurora has chosen Boom Boys to be their opponent, and they were not able to make it happen. They got 2-0'd. Boom Boys is victorious there. They will move on to the main event, and we're actually going to get a little bit of insight in that one, as Nomad got the chance to talk to Save afterwards.
I'm here with Save from Boom Boys, and they have just eliminated Aurora and secured themselves a spot in the top 8 and at the International. Save, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, I mean, yesterday you came up against this team and it was an entirely different story. So what was different about that series and this one?
I guess we changed some heroes. We didn't play into Air Spirit, something like this. Yeah, I guess we just got better drafts today. Yeah.
some very interesting drafts as well. Particularly, we had the Slark mid to counter out the Ember Spirit. Whose idea was that, and is this something you've practiced in scrims?
Yeah, just something we practiced. I guess it's like this TI answer for Ember, like Slark mid, everyone plays it, so we are also playing it.
In that second game, though, things were looking a little bit hairy for you guys. You fell pretty far behind. Were you always confident in your ability to come back?
I guess at some minute 15 we were not really confident. We a little bit shocked, I guess. We were just running bot and dying, but then eventually I guess our Wisp timing was too strong and they can't do anything.
All right. I mean, now what is that Wisp's timing specifically, and when did you feel like the game was back in your hands?
I guess we just took a couple of kills. I mean, when Wisp finished BKB, I felt confident that we have a carry that can win this game. They have LT, and their heroes are kind of bad into ours, like Ember and stuff. So yeah, I was confident. I see my Wisp is like 20k net worth. Oh, obviously, you win if you have this.
Chillin'. Well, were you surprised or kind of curious as to why you got Aurora in the grouped matchup, in the elimination matchup? Because this is a team which traditionally you've got a really good win rate against throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were surprised. I mean, we knew we're going to play Aurora, I guess, in this game. Like yesterday, we were watching this like pick that they picked us. And, you know, we were kind of happy that they pick us, you know. And even though we're losing to them like 0-4 on scrims and 0-2 yesterday, so we had like 0-6. But, you know, this other match is different, so...
Well, it hasn't been the cleanest group stage for you guys. I mean, how are you looking back on the past few days of Dota?
I think we had pretty good games, honestly, like against Falcons, against Iron Wing, against Paravision. We could have won one game, I guess. I guess all the best teams, I guess, that into like top 6, top 8 teams. We had good games. We just couldn't win them. So we have 2-3 score, and we had to play Aurora, but that's it.
That's it. Well, you're now qualified for the main stage. I mean, does it still feel special to be going to play here at Shanghai in front of that massive crowd?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the only thing why I'm playing Dota, you know, to play here on main stage of TI. Like I said 1 year ago, after we won P-Vision, like now we won Aurora. Yeah, I'm super happy, you know, because not qualifying into playoffs, it's very hard, like mentally, you know, for a tier 1 Dota player. So I'm super happy.
For sure. And of course, you know, you've got so many fans out there who are rooting for you guys, both online and potentially coming out to the arena as well. So do you have any words for them?
Yeah, I mean, come guys into arena, cheer for us. I mean, we're going to show some good Dota there. Yeah, I mean, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. And congratulations again, Mr. Save, on qualifying to the main stage of TI.
Very happy save there with Nomad as he gives us some insights. Okay, we knew about the 2-0 yesterday that Aurora did versus Boom Boys, but apparently they were also 0-4 in scrim, so it makes sense that Aurora Saber would choose Boom Boys with that knowledge.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you're holding on off of them. You're like holding your strats during the scrims. You're like waiting and seeing, okay, we're actually gonna bait them, play bad in scrims, and then they'll pick us, and then we will pick the real heroes.
That's gotta be like an ego, like, oh, they picked us, like we're gonna show them, you know? Because how could you be 0-6 and say like, yeah, we were happy they picked us? No, you weren't. You were spiteful, but good God, it worked. Spite motivation is strong.
Yeah, and you heard it from Save as well. It's very hard for a tier 1 team, a team that considers themselves especially tier 1, to be eliminated in the group stages.
10 seconds.
Team Spirit is one of those teams. They surely consider themselves tier 1. Everybody here considers them tier 1, and Team Resilience is coming in as the underdog, as a team coming out of the qualifiers, and they are doing exceptionally well. We're going to find out if they can upset in this series and take out the team that chose them out of all the options that Spirit had available. We got ourselves a draft, the Spirit on the Dire side, and we had them with first pick, and Resilience on the Radiant side with second pick. Therefore, also overall last pick, and quite the change up already with Team Spirit going for the Ember. First up, Fly.
Yeah, well, clearly they thought this Ember was a problem. so much of a problem that they decided to first pick it. And I'm not really sure what Echoes' hero pool is, because I think we've mentioned before that when you see an Ember Spirit, you want to punish this hero in lane. Otherwise, he is too much of a menace on the map. Shadow Fiend, that is an old school counter to Ember mid, where if the SF does play mid, he will beat the Ember in lane. He can take off the Flame Guard with double raise, so you can play through that lane. I don't know if they're actually going to do it. I don't think we've seen Shadow Fiend's mid yet. It's usually just going to be carry. But if they do, that'll be a cool answer that's going to be... It'll decide a lot of the game if they put the Shadow Fiend mid.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see SF picked as a... If we have to, we can put this mid as the Ember counter. But as the draft goes later, if it looks like it's also a good Slark game, that then maybe the Slark mid comes out. Because I don't know how much you want to like slam first pick Slark, even seeing the Ember. But maybe if it goes later and then they can run the SF as a carry, pick the Slark mid... It has looked so devastating when I've seen this matchup, Slark versus Ember.
Worth to ban out in this phase?
Maybe it's a question of, do Spirit think that Resilience have actually practiced this? Like, have they seen it in scrims? Have they heard that these guys can play the Slark mid? Because if you're not practiced with this, you're not whipping this out, right? Like, it's got to be something that you've done before.
Well, one thing that I do know is that Team Spirit... Both games before this one, in the first phase, they have addressed the Winter Wyvern in this game in particular, but before that, it was Keeper of the Light that was banned in both games by Team Spirit. So this is something that Resilience, they're worried for it by Team Spirit. So I'm curious if Resilience wants and is able to get their hands on the Keeper of the Light in this matchup.
Yeah, it honestly... both of the teams should be thinking about Keeper of the Light, because if Team Spirit manages to get it with Ember, it becomes really scary. And Team Resilience perhaps have some strat with it on their own.
This is a super high ban rate.
Oh no,
near 70%. But you're not fan still of the Mirana.
I'm not. I feel like this is more of a deny pick than anything, because Mirana doesn't really combo well with Shadow Fiend. They kind of don't interact. It's like setting up your next picks. But Ember is a very good hero against Mirana already. Because again, like last game, we saw the supports of Spirit suffered a lot against the Ember. So I wanted them to see some heroes that actually interact well with the Ember Spirit. I like the Ench that we saw the other day that can go mid and contest the Ember in the mid lane. But okay, so deny the pick. And surprisingly, we don't see a Coddle. I do think the Coddle Ember could have been really strong. I don't really like it for Resilience because there is no combo. Also, Ember is a hero that buys Vessel, which is good against Coddle. Can find him in the fights. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here, because Team Spirit with their bans, they ban Clockwork and Slardar. They're saying that this Shadow Fiend is going safe lane. Those are what the bans are telling me, and we're going to ban the Slardar as a mid laner answer to Ember. But maybe now the Slark could be cool. Slark is very good against Rubik. You can find him in the fights.
Underlord too. You can't really hold him down with your pit. So it is very nice. And I also feel like, initially I thought it would be Shadow Fiend mid. That I feel like Resilience is the type of team to do this. However, with the Mirana support, I think it becomes really clumsy to have Shadow Fiend mid and then Mirana support. The other support would need to be something with the lockdown. Both of these teams kind of rely on some setup. Could be Pango mid now, which is a little bit better. I think with Mirana, you just need setup. So I hope that whether it's Pango plus another sub, they just need something more. And then, they can just have Shadow Fiend in the safe lane against Underlord. It's not a bad lane at all. Okay, and they got the edge to purge the Ember Shield. I don't mind it. It's solid against Rubik as well.
Is it setting up for Mirana Arrow though?
No, it is not. I mean, the slow is okay, but I think you want something nicer. The Pango roll is alright later on in the game, as it kind of pushes things away. So like shouldn't be like a creep blocking the arrow if you roll on someone, but it's a little bit unconventional as far as arrow setups go.
That's unconventional too, no? Terrorblade?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not for Spirit. This is... This is something they do when their back is against the wall. They just go for the Yatoro Classic TB. It's a good hero against SF. You steal you get an SF illusion, and so you're going to be gaining his aura. SF, there's a world where like SF can ult and magic damage kill a TB, but a lot of the time TB has items and can actually survive that and turn and potentially sunder the SF. And there's not much to deal with the TB illusions right now on the side of Resilience. Like he's high armor against Pango, for example.
I think this could have been a cool Shadow Fiend magic build because he will lane well against Ember, and he does have the ability to pop the TB as a magic build. But something tells me that this is just going to be a Shadow Fiend carry. I think they'll put the Pangolier mid because Pangolier is not a good matchup against Terrorblade. Terrorblade has a very high armor. Pangolier is only physical damage. I think they need some hero that addresses the TB. So we're looking at like high magic damage. Some people I know like Doom against TB. I think it's like a two-sided matchup. Okay, never mind. It gets banned. Timber, Doom, both definitely good bans.
Maybe Axe. That's another one that I've seen can do pretty well against a TB.
Yeah, to be fair, from all the TB counters, there isn't much left. Like Darkseer is banned, Underlord is picked, Timber and Doom are banned. So
and Pango is not good because we've seen you play Pango.
Is
that not an option anymore?
I mean, you can play it, it's okay, but it's like you are countered by TB.
Okay.
You kind of give him a free lane.
That's not good.
So I'm surprised. I don't know. I feel like Resilience, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with these supports. I feel like they don't really set up anything, and then they have Shadow Fiend that requires setup. And now this last pick kind of needs to solve so many things for them. They need to solve the TB. They need to kind of, finalize their draft so it makes sense. Whereas for Team Spirit, they already have everything. They'll just pick the other support here, something nice that can help TB win his lane and, play with Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it will be their hero for rule that Team Spirit will pick up last.
Honestly, this is a game where I wouldn't mind a Grimstroke. Because then you have the powerful SF illusions later on. I know I said that, you don't necessarily counter the Pango with your Soulbind, but I feel like their draft is so solid already that I don't mind it.
They'll go for the Jakiro. That's a stable hero.
Good lane. It's solid. You can't go wrong with the Jakiro.
A lot of magic damage later on too.
Yeah, I think they have a very good lineup on Spirit. They have everything they need. They have initiation. They have a way to push buildings. Their spells combo well together. Very clean. It's a crispy draft, if you ask me. And for Resilience, they need something to deal with this Terrorblade. There's not many options left, like we said. Maybe a Necrophos could be interesting. If you really want to go down the rabbit hole, we have like Brewmaster that I know New
That's
plays
an interesting one.
a long time ago. But I'm really digging deep for this pick. It's not a good position to be in.
This is kind of why I like the Jakiro pick, because it makes some of the typical TB counters feel a little uncomfortable. Like Axe just doesn't feel that great into Jakiro either. It's a lot of magic damage to burst him down in the laning phase. If you don't want to answer the TB for whatever reason, like Centaur's still there, it's good against Jakiro.
I was thinking maybe Snapfire middle could be a little wonky, but it sort of addresses it. And
then Pango off.
It looks ugly. I think this Mirana, I'm just looking at it and I'm annoyed by it.
To be fair, I really love the Brew pick. Because realistically, Spirit have no stuns. However, they did not. What is happening? Oh, I see. So it is Pang offlane and Puck mid. Yeah, I don't like that as much, but
yeah.
We saw Echoes carry on the Ember in the previous game. Give him a chance. Maybe he carries on the Puck.
It is a good Puck game. They do have only like 1.5 stun for him, basically. So if he has a good lane, he can pop off for sure.
I think this is it's a complicated game for Resilience. I do think Puck is a hero that scales well into the game. It is magic damage. It's just that you need a lot of time. And they could get there with Enchantress being able to rotate mid. You have the Puck coil with the Dispel of the Flame Guard. So I can see them attacking this Ember on midwave. And if the Puck gets off to a good start, gets his items fairly quickly, this goes to late game, I see a win condition for them. However, saying that, I do think Spirit is in a good position to win this game. I would favor their draft probably a 60-40 for me, which is I think is pretty big, unfortunately.
At this point in the tournament, for sure. I mean, for me, I think it's cool because it shows that Resilience trusts Echoes as their mid laner. They're like, dude, you absolutely popped off last game. We believe you can just like outskill and carry the game. So we're just going to get you puck in a relatively free game and please carry us. Like, that's a cool level of trust to have when your back is against the wall like this.
Let's see if the trust was well placed. It's a deciding game. One team advances, one team gets eliminated. Let's head over to Lyrical and Trent to see what happens.
Thank you so much, Shiva. I cannot wait. This game is going to be super hype. We got puck all over the place.
We do.
Do you believe in the Terrorblade? Do you like it?
I mean, it's the Yadro Terrorblade. It's the classic. Oh. It's one of the go-tos. Of course, they just had the Yadro Drow, and it did not go so well.
True.
So that's kind of his new thing. He's going back to his old ex. A little rebound draft here.
Gonna get glimpses of Radon. What's happening now?
Yeah, if he could change his name in between, he would have.
It's time.
That's what he needed.
Well, we saw a pretty crazy start to this one as he's going to head down through the Twin Gate. What are you doing down here, buddy? Okay, he's just getting a ward down. I don't need that mana anyways.
There and back again. All right, very good. Keep an eye on some rotations that could be happening. Also, some of these earlier maneuvers can get spotted by this as well.
I mean, this makes sense. Like, you're going against an Ench. There's the chance for the rotations mid, which the panel talked about a lot. But you could also definitely see, just going through the gate and messing with them.
Yeah, I think a lot of it would be planted as well, right? I feel there's a lot of pressure on him again now on this Mirana, and it's not a great Mirana game in my view.
Yeah.
Like, how do you hit an arrow this game? It's basically off of Rolling Thunder and maybe some sort of an Ench creep setup.
Just be good.
He's going to be really good. Puck is not the best setup for it. They've just put a bunch of individual pressure, I would say, on Echoes and Planet to perform above what their heroes should be capable of.
Right, and that's what that last pick gave you. That was sort of the problem the panel was talking about the whole time. I feel like sometimes, like, you can just sort of you look at a lineup and you feel like something's not right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is exactly, but it's like it's not vibing with me. It's like in Severance, the numbers, they're scary.
I do believe that's actually exactly how drafting works,
yes.
To be clear. Yeah. Well, Echoes obviously did an extremely good job in the last game versus Lyral. He needs to find that here once again. Puck used to be this big lane dominator, not so much anymore. Even in a matchup that's like even or favorable, that usually just means that Puck is farming,
True.
You don't tend to like really beat somebody up. It's more so the impact you're going to have on the other lanes. When you hit level 6 and you got your eyes peeled for potential rotations and coils if one of your allies is being dove under a tower, which is probably what's going to happen to their first overall pick Shadow Fiend.
And it does give them some good answers also to the Terrorblade, because, I mean, I guess I want to see what we end up getting out of the Shadow Fiend.
Mm-hmm.
I think we saw a Nightfall Shadow Fiend, or somebody was playing a Shadow Fiend that went magic build out of the safe lane.
Yeah.
And that there could potentially be some value to that. There's no BKB piercing disables on Spirit to stop like a...
Oh, ZZQ down bottom here.
Very low on the Enchantress and moves in with Collapse.
3 Gauntlets of Strength gives them the power for the kill. And this response to the Ember of picking the Shadow Fiend, they don't wind up in the lane together. The Shadow Fiend can't really help that much in a situation where being gone on like that. It's a pretty fragile hero in the safe lane. Occasionally, you can, of course, find some turns when you have the right ally, and Ench can get there, but level 1 with only the heal, obviously not a lot of offensive potential.
Probably see some of those rotations in towards mid later, but at least for now, a little bit more vulnerable on this Enchantress, like we're talking about. But trying to mess with Not Me a bit. Trading some hits. Does have the heal ready to go. So pulled into a bad position again or not.
Kind of a crazy impetus game, though, I will say. Versus Underlord, Terrorblade, and Ember. These heroes all have annoying shields or reductions in damage that don't impact you, which is cool. But unfortunately, in order to hit impetuses, you need a lot of control, and that is something that they're still kind of lacking. So I'm not even sure if that's going to wind up being something that ZZQ really becomes relevant in this game. Feels like he's more so just going to be looking to hit good enchants, maybe onto the Ember to purge Flame Guard at the right time, and then, of course, that early creep impact.
Well, that's the thing, is it sort of comes down to, does this go into the super late game? Are we going to see, Team Spirit build up a big lead and then just completely shut down the map? Because if that happens, then the hopes for Resilience are pretty low. There are, obviously pick-off potentials that they've got, but it is a bit of a strange lineup outside of that. ISR. They move towards the Shadow Fiend. He misses a raise, and misses a second one, in fact, and Collapse just gets the kill. Not a single raise hit him.
They're just dancing on him.
Oh, wow.
A bad time. I mean, the good news is your mid lane's going really well for Echoes right now, but you need this SF to have a better time down here.
Yeah, that's does not bode well. Also, Pango not having a great time either in that top lane. It's not horrible, but Terrorblade is doing Terrorblade things. Although this would be nice. They can bring down Rue here. Pops and heal, goes all the way in, but not going to be able to get him.
Just shy of the damage needed there, Planet. I mean, that would have been a very glorious arrow had he gone for that one.
Had a dream.
Structures are fortified.
Well, he will body block out the small camp at the very least with the help of Yadro's own illusion. That was cute.
Not me, getting some stacks in the jungle. So Team Spirit trying to build up their piggy bank and let Collapse get off to a hot start here on this Underlord, who already has eyes on the Aghanim Scepter. That item gotten so early can make a massive difference to trying to find and kill the Puck before you start to get a couple of those maneuverability items.
Yeah, exactly. Puck, not a hero that you would think is countered much by Underlord, but if you're behind and you're trying to go Witchblade Blink and suddenly you just hit by a global hit while you're trying to build some of these more defensive items, you can just halt all of your momentum in the game. Luckily, Shadow Fiend is still very good at hitting creeps, even if you die once. So he nukes the wave, shoves it into the side of Team Spirit. He'll recover in his own way. Gonna have to watch for the 6-minute runes in another minute here. See how many heroes want to rotate mid for this.
Hugh is already making the move, has himself a little golem. That goes close to 6, but not quite there. A little lead over Laurel in terms of the experience at least.
Observer ward by the top Roche. Spots where Planet's going and sees him place the ward. Very nice. Rue was keeping an eye on him. Yeah, saw it leave his inventory, so that one's about to get dewarded right away. And it'll be in time to take some control over this top rune. So it might be a coin flip here. They're going to run into ZZQ, but not me.
They have level 6. They want to use this. Coil is down. Now the hit. Good damage with the Flame Guard is standing strong. Do they have enough to kill off Laurel? Yes, they do. But now Echoes
whoa.
in. That was the only way out. I think that's the only way that he lives.
10 seconds till the rune. Is he going to try and stick around for it?
Planet trying to get back. Collapse on top of him with Rue and goes to the Star Storm, but eventually it's enough to bring him down.
And you know what? Echo sticks around. He gets the illusion rune.
Yeah.
So that's a win for Resilience. Take down Laurel. You're happy to sack a support for that. Rue will find his own very deep ward here. So that'll be spotting a lot of courier rotations. And yeah, still battling it up with his Enge.
Dire's bottom tower.
Some body blocks in there to keep the Mud Golem punching.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier goes down.
That is unfortunate. But Collapse in some trouble now. As YSR able to hit a couple of those, doesn't get the third, and now he's gonna die. Oh, every time YSR is making these moves, it's not working out the way he hoped it would. Collapse getting away from ZZQ. They've already lost 2. They bring in Laurel also. Resilience. Lose 3 right before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, and not going to find anything here with the golem either. Collapse will just walk away, so they'll get their own wisdom. New will get back for his own at the very least, but quickly bouncing back here on Spirit.
That is a tough time. Gets level 6 though on the Pango. He's going to need to carry some weight along with the Puck in this one. Shadow Fiend, not where he wants to be. Collapse. Oh no. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. You had an opportunity, tries to run, not going to happen. YSR is dead again. They move in with New, try and find something. Can they get Collapse here? Oh, the roll on the hunt. New wanting to take down Collapse, gets over to the edge. Does not manage to get his big slug butt up that cliff.
He tried his best.
Now, Ember finds and kills New.
I mean, what a move. Bringing Yadro.
But two, oh my god. It goes, sticks around for the rune. It's not there. Not me is right on top of him already. The amp damage, not me is going to be able to get it. Saves it actually for the Ember. That's crazy. Wait, he bottles it? He gets out. Okay. A little greedy play means that the Ember does not quite get that one.
So there's so many things that just happened in this gank. Like attacking the Shadow Fiend at the hard camp. Puck is looking for these moments, but he's low on mana in the mid lane on Echoes. Plus the fight is happening just far enough away from the tower that you can't guarantee that you get in there with the coil anyway. But then Yadro comes through the twin gate and is beating on people with the meta. So part of that, even though it looks really bad, keep in mind that Yadro was just like running down a fight for the longest time as well.
Right.
So he did miss out on a decent amount of farm. So it's not like he pulled up some insane differential here now.
No, it's been a very back and forth chippy type of game, and this kill that they're looking for on Collapse right now can help to right the ship. They got to give this one to YSR. I feel like, oh no,
Well, they gotta get it first.
Yeah, they get him. Okay,
just get it.
Because they need this Shadow Fiend to be their damage dealer. Like, sure, Puck is going to have damage late, but you really got to make sure that SF is off to a good start.
Yeah, he is kind of locked into the Manta build, though, it feels like. Versus the Ember, you know? Feels really good. Versus the TD and the reflections.
Oh, it's true. So 4-9, less than 1,000 gold separates these two squads. Terrorblade very happy at the moment with his farm. And all of the cores, honestly, it's actually the Ember that's the lowest of all the cores.
Yeah. Laryl, again, having a tough start in these games. And CZQ is invading Collapse territory. He found his stack and took one of the Pine Raiders. Well, the gold's all going Collapse's way. All right, it's time. If you are Resilience, you need this Puck and Mirana to step it up. Like, it is Puck, you're working towards Witchblade, you want to try and find these kills with the Dream Coil when you can. I don't think you want to just be, like, casually farming at the moment. No. I don't think that ends up being a good situation for your team. I think it's like, get runes and do stuff.
They can make it.
But right now, Laryl's the one with the rune, yeah. Oh, good dodge with a swash.
Already chasing, gets up to the high ground. And they find him. Yeah, if Team Spirit are the ones that are on the front foot making these moves at this point in the game, that feels pretty bad.
Problem is, I also don't think you can make these moves very easily as Puck and Mirana either. That's kind of the problem with the draft.
Yes.
I feel like if you sit back, you're really giving up too much to Spirit. But going for these maneuvers is such low percent gaming. Nice hit on the catapult. Yadro not ready to block
he denied it. That's crazy.
That's some wild gaming. From
That's
Planet.
what you need out
This
of
is
Planet.
the locking in we needed, yeah. Like Shadow used here. There's a scan from the Dire.
They're back to farming while ZZQ coming over to soak some experience. Buying whatever time they can. Yeah, working towards that Witchblade. Collapse moving towards the Aghanim Scepter again is going to be one of the things that makes Puck's life hell. And so that's going to be something to watch for. So if they make these ganks happen and find those opportunities.
It's also another classic Pango situation. He's gone for the treads into the Falcon Blade and then for the Diffusal, which just means it's even of further delaying the Blink Dagger.
Coil down onto several. New looking for the roll up. Echoes able to get the jaunt off. Arrow not going to connect. Now as ZZQ, they try and back away on this Enchantress. He too is going to die, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange. A bit of a weird one.
Yeah, still a hasted not me here. Be thinking about chasing with Laryl, but with only one remnant left, they're not willing to go after that Mirana.
It was a lot expended. But they managed to take that mid-tier 1 tower down now.
Another deny. 14-minute wisdom's coming up here in a bit. Just something to start considering a move on if you're Resilience. Going for the ganks is pretty difficult for your lineup, but they're pretty good at fighting in a stationary spot. Like, they'll have the Rolling Thunder back up.
Right.
That could be something to operate with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Squad heading down south towards the Shadow Fiends. Appears like we're looking at.
Yeah, they need to get this tower knocked down. I'd say considering the way this lane started, SF has had a little bit too much freedom down here. That's probably the biggest bright spot for Resilience. And Laryl wraps way in behind. It's going to find a little bit of venison here.
Yeah, goes down, and immediately the TP out comes from the Shadow Fiends, so they will give up that tower finally.
4 points liquid fire. Everyone else can just go. Rue's got it under control.
Not really that much pressure as of yet onto this Terrorblade, who's had a relatively free game and is starting to take off a bit in terms of the farm. Witchblade done, queuing up the blink for Echoes. Not me. Trying to chase down New a bit. That's not going to work.
They're looking mid here at Laryl.
Okay. Goes for it, the Starstorm. Silence, follow up, tries to find the arrow.
Who needs combos?
Oh, man.
Simply hit your arrows.
And Rue now on to CCQs. ZZQ's going to walk that one off.
What a pickup here. Couple of heroes. And I don't think they're getting punished anywhere, right? Yeah, their wisdom is still up. No one was sneaking over there. In fact, both wisdoms are still available, actually. Not another one. All right.
They thought about it. I mean, it would be nice if they were able to make it happen.
That's a great steal. The Waning Rift is fantastic on Rubik at this point in the game. Actually ridiculous.
4 points in it.
Yeah, he's one of the best counters they have to the puck in this game, obviously, with the telekinesis, but now with the silence, too. Like, that's the best mobility you can get on Rubik at this point in this game. Considering it's better than Leap with the help of the silence.
Collapse comes in, steals the wisdom.
Moonlight out.
Gets his own. That is nice.
Damn, gamer. Classic Underlord gamer. 500 gold away from the Agnum Scepter.
Yeah, and that combo together with Rubik's spells, this could be puck hunting territory.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Resilience actually need to be aware of that and try and take a fight right now. Potentially kill off that Rubik.
I'm really curious to see what kind of build Echoes goes for as well, because depending on the momentum of this game, your build can be so different on this puck. Like, the Parasma immediately starts coming to mind simply because it is a Terrorblade game.
Yes.
And you're always seeing that as a way to, like, maybe chew through it and deal with this guy, but obviously survivability looks like a serious issue. So I don't think we're going to get one of these, like, Psycho builds where we get the really early Parasma after the blink.
Spirit. Need to make a go of this here. They find the Enchantress. Heals, a lot of heals, but it's not going to matter. And that Pit of Malice laid down just makes it really tough to counter-initiate with any of the heroes that Resilience have.
Yeah, this tower gold will be enough for the Ags as well.
Yeah.
They knock this down, so it's already done. There you go.
About a roll. Echoes thought about it, decides not to go in.
17 seconds till he has the Fiend's Gate back up. So they can go for a very early play with this. Meta's still half duration left here, but it looks like Team Spirit are already pleased with what they've done.
Yeah. Roll up will be next for New. Still hanging on to that Waning Rift is not me. But yeah, this is the game threes, right? This is what we've come to expect at this point. The
that's true.
Have the stomps back and forth. They don't want to make any risky plays, because if you take sort of a bad fight, suddenly you're like playing from behind in an elimination matchup, and the pressure starts to really mount up.
I think this is trending nicely for Resilience, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like things could be a lot worse.
Well, this is not good for them. That is
this
for
is
damn.
more what you're expecting.
Yes.
I feel like that could have happened more often. So in that sense, things are going well. But They get one pick before Echoes finishes off his Blink Dagger. So this gives them an opportunity to maybe get aggressive themselves on Resilience.
And that's the Ags reveal, too.
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow wears off as Rue is right by ZZQ. He finds and hits an Ice Path. Gonna pop the heal. Laurel on the chase. Spirit Vessel, and even dropping the Macro Pyre down.
Get on out of there, YSR. Not worth it. Yadro in here farming his Ancients right now. It's a Manta off the Reflection.
Pulling away some. But yeah, this is similar to what he did in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Farming out the enemy Ancients when you're a little bit ahead, but it's still a super even game. But yeah, I mean, it's a question, right? Like, if you give enough time to this lineup, does Resilience start to become scary in the super late game?
At a certain point, I suppose, but not, you know, it's a parabola.
Right.
For a while, it looks like they might hit a timing that's really good, but then late, I see Underlord, Ember, and Terrorblade. Right. Ember, the unkillable.
Crash, stolen for not me. Echoes. This is apparently the moment that they want to try and take. You can win a fight right here. You're on a good path to taking this victory.
And this tier 1 tower up here is just giving so much space to them. If they found Yadro here, that really does get them back into this. Echoes very close to him.
Oh, he stopped. Scan hits. They see it. Now they know. The scan connected. Terrorblade.
It's not enough to give them the confidence.
Oh, they're not.
I mean, they have YSR, so they could just push the tower in the wave.
They're going for not me instead.
Yeah, they're baiting him out, basically.
Dropping even the coil for this. Stolen coil, tries to turn it. It won't turn into anything.
Laurel was poking Planet on the back there with the Spirit Vessel, but he survives. Now YSR, though, got left alone up here.
Gonna Requiem, try and get out. Goes for the TP away. Is it gonna be enough? Yes. Wise decision.
Yeah, they cannot afford to lose their Shadow Fiend right now. CQ, New, and Planet moving into where they just saw their Shadow Fiend escape.
Arrow, a free hand, why not?
Okay, there you go. Planet, he's stepping up. He's doing everything you're not supposed to do.
Listen, if you hit the freehand arrows, it looks good.
Yep.
They need more of those.
Kids, don't try that at home. Or do. I'm not your father.
Who's your father?
Who's your father?
20 minutes. 9 to 15. And a Force Staff gets YSR away. I mean, look. Manta Force Staff is a hell of a build for a safe lane Shadow Fiend. It's kind of awesome.
Yeah. Yes and no. You know. I think it's necessary. And yeah, obviously it'll become a Hurricane Pike and it feels all right. But it shows the state of the game.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess that's a good point, is that like him understanding what the danger is right now and that he needs to get through this stage.
Yeah. They're going to get this Tormentor for free by the looks of it here. Credit to you, man. He was farming quick on this Pango.
Yeah.
Every time I look, I'm getting a little worried, but then he finished the roll up with the shard. Now he's got his Blink Dagger, so he is prepared for an engagement. Particularly the Roche fight is a place where I think Team Resilience could really shine.
Terrorblade shows there for a moment. Jump forward. Do they want to chase him down?
He's just holding his Manta though.
Yeah, the roll up and then the roll away. New decides not going to go for that. So no Rolling Thunder makes any fight not really possible at this stage. Although, maybe you could find a pickoff since a couple TP top. This is an interesting smoke.
Yeah, they're coming over to grab YSR as well. Oh, Laurel.
This is a really cool smoke. And do they have a way to get him?
Give the arrow a little kiss before he...
Oh, no! Not like that! Oh, jeez. That was so good, and then it wasn't.
That's how she goes.
Oh, man. Planet tries to get out. Jump, tries to escape, not gonna happen. Ooh. Now Echoes also being chased.
Wand, Guardian Greaves, and Essence Ring. Not enough to survive as the Mirana. 866 healing. But they had the damage.
Control. Cute, TP's out. Does it get away? No. So
meta down, team. Unfortunately, they could just move that into Roche, honestly. 2 heroes down.
They used Rolling Thunder earlier too, yeah.
Yeah, that's a freebie. That is bad. Because I feel like Roche was the best spot they had to fight as Resilience.
Yes.
And now with how these kills just combine together, they've lost that moment.
Right. And how much are you going to lose across the map while this Roche is being taken, you know?
Oh, dude, he's doing the build. He's going straight for the Plasma. I appreciate it, Echoes. I think he has to. Like, he went for the Shard, which kind of tipped it off anyway, but he has to play Flawless.
They see that this is happening, but it's too late. And New, after finishing the Blink Dagger, is now going to be queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, though it's going to take him a little while to get there. And with the threat always there, the collapse ulti in, it turns, you know, just a Terrorblade walking towards you into a potential kill. Something to watch for. ISR still keeping up, though, with that team.
What is the window of opportunity for Resilience in this game, though?
I don't know, man. It's a weird one.
You know, Lyrical, when I was 6 years old, I was at the post office.
Okay.
And I said to my dear mother after picking up the mail, I said, I'll race you back to the car. Do you know what I did?
What'd you do?
I started running to the car, and I was running to the open door. But do you know what? To my shock,
where are you going?
It was not an open door.
Okay.
It was a window. And I ran through this window, shattering glass everywhere.
Oh, no.
Now, see, this is where I'm getting to here. Because there was no window, Lyrical. There was a closed window. It wasn't open.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that the window is closed for Resilience.
Yeah.
See, they think there's an open door like I did. Much like a bird who sees a very clear pane of glass thinks that it's an open window.
Yeah, I see this.
But perhaps if they're resilient enough like I was to survive this incident,
they can crash the net.
They can crash through this closed window.
Listen,
and make it an open
don't
window.
Try that at home, kids. That's the big one not to do.
You get some really cool stitches all over your head and knee if you do it though.
Jeez.
Anyway, so that was an Orchid on the TB.
A sick
because he has gone for the Blink and into the Pharasma. He already has the Mystic Staff. That is the life that he's leading.
Yep.
So he has chosen to smash through the window with the Pharasma.
Okay.
And we'll see if it works for him.
Bold choice, Scott.
Yeah.
Stun, out, follow-up, arrow, good. They're crashing through the window, Trent. It's happening.
That's one.
Oh, man. Okay. These little scrappy fights. Listen, if Resilience can somehow manage to come away with this with a victory, they will have earned it because this Team Spirit lineup is looking solid. Good moves all around. Yadro picks up that Orchid, finds the kill onto the puck. They're working now towards... Well, I thought he was going to be going in for the Aghanims, but...
I just hear an Orchid and death.
Even with the Greaves, doesn't matter.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I guess they were still in CD. I'll do it.
And, I mean, now it really is that kill with the Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Ataro's just ganking people. Nobody's ganking him.
No, they certainly are. The Terrorblade is not any sort of terror. He is certainly the one who causes the terror in this one.
ISR is still growing larger and larger, but in terms of what he's been able to do in this game, it's been a little bit suspect.
I feel like they're wandering on some of these heroes on Resilience. They're just like looking for creeps, trying to harvest some gold, trying to find something, trying to find purpose. This is often what it looks like when you're in a match versus an Aegis like this, because you know you can't force the fight. That even if you have some tools that you could maybe see a moment that looks like it's just about to be fruitful, it gives you the seed of doubt. But at least they got the 1 kill on Laurel. That was good.
Yeah. Well, and also you got the Aghanim Scepter now done for the Pangos. So the team fight potential is pretty high on Resilience if they can find the right initiation angle.
Yadro just tearing through this tower, backed up by Ruin, not me.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Getting closer and closer to having a done Scotty.
Yeah, man, he is going to be so tanky. And they could even potentially stick around for the wisdom if they wanted to.
Radiant's top tower.
Nice shadow comes out.
For BKB. So they're going to really need a chain stun to make this work.
All right, Neo. What do you got?
Burn the mana, blink away. Not a bad decision. Closer to the 28-minute wisdoms. They do see Mirana on a ward up on the top side. And Planet, see if they decide to go in for him. Yeah. So, Mirana.
How good are your jukes?
Bleep. Not going to happen. Do a little bit of damage before she's gone.
Can't go through there while rooted anymore. Big buffed Underlord.
There you go. That does set up for 2 wisdoms at the very least. So some small wins where they can find them. New after getting the Aghanims is going in for the Shiva's Guard next also. Only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Spirit not wanting to overextend themselves, waiting for the right moment. This right here would be a pretty devastating kill if they could get it. They're going to find New. 4 staff trying to keep him alive. Now they move forward. Echoes got him caught with the silence, but there's no follow-up to this.
And you can see they can't even threaten the coil or anything.
Yeah. Just not enough damage. They do not have the Terrorblade answer. They're going to need a Requiem. They're going to need, you know, a Pango ulti, and he's still got so much armor.
They're playing for the big fight. Like, they're going for the BKB on the puck. They're going for they have the BKB on the SF and 2,800 gold. YSR is trying to figure out what the heck do I buy to give us a chance in this game? And it's like, is it Blink? I wonder if is what he's thinking.
Right.
Like, do I have to... I feel like that might be it, to be honest. Like, what is the save potential? There is a shard on the Rubik. There's a glimmer.
But if you blink Requiem, not me's going to get caught in that too. Most like, although, who knows? He might steal the Requiem. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah.
He's got 3,000 gold. He's going to run right into not me. Turns.
Oh, he's trying to micro his way out of this one.
No, it's not going to happen. He's just got BKB TP. It was a cool move.
Yeah.
Not the way you want to spend that BKB.
Planet gets found here.
Laurel right on him.
Tanking these beasts.
Yeah. They just keep dropping him down. Laurel finds himself another kill. This lead is starting to grow. Resilience starting to feel their hopes of moving on here at TI slipping through their fingers unless they can pull something together. Spirit are not giving them that option.
No, it's a very firm grip, and they have some tricky tactics here from Resilience. They have these very deep observer wards that have been spotting some of the couriers, so like they know where some of the heroes are moving to because of that. That's helping them to dodge about. I mean, you think about Echoes. He spent this entire time building this BKB against the TB Orchid, the Ember, and the Underlord Aghanims, and he didn't die.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive, frankly.
Yeah. Somebody has to die, but he was making sure it wasn't him.
That's right. All right, they're going to go for a kill here onto Rue. They missed the silence. This looks a little risky.
It's the courier.
All right, there's our kill. Courier down.
You take what you can get at this point. And Team Spirit, Roche respawn in a minute 30 seconds. So
I cannot imagine giving this Roche up. It will be so hard to fight into a Yadoro Aegis.
Yes, they have to stop the Aegis from going onto his hands. Resilience understand that they've been building towards one big fight, and it's got to be here. Now, the other thing they need to be careful about is not like giving up the BKB charge early before the fight starts.
Yeah.
Okay, Rue gets caught.
All right, very good start.
Now, YSR going through, manages to escape. That's his BKB used. Does not have a TP, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow. They got him. YSR
They have no detection, though. Just trust.
Oh, they got him. He walked back into it. No.
I mean, there's a gem on the Ember. He was dead.
Oh, man.
Yeah. His BKB was like full down, too, so.
That's a backbreaker right there.
Yeah.
We'll TP out. I mean, okay, I guess it depends.
All right, Laurel. Maybe forces BKB, they're thinking?
They're trying to, at the very least. seeing if they can do it. Coil is down, and BKB used.
They're trying to grab every wave they can. Hey, the big item, the Little Friends, is done for the Ench. Pretty powerful tool. Undispellable root for up to 6 seconds. Kind of crazy.
Can see the issue there. Gets just in time the roll off and will not manage to get the damage. But that Roche has respawned.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. Just the amplify damage terribly. Heading to Roche.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right, speedrun. Someone start the live split. Go!
Yeah, this is it'll roar. They're not going to be able to come and contest this.
Yeah,
you know, it's funny.
A little Orchid, some Solar Crest.
We keep saying, like, man, if this happens, it's going to be really bad for Resilience. And then it keeps happening over and over and over again.
New 80% record. Yadro slaying Roche.
Got it quick. That's for dang sure. Yeah, double queued up Aghanim Scepter. Understanding the assignment.
Yep. Ags for Echoes, maybe. Yeah, he's going for it. Get that courier home safely. I mean, it all sets up for the rapier, right? Hey, that's what we're here for.
We're waiting. When the time comes, he'll have it. Surely. He's going in for the Lotus. Trying to help out some of his teammates there. Yeah, this game firmly in Team Spirit's hands. It's not insurmountable, but this type of play right here is what's so scary.
I mean, he's level 24, Lyrical.
I know, it's a problem. Planet's getting chased down now. Manages to get a Tormentor.
He's like, there's two of them chasing me. Why are we losing our base? Guys, what's happening?
Honestly, it would be nice for them to be able to catch a couple of heroes here.
All right, where's the little friend?
The roll backing around. Finds Yadro, bouncing back and forth on these supports. They managed to find Echoes. Has to pop his BKB. That feels bad.
He just needs to run.
Oh, God. He's got to get out of there. Just got to escape. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Oh, the silence, the run, the lift is back, and now he's got him caught. He's going to be able to go for the jaunt. Needs to double back the other direction. In the meantime, Yadro is taking their base.
Right, he blinks up.
Echoes, no TP. Oh, man. And Not Me is just on his case, just chasing after him.
Oh, he got the phase. He was just insta-spamming, hoping he'd get something else.
I mean, it's all falling apart. Resilience are feeling the pressure coming their way as Team Spirit.
The voice lines are beginning. They're feeling it.
They know what's coming. 60 seconds, no Pango. Look at that building damage.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is not a lot on the side of Team Resilience.
My ult not helping the team. I know Ember's bad at hitting towers, but he doesn't even try.
I mean, they're going to send in Terrorblade Illusions from the Enchantress, but that's the strongest hero in the game, and it's dying almost instantly.
But the little friends.
Not looking good.
Little friends!
Some good punches in there. On the Yadro, actually. Forces out the Sunder. A few more with the 4-step forward. Maybe a chance, a hope, a dream. Yes!
That's one.
Can they get another? ISR not feeling super great about it.
There's the coil.
Now they get him. No more Sunder. Stolen coil. That's not good for them either. But do they have the damage onto Laurel trying? They get him with the root. Okay, the little friends, but BKB pops, and that's off of him now. All right, they do manage to take Not Me out. Echoes saying they are not done yet. TP out from the Underlord. They manage to burn through the Aegis. They get a kill.
Root takes the Shrine of Wisdom as he TPs out.
Yeah.
A painful one. So... yeah, they get the Aegis, they get the Rubik, but they lose their top set of racks. That Aegis is just too much for them to deal with.
Feels like they needed a Terrorblade answer.
Yeah, they put a lot of faith in the puck. And I mean, the puck has been fine in terms of like the matchup and everything, but I believe with the allies that you already had in the draft, you had no way to accelerate your puck in the game through kills. It was just like, oh, I'm an annoying hero that will be hard to kill, and I'll be like splitting the map and not getting caught. Right. And I can buy some time, but time for what?
Time for what, indeed? Puck. They catch him and kill him here.
Because you see, Lyrical, it wasn't even a closed door I ran through. It was never supposed to open. It wasn't a window that could ever open. Do you see?
Team spirit is inevitable. That's what you're telling me.
They needed to choose a different path. I needed to choose a different path.
I feel like you're going through something here, man. You're having realizations about life, which it seems like Resilience probably needed to have for themselves about life, as YSR is going to have to TP out. But look at these right clicks, come straight in, almost dies instantly.
No, but you see, the lesson is, Lyrical, that there was no viable path, yet I made one anyway.
I see.
So it's actually a story of hope.
They need more resilience. That's what I'm hearing from you.
They just need to force it.
They got to get the resilience going. A smoke up now. There's no BKB on SF, but can they catch some of these heroes off guard? Is there a chance for a pickoff? Something weird to happen.
I mean, that's a lot of friends. They're not very little
Jump
either.
in, Coil, good hit, but there's no detection. They got him now. Leech, good damage out with the roll from New. That's going to be 2 supports almost dead. All right, not me, gets the blink away. He's dead, though. Now New retreats back with no more supports. Can they kind of pull these Team Spirit cores apart? Thinking about it with the silence, that's pretty dang good. That's enough to take down Enchantress.
Yadro, godlike on Terrorblade. I've seen this before.
ISR caught. Does have the Manta, still hanging onto that Hurricane Pike. Level 25 on that Terrorblade. ISR tries to back out. Now the Lotus, keeping him alive for now. Requiem, anything? No, he's gone. And with the death of YSR, the death of the puck, it is looking like Team Spirit are going to be able to run this one down. Catches them all with the Fiend's Gate. Planet off to the side, tries to make an escape. Not going to happen. That is going to be another one down. Team Spirit, previous champions, wanting to find themselves another opportunity of it. They are moving on to the main event as they take down the last set of racks. There's a buyback, some hope, some chance, trying to keep them alive. But eyes on the prize, eyes on the throne. Yadaro hits the Ancients. And Chi is called Team Spirit. They're going to the main event.
He knows they fought hard. He had a smile on his face as they're typing it out there. Amazing work in Game 2 to give them a chance, and Team Spirit, maybe not sure if they could do it, but that looks like the team we know.
Good stuff from them as we head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and Team Spirit. I may be more relieved than happiness making it to the main event here after this best of 3 against Resilience defeat on their faces, as they have lost their chances here. But I think, Saber, with Team Spirit moving on, relief probably very present, especially after last year.
Yeah, for sure. I remember last year when they were in this same exact situation. They managed to get either 3-2 or 2-3. They were playing against Falcons, and they got 2-0. They weren't able to play last year's TI, and then this year's TI, they were 1 game away from their dreams getting crushed again. And luckily, they clutched it up. It was great how they played. I think Yatoro especially, he was just so good. You could feel the difference between the carries this game, and not only because it's like a better matchup for Terrorblade. I feel like Yatoro was just doing so much on the map, whereas for the Shadow Fiend, it felt very hard to do anything.
Yeah, I think this was a clean, crisp execution, especially by Yatoro. I think he really put the team on his back. Obviously, everybody else had an impact in this game, but Terrorblade especially, buying this Orchid, finding the clutch kills on the puck, also on the Pangolier, recognizing the correct way to play this game, when they should roach, when they should play around objectives. It was just, TB is a very commanding hero,
yes,
where you can literally put the team on your back and be like, if you have a good game and just, guys, follow me, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. And that's how it felt this game. Yatoro had control of the entire game, perfect game by him, and he takes him to the main event.
Yeah, you can tell that Yatoro thought it was a free TB game. You can always tell when these like Grandmaster level Terrorblades feel like it's just free. You know, they don't do anything that's too crazy, nothing that's too over the top. They wait for their timings. They farm pretty safely. They play around towers on every meta. They back off when they don't have meta. You could see that Laurel was making some calls, like he was drawing on the map a lot of the time, and Yatoro would back off. So there's a lot of team play in there where you can tell that the rest of the team also trusted that with all this pressure on his shoulders, that Yatoro could do it. This was a very nice kill. Like, that kind of sealed the deal. Really, the only hero that could potentially answer the TB in the late game was possibly the Shadow Fiend. But yeah, Yatoro knew that he had the counter matchup here.
Yeah, we had Brazilians making a few moves in the early game, but it was feeling a little forced. It already felt like it was not going to be an easy game, and maybe the pressure got to them.
Yeah, I think this was an uphill battle for them. I think they messed up in the draft. I don't like the response with the Shadow Fiend when it ended up being a carry. I did not like the Mirana. So they put themselves in this hole, and they had to really outplay Spirit, which is not easy in an elimination game. There were definitely signs of life, and I think Resilience did have a good showing this TI. I think they performed better than people expected. I think Echoes had some really, really clutch, great games from him. So I think he was a standout for me from their team. And hopefully we see more of them in the future. I don't think it should all be doom and gloom. They should be proud that they put up some really good games against incredible teams.
This was a team that's only about a couple of months old, so being able to take it to a Game 3 in this elimination series, and of course making it so close to making it to the main event of TI is nothing to scoff at. And our MVP goes to Laurel. It goes without saying he had a fantastic game. We highlighted him quite a bit already, and I think this is also boding very well for Team Spirit going into the main event, because this little hurdle that they couldn't get over last year, getting over it now means that for the main event they are maybe a little bit more unshackled. If you there we go, we get Laurel there as well. And he had a great Ember Spirit game. He was overall first pick there, Saber.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive, and I think it kind of goes back to what Fly was saying, that I don't think Resilience had the best response to it. I think Echoes, his pack was really good. They did kill him a bunch on the mid lane, but you know, classic Laurel, he always finds impact. You can't stop this guy. What a little hooligan.
You guys know football?
I've heard of it.
That's cool. It's like the guy that, he's not scoring the goals, you know? He's not the David Beckham, bend it like Beckham, but he's the guy that's setting up for the goals.
Like goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's like the goalkeeper. Laurel will never, it's never crazy flashy. Well, sometimes it is actually flashy, but a lot of the time,
Spirit, just saying.
A lot of the time, he's the Skeeter of Team Spirit. That's who he is.
Yep.
He's always going to do his job. He's always going to be consistent. You throw him to the wolves, and guess what? He becomes a wolf.
Very wise words. Wise words for sure. Final thoughts on Resilience as we see them exit, and with them, the final team of the Chinese region, barring LGD, of course, got you there.
I'm sad to see them go.
Yeah.
I really hope a Chinese team would make it to the main event. But again, great performance from them. They should have, hold their heads high. I think nobody expected them to do as well as they did, and it was very close. So hopefully Chinese fans are also happy to see them putting a fight to the death and really, showing the teams that they're here to play good Chinese Dota.
Yeah, and I just saw that another series finished. A slight spoiler there, but you probably had it up on a second screen anyway. Saber, Gamer Legion eliminated as well. Iron Wing makes it through.
Yeah, sad for Gamer Legion. I thought they played really nice TI. They had some very nice games, but yeah, I think Iron Wing are just a little bit better. So congratulations to them. I think 33 once again at the main stage is extremely exciting. I can't wait for him, because I bet he was saving strats. And now, now that it's main stage time, he's gonna pull out the biggest and baddest strats ever. I bet it's gonna be farming even deeper camps. There's gonna be a camp in your fountain, and he's gonna be there farming it on cooldown.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for these teams like Resilience and Gamer Legion, who had some very good showings, that Dota just is that close right now. A lot of these series went 1-2. A lot of these teams made it through this group stage, not 2-0. Like, no team is clearly on top right now, and it just means that some amazing talent has to go home today.
Yep, it also means that some amazing talent luckily makes it through to the main event, and one of those players is Collapse, and he's talking to Pyrium right now.
I am here with Collapse from Team Spirit. Congrats on the win. After you guys started the group stage, nice and solid, 3 wins. Then you dropped 2 series. Were you worried coming into this game here, obviously with elimination on the line?
I mean, since Parivision series, it was, for us, it was like we got really smashed in the ground. We had talk later that they're just like better team right now, and we're just not yet, I would say. But at some point, I think we just a bit lost our confidence, I would say. And it was shown like in Enigma series and also today. I mean, after Enigma series, I just wanted to die, to be honest. But today is a new day, so I mean, we tried our like what we can do.
What about this young lad, not me, that's joined the team? We're all really excited to watch him. Is he fun to play with? What's he like as a teammate? Because he's relatively new to the team.
He's like, at first, I would say, he's trying to do some highlights. I think, like, he's playing on TI. His first TI is like hype for him a little bit, I would say. He didn't mention it, but I think he's a little bit hyping about this right now. So he's trying to do some crazy stuff, like with his ages, steals, snatches, and like something on the map. Just trying to play good, I would say.
And nice.
He's probably playing better than all of us right now, I would say.
Fair enough. You've got 3 days off now, or 4 days off, I can't remember which, before your next game. What are you going to do with that time as yourself individually and as a team?
I just want to refresh. I just want to do some stuff to refresh myself, to refresh like mind, and just get in the playoffs with a clear head.
Nice. Collapse. Congrats on the win and going through today. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck in the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pyrion and Collapse. Going to the main event with a clear head, very important. And I love hearing about how he talks about not me. It's like, it's his first TI. He's trying to make highlights, and he's definitely, Jacob's been trying with the Aegis steals.
I love that there was like a little bit of salt there where he's like, this is my 4 position. He's often just doing something for highlights, you know, but it is true. You can tell that he feels the emotions, and some of these players that have a lot of experience, they see the skill that's bringing, because I mean, emotions just drive you to do like really crazy stuff that otherwise you wouldn't. People don't expect it. You get these big steals, and maybe it'll carry them all the way through. Who knows?
No, it's nice to have somebody like that come into your team, and I feel like it's going to inject like new motivation and more
Gives
fire.
energy.
Yeah, it's more energy when this guy is like trying to make plays on the map. I'm sure he's hyping them up in the game as well, just through his plays alone, because he's a chill guy, as we saw. And Collapse, yeah, for sure. He's feeding off of that, and I think that's going to help them in the main event.
So you know all about hyping people up with cool plays. You do that yourself too.
Yep, that's me. I'm the hype guy. What would you say are top 3 moments that hyped you up?
I don't think we have off the top of my head. Anytime you play a nice Underlord.
Well, thank you.
Underlord?
Underlord, that is the
Underlord?
You block people with your gate.
I blocked.
Oh, that is hype.
That's true. That is true. So yeah, you know, that's my specialty. Hopefully next year I get to do more of that.
Yeah, maybe then on the hype guy, but then not on the panel, but then, you know, in the games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a great time paneling, but hopefully I get to click some buttons next year.
I had a great time having you guys on the panel. Thank you so much for joining me and for sharing your wisdom with all of us. So yeah, we got one more series coming your way, of course, because there's one more team that has to make it to the main event. Will it be Yandex or will it be LGD? Nati and her team will guide you through that one. We'll see you after a little tour of Shanghai.
We are here in Shanghai for TI-15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is the actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, They're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed. It does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here.
Yeah.
We're going to see
Don't
how
tell
many.
Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all. And we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad.
Okay.
Can I call you dad?
No, you cannot call me dad.
Okay.
No.
What about
No.
father?
No, not father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No.
Oh.
Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys.
They
What
are
have you got over there?
This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah, carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana. Thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap, I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrion, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos for supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped in. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face.
I feel like
that's the face you
some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrion. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is. He is.
But
yes.
Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
Says here a big jug, Pyrion.
Big jug, big jug. Stop. Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my!
That's the
God,
biggest
that is
jug I've ever
huge.
seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
No, I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrion Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcana. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please
broke
don't touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate. It's so intricate. It's
It
so
is.
well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find. So
Yeah.
let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right, sounds like a good plan, Fred. Pyrion! Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. So that feels pretty good.
I mean,
it's pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their 3rd Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic,
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here. And yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic. And some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai. And it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the grand finals. Next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
How lucky Nomad and Ted there getting to walk around Shanghai, see all the statues out there and have fun, but also get to show us what there is if you guys are coming to Shanghai and experiencing this year's TI. Of course, though, our group stage is not over by any means. There have been a lot of eliminations and a lot of qualifications today, but we still have one more best of three, one more team to welcome to the main stage, one more team to say goodbye to. But I have three lovely gentlemen to walk me through that one. Lacoste, Gunner, and Monkeys Forever. And Lacoste, starting with you today on our final day, our final series. How excited are you to see who
Very
makes it?
excited. I love to see, joy. I love to see some tears as well. Eliminations,
tears,
they're
definitely.
brutal. They're brutal. This is what Dota is about. But because there's so many things on the line, you want to get to the main event. You want to be playing in front of the crowd. And we are seeing teams pulling out their best strats. And it's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and yourself, Gunnar?
I mean, I'm excited for the series we saw today. For the next one, I'm excited a lot. There's a very special player in one of the teams, Yuma, for me. So, I don't know. Why did you look surprised at that? There was.
I don't know. I just didn't think you guys were friends. I thought there was a little bit of beef. I heard he kicked you or something.
Oh, no.
No, okay.
It only happened 16 other times on other teams. It wasn't him specifically. It's all good. But I think it's also fun because this is a team we were expected with Yandex to be 4-1. And then you have LGD who... we weren't even sure if they'd make it to this point of the tournament, so it should be a good game.
And yourself, Monkeys, the final series, the final day for the group stage?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be watching LGD. Obviously, Thompson here at TI again. Very, very exciting. Also, I would like to put the highlight on Whisper. This is a guy I personally have been watching for 8+ years, and he's only been getting better and better over the years, in my opinion. And he's truly the star offlaner of South America. So very, very excited to, see a series.
Hopefully making it to the main stage as well. But let's have a look at our Swiss bracket, our modified Swiss bracket, because the joy of last night and getting to see everything play out was that our highest seeded teams got to pick the lowest, from the 2-3 teams for themselves there. And what we've already seen today, Falcons qualifying. Unfortunately, Aurora picking wrong with BB team being able to take a 2-0 off of them. Spirit almost having a disastrous exit out of the group stage, but we're able to clutch it up in that game 3. And over on the B stream, their second series has now concluded as well, with Iron Wing taking a 2-0 over Game Allegiant, and does leave either LGD or Yandex to take that final slot at the main stage there. But unfortunately, Monkeys as well, Game Allegiant not making it through. Despite being your dark horse, they did have a very tough run towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I was coping a bit and hoping they would make top 8. But hey, what's TI without a little coping?
100%. We're seeing their run there. It was definitely difficult towards the end. That Iron Wing one was hard for them. But I want to focus up on LGD's run, because there has been a lot of talk about how the paths have played out for teams. Their first matchup was up against Falcons. Then they had to go up against Team Resilience. Then it was Nigma Galaxy who ended up qualifying for the main stage already. Extreme Gaming, they got the win over, and then VG2. So putting themselves in that position, despite being the lowest seed, Gunner, in a position to be able to, quote unquote, choose their opponent.
Yeah, and it was surprising that a lot of their series were very close. There were 3 games. The one surprise was Nigma, that they actually got 0-2'd by them and not Falcons. You would have expected that would have been the harder game for them, but Nigma kind of just did go on that tear. They lost the first 2 games of the tournament for them, and then 8 in a row after that. And I would say hopefully for LGD, it's a good position for them to be in, being that higher seeded team. Usually you're okay, they didn't get to pick their opponent. They were that 5th seed team, so they were auto-assigned Yandex. They had one option when they had the choice to pick, but hopefully for them, they're at least confident enough knowing we've won some games this tournament, we can win a couple more.
For sure. But also to have in mind, this is LGD, Chinese organization that did pick up the squad, the ex-Heroic squad, and they beat all the Chinese teams here at TI. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any of them at the main stage, but, still seeing the LGD as an organization gives me high hopes, especially if they can beat Yandex here, which is going to be a very tough opponent for them.
That's one of those things that if you're going to be beating all the Chinese teams as technically our last Chinese org, you gotta hit the home run at this point. There is only one more milestone for you guys to jump over, but we were talking about our draft show that we had last night, and despite LGD not necessarily getting to pick their opponent, they definitely had some choice words. And I want to remind everyone, refresh the memories of how KJ is approaching this matchup specifically.
How does it feel to be going up against Mr. Yandex himself?
I think a lot of people didn't expect Yandex to be here in this position of being chosen, and it looks like you don't have what it takes to win this TI. So if you don't, better just do it.
Okay, thank you so much, KJ. This was supposed to be a friendly thing, but that's fine. You took your own. Any responses to that?
Я will regret this choice.
Okay, you will regret this. Ladies and gentlemen, please just shake your hands. Off you go. We're all having fun here. Thank you so much.
I do appreciate that despite being in a very difficult position, KJ was like, I'm still going to bring it all. And Axel going, yeah, you'll regret this one, brother. Definitely. I can't believe you chose us.
It puts a lot on the line as well, and you can definitely tell that KJ, he's very hungry after everything that happened with the team, the last-minute stand-in and everything. They want to get this stuff. They want to show, like, every single time you watch this guy have an interview, the way they talk about the game, it's very interesting. And the run that they had, even at the previous TI, was, I'd say, very magical as well, getting that top 5, top 6 place, one of the better performances. Like, they got the crowd pumped as well. And you talked about Yuma. I feel like Yuma has been also the shining star of this team. One of the better performances. I think this was his best performance at the last TI. I would put him in the top 3 carry, the performance that he did put up.
Yeah, definitely in that main stage, especially
Yes.
last year. There's so many games that we weren't expecting them. Back then it was heroic and they just kept winning, and it was a lot on the back of Yuma. His TA in particular last year was phenomenal. I think it's been definitely hard for this team as a whole. I think mid is one of those roles in the team that matters so much to everyone else. And it's strange because it's like you're the only guy that doesn't have a lane partner. You're like in this complete 1v1 isolation, but you have so much, like you get these early level 6, you want to rotate around, your supports come to you for power runes. So having to lose that kind of focal point for your team, I definitely think is hard, but who else would you really want to get as a mid laner than a 2-time TI winner?
Yeah, I mean, there's no one better than Thompson. This guy comes in, he starts playing Ricky mid, troll mid. I mean, who's expecting any of this stuff?
I feel like you just cannot prepare for LGD in any way, shape, or form. Yuma has a lot of pocket picks. Obviously, Thompson, well, that needs no explanation for himself there. Whisper plays a bunch of variety from the off lane as well. But looking at their TI appearances, it's been a phenomenal run for what feels like such an underdog region, such an underdog 5-man there. But now you're coming up against Yandex, a team no one really had in their mind as a team to be facing up against elimination, especially not to be on the tail end. A 2-3 team with a roster that has won a lot of previous events throughout this season, and coming into this as well with a TI winner on their roster too. You'd think that there is going to be a lot more in the Yandex back pocket, and hopefully it was just a rough couple of days adjusting to Shanghai.
For sure. I mean, this is the team that did win 3 titles in this season. They looked good. When the squad was like formed, it was like another stack kind of, and then Saxa joined them to be as a stand-in for one of the tournaments and one of the Fisher Playgrounds, and everything kind of clicked, and he's like, yep, I'm just going to be joining the team. He is the veteran. He does have, this is his 8th TI appearance, and the only one who doesn't have TI appearance on the team is Malady, but everybody else is kind of there. I'm going to be looking into mid matchup mostly. Okay.
This is such a Malady thing, bro. Holy shit.
Malady, he does have a lot of personality.
Love to see speed cubing on the main.
Dude, I think that might be the most he's ever smiled on camera, and he doesn't even know he's on camera. That's why. Malady is such a personality. A lot of people on the side of Yandex are as well. Do you think that their hero pool is just as wide or is just as versatile, Monkeys?
Of course. I mean, Watson, this guy is known for having a wide hero pool. He can play the more aggressive heroes like Nature's Prophet. We'll see that in the first phase ban from LGD. He can play a lot of aggressive heroes such as Kez, Nature's, stuff like that. And he can also play the more back-end farmers such as Drow, Templar, Assassin, stuff like that.
Yeah, and these teams, from my perspective, if we're going to cut out the Thompson factor, I think they do have very similar playstyles, and you can see they share a lot of common heroes. I just have to say that because, you think of Thompson, he does play Gyro mid, Ricky mid. He was the first guy to do Dragonite mid. So we do I want to eliminate the mid pool when we're talking about the averages for the teams. But their carry players, I would say, are somewhat similar. They both are Meepo players. They both really like their Terror Blades, the Nature's Prophets. So for me, this game, as a lot of the games this TI is kind of shaping up to be, is a lot on the carries and how the teams play around them, whether they are the ones being able to use like aggression with gates. I think both of these players are very good at using the gates. I know Yumo is one of the like first people to really want to just like take gates super early and make these aggressive plays, good or bad. And Watson as well is one of these like very hyper aggressive carries. And that also ties into the supports. How are the supports getting into these guys, and how are the offlaners picking strong lanes so they can kind of enable their carries to rotate to them? But again, the focal point is on these carries, and how early can you pick the carries, or how late do you want them?
Watson is also, Yuma is one of those carries that throughout this season as well, we've seen a lot of growth in him even rotating mid, not just the gate. He is one of the most mobile carries, and it reminds me of very TI-10 Yatoro days, right? When he was doing that key, it's like, okay, now this is becoming more of a staple of a Yuma playstyle too. But we're going to focus up on our game number 1 draft here, because despite both of these teams, a lot of different players having unique heroes for themselves, you can't look past what's been winning the game right now, what is in the current meta and what has felt a little bit broken. And Earth Spirit being the first pick for Yandex, and a Centaur is LGD's response.
It's really surprising to me that Earth Spirit is making it through these first phase bans as much as it is. I mean, this hero has just been such a menace this tournament. The amount of magic damage coming out of Magnetize, the mobility. He's an easy vessel buyer, where this is a meta where heavy regen is so valuable. It's shocking to me how much we're seeing of this.
I don't think I've seen a hero.
So I'm pointing at the 2 off-lane wins that has happened. I don't think we've been privy enough to get to catch that on the mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flexible hero. Like, you want to have the flexibility between like multiple roles if possible. And we've seen mostly the flex to position 4, even prior to TI. I don't think I've seen a game where Earth Spirit had a bad game. Like, he always has impact, even if he's shut down in the lane, even if he's playing into some matchups that he doesn't like to play into, because this has been a hero to beat coming into TI, but we're still seeing high impact in every single game.
I do believe the bans are very hard getting to the stage of the tournament. Nature's Prophet has almost felt unbeatable in a lot of the games, especially when you put it into the hands of like Satanics, Watsons. These guys are so good at the hero and the aggression. And it's like you don't want to give it up. The tree as well, I would not want to give it up. And then Cheer Jr. is probably the best invoker, I would say, right now in the tournament at least. And so it's like those are kind of 3 of your bans locked in. And then now it's like, sure, there's the question of Keeper of the Light versus the Earth Spirit. Keeper of the Light just makes a game that's even almost impossible to win with all the sustain. So maybe Earth Spirit's more of an idea of like, sure, this guy's very strong, but we can pick something to beat it. It's showing a core as well early, and we can respond to it. In my opinion, this is a Centaur mid, just because we've seen it before as a response to Earth Spirit, and it's done well. I know Gamer Legion has done this, and RCY was solo killing Earth Spirits with the Centaur. And if someone is going to play Centaur, I would not be surprised it's Thompson.
True.
Yeah, he didn't play it yet. He has very interesting hero pool. Like, he's bringing new stuff to the table as well. He's playing Dragon Knight, Gyrocopter, Troll against these certain heroes. He is playing this Troll against Rushing Aghanims, against Ember Spirit, against Darkseer. There's like a lot. Like, he is the most creative Dota player that we probably ever had.
12 heroes in 13 games or something like that. Pretty much, he's repeated hero once this entire tournament. And
Which one was it?
I think it was the
Dragon Knight.
Okay.
Oh, so not even the broken one.
Yeah, just the hero that Thompson brought to the tournament.
I want to say I think that hero is kind of a bait. Like, it's being picked more ever since he was the first to pick it in the tournament, and then people have been picking it more and more, and it doesn't look that good. And they're all copying his build. Yeah. It's like everyone. There was a quote. Someone was like, "Everyone's been watching Thompson stream." I believe it was like EWC, and I feel like it's the same thing here. It's like everyone's just watching the Thompson games and looking at his builds, and they're like, I could do that too.
Yeah, I can buy Strength, Link, and BKB.
Yeah, he's buying the fun items. He's rushing this overwhelming Blink, the Shivas. He is going for Octarine Core Shard, this build on Dragonite, which in theory, it looked very good. It's not bad. It's very good, like slowing the attack speed, having the bigger AoE on top of that. And I like this Witch Doctor a lot. I think Witch Doctor is very, very good in this meta. It secures you the lane because you are maxing out the heal as well on top of the Maledict. You're putting 1 point in Coconut. It's very good against all of these tanky heroes, whether this is going to be the Centaur. Most likely we are going to be seeing this Centaur in the mid lane, there are options to be picked up. We saw Viper as a being response to Witch Doctor in the lane. We saw Team Spirit picking up Dead Prophet in the lane as well, having a little bit of extra sustain. And here it comes. The reason why I love this build is because it slows you down so much. It's like damage over time, disables your blink. It's the attack speed slow, the combination between Shiva's and the overwhelming blink. It works real nicely. And also the AoE, like this bit of a newer build. It's 120 with his ability. It goes up to 180 with level 25 talent, and they are playing the longer games on top of that. Plus, you're getting 75 extra on top of that with Shiva's. So it's just going to be gigantic ball of fire, pretty much.
I love this Enigma pick. Whisper, such a menace on this hero. And I mean, you have the 2 silences from Kez and Earth Spirit, so until he gets BKB, Black Hole may not be too much of a factor, but Whisper, he can dominate his lane, open up the safe lane tower, rotate to that mid tower. He has a couple different builds he can do with Helm Dom or Drum.
Yeah, but is this the
AJ Enigma, maybe?
Oh,
I would say, is it who's he laning with to dominate the lane? Is it going to be a Centaur 4? Sure, we have seen
could be, yeah.
the KJ Enigma, but to me, that doesn't really feel.
That's last DI kind of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel in the meta because there's just stronger laning supports than him.
Yes.
That also have way easier to cast spells than the Black Hole. So I do think it has to be the off lane.
And there's possibility that Centaur is going to be played as a position for it.
Yeah, I would assume it's Centaur 4. Yuma also really likes Dragon Knight carry.
I was about to say, you don't ever see a realm where Dragon Knight gets shifted.
It's possible, but with all the changes to Dragon Knight recently, he's definitely lost a lot of the carry potential. He's more. People are also building him this more like magic damage, pure tankiness build that you don't really do. You don't scale in terms of damage that easily. Like you're saying, the Octarine, the Shard, the Strength Blink. So I think it is most likely just a Centaur 4, and they're hoping to last pick a Life Stealer, which gets banned, but something along those lines, just carry that can do the damage for your whole team by itself.
Honestly, I've missed drafts like this that make my panel scratch their head a little bit and goes, there's still potential, even if things feel more straightforward.
If there was any team to do it, it's LGD. I mean, Thompson, again, 12 unique heroes out of 13 games. And I think Whisper even has 9 unique heroes out of 13 games. So it's not just Thompson that's, bringing the versatility to this team.
Yandex on the other side, they're keeping things simple for them. They're not like really flexing. This is going to be most likely Earth Spirit from the mid lane, keeping things simple with the laning partners as well. The Switch Doctor plus Kez, a lot of kill threat, the stacking damage with the Maledict, the overtime damage from his abilities. It is very deadly. And then having Underlord for DM, this has been his bread and butter pretty much ever since he started to play professional Dota. And it feels good, I would say. It's very good against the Centaur, against the Stampede, this like big AoE abilities. And also Kez loves to have heroes who go in first and provide some kind of a vision for him, and he does have 2 big bodies in front.
What about, I think they need a 4 for Yandex. This is not 4 that often, but I like the Bane here for them. It gives them a lot of setup for Earth Spirit to go in, for the Underlord ult. It also gives them a grip cancel for the BKB Black Hole into the mid to late game. So I think it fixes a lot of their issues. If you try to go for something more like in the Soxa route, it'd be like a Shadow Demon. But it doesn't really feel that good picking it into the Centaur, especially if it's a support Centaur. It's like this guy's going to be so comfortable ulting and just like getting them out. They do ban it, but I kind of like the Bane. It's not, the most common 4, but it's a very strong here in the patch. Your 5 does provide a lot of damage with Witch Doctor, so it's okay to kind of have this more utility position for her.
I'd be okay with Shadow Demon because like you still get some value against the Stampede from the disruption. It's good against the save because they have the combo. Like it would break the combo with the Dragon Knight going in, the arrow plus the Dragon Tail setup. Good against the Black Hole later on to have extra bit of a save. And it's anti-carry.
Ringmaster? Because that's a different form of save.
Yeah, he does play it, but he did not play it in the last 2 tournaments.
Okay. So it's definitely not at the forefront of his mind. And I was wondering if he would want to go more damage position 4. But, Lion, that's another, not so much save, but disable.
Yeah, they don't have that BKB Black Hole cancel, so it's definitely going to be a factor at some point in the game that you can basically always win if you're LGD, if it goes late enough. But it gives them a more solid early game. It's more aggressive catch than the Bane. It's like you can stun, you can hex, you can just go And it's showing like they want to play this very, very quick 3-man ball with supports plus Earth Spirit. And at any time the Underlord can ult to give them backup. And now, probably assuming it's a Yuma last pick, you need to pick something, in my opinion, that is able to show up to these fights and hopefully force the Kez to show up. And if he doesn't, you outnumber them.
Do you think there's... I'm just thinking of Underlord dominators. Do you think there's any potential for an Ursa or something along those lines?
He likes it a lot, and he's a very good Ursa. I just don't have that much faith in the hero.
I don't really believe in the hero per se, but...
I would think maybe Wind is something that he's played, is pretty aggressive. Gives him another stun with some arrow follow-up. It's not the greatest lane necessarily in the Underlord, but I think with strong support it could be good. But they take the Sven, which I guess presumably laning with the Mirana.
Yeah.
Gives them that stun as well, and gives them a bit more burst physical damage, I guess.
It's a lot of cleave. It's a lot of AoE that they do have on their side. I don't think he's going to be like... It wasn't an easy last pick for them, but I also think that they wanted to have something that doesn't care once they go in with a BKB. You talked about the BKB Enigma. Sven, if he's the one who's getting the first initial jump, there isn't really much you can do about it.
They're still not picky between the Centaur and the
They're
Enigma.
deciding who they want to offlane and support right now. That's really funny. It will
Okay,
be
so it's a
Whisper
position
on-
5 Centaur.
Yeah.
There you go.
It will be Whisper on Enigma.
I think you're still going to be like laning, even though it is King Jungle's playing Centaur, you still want to be laning this with Enigma and have Mirana in the lane with Sven. Because I feel like if you
I think so.
if you lane Sven with Centaur against Underlord and Lion, it is a bit of a grief, yeah.
The cool thing for me with the Sven pick is the innate. It's basically Sven does more damage if heroes are stunned, and they have a stun on every single hero on their team. So they do have a way to constantly make the Sven do that burst damage on the heroes. And he, in theory, again, should be good versus the Kez because Kez doesn't like getting killed at the very start of the fight. Like, he wants to be able to get all his spells off. He wants to click 8 buttons every single fight. But I don't particularly like it versus the Witch Doctor or the Kez because I think that they have like enough stuns and reset for Yandex. So I don't think Yuma's going to have a good time
It's
in this
like
game.
you have to perfectly execute a team
Yeah.
fight and you cannot make a mistake. Otherwise, it will very easily open
I think
up
it's so
Yandex's.
easy for him to get a random BKB off, press the Raptor Dance, get the slashes, go back to full health, and then Sven's sitting there like, oh, okay, I guess I wasted all my spells and it's over.
And Monkeys, where are you sitting for this one? It's our final best of 3. You got to keep your 100% prediction streak alive.
Well, I don't know if it's that good, but I certainly am leaning towards LGD. My one of my favorite lessons from when I competed in Dota was it doesn't matter how good you are at Dota if you're stunned. If you can't play the game, if you can't play the game, it just doesn't matter. You could be satanic level, and if you're stunned the whole time, you
can't do anything.
You can't do anything.
Sometimes it's just as easy as going back to the basics. Every hero has a stun, immediate win. We'll see if it's that easy and straightforward for LGD as they are coming up against Yandex in this elimination round best of 3 with Sunsfan and Syndrome.
Thank you. Yes, this is quite the series. I think not a lot of us were expecting Yandex to be in this position. Elimination on the line here for this best of 3. Sunshine the Center, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited for this game. There's a lot of on the line that goes without saying, but yeah, not only are Yandex here, they're here with a 2-3 record, which I think is
true,
extra surprising. So obviously, you guys saw the clip if you were watching pre-game that they were picked by LGD to be their opponents. Unfortunately for LGD, they didn't have anyone to pick from because all the other teams had already been chosen.
That's right.
I don't think this would have been their choice if they were given one.
No,
but,
I don't think so.
So this will be.
There's a reason they were last picked.
Yes. Very good reason indeed. One of the best teams of the season. Just haven't looked the best at this event. But that's the thing about Yandex. Sometimes they have a little bit of a slow start. They get things figured out, and then this team can still be in the running for the whole thing. LGD hasn't had the same success in this season. They've had their moments for sure.
Yeah, but they are the sweetheart of this tournament, Cinderin.
That's
Opson
true.
instantly puts you in that category. KJ with his speech last year.
Aura farming.
That's right.
And it's arguably the last home representative here in LGD as an org. So China's last hope for this TI, if you will.
Very true.
Unfortunately for them, 3 teams participating, neither of them made the main event.
Neither
So
of the
here we
3.
are.
Huh?
Yes,
Okay.
that's one way to put it. That is correct. None of the 3. Thank you, Sunsfan, for that. I've got a couple of things to go over in this game. Really interesting lineups. First of all, I believe this is the first support centaur of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen it mid and off lane, you and I at least, quite a bit.
I have seen KJ play it, it's just not at this tournament.
Yeah, I think so.
And it did not go well. It was really bad.
But I will say, I like that they flexed it this game to support, because in my eyes, he's playing against 2 of the hardest counters of the entire tournament in Kez and Underlord. We've cast, I want to say, almost a handful of games of Kez versus Centaur, and I feel like Kez just kills him every time.
We've had a lot of chicken and horse in this tournament, no doubt about it.
The chicken is just stronger, it would seem. So that's interesting coming out from LGD. I think, as the panel pointed out, very important for this game. Hang on.
Okay.
Not a kill that I had on my radar. Level 1.
Wow.
Underlord and Lion kill Mirana.
Okay.
Great start for DM.
Interesting.
What a crazy Underlord game. Am I wrong? He's playing into 3. He's playing into Dragon Knight, Sven, and I mean support Centaur, but still Centaur. Looks like DM could have a field day, especially if he's getting first blood.
It feels like, I don't know if you feel the same way, this hero has been picked a good amount, and it feels like the win rate has got to be really good. It's been impactful in every single game that we've cast at the very least.
The other good piece of news for Yandex, aside from it being a good Underlord game, is the fact that they've got their hands on, in my eyes, the best hero of the entire tournament so far. The first pick, Earth Spirit here. You saw the win rate being, I think it was 25-12, his current scoreline is, which, first of all, is obviously very high, having a 67% win rate, but it even comes with the asterisk that that is a hero that's getting first picked a lot.
Yeah.
Usually, heroes that have this high of a win rate, even with like 15, 20 games, is because, they get picked late in the draft, you have more info, Theolicor should be fine. It's just poking and prodding a little bit. When a first pick hero has over 60% win rate, that is generally an indication that either the hero has not been figured out or it's just too strong. And in this case, I feel like it's maybe both. I have not been convinced with any solutions that I've seen teams run.
Why are teams letting it through?
I don't know. I would first ban this hero every game if I'm second pick. I just think it's too powerful. It has too good of a win rate. And just the thing about it is it's very flexible. You can even play it position 3, as we've seen coming out from Iron Wing. They're the only team to do it, I believe, so far.
Thompson, a bit of trouble. Chira Jr. Forcing him out, has the level advantage on the Earth Spirit for now. As the roll is going to miss under the tier 1 tower. He's going to get Dragon Tailed. Some good damage coming out from Thompson now, trying to turn this around. Not able to chase him down as there's a full wave now for Thompson to enjoy.
I want to call that a disrespectful roll. Like, do you really think that's not going to sidestep that one? I mean, at least he didn't put down a boulder. Then he would have rolled all the way into the tower and probably died. But
so Thompson has played a unique hero in every single game except for the DK, which this is now the 3rd.
Correct.
And they picked both DK and Sven against this Kez. Going to have to hold that thought as Theolicor getting some harass and damage put on him. But yeah, they picked 2 high armor heroes against basically the only physical damage on Yandex, which is the chicken. Everybody else is matched. Yep.
Big damage going in.
Malice,
My ear
Yuma,
just hurts.
double proc with the Firestorm as well. We'll be okay, but
this lane is super strong. If you think about why teams run Underlord Rubik, where you Pit of Malice, then when they're exiting the pit, you lift them and throw them back in. Lion has 2, well, he has 1 stun and 1 hex that slows your movement speed to a crawl. So can stay in the pit for very long and eat all that Firestorm damage. It's a very, very strong lane. And yeah, I'm with you on the Kez. I feel like tanky heroes just don't look tanky against this guy.
No.
And that's why I'm optimistic.
Stuns are
overall.
good against him.
That's true, but I am optimistic overall for Yandex just because we've seen so many games of Kez killing these tanky boys. And well, LGD's 2 primary core positions are built around being burly. And we'll see if they can handle it. They did pick DK into Kez, so I believe they consider it a good matchup. Remains to be seen if Thompson can prove that later on.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. If you blink in with human form Dragon Tail as like an initiation, Watson won't have any time to actually react.
That's the biggest upside in that matchup. Maledict onto KJ.
Yeah. Gets off the hoof stomp onto 2, getting blocked by the Eidolons of his teammate, who's doing some good damage to Malady. Looks like it might be a trade between the two supports as DM kills off Yuma. That's the bigger of the kills here in that bot lane.
Oh, Theodore.
Malady able to dodge the arrow. To the south he goes, as Whisper getting dove by the chicken. Watson looks like he'll get it with that Echo Slash. Parries the tower as a TP from the support Centaur.
Oh,
a blood grenade. Watson, are you dead here? Being chased by a half-man, half-horse. Trying to deny himself on the creeps, and they will suffice. Nicely done from Watson. Yeah, very unfortunate for LGD.
Absolutely nothing for LGD there. And now might even be in trouble in mid. This is level 6 Earth Spirit. Line has rotated in with the 2 disables.
Magnetized with the roll to follow. Thompson not to get any support, it seems. Will be able to regen up enough to stay alive. It's off the Dragon Tail to create a little bit of extra space as the stones keep being applied to him. He'll barely survive here, but that's his first dragon form as well, so that's ends up kind of being used in a defensive measure, which is not what you want to see as a DK.
Good thing for him he had that infused raindrop. Otherwise he would have definitely died. Survived with about 80 HP on his way out.
Radiant structures are
So far all Yandex. And this is the thing when you run something a little bit funky like this. Okay, hang on. Pressure.
Oh, would have been nice. All they can do is some harassment damage now.
When things develop like this, I'm very curious how King Jungles will find impact later. That's my biggest worry, is what is the Centaur going to offer? Because as a support hero, a lot of the time what you're looking for in Centaur is, well, if Stampede is really good, you always have that globally to help with. But I just think the Underlord matchup is horrendous. He's going to get Ags and have these huge pits, and you just stuck in place. So even that feels kind of hard to pull off. So curious about his itemization. Is he going to just act as an initiator with a dagger? And he's just going to buy Windblaze Blink? That is exactly what he queued up for now, at least. He's going for Blink Yules in his idea pool. Unfortunately for Centaur, as a support, usually the way this hero farms is through levels with Retaliate and then having regen enough to spam Double Edge. He's going to have neither. So it's not easy to come by some gold on this when running the support role.
Bet he wish he was playing Zeus right now. That's one of his signatures as a position 5. Yeah, I have yet to see, it's a very small sample size, but I've yet to see a support Centaur be of any use at any point in the game. And you're right, against the Underlord, it's going to be extremely tough, because it's not like you can itemize for, like, even Aghanim Scepter, which I know is a later game item, but supports do get this kind of farm throughout the game, but even that doesn't look that good this game.
No.
Like this, they have a lot of AoE damage from Yandex, and then inside these pits, like, you're getting a Yules, you're just gonna get pitted again after you come back down. It's mostly for the Magnetize, I would assume, but
I definitely
feels like they have all their corners covered here for Yandex.
I think what LGD need to play for here is some sort of really strong mid-game timing with Sven and a BKB Blink Enigma, because, like the panel talked about, there's no BKB cancel. I guess except Kez can probably just obliterate you, and I believe you can still apply a stun through BKB with a Shodasai, if I'm not mistaken.
And help with the Malefit. Oh, very good dodge from Watson. Will survive the gank. So another dragon form. Thompson's going to have to get away from this Witch Doctor. Now going to get rolled on with the Magnetize and the Maledict attempting to TP. He will get out before the Pit of Malice applies. That's now 2 dragon forms not being used to push towers. I mean, how important is that for DK? Because we don't get to see this here all that often anymore.
I think it's less important than it used to be with the flow of the game. And even though these moments might seem kind of pointless because he doesn't accomplish much, at the very least, what you are doing by forcing Yandex to respond to you is that you're giving Yuma free space. And I think it's much more important in this game that Sven has something than that DK does. So if he has to sacrifice some hundreds of gold to make these rotations and force TPs out of the enemy team, so be it. Because this game is coming down to Yuma and Whisper way more than Thompson at the end of the day. I just don't think DK is going to have enough output. And the Kez matchup, I still firmly believe is good for the Kez. So you're better off investing into the Sven, who I think has the best matchup in the game.
Is that what he bought in the last game he played?
Radiance?
Yeah. Radiance DK. I didn't get to see that.
I feel like he was prioritizing Shard into BKB and then overwhelming Blink, I believe.
Interesting. What do you think of Radiance on DK?
It's a lot slower and greedier, and frankly quite uncharacteristic for this player. Thompson usually doesn't go heavy into the farming.
True. We're going to double hooks on from KJ into the Dragon Tail and into the first black hole of the game. Nicely done from LGD. They get Chira along with the support, but Yuma might be the trade. Impale finds him from Soxa.
Should be,
Nothing
still be a
comes for
tower,
free.
though. Mid tower is a great takedown. Yes, you might lose your safe lane tower, but definitely favoring overall LGD in this trade. Also putting a little bit of a dampener on Earth Spirit. As I say that, he hasn't even got an assist yet, but this hero just feels like it develops into an entirely different beast when it gets Vessel. And that's been delayed by a lot. Doesn't even have the urn yet.
And he's bottom net worth of the cores right now, which is a bit surprising. And look at KJ's farm. I mean, have to say, he's doing okay on the Centaur. I don't even know how he got that double hoof stomp. We didn't get to see the beginning of that, but...
Yeah, he got the kill on Chira Jr. That helps a lot. That was like 300 gold for him. Watson not anticipating the smoke top. This would be a huge kill.
We're going to find this Mirana. Looks like an absolute freebie for the Yandex side.
Watson can't
stomp onto Kez. Watson trying to parry something, but Thompson is here to help right-click him into Oblivion. A big kill for LGD. So now a couple trades across the map in favor of LGD, finding some momentum.
Yeah, also perhaps going to be opening this tower with this. Dragon Farm up in 5 seconds. And you obviously have the level 4 Eidolons with Drum ready to roll and a Siege Creep. So yeah, this is just a done deal. Looking good so far for them in this earlier portion. And again, the very good piece of news here is Enigma's game is looking stable.
KJ having to use the Stampede to attempt to get out from Soxa. Oh, they actually canceled Thompson's TP. He'll get a kill, but that is an unfortunate trade for LGD this time around as Watson gets the better of that exchange.
Yeah. Thompson getting a kill on a tower is a little bit of a band-aid on all of that, though, overall.
How much does Watson want to avoid buying an MKB? I'm trying to figure out this Radiance. Because if you have good amount of HP and a lot of armor, which DK has,
yeah,
evasion seems like the next best thing to counteract a Kez.
It's good.
And there's, I feel like, what other evasion? You're not going Halberd. Right? Does that even exist anymore?
I don't know if we've even seen it purchase a single time this tournament.
Butterfly. I feel like I've seen Butterfly and DK like super late game, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is interesting, especially because realistically speaking, Sven will never buy an evasion item. So if you're forcing Kez to buy an evasion item against you, then that item will be less efficient against the Sven. So you're kind of not allowing him to get the quote-unquote perfect build to counter both heroes simultaneously. It's an interesting line of thinking here, if that is the rationale. And like I was saying, I think it's uncharacteristic for Thompson to go this type of items, but I think the mindset is, well, we have a Centaur who's going to get an early blink. We have an Enigma who's also going blink. Maybe it's a bit too much of the same thing, and we need something that just packs a punch and keeps scaling us.
Yeah.
And it's him. This is essentially him preparing that if the game goes late, I think LGD will be very comfortable. That's the other thing. It's like, well, if we don't see Yandex with a lineup that's going to push very fast, which is indeed the case, we can probably get there. Then we'll have a BKB Blink Enigma late in the game. And if DK has farmed up a lot and actually gets to his 5th, 6th slot, maybe you just out-lane game them. Maybe you outscale the Kez.
We have yet to see it. It feels like we are cursed to see Kez win every single time. It's usually coupled up with like a Slardar or something to that effect. But I mean, the thing with Yandex's lineup is we already talked about Earth Spirit being the mid of the tournament. Kez kind of the carry of the tournament in a lot of ways. And Underlord can just join in at any time. It's like probably the most powerful Ags that in this meta, I want to say.
Yeah.
Like, especially a first purchase Ags, it's crazy good.
They definitely have S-tier heroes on all 3 core positions on the Dire.
I think Dota Plus seems to love LGD's chances here, though. 65, 35.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in a good spot. Dota Plus always loves Enigma when it's not losing. Some late-game heroes are just inherently going to win more often than not, but especially with the pacing of Dota overall. You've seen the average game time of this tournament compared to historically. The games go late.
Yeah.
And some heroes are just beasts in that phase of the game. Ironically, I think LGD's weakest late game core is Sven. Sounds a bit weird to say out loud considering how hard this guy hits, but obviously when you get late enough, Sven kind of suffers from a narrow timing window. When you have a 7-second BKB, you're a transformation-based hero with God Strength, and obviously you cannot refresh BKB since a couple of patches ago. So once the BKB runs out, you oftentimes get kited and solved with itemization. But that's harder to do against DK, and especially Enigma is very hard to itemize against in a game like this.
Yeah, I guess we can look forward to what itemizations Yandex needs to go for against the Whisper Enigma, is because they don't have any BKB piercing stuns outright. What can they do once this Enigma gets BKB refresher, if it goes that late?
And if your Kez gets Black Hole, you're kind of screwed, right? I guess Wind Wakers will always be on the menu. Aeon Disc, the 2 classic Enigma counters will have to be purchased in some fashion.
There's no real Abyssal carry. I mean, it would be interesting to Kez with it, but it just doesn't feel like he would want to buy that in general.
I do believe he can still stun through BKB when he pops Raven's Veil, right? And goes for the...
that's true.
I think that pierces...
Probably.
Again, that's what I'm saying. But regardless, whether that is still the case or not, if he gets Black Hole, then nobody else can step up to the plate. And he's the primary hero you want to Black Hole anyway. So it's not really... It's not really that big of a concern, I think, for Whisper overall.
Now, DM about to finish the Aghanim Scepter, so Fiend's Gate about to be a global surprise for LGD to have to counteract.
I think another thing to keep in mind here is when it goes late, something that oftentimes matters a lot is the ability for supports to farm. And Yandex's supports don't farm very well. Witch Doctor and Lion, 2 of the slower ones. I think Centaur will outscale them. I think Mirana will outscale them. And the reason that becomes extra important in this game is that oftentimes later in the game, the teammates that will have to save from Black Hole supports with Wind Waker. And Lion and Witch Doctor will take a long time to get there. Soxa started with drums, so he's going to have to buy Blink next. So before he even starts thinking about it, will be far.
I feel like they kind of picked 2 supports that are very excellent.
Whisper.
Oh, that's a Sean. Whisper goes back into the pit and will fall. So, good kill from Yandex, and that is the showcase of the Underlord Ag. So now LGD knows.
The reveal.
Radiance online now for Thompson.
Oh, there's your answer to your question. First time of the tournament.
Yeah.
So,
it's pretty cool, and I think later he can turn it into... I mean, is Nullifier good this game? If they get Wind Wakers, I suppose it would be. And Soxa gets the Hex. Looks like he wants to run away. Doesn't realize that that is a support Centaur, of course.
This genuinely feels like it's going to be a farm fest for a while.
I'm into this for late game.
Yeah.
A lot of these games, it feels like, I don't know if I want to see this late game because, I don't know. This feels like it could be a really epic show match.
Well, Thompson is playing for fun, right? So show match.
That's true. I mean, the fact that we get to see the first Radiance on DK this tournament, and probably first I've seen personally ever.
I think this was very popular when DK was played as carry in some games, right? I think they were going Radiance.
How many years ago
occasionally.
was that?
1.
Really?
Maybe 2. I feel like Skeeter must have bought Radiance on DK.
Must have a goldfish memory.
I mean, maybe I'm just making it up. Wouldn't be the first time I'm imagining things.
I mean, that would have been before the evasion. So it makes even less sense on the potential range here.
Chira Jr.
Connection. Chira Jr. roll is going to connect onto KJ, but it's not a way to get out of the double edge range. So good kill from LGD again.
Early gem here from King Jungles. Interesting. Gonna fly that one out now. Doesn't inherently counter any heroes, so this is strictly for map control.
But yeah, going back.
Another jump.
Okay, that's the
Soxa. There's the arrow.
Soxa looks to be dead. There's DM. Can't find any more, it seems. Actually blocks off the potential path for KJ. He TP's out right in the midst of all of it, though. His DM, a baby blink as it work. It's going to get Stormhammer, though, from the Sven. As DM just taking an absolute beating inside. There's the Black Hole at the last moment onto Kez. This will be an even bigger kill for Yuma and company. They get him. It's a 4-for-1. The Underlord barely gets out. Huge fight for LGD.
This is going really, really well for them. Just Monkeys was talking about this on the panel. Doesn't matter how good you are if you're stunned. And, well, this last couple of team fights, Kez hasn't been able to press a single button. So, yeah, he has good net worth, but if he keeps getting caught in black holes and dragon tails, he doesn't really do anything. Just nice setups from LG, and you can clearly see in the trajectory of this game, Yandex are forced to play very reactively, which I don't think is when they're at their best, and it's not when Earth Spirit shines. This hero is really good when you are setting the tempo, taking initiative, and I feel like for the last 10 games, every single move of the game has been initiated by LGD. And another one now, Soxa. Are they going to be able to connect? No. Not going to follow up on that. They will defend their tower for now, maybe just deny it here, I would imagine.
Think so.
One hit away from Thompson, but they are holding on to it.
Greedy. Okay.
Maybe they want to try to bait on it. I think Theolacor just pinged it.
Thompson just a recipe away from his BKB. We already saw Yuma with his. And I would assume that Daedalus... Oh, looks like he's going for Blink before the Daedalus.
Yeah, makes sense. Want to make sure you can connect. This is the best carry in Dota, in my opinion, to buy Blink on, because if any of your teammates set you up, you are the most insane immediate follow-through. Like Gunnar mentioned, the innate, you do more damage to stunned heroes. All of your teammates have stuns.
I have to say, I do miss Ags, though.
Yeah, the good,
Superman
the
Sven
good old
was
Superman.
a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, they still have it, but it's not as good.
They got rid of the extra hit, and that's all that it took. That good.
That was crazy. Oh,
looks like he's just going to finish that as find an Enigma. A Whisper looks to be dead here.
Could get the
nice
Shrine of
pick-off
Wisp.
from Malady. He did. Not that it would matter at 21 minutes that much.
Everything adds up. Whisper is going Octarine before BK. That is
wow.
Even more of the mindset of we don't feel any time pressure. Like, I don't have to get this value item yet. Just keep farming. Maximize my output on the map. Obviously, one of the big upsides to Octarine on Enigma is people are mainly going to be focused on the cooldown reduction on Black Hole, but the cooldown reduction on Demonic Summoning matters a lot. You're constantly farming more, you're pushing waves, you're forcing the enemy team to take care of random garbage around the map. And again, the more reactively Yandex have to play, the fewer moves they are able to make with their Underlord, with their Earth Spirit. So it's probably going to work out just fine, at least in this game state. If they were losing, I would not have liked this.
Yeah.
But I think playing from ahead, it's all right.
So you feel like Yandex are in a window of sorts that they need to figure out before LGD gets to the actual late game.
I do strongly feel like Yandex want to do something right now. It's going to be the Tormentor, as it looks. Stampede. For
Not
what?
going to find
For what
anyone.
exactly?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Watson. Rest of his team going to attempt to go for this Tormentor. Looks like they'll get it.
Yeah. They're low, though.
Careful. We'll be rewarded.
A little bit interesting to see. I'm assuming it's because he's playing against Enigma that Malady went for 4 points in cast, because what we usually see is 1-4-4. And obviously, it was glaringly obvious on this Tormentor attempt that they did not have 4 points in the restoration, as they did not heal very much. Haven't got too much bang for their buck, though, on that cask, I have to say. Not yet, anyway. Yuma. They see him on the ward. Chira Jr. No BKB yet.
Gets initiated on. Arrow is going to hit, and that is enough damage for days. Yuma, credit for that one. Panel talked about the innate from Sven. More stuns, the better. More damage you will deal. 3K lead now for LGD. Starting to get a little bit of extra wiggle room now. And of course, we've talked about their late game prowess just being absurdly strong.
What a confidence booster it would be if they managed to beat Earth Spirit in game one. That is the kind of thing that can determine a series.
True.
If one of the opposing team's absolute best heroes and one of the best heroes of the tournament gets solved in the very first game.
And the chicken.
And Kez, yeah. It's definitely not because Yandex are trying anything experimental here. They're bringing some of their biggest guns to this game, and so far, LGD has had all the answers.
KJ have to take the damage rune. Very least denies it from Yandex. So BKB online for Thompson. Blink about to be finished as well. We'll be going for Shard after the fact. And what do you want to see? I mean, what do you want to see after that for him? Just pure damage, like Daedalus, something to that effect?
I think AC is very good this game.
Yep, okay.
Both for yourself and for your Sven, you just want to apply more minus armor to the enemy team. Giving Sven attack speed as an aura is super nice.
Extra armor against Kez.
Against Kez, yeah, you just want to beef up. Yeah, I think AC is the obvious choice, but it's Thompson, so he's probably going to buy something else.
Like E-Blade? That's his.
I mean, I know he's playing for
goal
fun, but I
too.
think he's also playing to win.
Yeah, of course. You can have
Arrow
fun and win.
Oh,
Arrow not going to
barely.
hit. Malady and Watson trying to get through the gate, but they're going to have to cancel it. Stormhammer comes with the God Strength as well. The Fiend's Gate's going to be a little bit too late. Not even the Raptor Dance goes off, and that's an assassination cruise. Yuma with the double kill. Now the Fiend's Gate down. See what LG want to try to get going here in that top side of the map. Thompson will continue to push on his lonesome. Might be some trouble. He's going to take a full finger. There's the black hole counter initiation, though. Thompson turns into a dragon. Oh, my God. The damage is out of control. They're going to get a full team wipe as Chira Jr. falls. Huge turnaround. What a bait. Man alive. LGD showing up in game number 1.
That's just beastly.
Disgusting display.
What a crazy setup. And the dream situation, obviously, these Yandex heroes, they don't have burst damage without the Kez, so the kill onto DK takes a long time. You have to use all of your abilities, and well, guess what? It's just as easy as 1-2 buttons for Whisper, and that is over before it even started. 8K.
That's why he didn't go BKB. He knew he wouldn't need it. He just gets everybody in the black hole.
You don't need BKB if nobody can play. That's true.
Crazy.
This is becoming a landslide victory now. This is already, it was looking good 10 minutes ago. Now this is a massive
where it began.
Situation.
Getting these 2 pickoffs was very big.
And you can see this is not the first team to pick Sven into Kez. I feel like this matchup is double-edged in the sense that, yeah, you both just kill each other ridiculously fast, but Yuma has had the much better conditions to output that damage with all of the teammates playing really nicely as a unit. Now, Roche was not claimed, even though this essentially was a full team wipe. They didn't really have the time to do that, but they will
just
keep the pressure
perfect timing, man. Thompson was dead with another half second.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Soxa.
Oof. Yeah, that one hurts. Malady, this one hurts too.
Fiend's Gate is placed. Soxa in a bit of trouble. Thompson's going to clean him up in all likelihood. Watson trying to work on the Dragon Knight himself. But you see the God Strength being worked onto Watson again. The chicken dead. That's 2, make it 3 down and out for Yandex as DM with the Malefice. Nowhere to go. And close to another team wipe in favor of LGD. Whew. And now they are in firm control of this game, if they weren't already.
Oh,
the Yules!
No way they kill him.
Thompson, Dragon Tail keeps him in place, and it is another team wipe for LGD.
And in the meantime, the double Eidolon set is going to push top lane. Look at this damage with this Octarian core. They're going to get a tier 3 off of this as well, or at least the glyph and 80% of the tower. They also get Roche. I mean, this is like... In the last 10 minutes, they've gained like 12,000 gold.
Yeah, for sure.
On Yandex. It's a 1k GPM conversion. And there you go.
Sange Yasha.
The item we all expected, Sanjin Yasha.
All right.
Honestly makes a lot of sense when you're this far ahead.
I'm a big SNY lover, so.
Yeah. Tankiness, mobility.
Dash resist against the roots, I suppose, and the stun.
Countless stuns, yeah.
Thompson will be one to take the Aegis. They don't really have they both transformation heroes.
He already has 2 at home. Who's someone else?
That's true. He's looking for a third, though, a permanent third.
Yep.
Close to finishing the fireball as KJ with that Yule setting up another potential kill, but Soxa getting blocked off by the frog that he created. Attempting to blink TP. Looks like he's okay. Yeah. Very small glimmer of hope for Yandex as they are now down 14k. Thompson knocking on the tier 2.
That's tier 1.
He'll be knocking on the tier 2 shortly.
Okay. Good prophecy here. You were right. Thompson's about to knock on the tier 2.
Hit it once and I'm correct. Boom! Eat it, Cinderin. Piece of garbage.
Uncalled for. There's nothing wrong with being technically correct.
Feels like a really late BKB for Chira.
It is. His game has been terrible. He's 0-5-3 on Earth Spirit. I mean, the panel did set him up for failure when they said they haven't seen a single bad Earth Spirit game. So I guess it's time for one
Light
now.
Shadow.
When it matters the most.
Chira going to connect with the smoke. Arrow not going to hit. Yuma.
If they were to see anyone here. Yuma is ready to just roll and get in there
He
immediately.
is seen. I don't think they want to go on the Aegis carrier. 3.5 minutes to go on that. All right, so in the position that they're in, 16K lead, they have late game, we assume, on paper, just a better late game as well. What do you do with this Aegis? What's the plan? Because you have all the tier 2s now. Do you actually try to go for the tier 3 and a potential barracks?
I think playing map control is good. I think Yandex have to make a move, but it's extremely difficult. You're confident in your 3 scaling cores, you're confident in the scaling of your supports. The one way you lose this is that you overplay in the enemy base, and then Earth Spirit gets a fat magnetize, and you get caught in all sorts of pits.
Right.
But if you are setting the terms of the fight by taking it outside the base...
Oh, they did get a shield rune. Oh, yeah, Dragon Tail initiation. Goodbye, Chira. That is a Sven with some damage. 50 seconds on the deck for you.
We get a classic pickup. I was just about to say Centaur, not exactly a hero that usually buys Eon Disc, but, you know, support Centaur can take a different approach.
Got to be careful of the double edges on creeps now. The shield rune for Thompson is going to keep him quite healthy as now they're pounding on the high ground. God strength for the Sven is down for 56.
Yeah, with shield rune, Maledict does nothing because you're not losing HP.
Yeah, that's true.
So you actually just shrug it off.
They're just going to have to give this up. There's the Sven initiation again. The double stun. Nowhere to go for the chicken. Trying to counteract. There's another beautiful black hole, though. It feels like this is just a replay. GG is called as LGD.
Oh, my God.
Wow. What a performance in this game number 1.
Okay, I mean, you could have told me they were going to win the game. I didn't think they were winning it at 30 minutes with this lineup. That was a complete stomping and a half. Sending a message here in game number 1, beating Yandex not only handedly, but with some of their best picks. This is going to be a tough one to recover from.
What a game number 1. Let's go to the panel.
We're going to talk about everything that happened in this game number 1 for LGD because it felt like too easy to say stuns on every hero can get you the win, but it really was just that simple, monkeys. Of course, the execution was top-notch from LGD. Everything out of lanes early game, and when it came to team fighting, it felt like there was no flaw that you could point out for them.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, there was no downside to what they were doing. They had a good early game. They managed to make the Centaur pause 4 work. At one point, the Enigma, Whisper on Enigma, he did end up going Earn early on in drums, and he was delaying this BKB, which personally I was questioning a bit, but that doesn't even matter when you're just landing 3-man black holes and no one can even interact with you.
You kind of just sit there, you wait for Kosk to go out, and you go, all right, now we can re-engage here, Lacoste.
Yep, I'm looking at this game, and I was looking at this season pretty closely. CJ from the mid lane, one of the best mid laners of the season, and you're looking at him, he's dominating a lot of these matchups. Then suddenly Thompson Daddy, he comes in and he's like, yo, what up? It's not looking good. He is stomping them. And the new build, like every single game, he has a bit of a newer build. He's theory crafting what can happen if he goes for a different route. This time around, it was Radiance. Again, it does make a lot of sense because AoE increase, it is 650, and then you get the extra 120. I don't think he was level 25 in this game. He would get extra 60 on top of that.
But if he got there.
But if he got there, that's a lot of AoE. Big Radiance, big Fireball as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed by LGD. The stuns win games. Unfortunately, the Sven does not have the innate for the bonus damage on stun. So,
just to clarify, our casters were wrong.
Yeah, they were the only ones wrong.
They were the only ones that were wrong in saying that.
I would never be wrong about the mechanic.
No, of course not.
So that was pure Yuma just strength on the Sven, doing all the damage all himself. He doesn't need innate to do bonus damage. That was just Yuma. But it was just really impressive. I think there was a couple times in the game that looked like Yandex was going to start getting a snowball with the Earth Spirit, start getting these kills. He was getting a kill on Whisper top. He was running around. They got the kill on tops in the laning stage. But it felt like it was just very consistent black holes from Whisper, just over and over, getting 3 men. And it goes again to this, for me, Lion pick. They don't pick a BB cancel on the carry, on the support. They don't have a way to stop this black hole. And sure, it's like, they don't get to that late game, but if you can't stop the black hole early, why do you even hope to get to late game?
And also Sven, the matchup against Kez, he likes to be playing longer fights, just straight up carry to carry matchup. Once Sven goes in, if he's getting that first initial jump, if he's popping the BKB, again, they have no BKB piercing ability, so Sven can do whatever he wants if he's not the one getting jumped. And in this game, he wasn't getting jumped. And a lot of the times, Kez, he wants to use his Raptor Dance, go back to full HP. Against Sven, with this overwhelming damage in short period of time, you can't even use that. Like, we've seen it a couple of times where he's using it, but the Sven just kills it through it.
There was a lot around warding and positioning for this game, more often than what we see in an average game, because there were wards coming out where this Kez is getting caught off guard. Whisper's Enigma positioning was next level as well. But I do want to focus on the big question mark we have. We knew Centaur was very impactful. There was that flex between him in the mid lane as well as the off lane, but they're two roles that get gold. Now we see him in support role, a role that doesn't get much gold, yet it's still a high impact. And when that comes to mind, it's like, why is a hero still able to have what feels like a high impact when it's not getting gold, when it doesn't necessarily have the same item progression?
It's a lot. The ult has a lot of value in this patch. Some teams pick a lot of stuns, like LGD, but I think a lot of other teams are relying more on kind of slows and maybe roots to some extent. So BKB is high value item right now, which is why, again, you can connect all these concepts. Physical damage isn't really big in the meta as well. That's why I think the Sven, the Kez. So if you're relying on, okay, well, physical damage through their BKBs to stop the slows, if you just stampede them out, now the BKBs get out of jail free card because they can't be slowed, they can't be rooted, and they're hasted. So it just seems like that one spell is enough for Centaur to have pretty much all the
a lot
impact
of
on the
value,
team.
yeah. And it has been done in the past, but ever since, if you have an offlaner, a ranged offlaner that can play the game with the melee position for somebody like Enigma, it is kind of a perfect pairing. It's not like maybe the Tusk, maybe Tiny 4 when he was in his prime, but in this one, it worked out really well. He got a relatively early Blink Dagger, so Thompson could go for different items. He didn't have to go for the Blink. You also had Sven going for the Blink Dagger as his third item, and then you have this Centaur going in, and also one thing to point out is he picked up a relatively early gem. He had 18-minute gem. The Vision game, you said the Vision, some of the wards. Mirana on top of that provides you with the insane amount of maneuverability around the map, and this is how it all started. At this point of the game was kind of even. CJ was the only one who's struggling, but this Enigma, we have seen Whisper Enigma many times what he's able to do, and we are also seeing the overwhelming damage coming out from Sven. Once he goes in with that BKB, there really aren't many abilities that can go through. It can be Kez, but also it's a setup for Enigma, and what Enigma needs to do is just wait it out and then black hole this Kez, and the rest, the damage is gonna go through.
It's the same thing. You just see him a little bit off in the corner, just waiting patiently, biding his time, going, all right, there's no one else that can stun me here. I'm going to go in. Carry shows himself. That you're gone. And it kept happening over and over again, Monkeys. We had it early on, 19 minutes there, but it happened later on as well. About 6 minutes later, it is this phenomenal series of executions from the side of LGD.
Yeah, and I think historically this tournament, LGD, they like to draft these end-all be-all late game lineups where they can just scale into the late game. They know that they have the tools that they can utilize to just do the damage, have the lockdown, do all the things they need, and this is a perfect example. I mean, Thompson gets gone on Yandex, thinks they're gonna get this pick off, and then Whisper's just there for the 3-man black hole, turns around, it ends up being a full team wipe, and I think right there, I mean, you can see on Sox's face, that's just that's the beginning
That's just
of the
it,
end.
pretty much. You have enablers for Enigma. You have heroes who go in. You have Centaur. You have these 3 big bodies. And on the other side, you have 3 melee cores that need to group around a hero to be able to kill him, which is a perfect setup for Enigma.
That one feels extra bad, Gunnar, because you see 3 heroes bottom, and you're like, there's no way they're going to be able to connect and save Thompson. And you're thinking, this Enigma has to still be in their jungle. He can't be this close to their mid laner. And you're like, we can do this. And it is just literally only the Enigma that foils your plans, foils your ability to be able to take down Thompson.
It's also the most situation you think of. Mid lane is the most dangerous lane in the game. And you see some guy, he's right outside your tier 2 tower, pushing this wave, full envision. You're like, okay, well, my carry's dying bot. They had a TP, they had to do all this stuff. And it's almost offensive when a mid laner is pushed up that far at that point in the game. Because I've seen so many times. I don't want to count the amount of times I've died in that position just on the enemy side of the map. And they're like, okay, free kill. And then just 300, 400 health, gets his BKB, gets all the kills. And you definitely, I think that's, you can't have this mentality, but in the back of your head, the players are kind of feeling the game gets really difficult after that.
Yeah, nothing comes free when LGD is in the equation there. Everything comes at a price. But we've spoken about these bigger moments, the more impactful spells, but there's always small things that you can overlook. Someone who never overlooks those small details, though, is Purge.
Thank you, Nat. And we did see a lot of great black holes, but what leads up to it is him farming creeps. So one thing I wanted to look at is how many Eidolons this guy went. He went a very interesting build here. Normally with your second skill, you're supposed to spawn 3 Eidolons and they duplicate to 6. But as you can count here, there's a lot more than 6 going on. So what happened with his item build that was pretty cool is he got the, let me move this a little bit so we can see all our items. We got the standard item build of, you know, drum and blink daggers, that way he can get the black holes, but he also bought his shard here, which is going to mean that he also spawns Eidolons when he maledicts things. And here's demonic conversion, of course. And then he started building Octarine Core, going for this Void Stone gives him a giant amount of mana regen. So he can basically spam his first skill, which spawns Eidolons, and his second skill, which spawns Eidolons, as much as he wants to. And then he uses these to put pressure on the map. He forces a glyph with just Eidolons, and then still ends up doing like a third of the tower's damage with his Eidolons. Later on, he does the same thing, spawns an abundance of Eidolons. Look how many this is. We're only 23 minutes in the game. It looks like he's level 25. He runs these across the map. He pushes the wave out. He even forces a teleport here from the enemy mid hero. So this is a pretty impactful impact on the game. And then occasionally he can go for these black holes and have really good team fight outcomes that lead to more pushing afterwards. But the Eidolons just keep doing the same thing. His Octarine's finished, his black holes lower cooldown. He can spawn them even faster now that his items finished because the cooldown's lower on these, and allows them to push without showing their heroes at all, while giving them vision, while giving them setup, while farming fast. And this all leads into really good teamfight moments for the squad of LGD. So cool little alteration on the Enigma build that he pivoted to, as he didn't have to worry about stuns as much this game.
That's amazing. Is it only really the Octarine Core that was enabling this sort of... Yeah, and the shot. But what you're talking about, the Octarine Core was for the mana pool, an extra? I don't... Yep.
Test. Okay. Lower mana or increased mana pool so you can spam his first skill and his second skill constantly. And then it lowers those cooldowns so they can be spammed even more often. And it lowers his black hole cooldown. So it's just an abundance of stuff. Definitely a farming item for Enigma in this case.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Purge. I really appreciate that one being taken down and also answering my extra questions as well there. But it feels like time and time again, we say Whisper proves himself on a different hero, and you let your mind slip. You let your mind wander, and all of a sudden you've forgotten about what his bread and butter is, and it is that Enigma having a phenomenal showing there. But before we talk anything more about this best of 3 between Yandex and LGD, we want to remind you guys that the secret shop is open for this year's TI, and unlike most other days, I don't have the big frogling. I have the very cute small one. It has a little magnet on the bottom as well, so you can stick him on your shoulder, have a companion, as Lacoste has his.
Yeah, my Largito, he's doing really good. This is my favorite one, I gotta say.
Real good.
You guys like the big ones?
Yeah, this is my favorite.
I just get the Mortimer pillow every time, but it's nice and cuddly. Don't mind it.
I feel like it's got the right amount of stuffing to it, but there's also some mugs. If we go back to the group shot, there's also some courier bags. These ones down here, the Roshan. There's a lot of good stuff that's come out of the adorableness of this year's TI, as well as some cool looking jackets. I feel like that's the one that we need. Valve. Secret shop, make sure you guys get on over to that one. Have a look at everything that you can grab for yourself there. But a lot of other teams are going to get to experience a different sort of joy when it comes to TI, and that's qualifying to the main event. We did have Iron Wing qualifying earlier today over on the B stream, and Nomad was lucky enough to get a few words with Whitemon about how that felt.
Iron Wing are the next team to qualify for the international mage stage here at Shanghai, and I'm here with Whitemon to talk about it. Whitemon, firstly, congratulations on making it through.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this series, it was pretty convincing. I mean, what happened in that game number 1?
I mean, game number 1 is kind of chill, you know. We got all our heroes and we just play the games, and maybe just a little bit discipline, you know. Because we're kind of a bit like throwing in the group stage, so yeah,
all right.
Discipline. Yeah.
I mean, is there a specific moment you can think back to in the group stage where things got a little bit messy for you guys?
I mean, for sure, like we always gone for the game 3, like on the group stats, and we always kind of like throwing our lead. But it's not intentional, you know. It's just sometimes we're kind of a bit crazy, I guess, just like trying to dive or not taking any objectives, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've managed to get that discipline back for sure. I mean, this was so clean from you guys. Game number 2 as well, you know, you're on the Undying. Was this just an answer to a centaur or a hero you just like playing at the moment?
I mean, yeah, I just like the heroes, and I think the heroes is broken. That's what I say. Yeah.
All right. I mean, what's the key to being a brilliant Undying player?
I don't know, just taking every objective with tombstone, you know, easy.
Fair enough. All right. That sounds really easy. I'm going to try that one myself. I mean, what do you think about the support meta in this group stage and how it sort of developed?
In the support meta, I feel like it's kind of boring, I would say, because everyone just spamming the same heroes. I would say maybe only the Parivision that have different heroes compared to other teams, I think.
Okay, all right. Do you think anybody in your team is feeling that TI pressure more than others, perhaps? And do you think that's led to maybe some of the lack of discipline earlier on?
I don't think we feel any pressure. That's just how we play. Sometimes we're a bit rash, no passion, you know, no discipline. But we're working on that. Yeah.
Well, yourself, also 33 and Pure, they always seem to put in a performance when it comes to TI main stage. Are you looking forward to playing on the stage with those sort of legends?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe we're gonna make like cinema games, you know.
Yeah, you always find a way, that's for sure. I mean, another interesting fact here as well is that, I don't know if you know this, but I believe you're the last SEA player going into the TI main stage now. Everybody else is gone. So how does it feel flying the flag for that region?
Yeah, I just feel grateful, I guess, that I will represent the only C players in this TI. Yeah, feels good.
Good stuff. All right. Well, anything you want to say to your fans as you come into the final stage of this tournament then?
Yeah, just keep supporting us and watch us in playoff, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Whitemon, always a pleasure. Congratulations again on making it, and looking forward to seeing you play, mate.
Whitemon always smiles. They're especially qualifying to the main event there with Iron Wing. And the discipline definitely showed. It was a 2-0 for themselves over Gamer Legion, the team that they did pick in our last night's draft show. And unfortunately, Monkeys, the NA hope might have gone and died there. But I think it still lives on a little bit through Whitemon. I mean, he SEA player at heart, but he also came up through NA. So he's actually flying the flag for 2 regions, surely?
Surely. Look.
A bit of a stretch.
You played on TSM. I think that definitely qualifies.
Us over in NA. We'll take anyone
we got Whitemon.
Yeah.
So we have Iron Wing.
Yeah.
We got Crit AUI, Snaking. So we have Falcons as well.
Obviously.
We're doing pretty good for us at Liquid. We have Blitz.
Yeah.
That's another NA player. So
Okay,
it's 3
three.
teams. Go to the draft for a second, and then I'll get back to you after this.
We have Yuma.
Well, he hasn't qualified to. I was gonna say he hasn't qualified to main stage just yet, but they're in a great position for themselves. They are already 1 game up against Yandex, and you would be thinking, wow. That's such a tough choice. I can't believe Yandex are losing to that pick of LGD. No, LGD are coming in as the highest seed here. Yandex definitely having a really rough group stage for themselves. 2 and 3 is how they're entering this one, with the only 2 teams that they have beaten in their group stage, Hooligani and Team Resilience. They lost to Liquid, Aurora, and Iron Wing. And so it is one of those runs and one of those positions that you're not really sure how to make of them, but when I see their performance in game number 1, Monkeys, I'm not sure that this is the Yandex that had those season wins since last TI.
I mean, it does kind of seem like they're in a bit of a funk right now, but at the same time, you really do just have to give credit to LGD. It's so difficult to draft against these guys. I mean, I believe that's the first time we've seen them play Centaur support for the tournament, and it's a very common first pick, but if you're seeing the Centaur, you're not expecting this flex, and you're not expecting to work.
We expected the flex to the mid lane later on after Enigma. We also kind of saw that it could go into that direction.
Sorry, I meant flex as a port.
Yeah. But the teams can definitely also see it, but they don't really think it's gonna be maybe working as good as it was in this one, because it worked out amazingly. And one thing to notice is that LGD, their average game time prior to this series, they have the longest one. It was 55 minutes on average. Yandex on the other side, they had the shortest games. They had 40-minute games. They were closing out the games in 35 minutes, those in average, those that they won. But in this one, they got completely smacked. So I want to see something a little bit different. I also got to point out that Thompson, he just has this aura every single time. I'm not even kidding. I think it
How would you
actually
describe this aura.
you know that there's something magical about this guy. He's just bringing positive vibes, knowing that he is the meta. Like, this is the meta guy. He is, like, every single time somebody, like, you see these TikTok videos or whatever XM was talking about, this is the guy that started all of that stuff.
I mean, he definitely carries a lot of weight. People have talked about watching his streams. I mean, the way that he's won 2 TIs in the past for himself, but also how he started this TI. We saw very briefly the number of heroes he's picked for himself, Monkeys. What is it, 12 different heroes in 14 games? It's only Dragon Knight. That's the only hero that he's repeated. It's now 3 times he's played Dragon Knight.
And it's not even a meta hero.
No, and it's not even the same build every time either.
I mean, that's the Thompson standard, you know. He just picks whatever he wants to pick. He builds whatever he wants to build, and it usually finds a way to work.
Guys, Yandex is broken Earth Spirit in the pool, and it's just ignored.
It did get ignored, but we did hear Whitemon in his winner's interview for the main stage talk about that he thinks, when it comes to supports, Undying is just broken at the moment. And when you do look at it, I wouldn't say broken. That's 17 wins and 14 losses.
That's pretty average for...
Slightly above average for a support hero.
Obviously, anytime a hero is picked earlier, I think that you can give it like a fake 5% bonus win rate because it's just being picked first by every team that can get their hands on it. But I do think that when a team has a hero that they're willing to first pick and then they start getting into that ignore phase, it definitely puts a big question mark, because now like, maybe LGD just gets an Earth Sphere at the second phase, or now you're feeling forced. Like, you had this whole plan coming into this best of 3 saying, okay, we're just going to pick Earth Sphere, we're just going to win. And now giving up that plan after one game definitely, for me, is already feeling good if you're LGD.
Yeah, I think this is the matchup that we talked about prior to this. What's going to happen in the mid lane? Chira Jr., he also is the lane counter to certain heroes. Like, he has been picking these Slarks against the Ember Spirits. They do flex Necrophos across 3 different roles. He loves to have that upper hand in the matchup, but doesn't seem like he has it in this one. And seeing, again, LGD opening up with a Centaur, the Centaur can go to the mid lane. Most of the Chira Jr. heroes have been melee. So I want to see maybe something ranged, because this Centaur could go to the mid lane. It could ruin a lot of these melee heroes. I could potentially see something like a Snapfire maybe coming in, because I still think this hero is very strong. The numbers, the hero has been nerfed. It looked pretty OP.
We did see earlier today, it was in the Iron Wing versus Gamer Legion.
It looked good.
They played a Centaur mid, but they had to play versus Lina. And I think Lina's an important hero for Yandex. It's not banned yet. Watson was one of the original Lina carries, so it's still potential flex. And because they are that second pick, they have the overall last pick, so they can supreme flex the Lina to whatever role they want it to be. And they already have it set up with the melee support with the Undying. So I would like a Lina out of the phase. You can even potentially ban that Earth Spirit, just so Thompson doesn't get to play it. He's been playing Earth Spirit for 5 years at this point. He was one of the very first to play it, even when it was bad. And it is, in my opinion, kind of a counter to Lina. Even though you do lose the lane, its play style is perfect against Lina.
I also do want to note Yandex giving Whisper that respect with the Enigma ban in the first phase. So maybe trying to make the Centaur a much more straightforward pick, because I do think Enigma off lane is one of those better lane partners for support Centaur.
Very interesting to me, because
that's politely put, I think.
Picking it into Centaur is
so
interesting.
Centaurs generally, as offlane, like let's just say this from the lens of offlane Centaur, it's still good versus Doom. if you get doomed, there's a good chance you live because you're so tanky, or you can just stampede your teammates out. But now, with this potential of a support centaur already shown, you're not going to doom the position 5 centaur. This guy's just going to sit in the back, wait for his core to get doomed, stampede him out. You never get a kill on the guy with BKB. It's also allowing this Lina centaur lane to happen, which I think that's a very good matchup versus the Doom. To me, that's a bit of a wasted pick for them because I think they could have gotten it later if they really wanted it.
It's an odd one. You don't see anything. I also don't think it's a BKB piercing tool in a sense, maybe pre-picking it, but Doom this early, we really haven't seen it for a good reason. This hero isn't really that good. A lot of times, you could pick it on 23, you don't know the matchup. We are in the healing meta, so the hero is good against those things, but against one particular thing that they did see, it's not very good.
I will say Doom has been rising in popularity over the last few days. Yesterday it got picked up a lot more. I think we saw it 16 games. Is what it's being played in. But you're right, it's sitting in that position where it's picked way later in the draft. There's more of a reason to it. It isn't this one that is a foundation or a building block.
Heroes are very tanky in the current meta. Him having percentage-based damage is always going to be good for killing those heroes, but it's still pretty early to pick it blindly.
It's also just typically used as a solution to these massive healers. Necro, Largo, Dazzle.
Io.
Io. I just kind of blind picking it without a reason. Can't say I like it too much.
Oh. Speaking of Io.
Maybe it's a deny pick before to set up their Io. And Bounty Hunter. Wow.
Melee heroes right now.
Also, I want to note LGD, 3 heroes, 3 stuns.
This has to be a core IO, actually. I do love this done joke, by the way, because I don't want to ignore that one. But this, has to be a core IO then, which is what it's predominantly being played in. But I feel like, I don't know if I like the core IO. I'm sitting right on the fence of it.
There's a still little flex to it. Chances are very low if you want to run some, carry Doom. I think it can work, and then you run offlane Undying, but it's a little too much, so most likely this is just going to be core IO.
How do you guys feel about core IO?
I think it's good in some games, especially depending on the pairings you get. I like it when it has a mid or offlane, or when it's mid. It had just some core pairing that it feels really good with. The Doom one's acceptable, but it's not the absolute best.
I know you've talked about it with Largo.
Largo, yeah. I think that hero's already banned. It's been banned since second phase, so they can't be picking up that one up. But it is a strong safe lane with the Undying. You give them a little bit of Moon Seed, a little bit of mana to help just the decay spam. So they should be winning their safe lane. Bounty with the Doom. I think Soxa, for me, him and 33 back when they laned together, they were the original.
It's a Doom counter.
I love
heroes.
this.
Yeah.
And I think Soxa is able to just survive the lane on these Bounty Hunters, these melee fours, pull for his Doom. Doom should free farm. But then there's an instant response to Doom, which we saw LGD pick up earlier in the tournament, which is this Venge.
It wasn't even picked up against Doom in that particular game.
The Dawn,
but it is a Doom counter. People back in the days when Wraith King was a hero. I got surprised just by saying the name.
What a pull.
Yeah, what a blast from the past.
Deep recesses of his mind, though.
You basically have 2 lives because you go for the Aghanim Scepter. This hero deals insane amount of damage, especially once you get to the Hydra's Breath, level 20 talent as well. Very good scaling. The hero farms much faster than most of the people would expect it to farm. So this means that this Lina is going to go to the mid lane. Unless Thompson wants to run something crazy because he played Troll mid, then maybe there's a reasoning for him to play Venge in the mid lane. It is doable. It's nothing too crazy when we talk about Thompson, but if we want to keep things simple, they are going to be looking for a position 4, some Dark Willow type of a hero, maybe Grimstroke that could come out because you have Io, which means that he's going to be tethered to something throughout the whole game. I like Willow a lot. I think the stocks for Willow has risen quite heavily, especially the performances that we've seen so far in the group stages of TI. It looked very, very good.
Yandex, they're putting support, or they're putting respect on the potential for support Centaur again with the Batrider ban, because Batrider is a Whisper special.
I think this makes your last ban also very difficult. Then do you go all in on banning out another offlaner? Is that where more of a threat persists? Then
could maybe see a Death Prophet ban or something along those lines. But Whisper hasn't played that yet this tournament, but
You just like that hero. You're just gonna think about it.
I'm just going to expect the Centaur offlane. I think it makes the most sense versus the IO carry potential and the Undying 5 because you can just cut the waves pretty easily. So taking some probably position 4 that is just stable looks the best to me. I always think about Rubik this patch, but it's pretty bad Rubik.
It has been underwhelming in the most of the games that we've
haven't
seen.
been a fan of him.
And if not Rubik, I do like the snap. I do believe it's been undervalued quite a bit. Even as support, though, everything it did versus the Undying, it still does. You can just press your E, kill the tombstone. It gives you a lot of follow-up damage for your stuns. And honestly, the save is pretty good versus like melee heroes that want to come in. You just like cookie your guy. He goes back with the shard. It's far enough distance. And then pairing that with the Venge, I think they have a lot of good disengage.
It could even be a Whisper snap. In LGD's first game of the tournament, they played Whisper offlane snap, and he owned on it.
Ooh. We're seeing the Magnus, which I'm going to hope that and assume this is a Whisper Magnus.
Yep.
Not the Nothing to Say mid Magnus that we saw earlier. Was not too big of a fan of that. But I think in the offlane, this hero looks pretty decent just because you have so much farming potential. If you max the Empower, which you can sometimes get away with, you just complete free farm. And I don't think IO has the capability to really stop that from happening.
It's kind of a same thinking in a sense where they're going to be grouping up, that it's for kind of melee heroes in a sense, like IO being tethered up to somebody. It's going to be very good for Magnus to set up his RPs. Whisper did play it earlier in the group stage against Team Brazilians. That was a long game, 70-minute game, and it looked very good. They also have ways of amping up the damage with this Vengeful Spirit, with the it's on a range hero, so it's not as effective, but having Empower on top of that, there's going to be quite a lot of right-click. Gunnar, you talked about the physical damage in this meta, how it's important that you can kill heroes through the BKB. You have Vengeful Spirit with the swap. You have Magnus with the RP. A lot of BKB piercing tools that and the overwhelming damage, the right-click damage that you're bringing. So it does feel very good.
That's the aura effect you were talking about, Lacoste. The Thompson effect. Now Yandex is saying, oh, you guys won with mid Dragon Knight. Now it's our turn to give it a go and win with it.
Yeah, Dragon Knight has been kind of always the hero that has been good in the lane against Lina. You have a stun, like you don't feel as much harassment. The matchup did change over the years, but they also needed a stun. I feel like this is the hero that they kind of needed somebody to set things up, because when you have Doom, you also want to have a good chase potential, because otherwise they're going to be running away, and they have swap and they have stampede, so you're going to be able to lock onto a target and kill it.
I do worry about the Dragon Knight with the sub duo. I think Undying and Bounty are both extremely low damage heroes. Yes. So if he has, which we've seen Dragon Knight actually struggle a bit in the lane versus Lina. Like, yeah, you don't get crushed like the other heroes, but it's not sunshine and rainbows. I think if he has that kind of bad lane and he's on the back foot, I don't think his supports can really help him. And LGG's draft just looks pretty solid.
It looks very good.
Yep. I mean, 5 heroes, 5 stuns again. If you're stunned, you can't play Dota. Doesn't matter how good you are.
Monkeys is not going to change his mind until he potentially sees a 5 stun lineup lose. Is it going to be now? Is it going to be another draft? Who really knows? It's elimination. It's qualification potentially for LGD if they're able to win this game. Number 2, maybe even rewrite history, winning on a mag in TI format here. We're going to see for game number 2 with Sunspan and Syndrome.
Here we go. Game 2 of this best of 3. Can Yandex stay alive, or will LGD move on to the main event? That is the question that will be answered either this game or next. As we see, that is not Queen Imperia. That is, in fact, Vengeful Spirit being picked, which I've been wanting this picked all tournament long. I brought it up 2 or 3 times. I've been thinking it tens of times, Cinderin. I haven't brought it up, so you can be thankful for that.
That's nice.
What do you think?
The less you say, the better.
Okay,
so
that's
great.
Thank you.
I think it really fits the bill for how this team is playing. And of course, it's a good response to Doom. You're going to buy eggs, so if you get doomed, you have a second life.
Yeah, you never want to doom her.
It feels really unappealing. It's kind of the new Wraith King against Doom. She's just seemingly a better hero right now, and you're a bad target, so you feel confident in the game. At first glance, it might look a little bit weird to have Magnus with 0 good Empower friends, but I just don't think it's that important comparatively to what it used to be. It's yeah, true. Actually, she does get the bonus from from being both a ranged and a melee hero. That's true.
You know, I know that because I play her as a melee hero, Sindarin, always.
So yeah, that is a nice little extra detail. I genuinely don't think it mattered for the pick, if I'm honest, but maybe it played a role. I think more so than anything, this is LGD saying, hey, in game number 1, we had a lot of stuns and a big AoE BKB piercing ability in the offlane. You guys ban Enigma, we've got another one. This hero is going to be performing a similar function, of course, with the asterisk that the laning phase will be harder. This should be a much better or a tougher matchup than Enigma had in the last game. Io Undying is a kind of actually surprisingly strong lane, you might think, with Io as carry. But that said, Io carry, I feel like it's been very hit or miss in this tournament. And this is an elimination game at this point for Yandex. You got ran over in game number 1, and in this game, I don't feel like you necessarily pick something that's going to up the pace that much when you're proposing an offlane Doom and, like the panel talked about, a mid lane Dragon Knight with low damage supports. I think this is a very high execution draft, and if you're not on top form today, which you definitely weren't in game 1, I don't think there's any sugarcoating it, you just got destroyed. This is a high-risk play to make in game 2, to draft like this.
Yep, for sure. We'll see how it turns out. I mean, yeah, when I think of Watson, I don't think of Io. Not that he can't play it, but you would think in the elimination game you want to go for something that's a little bit more comfort.
Yeah. I was expecting them to run something where they don't feel on a timer. I don't know if they necessarily are. I think their lineup scales very well on the core positions. The support's a little bit mixed bag, like Bounty Hunter on Soxa here can scale, but it's contingent on finding kills. Bounty Hunter never gets rich without track, especially since the change to his innate, or rather he had the facet where he could farm with Shuriken, which doesn't exist anymore, the old through and through ability. So now all you have is more gold when you kill enemy heroes that have high net worth. So again, his entire game is kind of hinging on being successful with his teammates in finding pickoffs. Well, if game 1 is anything to go by, LGD are ready to fight. They're going to bring the numbers.
I didn't get to confirm, because I heard from a little birdie that maybe that innate for Bounty is just not working, actually.
Oh.
So he might not even have that to work with. Could not confirm it, though, so don't take my word for it.
It makes me feel better about the mistake from last game with Sven that Gunnar and I both made, talking about how he does more damage to stun targets. Maybe that still works. Who knows? Maybe it just says something else.
It's really hard to test. Yeah, that's true. Theolacor might get first blooded for the second game in a row, which is good news for LGD, because it worked out really well after that.
I was about to say why. All right. That's
good
the
luck
strat.
charm for them.
That's the strat. Yep.
Yeah, I'm interested with what's going to happen to Whisper, because, like you said, Enigma can farm like pretty much none other, it feels like, from the offlane position, whereas the Magnus, I would not put him within the same couple categories.
No. One of these heroes is definitely just better than the other in this patch in the offlane on average. Enigma will have games that are really tough if it's specifically countered by the carry pick, but otherwise the hero will always get stuff. Magnus can lose to a variety of lanes, and I do expect him to lose down here. It's just a matter of by how much, but this is a constant harassment lane. It's super annoying for him to deal with the non-stop spamming of Decay. It's very hard to initiate on either Io or Undying because of all the heals they're going to have. They will have some inherent synergy later with the Soul Rip plus Tether, which is really strong. So plenty of good things going Yandex's way in that regard. Top lane, DM actually quite low here.
I would argue he's having quite the nice time for the moment, other than the harassment. His CS is quite good on the Magnus. Not going to be too sad about that yet, but we'll see once the levels come to be if Yandex can take advantage of it or not. Again, we're going to be seeing the support Centaur here from KJ. Somehow worked last game. As a Centaur lover,
it's on the sentry there, unfortunately. So not going to get the follow-up Venge stun. Could have put some pressure onto Soxa. He would have lived, but maybe could have forced out the healing Lotus. Still, this lane is... I think this is what's very important. If you're playing Centaur 5 or 4, this is maybe a little bit of a tip for people at home if they get inspired. This hero has some serious shortcomings along with its strengths. Obviously, LGD are drafting it in a very particular fashion to make his laning make sense. Last game, he was laning with Enigma, an incredibly powerful offlaner that offers a lot of damage during your stuns. And in this case, he's laning with the Venge, who, as a carry, is a little bit in the same boat. So
Okay, they're going to be forced out again. And yeah, the minus armor aspect in this game with the Wave of Terror, not really taking much advantage of it from LGD's side. It's just a single, really, I mean, sure, Lina will do some physical damage. It's mostly magic, surely.
Let's be honest, they only picked Venge because of Doom. I think there was no way they were going to do it otherwise.
And it has a stun.
It does, but a lot of heroes have stuns. Very few heroes have 2 lives. It's only her, Undying, arguably, and of course Wraith King.
That shows how much in the dumpster Wraith King is, that he's not even picked in this scenario.
Yeah.
That's the one category you're looking for. One check off that box. This Thompson in the mid lane. 38 and 6 start, but this is a 25 and 4 on Tachira.
What has happened to Lina that this is a play?
Yeah, it used to be the finishing blow. Now it's just like, I'll just get my stacks
Using
up.
Laguna to harass.
Oh, Malady gonna run into Theolocor, puts down the Tombstone, but the Starstorm did quite a bit. The zombie does tank the arrow, as Theolocor able to get out just in time, and now the Dragon Tail onto Thompson. This is gonna be a much bigger kill for Yandex. KJ a little bit late to the party, so ends up being a very good trade for Yandex.
Was a little bit disconnected from them, though. It felt like Undying used absolutely everything and died before DK could even connect on the play, but fortunately was able to in the very end. Almost killed the Mirana there on Malady, but needed an extra zombie hit or 2 as the Tombstone was taken down.
So we're going to see Radiance on Lina, you think?
No, I don't think so.
If he's going to switch things up on every hero, though.
I had my doubts last game when we talked about Dragon Knight buying Radiance, if that was ever a thing in other roles. I think Lina Radiance, I can say with confidence, has never been a thing in any role.
Getting gone on under the tier 1 tower will pop the Lotus, and the Fairy Fire, in fact. Scorched Earth is too much. DM with the kill. And another big one going the way of Yandex, exactly what they were looking for.
He's off to a solid start this game on Doom. I wonder who he prioritizes dooming this game. I think there's a case to be made for actually making it a priority to doom the Magnus over Lina, depending on the situation. Obviously, you're not dooming Venge after she hits her Axe timing, unless it's a very specific scenario. But you are playing into Stampede. Oh, see you later, Melody, by the way. Walk into trouble here. Centaur, a classic counter to Doom for that reason. You doom someone, you just Stampede them out. True. He can't. I mean, obviously you can itemize against it as Doom, but you're not really going to. So you will be heavily reliant on combining Doom with Dragon Tail. Otherwise, the heroes are just going to run away from everybody.
Yeah.
It's actually an incredible Centaur support game, considering you first picked this.
It makes Ag's Doom even worse. Actually.
Yeah. Yes.
Arrow set up by the hoof stomp from
and it
KJ.
makes Heart Centaur even better.
Thompson doesn't even need to use a stun. I'm not even sure if he has it leveled yet, as the Tombstone's going to get taken out easily from LGD. They get the tier 1 tower and a kill to boot. Yeah, has not leveled LSA quite. I mean, when do you pop a value level in this?
Probably next, I think. I mean, we have seen Linas go 404. I'm personally not ever really a fan of that. Strictly for the laning phase, there's an argument to be made that you don't need LSA and you just use the additional point Fiery Soul to farm more and easier.
Oh boy, Watson finds himself in trouble. Nice stun coming out from Whisper and company. They got many more where that came from. No denial, as Yuma will claim his kill. In fact, his second kill of the game on the Vengeful Spirit carry.
Yeah, they're probably getting the tower here too. And I have to say, we haven't talked about the lineups in that much detail. I think this support duo from the side of Yandex, I personally don't like it. It's double melee, it's both low damage heroes, and it's both heavily reliant on snowballing, which if you fail to do well in the early game of this game, what purpose do Bounty and Undying have as a duo? Like, sometimes you're going to have a bad game where Bounty Hunter's scouting becomes really valuable, and then you can play around that. You can maybe farm an additional amount on your heroes because Bounty is dying and giving vision, but Undying doesn't benefit from that playstyle. He just wants to fight, right? So the one thing they have in common is they love to take fights, so you get track gold and use Tomb, but it's kind of it. Here we go. They're going to try it.
Nice for Malady. The swap out on his teammate to be able to get out. Looks like that'll be successful for the Vengeful Spirit.
So KJ
might work out, attempting to go through the gate. Do they have another stun where that came from? Not needed. Not quite. And XP finds something.
Watson running Dom into Maelstrom on the IO, it looks like. Not Eggs. Interesting. as a first choice. I believe most carry IOs we've seen went Dom Ags, right? I think so. At least the one we cast.
I think we've only cast one so far.
It hasn't been that many
what it was.
That we've had. But it's been pretty popular this tournament overall. At least some games. Thompson will be spotting out the bounty hunter and pretend he doesn't exist, doesn't give a crap about him.
I wanted to talk about the bounty hunter. It feels like this...
Mask of Madness on Magnus, excuse me?
Really?
Okay.
Okay, I like that. That's cool.
Whisper wants to hit.
And LGD, the way they play is so fun. I've always loved watching them especially in these big tournaments. They show up with something you haven't seen, at least not in quite some time.
This is effectively Whisper saying, I am going to get farmed just like last game when he went for, the Octarine on Enigma instead of the BKB most people were expecting.
Yeah.
Now, Mask of Madness before Blink, so he can do more damage in the RPs and during all the downtime farm a lot more. This is usually a carry build on this hero.
They're wasting so much time here. Arrow actually hits as well. Will they continue to pursue? Doesn't look like it.
Soxa narrowly dodged the dust or he would have died. Now instead he's going to kill 2 couriers.
All right.
Got swapped in.
Bad. It will cost him his life.
All right, say that.
Outside the sentry now, though.
He's fine.
Now he will survive.
All right. That's what you want to see from your bounty hunter. Dust, sentry, and 2 couriers lost there at no cost for Soxa. This hero sometimes just has these awkward games where nothing is happening and you just feel pointless.
Yeah.
He's finding some impact here.
I believe that was the specialist array for Revenge,
I
right?
think that was what was killed indeed.
Is that the typical build for Revenge?
Yeah, it's pretty standard on Carry Revenge to go specialist array for sure. You want a farming item and it's better than Maelstrom on her.
What about Battle Fury though?
That's all I have to say to that. Too bad.
I always look for melee-related items on her, and it feels like it still doesn't happen.
You get Empower this game. That
is true.
You have to settle for that.
AJ getting chased. Will pop his Fairy Fire. Under the tier 2, Yuma in the area as well. First Doom of the game applied to the Centaur, and you can see a relocate from Watson. A lot of damage now as Yuma comes up with a nice RP, but not in time to save Yuma. And in fact, it might cost the Magnus his life as well. Double kill for Watson as Yandex looking in pretty good position now after a Game 1 Omega Stomp against them.
Yeah. As a bounty hunter enjoyer, I can tell you that was a very important moment for Soxa. I think he was the biggest winner in all of that. He gets his level 6. They start putting some pressure on the map now. I'm not sure if he got any tracks off mid-fight after leveling up, but regardless, now his game is truly unlocked. He's going to go earn. I'm assuming he will get a Distiller with that. Scouting out.
Doing a blade right on his
narrowly got out of the sentry, but
pick the Dragon Slave.
Tranquils are good here. Very good. He didn't get attacked, so he's regenning through all of that burn damage.
Very annoying now.
Yep.
It does feel like this hero, it's a hit or a miss big time.
It is. It's super one-dimensional.
For like an elimination game.
Yeah.
Balls on them.
It's bold. It is, but at the same time, it's also, I would say, one of Sox's best heroes in recent memory that don't run it that often, but generally very impressed with his ability to perform on this. Speaking of Distiller, now there's going to be one pickup for Marana. Incredible item against Bounty Hunter, obviously. 8 seconds of True Sight. You just need to see him at some point or know where he is.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Can even place it as
his hero.
Yeah, just place it in an area and Bounty Hunter can't get in there.
Surprised we are. I mean, not that we're seeing. We did see Ricky, I suppose. I'm thinking of Invis heroes with since Distiller was put in. They've definitely dropped off.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Nyx. Not that he's Invis after he initiates, but Soxa. Yoink! He got his item delivered though.
How many courier kills is that for him now? 4 or 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Not too bad.
If this was the old couriers, now we're talking.
He's channeling his inner Jin Q.
Yeah, or his inner maybe next time, if you want to go back that long ago. Only core.
That is 5 kills.
We'll get out of here. It's one of the things that Bounty Hunter does that can be super frustrating to play against when you're playing slow, which is what LG so far are in this game with their heroes, is you don't know where the vision is. It's hard to take advantage of Moonlight Shadow when you could be under a ward at any given point when you use it. and they're spending so much time and energy on their supports playing cat and mouse with this damn little rat. They will finally get off Moonlight Shadow. It doesn't look like they're connecting on anything, though.
Both sides were smoked. Yandex going to take the initiative. KJ going to be spotted. The Dragon Tail to his face. Gets off the hook pump onto 2, though. The DM jumps in with the Doom on top of Yuma. But like you said, the Stampede being put to good use. LSA, some more right clicks. There's the RP onto 2 with a big skew onto the tier 3 towers. Watson now in a lot of trouble. They will find the Vengeful Spear, but at heavy cost again. 2 cores down for Yandex. Jira Jr. now on the run, but the Starstone doing quite a bit with the Shockwave to finish the job. The Tombstone stacking up. It's Watson.
Oh, Malady killed
Hobson in the meantime, getting killed off by the zombie, man. Malady does fall in the end. This turns out to be a 4 for 4. What is happening in the enemy base for Yandex?
Okay. Hey, that's honestly kind of it.
I don't know
yeah,
who won that.
It's a draw because of track. You know? Like, you killed one... Yeah, it's hard to keep an overview of fights like that. It was a nice heads-up play.
Dead even with the gold.
Important for Whisper to find that RP and at least somewhat alleviate that disaster, but obviously Dooming Venge is good for now.
Not for long, though.
Far off the Ag still. Need another 2,500 gold, so they would love to do that again.
Just dewarded 1 ward. There's still an observer in the enemy base by the tier 3 top.
Yeah, I think Malady placed that as he was diving the lead.
Yeah, that's so funny.
This one might just last full duration.
Yeah, I don't think they'll overuse it anyway.
And it's it's good for Saksa. He's going to see courier movement.
True.
Potentially get another kill or 2 out of that and just be a bigger nuisance.
Oh, he's going to be spotted though. Magic Missile with the swap. KJ in the area does still apply. Saksa might be fine. Distiller is there. Now Theolocore getting gone on by DM. The right clicks will suffice. Yuma now.
They are confident with reload.
Quite yet. Absolutely. The Dragon Tail sets things up. The Skewer's not going to be in time. And now the Stampede for the retreat on LGD. Not going to last long enough, it looks like. As the Centaur, the Watson Centaur in this case, not able to find the stomp. The Whisper gets away. Thompson was not a part of this fight.
They're going for him, aren't they?
Watson, okay. He spots Thompson. He just runs right into him.
Son on son. Who's the bigger son?
Centaur is not fast enough to get the stomp off. I don't believe the arrow will buy him some time.
I was going to say, this is current Dota if he Lagunas that Centaur creep. That's 2026 right there.
Do you like it or not?
I don't mind it. It's just funny. It's funny to see. Thompson, by the way, going for a rather uncharacteristic build-up here. Kaya into immediate Lincolns. So once counter the Doom and the Track and the Dragon Tail early. But in mentioning all of those abilities, essentially, I don't know necessarily how good this is going to be for him, because you can just break it from a long range in Invis with Track, and then you can get doomed out of nowhere.
Yep.
So it doesn't feel like a safeguard, but maybe it is a necessity.
Is that the finished? No, he's still 2k away. He's actually, his farm has dropped up quite a bit on Yuma.
Oh, Thompson's courier just got killed by Saksa, along with Yuma's courier. So is that 7? Are we up to 7 now?
I think it would be 8.
8 courier kills?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's
7. Okay, you were right.
Yeah,
good job.
Nice try. Mirana's killed 5.
Apparently.
Somehow.
We haven't.
I've not noticed them. You look for it less when it's not Bounty Hunter, but still.
It's not fair because she has a mount.
Yeah, that's right. Unfair game.
Fox is spending a lot of his time courier hunting. It's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is a multi-purpose movement, right? He's looking for couriers, but he's also looking for key information. They have relocate, so he can actually set up Watson for unexpected kills, especially if he connects with Doom. So this is a very interesting strategy that is working out great so far for them.
And Watson almost done with his Aghanim Scepter.
Side of OGD, the only hero that's really thriving in the farm department is the Lina, and she is going to have her work cut out for her playing into Doom Dragon Knight. It is not easy to not get caught by anything here with Bounty Hunter scouting. A couple of Lotuses here for Saksa. He's going to be happy to find this pool unchecked for 9 minutes. We get 3 of them, and we're into a smoke we go. So this is exactly going to be a relocate play, but they're going to do it the other way around. They're going to bring smoke, Doom into a smoke, so he doesn't have to be reload.
Dragon Form's about to end, though, so not the most ideal timing for Yandex.
Feels like if they blink Doom, and Dragon Tail anyone, that hero is dead.
Yeah, maybe they don't.
It doesn't
need
really
the
matter.
Dragon form.
And the dream
Hero.
target would be...
It would be Thompson. They'll find the Mirana instead.
They won't kill her, though.
Not enough.
I
They'll
think.
leap? Okay.
Oh, they will.
The way the gem is there,
That
though,
was
they
a
will pick it
lot of
back up.
damage. What the hell? Oh, that's right. Fireball lingers for 2 seconds after you leap out of it.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a pretty rare thing for AoE ground abilities to have that much linger, but...
It is fire.
That's true.
Whisper, using the RP on this pesky bounty hunter, will get the Laguna Blade help from Thompson as well. Drums away from the zombie man.
Majorly awkward. They want to get out of there.
Lincoln's finally online, as you can see Chira finds himself a Centaur snack. 6K lead for Yandex. And Aghanim Scepter still not finished on Yuma.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. It's the biggest story of the game here.
Started off so well.
4 deaths
That
to his
empower. You know, you need to get that empower action here.
I think more than anything, he just needs some breathing room. They've been very aggressive in this top half, largely, again, courtesy of the bounty hunter scouting. They've been able to go for these tower dives, relocate plays, and Yuma has definitely suffered the most out of any core in this game. The fact that he's only 500 ahead of Magnus, who had a bad lane matchup, speaks volumes.
Tormentor is up. We'll see if Yandex want to take advantage of that.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter. Step 1 of many needed here for LGD in this game, but they are always going to have that X factor of insane team fight. Always fall back on that. You can hit a fat RP, combo it with an LSA. You have plenty of AoE damage between your heroes. Okay.
Nice little love tap there from Thompson. Blink almost there for KJ. So some nice item timings for LGD.
Thinking about it. The track on Centaur. Still gonna wait, though. And every time there are 4 heroes together without the IO, they are 5. Benj might be the primary target here.
Thompson about 1,200 away from his Aghanim Scepter, but
Yuma
Blink,
goes to hit this wave.
Blink for KJ. Once that track ends, they don't want to spoil the surprise. DM has his BKB. Did not go for a greedy build with a Radiance or anything of the sort on the
Maybe some miscommunication. I've heard Dragon Knight is supposed to buy that. Maybe they didn't.
I was mentioning Doom, but yeah.
I know, but maybe he didn't go Radiance because he thought DK was going to be fully Thompsoning it up.
They could have learned from game number 1.
Well, I do definitely agree with not buying it on DK this game. I think it's the right choice. And I don't mind that neither of them went for it. I don't think it's that important. The tempo here is really the name of the game. If you play this game too greedily, you lose your supports in the process. It's been... That was my biggest concern for Yandex after the draft, was finding purpose for Malady and Soxa and mission accomplished. Like, this was really, really important that the early game went this way. Now that you've done that, plenty of options. Looking to be a shard soon for Malady to counter primarily RP, I think. Oh, Wheeler bottom, just a fun.
Okay. Very exciting.
Yeah. Always riveting.
He has BKB now as well for Watson.
Yep.
Big timings now for Yandex, and I would expect a fight to break out here relatively shortly. 7K lead. It's not growing necessarily, though. See if they can expand this now with these BKBs coming online. Thompson is top net worth, though. Have to mention that. His Ags should be on the way now. And a Moonlight Shadow. It was spotted, though.
Now, if the All Core is tracked, probably no way out of this one unless... Oh, there is a
Dragon Tail.
Okay, never mind. I was looking elsewhere, didn't realize they already used Dragon Tail. Then there absolutely is a way out of that one.
Okay, Whisper initiation into the LSA, and Laguna. Malady is A-OK. He's going to get hooked up now by Watson. Applying some pressure to Yuma instead, the Stampede away. So LGD just not having the damage yet. It's like Thompson, I mean, what's the regular build here? I mean, at some point you go for right-click, right?
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go... He's not upgrading his Kaya, or is he? No. Unless it's on his courier.
Gonna get this for
all the time you see
like.
Kaya Yasha in the slot, but yep, no contesting. Oh, he changed his build just now. All right, so he is going Kayayasha. He had other items queued up a moment ago on the Lina. I believe he was looking for a Hurricane Pike, but going back for the standard. I mean, there's nothing special about this build except the early Lincolns currently. Otherwise, it's kind of cookie cutter. That's probably why it's not looking great for LGD. Thompson not being creative enough. Doesn't know how to play normally. Has to do his own thing.
Let's see the E-Blade.
That's pretty normal on Lina.
I guess so. Relocate, Whisper in some trouble. We'll take a full Doom.
Doom him. All right.
All right.
Goodbye. Packing. I don't know if that was necessary, but sending a message, I suppose. Another track kill for Soxa's bank account. It's a big game hunter in case that works.
BGH, you say?
He was top 3 net worth in the enemy team.
Okay. Might be working after all, Cinderin.
Well, I'm just hoping it does.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Actually see it.
How big of a power spike is the Ags for Lina, would you say?
It's game specific. I think in this game, actually not that big of a deal. I don't think the defensive aspect of it is going to help her that much to get the magic resistance. Obviously, 35% spell amp is no joke, and you can find angles flying over trees, etc. But again, Bounty Hunter is just a massive thorn in their side in that regard. It's LCD have very much struggled to find any moves on their terms. So maybe this could help them find unexpected angles. He's trying it right now, perhaps. No Flame Cloak, though.
Yep, they find the stun onto the Doom. Looks to be dead to rights, just stun locked completely. Now the Stampede away as the relocate comes in.
Oh, that's a good Dragon's Tail.
Owning up, though. 2 supports killed just like that. Still at this stage of the game, I think LGD still take that, though. Doom for 2 supports, probably.
Not that often you see the Dragon Tail AoE actually come into play like that, but stunned both targets.
Top tower is under attack.
We're going to use this opportunity to push. Thompson. Let's be a bit careful.
They have so much healing. Dragon Knight's inherent regen, tether, soul rip. You better kill them in one go, or you're going to have to kill them twice over. And I guess probably good for Whisper that he ended up buying that Mask of Madness, because with how this game has been going, he would have been in the absolute dumpster without a farming item.
True.
At the very least, he's been able to get something, but not looking great overall.
Still bottom net worth of the
Malady going to break out this smoke on Centaur.
I will say, going high ground against LGD sounds absolutely miserable. Arrow not going to hit. Dragon Tail is there.
Reload.
Junior, as KJ is going to tumble. It's going to be a support trade, though. And the swap now to Kira Jr. into the skewer, and the right clicks will suffice. So that's a big kill coming out of the way of LGD.
Doomed nothing.
Okay.
Lincoln's?
Yeah, Lincoln's was procced as Yuma going to continue to right click. He has his Aghanim Scepter, so his illusion comes out now.
You get the swap?
Get the swap in time out to DM. Onto the high ground he goes, outside of vision.
Doesn't have the swap.
Does it not refresh?
No, this was changed.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
This was changed.
That felt so good.
Yeah,
when it refreshed.
That was a very big nerf. I want to say DM was not dooming the Lina, but that Thompson put the Lincolns on someone else as he was doing, but it was hard to see with how clustered up the heroes were.
Watson trying to defend the honor of Soxa, and that's going to be enough for Thompson to have to hightail away.
Still.
Oh, swap.
Oh, that's big.
Watson. Okay, they can try to burn this Aegis. Looks like they'll do it, but a tombstone save at the last moment, and now the jump in from DM, able to get the Vengeful Spirit illusion. As Human will now revive normally.
Close call. Goes to show how important the skewer is going to be. You have to get them away from Undying.
40 seconds on the Aegis.
Figuring Malady might by Blink to try to counteract that. Soxa. Oh no.
Whisper. Soxa gets some help from Watson now. Whisper on the run with the Stampede help. Okay, he gets quite far away.
A lot of movement between everything he got to use there.
Indeed.
In mid. Connecting back here with IO, but no follow-up on the Dragon Knight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Looks like Chira Jr. working on Ags. Very nice against Lina. Magic resistance really goes a long way against that hero, and getting the flying movement means you can match her during Flame Cloak. So it's going to be a real feels-good pickup here. Now, if you aren't too familiar with late-game Venge, this hero can actually become a hard carry nowadays. It used to be more of a tempo carry that kind of fell off, but late-game Venge can be insanely strong. Big part of it is level 20 talent, where you steal damage and armor from the targets that you hit. So if you hit some big hero that has a lot of base damage, it can be crazy against heroes like Tiny especially. We've seen it run against to just get like 80 or 90 damage for free. Then you're playing with some sort of critical strike, and all of a sudden start hitting like a truck. This game, you don't have that easy target in terms of damage, but you have Empower, so it's probably going to roughly even out. Yeah. But he has a long way to go. This is a poor Venge.
He does. Whisper finds a connection. That's a deletion.
Oh,
in fact, and they
nice.
find the RP onto the DK. Enough damage? Not quite. Actually, yes, he does fall. As Yuma's still alive and running. Watson with the BKB now coming with the relocate. Trying to get something out of this fight. The jump in from the Doom. Not able to get the Doom off, though. As Soxton's going to take a hoof stomp into the double edge. It's 3 dead for Yandex. As LGD somehow coming out on top here.
That was super snappy from Whisper on the RP.
What silence Doom? He jumped in and got silenced instantly.
Are you sure he got silenced?
No.
I didn't see him be silenced. I just saw him not casting spells, which, I mean, effectively, I guess.
In a way, brain silence.
Yeah. I think he was just hesitating to doom anyone there.
Okay.
Starting to get paranoid about the Lincolns, maybe.
Yeah, it makes you think twice with the Lincolns.
He's going to buy eggs to not have to worry about it anymore.
Then Stampede becomes even more important.
Yes, that is.
Shard was taken by KJ from the Tormentor, which, I don't know, on a support,
Yeah, exactly. Kind of whatever.
What do you want to see? He might be going Yules again. Do you think Ags? Ags looks better than it did last game, if he can get there.
I think you could also argue for Wind Waker, maybe, if you're already going for the Yules. The great way of buying time against Dragon Tail, which is going to be the biggest offensive ability for Yandex later in the game, aside from Doom. Ooh. Well, that was still a crucial sequence for LGD. They pretty much cut the lead in half now.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where it might be out of reach in a few minutes. Holding on strong now.
Also,
but again, the high ground thing, I just can't get like.
Yeah,
go high ground against
it's really, really tough for sure.
You just got to get the pickoffs in order to create
Get
that
one here. No way out of this one for old Fiola Core. We talked about Venge's carry potential. Worth considering Lina in that regard too. Thompson is transitioning into right click, and he's got Empower, and he's got Vengeance Aura. So it adds up.
It does. And the swap save from Yuma. Not going to pursue the DK though. KJ survives as a result.
Is that the Ags? I think it is for Doom. Yeah. All right. Pivotal moment here.
Okay. Let's see how big this Stampede will be.
He's playing with Congregations of the Deep as well, so he can guarantee, at least for a little bit, that they stay in place and maybe can set up for Chain Dragon Tail, which should be enough to kill them when they're in the side of that Doom. Oh, this is a big moment too. Amp damage on Lina. They're going to go for the smoke. Any find. Thompson hits for 550 right now.
Not bad.
With Empower, Vengeance Aura, and the Rune.
Pretty good.
Imagine with a critical strike.
Looking to pop the smoke. DM in the tree line. This would be a nice kill for LGD. They find him via the shockwave. They use the RP as well, but the Tombstone is going to save him for the time being. The right click does so much damage on him. Ali. Finally, the AoE do comes off, though. Trying to focus onto the Magnus as Thompson just having his way with everyone with this damage room. Able to get one kill. Now attempting to run away with the help of Yuma and company. They're going to jump in. KJ going to force out the BKB from Chira Jr. as Thompson. Lincolns does proc on
Reload.
Track. And relocate still up and running. They get the Dragon Tail at the last moment onto Thompson. Looks to be his doom. As Chira Jr. ensures it with a blink as he blocks him off. And now Yuma, last remaining member in this vicinity at least, as Whisper actually will join him. Looks like that'll be it for the fight, but Definite favor going the way of Yandex.
These kills are worth so much gold, and it's not even level 3 track yet. That looked quite promising for a bit for LGD, but the fact that they got the tombstone save off immediately, and that was without even a blink dagger on Malady, just good positioning from him, good awareness of the expected move out of LGD there to be able to tombstone save Doom. And they will burn Roche in the river.
Yep, classic.
So if that fight didn't work out for LGD, next time they probably won't have that damage rune, which played a big role. Still very much reliant on finding that good RP. Coming soon to your pubs, by the way. Daedalus Satanic on Io.
Huh.
Almost has it completed here.
Very nice. And he has a 25 talent now.
Yeah. So attack tethered allies target.
Big power spikes here.
Strong. DK has a lot of attack speed as well. Those two together pack a punch.
AC minus armor from Shira Jr. Things looking very good for Yandex. Boxer finds himself a Magnus.
Do they reload? They do. They're waiting for it.
Harpoon onto the trees with the BKB. Nice RP. Obviously not going to be too much follow-up, although Yuma has something to say about that.
They force BKB RP with a reload. That's really, really good for the side of Yandex. Worth keeping in mind about Io, obviously when you're close to max HP, oh, never mind, no time to talk. Let's kill King Jungles in 2 seconds. So Io does more damage the higher HP it is, which when you have Satanic, you can reliably stay on very high health. Together with the 25 attack talent playing with DK, all this amping, it's just, if anybody gets caught for just a moment, they get burst so hard.
Yeah, this is scary.
The tower's gone.
14k lead, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. They have Roche Banner as well. DK form still up.
Said high ground is going to be hard. They're going to go for it now, though. No RP.
That is true. Without RP, it's a little bit more difficult. There is the skewer, though, onto the DK, under the cover of the tier 4 towers. Shira Jr. has to pop the BKB and try to run away. He's going to get swapped. Now the damage coming from Watson is out of control, but it's going to cost him the Aegis. Does get the Vengeful Spear, but of course,
be on second life.
Have the illusion now, as Yuma can get the stun off. The Tombstone save. See if that's enough to break up this fight completely. The zombie's gonna, okay, they get off the skewer onto Malady, but now the AoE Doom comes out from DM as Whisper's just gonna burn to the ground. Yuma, the illusion, looks to be falling as well, although able to trickle back to the base just barely. Without the DK form, their push not as strong here. Okay, I say that, he pops another one. Downtime on that is not too shabby. He does get the arrow hit on him. As Watson, this damage is insane. Another swap under the tier 4 towers. This could be enough damage. Still healing, though, from Watson. They get the illusion of Venge. KJ takes a tumble, and this should be a set. Yandex looking extremely good. They get the Dragon Tail onto Thompson. DM jumps in with the Infernal Blade. Down goes Thompson. 84 seconds of no Lina now. So Yandex can go for potential throne status here.
Look at Io.
My goodness, this damage
Io
with the 25
laser.
talent. Absurd. Both tier 4s down, and now the Ancient exposed. No mid laner for a full minute. 3 down for LGD without buyback. And this looks to be done and dusted for game number 2 in favor of Yandex. The fortification comes out at the last moment, but that is not going to be nearly enough to save them. And that means we're going to be going to a game number 3.
And now, you and I finally get to cast a game that shows what the IO carry hype is all about. It's been a very mixed bag in this tournament. This time around, though, great performance from the side of Yandex, and Watson ends the game 12-2 and 12. Massive success.
Let's do game 3, Nat!
Okay, Suns fan, I'll give that one to you as soon as we've already broken down this game too, because I'm on a similar sentiment here to what Synderen said. There's been so many core IO games going on, whether it's mid, whether it's carry, and they have been mixed results. I mean, going into this one, it was literally 3 wins, 3 losses for an IO carry, and I just wasn't really convinced Gunnar. This one has convinced me a lot more. Maybe that's just the Watson effect.
Yeah, it was, I think with the pairing of the Undying, definitely helped the Tombstone saves. It let him either get the relocate saves on his other cores or let him be that like bit more aggressive, and then he gets relocated himself out. So it looked pretty good with their draft, and the Doom, which we did have question marks about, still looks pretty good throughout the whole game.
It did. I like that Doom has this factor or X factor where you see a lot of Lincolns coming out, and he does have something to counter those Lincoln spheres where he picks up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. He was playing very aggressive. He was in their face early on. Like we saw him dooming the Centaur early. He's like, you know what? Even though it's a position 5, I still want you not to use that Stampede, to not save yourself or save somebody else. And it worked out amazingly. I think coming into game 3, this Centaur, it looked very, very good in the first game. In the second game, it did feel a little bit of a lackluster. So I think LGD, they're going to need to go with something different.
Yeah, and I definitely think LGD kind of baited themselves with the Centaur support in the second game. In the first game, I feel there was a strong reason to put the Centaur in support with the Enigma pick. I think Enigma was able to get Centaur out of the lane and kind of enable it a little more. Venge isn't really a hero known for early game. And I also think Magnus, we kind of talked about it during the draft, just isn't necessarily what we would think of when talking about strong offlane.
Yes, it's a lot of non-meta heroes, if you want to call him that. Sure, Centaur is good, but this is position 5 Centaur. Magnus, we really haven't seen him as much. They played it in one game. It looked okay. It was a longer game, so of course Magnus is going to shine. And then Vengeful Spirit from the carrier role. She's okay-ish, but the whole, squad didn't really feel as cohesive compared to the other side, where you could feel what they were going for with this insane amount of heal on Dragon Knight, Watson with the IO, Undying getting the heal, getting the tombstone saves. It felt very good, even though on paper, I feel like this type of a draft for LGD Gaming, it works really well. And also when you think about the high ground defense, you have Swap, you have Skewer, it still wasn't enough. Like even skewering them into tier 4 towers, they were still lacking the damage.
When we're seeing these highlights and so many issues of what happened for LGD is they go for a pickoff. That is what their lineup is very good at. You can lock down a single target. You're hoping to take them out of the fight. But with Watson's IO, with the ability to be able to take this Doom or their mid laner with them here anywhere that he wanted, the Dragon Knight, it's like, yeah, you might get one pick off, Gunnar, but then you don't get to disengage because all of a sudden you're still overwhelmed with the amount of damage and the sheer numbers and how hard what Yandex are hitting on you.
Yeah, and I want to give a cool shout out to Sox's item build on the Bounty Hunter. He has an IO and he doesn't have that much setup because he's this Bounty Hunter, but he went for Blink Yules as 2 pretty early items. And there's a couple fights where they're trying to get these extra kills and he's like able to track, blink in, and then Yules to set up for a relocate for the extra +1 kill. And so I thought that was pretty cool from him. Usually the Bounty Hunters we think of as like, oh, this guy's just kind of there. He's eventually going to get some random track and stuns, but I thought it was just cool to see getting those, like those were his major items, right? And they're not really that
even if you look at his inventory, even Distiller stands like you basically have the Distiller built in, but extra bit of a damage. They felt like they need to keep running at people. Extra bit of a heal, of course, synergizes nicely with the IO. And whenever you play against IO lineup, you need to have ways to kill people. If you don't kill them, they're going to heal up, they're going to relocate back, and it didn't feel like they did have enough. And I also had to double check Watson. Like he didn't play IO. This was his second game professional on IO before, like it says unknown versus unknown in 2021. But so basically his first big showing, and you would not think of Watson as an IO player. He plays different type of carry heroes, and in this one, it felt like he played it for a really long time.
To be fair, Watson is a grinder, so I have absolutely no doubt that he's seeing everyone else play here, and he goes, I've got to give it a try myself, runs 20 pubs on it, and eventually comes out and has a performance like this in officials. But Monkeys, the start of the game was just absolute chaos. I was wondering, is this the game plan of Yandex? You're just running around the map, this Undying on Malady, he's just showing up in every lane and maybe helping his cause, but himself suffering a little bit, that I wonder what is going to eventuate in this game.
Yeah, as you can see here, Yandex pretty early on, I mean, they're just diving into tier 2 tower. They're doing the Centaur. LGD are trying to TP respond on the Magnus, but they're just feeding an early triple kill to Yandex. That accelerates the Bounty Hunter levels, gets that track online. Another thing I want to mention is Actually, I forgot about this dive here, where Yandex ended up four or 5 men diving LGD's base here. And
Tier 2's still up, by the way.
Tier 2's and the mid Tier 1. And in addition to this dive, while Malady is solo killing Thompson, they get 2 observer wards down into LGD's base while Tier 2s and a Tier 1 are still alive.
Yeah, you don't see this often. And also, this is you can see the synergy within the draft where Bounty starts running with the track. You have Doom coming in, providing extra bit of a vision, Dragon Tail stun, and then Io relocates with his creep, and they're ready to go. They're ready to chase them down, and this is what this lineup is built for, and they keep chasing. There was one more fight after this one, same spot. It's like they agreed, gentleman's agreement. We're going to be fighting here. Whoever wins these fights is going to be winning the game, and that's how it was in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't far from the truth at all, Gunnar, because even though there were these silver linings or these moments where you could see what LGD's roster could bring out in terms of damage. This Lina, we've talked about her so many times already in this group stage, just how much she's able to do. At the end of the day, I just loved everything that came out from Yandex. And now I do sort of put them back in. Okay, this is the Yandex we're used to. Still not 100% of that Tier 1 event winning roster that is showing up throughout the year, but at least looking back in that reasonable form that we have seen.
Yeah, they were the aggressors in this game. They were the ones that you would expect going to the tournament. They're the ones that are leading the pace. They're the ones forcing the fights, making the moves. Like that Tier 2 dive we saw top looks really aggressive, but they kind of know their limits with their heals. And then for LGD, I want to hope that this is a drafting issue in the second game. Kind of to what the point Monkeys was saying earlier. Yeah, they had a really good Centaur game in the first game, swapping into support. But here it felt a little forced. And especially pairing it with the Magnus in the offlane. They don't have this like strong core that does a lot of damage paired with it. So if you pick it and you're getting this like Enigma offlane or a Bat Rider for Whisper or some like carry effectively from the offlane, yeah, I think you can do that. But just picking it for another offlaner, especially one that I believe is kind of weak in the Magnus, just didn't really look that good.
Another thing I kind of want to bring a bit of attention to is Saksa on this Bounty Hunter. He's kind of just running behind these tier 2 towers consistently, going back and forth. And I think he ended up killing 8, maybe 9 couriers in the game, just completely choking out these item timings from LGD. And I think it really slowed down their game enough to enable Watson on this IO and,
Yeah, you could definitely feel the difference between 2 of the carries. Like, you look at the net worth, there's definitely a massive difference because IO is a fast farmer. His first item did die, that you mentioned. The Bounty Hunter did kill the courier. But also
it was the Specialist Array.
Specialist Array, did get killed on the courier. But also the fact that you are getting or creating gold out of nothing, out of thin air, extra bit of a gold from track. You are killing these couriers. Back in the days, like when you were playing these Alchemist lineups, Doom with the Midases, stacking, these type of lineups always like snowballed. And I think Bounty Hunter as a hero definitely has a place in meta. Like he's very strong in the lane. He has 8, 9 armor at these early levels, very difficult to trade against. And also the vision game, the vision aspect that this hero brings.
Yeah, it was significantly more in favor of Yandex this time around compared to game number 1, where it felt like LGD with their early gem. It paid out in bucket loads for game 1, not so much for game number 2, but because of that, we do get the joy of a game 3. But before we get to that, before we find out who's going to make it to main stage and who unfortunately will end their TI run here, we did have Pyrian sitting down with KJ before all of this TI action kicked off.
KJ, aka King Jungles, how are you doing today? Good to see you.
I'm doing fine.
So obviously there's a big story ahead of this TI for your team. Everybody was worried about, oh my God, what's going to happen? And now you've got Thompson standing in. Talk to me about that situation. How have you handled it? How are you coping as a team? How's it been?
So I'm very happy that we managed to get a very good standing. Like no one doubts how good he is. And he's very experienced. And I think this can help us a lot. Like wondering to see what he can help us with, like what he's been through,
Yeah.
Like how he felt going there and playing the super hype games, super final games, things like this. I hope he can be more than just a good button presser, and he can be someone who can give us things that he learned from the past.
Yeah, bring a lot of experience to the team as well, right?
Yeah.
What about your season overall prior to TI? How's it been? Have you enjoyed it? You've been happy with how it's gone?
So our season for TI, like I can say about the one good thing, I think, like was the Blast tournament that we played. We got second place.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the one tournament that I can say we didn't have any problems. So I can see the potential of our team when everyone wants to win.
Other than Blast, what has been a highlight for you this season building up to TI? What's been something you're like, this has been great, we're moving in the right direction?
I feel like the highlight for the season would be the addition of FCR, our assistant coach, to the team. I think that since our coaching staff, like Cafurtado, he's very focused on drafts, and we were like lacking a little bit on macros and how we should play together as a team. And after we got him, FCR, we became so much better on that. And we got lucky also that he's a specialist on many of the heroes that are on the patch. So, for example, Lone Druid and Necro. Yuma right now, he's like one of the best Necros, one of the best Lone Druids, if not the best in the tournament because of him. And we as a team, we learned so many things about macro. So I feel like this was our highest thing in the year. He joining in made us such a better team.
You're saying FCR's come in, he's teaching you Necro, he's teaching you Lone Druid. What have you been doing as a team to focus mentally on this tournament, to sort of hone in and get ready for it?
The biggest thing that like we were learning through this year was like when we saw the teams that were doing the best, they had like a very scripted way of playing, which we didn't really like. We were very mad dogs, just doing some freestyle and eventually outplaying the enemy. But at some point it gets very hard to outplay very good players. And we're trying to mix both of them, and it's sometimes it feels good, sometimes it feels bad to go against our instincts. But I feel like that's the biggest thing we're working on, is like doing an effort as a team to be on the same page and work and do the right things together in the game.
Every single TI that you've played, you've finished at a higher position the next year. So you've done better and better every time you've played. What are your hopes for this TI? Obviously, you're going to say that you'd like to win it. But what would you consider a successful TI?
It just reminded me that once Puppy did an interview that he said like, I got 4th in this TI, then I got 3rd, then I got 2nd, so next one, and then like he didn't quite, I don't know, like something bad happened, so I don't want to go in that way. I don't want to say things like this. Of course I have hopes to go in deep, but right now, my hopes is playing my best Dota, getting to the playoffs, and to answer the question, if I could break the SA record, it would make me happy.
KJ, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Best of luck on the tournament. We look forward to seeing how you guys do.
KJ would be incredibly happy to break that record, but I'm sure so many SA fans would be so happy to see that record broken as well. He's been one of those players that you love hearing from, whether it's before TI, whether it's the unfortunate exits that they've had from multiple tournaments before. But at the end of the day, everyone would love to see them come out there on the main stage, and they're so close, Gunnar. It's one game away now. This best of 3 tied up 1 apiece. It all comes down to a final game. You get yourself a good draft, you get yourself a good early game. This could very easily be an LGD win.
You got yourself a good Meepo?
A good Meepo? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's unpicked so far. Yuma is probably one of the best Meepos in the world. There's also Watson. I do have to say Watson is also one of the carry Meepo players. So technically,
right under Yuma, though.
Right under Yuma for me. Definitely not biased. So I think that's potential. They could have picked it in the last game. It was decent versus the Doom. It's good versus the Undying. But there does feel like there's a piece missing with that hero, which is probably the reason why we haven't seen it once. But
Maybe it's this. It's a good Meepo game. Like, even though we don't see any picks.
I was like, how do you know that, Lacoste?
It's a good Meepo game.
Yeah, this is what Yuma says, apparently. This is what Gunnar said.
Every game, it's a good
No,
Meepo game.
he would, every game.
No way.
He would say, if you ban Troll Warlord, it's a good Meepo game. No other bans needed. Nothing where, like, you care Shaker, Wyvern, and it doesn't.
It's still a good Meepo game.
It's a good Meepo game here.
When you're a specialist, you're a specialist.
Yeah.
You know what it thrives on. You know what it struggles against. And the good thing is the only person who's playing Troll is in this tournament is on his team. That's Thompson. I know we've spoken about him multiple times, but everyone on LGD being able to show up with their niche picks. And I would love to see that come out from Yuma. But at the end of the day, I do not realize and understand the pressure that goes into this game number 3. It is literally for main stage or ending your
kind of
TI run.
everything.
It is everything. It is everything when it comes to these players.
And think about the drafts. I know Cass does a lot of prep. I've seen his prep documents. They're like 500 pages long.
It's
And
dissertations. They're not documents.
He's like, okay, so if they ban this one hero, we're gonna go down this entire list, and he has every single ban planned, every single pick banned for the first like 6 picks of the draft. So he knows what he wants to do. And it's hard to say like, oh, he has to change all his plans. But again, for me, I think Centaur is a very strong hero. But if you're going to move it off that offlane, I want it to be for a good reason.
I'm down this hero to be just picked and played from the offlane. I don't think they need to overcomplicate things. If they have a chance, this has been one of the best, if not the best offlaner of the tournament. Like, how many times have we seen this hero just do well in the lane, transition that into mid game, become completely unkillable? And I feel like this hero just has way too much value from the offlane.
We do have a game 3 draft coming very soon. I'm sorry, I have hiccups, so I'm trying to talk through the hiccups here. So, Monkeys, maybe you can take over here.
we already have the respect bands from Yandex here, Enigma and Centaur. So forcing a completely new draft and strategy out of LGD here. We also see the Treant and Nature's Prophet bands from LGD.
Yeah, so Yandex's first pick again. LGD has that second pick, so I think they are worried about that Earth Spirit Centaur trade again. And now that Centaur's been, in my opinion, you should ban this Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit scary. Last time they banned the Keeper of the Light, but Yandex banned the Keeper of the Light themselves. So now you do have this extra ban kind of open to do it.
The Necro, though, would be left in the pool if they do ban the Earth Spirit.
Some of the stronger position 5s are still left in the pool. We saw Power of Undying in the previous one. We saw an interview right before that. So they're going to give respect to IO and remove that one instead, because it seems like they didn't have the answer and they don't want to figure out the answer mid-tournament. Like on this potentially last game, they're just going to say, okay, it looked too good. It looked too strong. We didn't have the counter for it. We don't have the prep for it. So we're just going to ban it.
While I haven't been the most impressed by Core IO, I do think in that game, we saw Yandex just diving tier 2s, tier 3s because of this IO reload, the infinite sustain from it, and the scaling from it as well. I think it's a good respect ban from LGD.
Wow, okay. Did not expect this to be the way that we end our group stage. A Lina to Dragon Knight trade here in the opening phase.
DK has won both games so far.
It has.
The hero of the series. Yeah.
Sorry, you mispronounced tournament.
Oh, tournament. Oh, sorry. It's starting to look good. Like, this is how meta evolves. Like, the other teams are going to start to pick up on it, see something that maybe they haven't seen prior to this. But Lina, Team Yandex, Watson, he has been the OG Lina player from the carry role when other people didn't want to touch it, when the hero didn't really feel strong. So they definitely have that flex open between mid and the safe lane. And seeing the Dragon Knight as well, there is a little bit of a flex to it, but seeing how it played out so far in the series, I feel like this hero is just going to be played from the mid.
Yeah, I do have a bit of a question mark. Like, Earth Spirit's just getting ignored now. Sure, it did lose the first game, but I don't necessarily think it was an Earth Spirit issue. And we've seen this hero look so powerful throughout the tournament in a lot of these games, just single-handedly winning entire team fights or games by himself. And it's something I talked about, that it's good versus the Lina. Like, sure, the lane is kind of hard, and Dragon Knight does have that slightly better mid matchup. Slightly being actually can go even is getting crushed. But I do still believe in the Earth Spirit, just providing so much for your team.
I feel like part of it might just be Thompson just prefers these Dragon Knights or other weird heroes.
I don't know. Are you really saying Thompson does not prefer the Earth Spirit?
I'm not saying he can't play it or anything
as
like that.
As an avid Thompson watcher, this guy loves his Earth Spirit. He was picking it. He was one of the first that started doing the max silence, starting to get that nuke damage in. So he definitely does like the hero. And if it was up to kind of my interpretation of why they're valuing the Dragon Knight, I would have to assume they're trying to focus mostly on laning stage. Like, sure, you can draft this, we're going to have a really good mid game, or we're going to have a good late game. And they have had, in this tournament, really long games. One of the longest average games of the tournament teams. But maybe now they're like, hey, let's just win our lanes. Let's just have a good, solid first 10, 15 minutes. Let's not be this ultra late game team. Let's just actually close out the game somewhat early.
I think that was the issue in the second game where they drafted the heroes who are not that strong early on. Magnus, he doesn't really have that much lane presence. It's more about him getting the farm. He also did go for Mask of Madness, trying to play for a slightly later timing. And you also had Vengeful Spirit. She needs a couple of items to, get the ball rolling compared to some other carriers who do get to join early on. So I want to see something that is more early game oriented. I don't want to be seeing, even though I'd like to see, some 60, 70-minute games, something crazy happening. But I also want to see LGD just try to simplify some of the drafts for themselves where they can actually play the game and not necessarily play from behind. And this is the type of a hero that's going to allow them to do so.
LGD pivoting away from their five heroes, 5 stun idea they had in the first 2 games. But Undying obviously proving to be a menace in game number 2. So LGD also probably trying to deny pick this from Yandex.
He can stun his allies with the shard. So
it's a save, right? It's one of those things that if you want to go all in for stuns, a save is very, very
it's fine swapping out a stun for a save because it does give you that.
Is it done?
It gives you that way to like the Dragon Knight can now feel more comfortable committing in early, being always that first guy stunning and then get backed out by his Undying with the Tombstone. And then on the other side, Wyvern, which I do think is a pretty powerful hero in the meta. I was actually considering for LGD to take this hero, but leaving it open, taking it really good versus Dragon Knight with all the percentage damage, also gives you a Tombstone killer with all the range that you get from the Arctic Burn. And I think it just pairs really well with the way that the teams are playing and fighting in these mid games. Like the soft resets of the Cold Embrace have looked really powerful. And then Bounty, I don't know, he just kind of owned last game.
Yeah, it was good. The extra gold, we already talked about it. It just put Yandex in that position to be able to close the game out a little bit faster for themselves, which is on track because right now in the tournament, they are the team with the shortest game duration with all of their 16 matches put together. Whereas LGD are the longest, just below Enigma Galaxy, but the longest in terms of game duration.
And it's really interesting to me because when I think of this bounty hunter hero, I mean, I mainly think of it as this pub stomper. And I mean, when I personally am playing Dota, I get so mad whenever I see this bounty hero. I'm just like, oh, well, I'm going to get no help in lane. I'm just going to have to fend for myself, do my own thing. But Yandex, they're making this hero seem like a complete menace, and again, Saksa, he's playing the vision game, getting deep wars, sniping couriers. It's genuinely surprising the amount that he's able to make happen on this hero.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult hero to deal with. You need to invest a lot of gold into sentries. We saw Gem being picked up even in the first game where there was no bounty hunter. 18 minutes in, they did the same thing on Mirana. 18 minutes in the previous game, I think Centaur gave it to her, but you need to invest a lot of gold. And if you lose that gem, you are kind of cooked. This has been the hero against Necrophos from the off lane, from the mid lane, where you are getting levels more from the mid lane because you're getting more levels, of course. But once you use that Ghost Shroud, you can just get completely shredded. And Bounty Hunter really likes to play. They don't really have the best setup. They don't really have the hero that kind of goes in and sets things up. So we could potentially be seeing the hero for DM last because I would love to have something that gives them a little bit more team fight. But then again, seeing Undying Necrophos, this is something that Team Resilience did run where they killed the tower 5 minutes in. It is almost impossible lane to beat because of the way that you're naturally playing the lane. Undying being a strong laner, constant heals, the lane is pushed, you play with the first catapult. Maybe if they want to run Snapfire Bounty, is that the type of a lane that maybe they could get something more out of it?
Yeah, I think melee 4s are generally what you want to play versus Undying because melees are the best at pulling the wave. So, and doing all these like random creep shenanigans, running in circles behind the tower, Undying, sure, he can buy the boots and chase after you, but he doesn't have the ways to really kill you or punish you. He'll almost always allow you to get away with it. So I definitely think that bounty +1, if it's the snap or even just a melee offlaner, will probably be able to at least survive in this Necrophos lane. And for me, I was also thinking before the snap pick, there was like a Muerta, which is pretty good versus a Dragon Knight, pretty good versus a Necro, but I think now with this Muerta, it does put your draft in this very awkward position where you almost need this stun initiator spirit-esque hero You can pick something from the offlane, but a second layer I would add to that is actually you want a nullifier buyer in this game. So even if you do go something like a Dawnbreaker, something like a Lycan, just something that is able to get that like second or third item nullifier, I think it'll help them a lot being able to deal with the Necrophos, because if you don't, it makes it so hard to win the fights during BKBs to kill the Necro, and post BKBs, I think the fights are pretty much impossible for Yandex.
They have a lot of sustain, a lot of reset. We saw value that you are getting from Tombstone with the Shard. Necro, if he gets focused, he is going to be getting that extra bit of a heal. He comes out, has another heal, has another Ghost Shroud, maybe Terrorize on top of that when they try to focus him down. So not the easiest hero to kill, even though they have good amount of magic damage from Snapfire and Lina, but also these heroes are very sustainable. And if you've seen it in the second game, if you don't have enough to burst them down, this could be potentially a problem.
We saw Whisper's hero pool just come up on screen there, seeing a lot of different heroes being picked up for himself. A Brewmaster is going to be the last van there, with the Darkseer being yoinked by Yandex.
I think that's the other item that I wasn't thinking about is Krella's, which is kind of like the soft nullifier versus Necrophos, and it's been probably the most popular item to pick up on Darkseer. They're going at pretty much second item. I've been seeing like Helm Dom into Shiva's, into Krella's, and then maybe a Blink thrown somewhere in there. So relatively early, getting it really fast versus regen from Necrophos, stolen. All the healing from the dying, stolen. Dragonite has the bonus regen, but it's not so much of a factor in this, but we saw him get all the healing from the IO last game, so maybe some Satanics. It looks like a very good Darkseer game. Unfortunately, doesn't have the best mid to pair with. Usually you'd want that like melee, Ember, Earth Spirit, Storm, kind of guy that uses the Ion Shell. So it's going to be a lot on the Darkseer and the Bounty to kind of find this pairing. But in terms of what it provides to their draft, I like it a lot.
Are you a little bit afraid that there isn't anyone really to necessarily protect the Lina and or protect the Snapfire for when she wants to start ulting?
They have like soft resets with the Winter Wyvern, Cookie, Surge, these type of things. I think they have a good amount of options on side of LGD, what they can put in the lane. Like, I'm just going to throw it out there. I think this is one of those games where you can maybe get away with Anti-Mage as a pick. It's not a hero right now, but
wow.
I think Lifestealer, it's a spicy one. But looking at the heroes that they have been playing, I feel like, Lifestealer works well, even though there's like one BKB piercing ability. He's definitely fine in this, unless they want to be running Necro in the safe lane, which they still have the option to do so.
I believe it should be Necro in the safe lane.
Yeah, maybe just for the sustain.
Yeah, you'll free farm versus the Darkseer. You can survive the Ion Shells. You get to counterpick the Lina in the offlane. That's hard, I will say, to counterpick it, but we've seen there's heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster that have looked kind of decent. You get the summons and you can focus her. Not amazing into the Wyvern, but I do think getting that like kind of physical damage offlaner does give them a really nice early to mid game.
I'm a straight shooter.
And that's why they're physical. I don't know if it's offlaner carry, because Whisper has played this in the past, but I would have to assume this is the Yuma Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Amar also played it during EWC. It looked good at the first, half an hour. I believe they lost that game. This is what we expected. We expected the unexpected coming into this series. That there are going to be a lot of weird picks coming out from the teams because this is how they drafted. There's the Thompson effect, of course, and also and it is going to be Whisper actually playing the offlane Wind Ranger.
So the physical damage offlaner, I think the Necrophos in the safe lane to me made the most sense due to that kind of Darkseer. It lets your Undying just completely leave you. You sit there alone. You don't really need to worry about the sustain versus the Ion Shell, which is a lot of the time the issue with like Shadow Fiend versus Darkseer. That's why it's so good for the Darkseer, that he can push you in, deal all this damage to you, and then win in the offlane. I would assume basically they just needed some physical damage carry effectively, and Whisper again has really liked playing those roles. He's played mid, he's played carry in the past, he's played everything, so he can do whatever he wants. Am I confident in the draft? I want to say yes because of the Necrophos, but I don't think it's as well-rounded as Yandex is.
Even though we've seen many times Necro just take a hold of the game before the 10-minute mark, invade a lot, be able to choke out the map, you're still not confident that it's enough to close it out as well.
I do think it can close it out. I just have liked the Snapfire, specifically in the matchup versus the Dragonite and the Necrophos. And we haven't seen it pick too much of the tournament, but they have so much overwhelming damage. I still have to have faith in them.
Insane amount of combos that they can pull off. Not necessarily like stun combos, but you have Winter's Curse vacuum into that, into Snapfire ulti, maybe some LSA that can follow it up. But I'm a big fan of Snapfire. I feel like this hero has not been utilized properly. And I think coming into the main stage, we're going to be seeing it more because even after all these nerfs, the hero still feels very powerful.
Now, Monkeys, for you, is it still just as simple as many stuns as possible will win game 3 and therefore the series?
After seeing Sox's bounty from the last game, I feel I would feel wrong not believing in him this game. I think the amount that he was able to accomplish in last game, just how much pressure he created on the map, how much vision he gave, it was just impressive. So I have to lean Yandex here.
All right, if Yandex can continue that form for themselves in a game number 3, then the main stage will be theirs. But LGD will have something to say about that. Is it enough, though? We'll see with Synderen and Sunspan.
Damn it, Nat. Why have you done this? LGD versus Yandex, game number 3. She never learns her lesson, I'll tell you what.
Might need to clarify what she did wrong, in your opinion.
She named you first, and
okay.
it sounds worse, okay? It's not an egotistical thing. I don't know how many times I need to say it.
Yep.
All right?
You do definitely come across very egotistical. And finding out that it isn't egotistical isn't really helping your case very much.
It's not egotistical, I swear.
Yes.
But yeah, game 3 is upon us. Loser of this is out of TI. Winner stays alive and goes to the playoffs, which means they have a double elimination bracket, so they get 2 lives. It's a huge game.
An individual singular game to get you at least 4 more on the stage. There is a lot at stake here, and a lot of the times in best of 3 series, we've seen this countless times. You go into a series, one team gets smacked in game 1, they make major adjustments in game 2 and win it, and I want to say more often than not, the team that wins game 2 also continues the streak in game 3 because they figure something out, they implement it, and then they run with it. Now, with that in mind, LGD have pivoted massively from what they did the last 2 games, though. So they are running a completely different archetype of lineup. This time, it's not just 5 stuns and a lot of, playmaking potential in that regard. Now they have a Necrophos carry. They're running King Jungles on an Undying instead of the Centaur. And the biggest change for me overall is the offlaner is no longer this big wombo combo ulti between Enigma and Magnus. It's a Windranger. This is a completely different type of hero. I personally thought it was kind of ballsy to pick it here, and I'm not sure what the rationale is. If it's just, it lanes fine against carry Lina, it's somebody who can scale and then kill her later on with Focus Fire. Whisper has not shown any hesitance to farm in both last games. Definitely on the greedier side, so I guess they're going to try to implement it here.
Yeah, he's definitely the wild card of the game on that Windrunner, so do you think the pressure is on him then?
I feel like most of the pressure in this game is on Thompson, actually, because I look at their lineup, and I think Dragon Knight has to do quite a bit of work in this game. He's your primary initiator. In terms of playmaking potential, it's very different from the last 2 games, so if you got a little bit too used to your supports making a lot of moves for you, can't really rely on it to the same extent this time around. Yeah. Also have to deal with this pesky bounty hunter from last game who's going to be super annoying. Arguably you have worse heroes against bounty than last time, and he was still a big problem.
Yeah.
And he's playing with Darkseer, which is an even better pairing. So there's a lot of positives here for Yandex.
The Darkseer I really liked. Like you talked about the Iron Shell for the bounty hunter in the laning stage. I mean, the problem is Soxa wasn't in the laning stage. He was just killing courier, so maybe they're not going to get the full aspect of this combo, but it feels like, I mean, assuming Necro goes for the typical Radiance, you have Dragon form. These illusions are really good with the Darkseer wall. Later in the game.
Definitely solid. And like the panel talked about, I think one of the biggest reasons they picked this hero is Crozier. I think that item is going to be one of the bigger items of the main stage. It's already been pretty big in the group stage. But when the enemy team maybe invests a little bit too much into heroes that rely on healing, heroes like Darkseer that love buying that early really rise in stock.
Malady. Power shot onto Malady. Cold embraces, but now he's surrounded by enemies. Should be taken out, although stay alive a little bit longer. Last right click's enough from Whisper, and he gets rewarded with the first blow. That's off-lane Windrunner. Watson can avoid the power shot. Not avoid the Shadow Realm hit, though.
Nice little start for them up there.
But I assume it's a right-click win. Like, how else do you build this hero?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think this hero is very limited in its build options, especially when played as a core. I think if you're playing support, there's some different build paths where, you know, there was a phase where we would see Seb actually play a lot of position 4 Wind Ranger, and he would prioritize the Shard very heavily. Haven't seen that very much. Gale Force is not given the same priority. A lot of the time it feels like they just get it from the Tormentor. And then I personally think it's undervalued. I think it's a very good Shard, but it's 1,400 gold that you probably feel like you can't afford to invest as a core versus if you're playing 4 or 5. So don't expect to see that out of him. So yeah, probably just some Maelstrom BKB, get on top of Lina kind of thing. That's the overall idea. Something to mention, by the way, about this Darkseer lane with Bounty Hunter is when you're playing with Bounty, you have options that you don't necessarily have with other heroes that Darkseer lanes with. Let's see if Malady can play his way out of this one first. I think he'll be fine with a Cold Embrace. I say that.
Whisper doesn't have Shackle quite yet.
They're not going to coast through that. One of the options you have with Bounty Hunter is obviously he could pull waves for you, which is nice. So you don't have to worry about the lane getting to some sort of stalemate position against Necrophos. If you fancy, you can just keep putting shells on Bounty Hunter and he can jungle for you. So you're just farming more. That is another option until you get a Helm of the Dominator. You kind of have a Dominator teammate. And you can do this, where you give him Ion Shell and he TPs to the other lane.
Yeah, and he was surged as well.
He's dusted,
Malady
though.
Pretty low. Sox, he TPs in to almost die immediately. Power shot is avoided, though, from Whisper.
Lotus.
Soxa popping the Fairy Fire in the tree line. Does get the invis off, though. I think we'll survive unless there's a random power shot. YOLO from Whisper? No.
That was a very important dust to have there. Otherwise, they die 2 heroes, I think. On the side of LGD, they would have just been run down by this Iron Shell Bounty Hunter. It turns into a nothing burger in terms of kills, but I feel like the biggest winner in all of this is DM, who gets to cut waves completely freely now with the support leaving. He will get very high levels. He's about to hit level 5, so he's going to restore a lot of his mana, courtesy of Quick Wit. Quit,
yeah.
And you can see he's just double dipping here with pulling the wave into neutral camps for more efficient farming. Soxa will kill Thompson's Courier. That was a Wand recipe and Tangos, so some resources missing now for that mid lane. And we haven't talked about this too much. Snapfire against most heroes, you just win the lane. And DK is no different. He's winning it quite sizably too here. 34 and 10 against 27 and 3. Thompson losing his Courier, the 6-minute rune is very important.
Yep, Theolocor makes his way over. And not sure if they're going to want to fight for that top side. It's getting hit by the Scatter Blast, and the Kisses are there with the stun coming out from Soxa. And that is more than enough damage to bring Thompson down. The Haste Rune was snagged by Theolocor.
Yeah, this is a very bad time for DK to die. You don't get to get the rune. You lose a full wave in tower, including the siege creep. At least King Jungles will be here to leech a little bit of this experience and keep the wave intact next to the tower. But again, it's you being forced. It's a lot of pressure being put by the Soxa Bounty Hunter once more. Got spotted under a sentry here, so he will know they see him. In the meantime, up top. This is still puzzling to me, this Wind Ranger pick. I really need to see some justification for this later in the game where I'm like, oh, this is...
Reaper Scythe comes out. Not enough to kill off Soxa initially, but they do get the trade in the end. Yeah, Lacoste was mentioning the Amar game, which I believe I cast, and I don't remember anything other than that he picked it, and they were losing, and then they won. And I don't remember...
It's a good sample size for the hero being great.
Yeah, of course. But it's obviously very unusual in the offlane.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out.
I love the hero, but I find it very limiting in the offlane role. Malady, big damage on him.
Yeah, will get off the Cold Embrace.
He is going to die eventually here, but he'll make them work for it.
Maybe he can die to the neutrals. Gonna try, dodges the power shot.
Oh, that was actually close.
The Theolocor
pretty damn good attempt.
Gets the hit, though.
If that was a different camp, maybe he might have died to it. If it was the big centaur that hit him.
That was probably the worst
small
camp.
satyr. Yeah.
These little babies barely do anything.
So, in good news for LGD, Yuma is having a completely free game. That is largely bound to happen when you're laning into Darkseer. This is a very good Necrophos lane matchup. You just farm the waves. You don't really care that they're shelled because you out-regen them, and then you can go and farm jungle camps afterwards. But Looks like they might be on the warpath here a little bit. Soxa and Shira and the connection from the right-hand side on the Darkseer. And Yuma's actually, he has 20 sticks, but he's low on mana.
Got a couple Lotuses as well. Out we go. Bramble only going to connect on one, so LGD will back away, it seems. And yeah, if they can get this fast Radiance on the Necro, that would be huge for LGD because none of the other cores are really doing a whole lot of anything at the moment. Yeah, especially on Thompson's side, off to a very slow start. I mean, what kind of comeback potential does this hero have on its own right now? You can take stacks for sure.
Yeah, well, kind of need level 12 before he can take stacks on DK.
Soxa going to show himself on Fiola core. Bramble going to be avoided for the most part as Soxa continuing on, and DM will get the kill with the Ion Shell attached to the bounty. What kind of options do they have for Yandex against the Necro other than the Corellia's Cruiser? Because I'm not seeing a Nullifier purchaser. I mean,
No,
you could
not
just
really.
go Yules, I suppose.
Probably Nullifier on Bounty Hunter, I guess.
I mean,
part of the luxury.
Yeah.
This hero can buy literally anything. Because he is mostly just invisible and casting track. That's the 90% of your gameplay in the mid game. I think my question is, do you really need to counter Ghost Shroud when you have this insane amount of magic damage? Like, they have so much of it, including even the wall to help, that I feel like perhaps it's not that big of a problem to not be able to buy Nullifier. Usually it was the hard counter in the last year, but I'm not all that worried about that Necrophos becoming an unstoppable.
That's a fair point. I mean, they don't have the traditional right-click carry for Yandex, the physical Kez type.
Don't get me wrong, Watson's going to right-click. He is going Maelstrom, and he will be playing carry Lina, but obviously that hero has the luxury of being a mixed damage type kind of carry.
Radiant are scanning.
We're going to get hounded now by Soxa. Not quite level 6 yet.
They see him on the sentry, so calls off this play for now.
He's just getting farmed for DM. Oh, okay.
Some good damage. Oh,
Yeah,
Shadow Realm would
Shadow
actually
Realm.
take him out. Not in range.
Reach him. Cold Embrace to keep him safe for now. I'm getting some nice extra farm with that Ion Shell.
Wyvern denying the
Soxa.
tower. It's taking a while, but he'll get there.
Good job.
Travels now. First big item for Snapfire. Standard. Generally see this picked up first, and then sometimes you see Dagger second. Just go straight in there.
Going to TP to the bot lane with those boots of travel. Has the damage rune as well, as KJ will be the recipient of all this damage. It's off the Soul Rift, but won't survive too much longer. Chira Jr. claims him for himself.
Really nice item to play with Helm of the Dominator. Darkseer can just give her clean connections always away from creeps. Nice duo.
A very cohesive lineup overall
Yeah.
from Yandex.
I mean, I really like this Yandex lineup, and I oftentimes find lineups of this type a bit lacking when they don't have, like, let's say, a clean initiation or targeted stuns to set up fights with, except, I mean, you have Winter's Curse, but I feel like Bounty Hunter just ties this together so well for them.
Radiant's courier has been
All right, gonna attempt to chase a little Dark Willow, but we can see the Radiance now online. That's huge for Yuma.
Yep.
Still
Keep ramping up.
basically top net worth in the game. Looks like
Tied with
over.
Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer has real. Oh, speaking of Darkseer, takes a Reaper Scythe. Not quite dead yet. The Radiance burn is going to be enough for the right clicks of KJ as well. So that top net worth was very brief.
Kind of crazy that he was not even far off surviving there.
How big of a deal is it to not have a core melee with Darkseer for the Ion Shell? Is that more like that would have been icing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I find that in this game, what makes Darkseer a good pick is that you want an Aura bot in the offlane that buys Crozier, and then the wall in the vacuum is like extra nice benefit, which makes him a better pick than certain other options you had, plus his enabling of the Bounty Hunter. There was a lot of secondary reasons the hero was good rather than the
Pops in.
Ion Shell.
Scatterblast is going to be missed. And the track will give some vision, but lost a chance at pouncing on him.
See, DM is actually going pipe. So we'll be mitigating a ton of that magic damage. You look at the Radiant lineup, it is heavily magic. Carry Necro, offlane Windranger with Maelstrom, and DK mid also does a lot of magic damage. So that timing is going to be very, very strong. LGD have to be careful with picking the right type of fights.
I mean, both sides have tons of magic. Yeah. Will we see a pipe? Does the item exist? I mean, we saw it on Darkseer, I think, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, we're going to see it again. I just told you. Gotta pay attention.
Okay, thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome. I thought you were joking that whether we were going to see one on LGD, and I was like, well, they don't have a candidate for it, so.
Soxa going on top of Whisper, but the focus fire is on Soxa as Watson makes his way over with the Laguna Blade, and Soxa will survive with the track kill nonetheless. And we see a Terrorize now on the bot side with the Bedlam to follow. Nice kill follow-up onto DM. So LGD gets
is he going to be in time here? Theola Core. Oh, yes. That was very close.
AJ there as well. They got the dust. They get the kill. Double kill for Thompson across the map on this DK.
Panel pointed out DK has won both games this series. Hoping for a three-peat here if you're an LGD fan.
So for Darkseer, typically, when does Krella Crozier come out?
Probably after the secondary item you get after Dom, which in this case is Pipe. If you wanted to get something else first, then yeah. It's just a standard third, I want to say. It's a real feels-good item on the hero. You benefit a lot from the extra HP and mana pool from the Soul Booster, and then, obviously, the utility of the Crozier is amazing on you. You already cast all your spells. You can just run around the fight and be an absolute menace. Hard to kill. It's a real feels-good.
Kira has a shield rune. Opted for the casual Kaya, and we'll be going for Blink Shard next. See how smoke turns out for LGD. Malady's going to have to use the curse, but it's on a solo target for Whisper. Looks like he'll get cleaned up, but DM is there with the wall. And Whisper actually ends up being traded, and that's a track kill again for Yandex. As KJ taking some Mortimer globs to the face. Kira Jr. shows up. Kill off the tombstone casually. Terrorize completely missing. Actually hits one. It's only Soxa, though.
This is majorly awkward now for LGD. They're getting tracked and hounded now.
Scatterblast now slowing up the Dark Willow. And Soxa doing a good job of maneuvering around those brambles as they get a nice Laguna Blade kill. So another track kill for Yandex, starting to really stack up here for Soxa and company.
That was a GTFO moment. And well,
it felt like they
played as little as possible with only the Willow after.
As mid lane, see Wyvern getting gone on as Thompson in his dragon form attempting to run away because reinforcements have arrived, but not able to catch up for Yandex.
That would have been a nice moment to have a blink on Shira instead of the Kaya. That might have been a dead DK, but not enough chase potential just yet. He will buy it next, unless he takes the shard first. Always it feels like Snapfire generally, when played Magic style, ends up with the same items, but the order differs. Soxa finally getting rid of this rat bastard. He'll be back, though.
He will. And Whisper has the Maelstrom, of course, and not super far away from BKB. See how they want to align these items as Thompson. No Radiance this time, Cinderin. I wonder why that is. Yep. Would have liked to see 2 Radiances on their team.
See that sometimes.
They do. Not super often, though.
Yeah, this was not the game for that. I think he recognizes that he has to play tempo. When you're picking Windranger offlane, your mid has to play selfless. Like, you can't all be greedy at the same time. Then your supports are just running in circles.
And so he'll be going BKB next as well. And then for the carry, Necrophos, Yuma also going BKB. So they're going triple BKB on the cores, and they're going to be aligning relatively around the same time. So that's going to be their power spike. And then what about Yandex?
Well, Snap is about to get the dagger, so that's a big item. Lena's going Pike. And Darkseer.
Pipe is done, I think.
Pipe is completed, right? It's on the way on the courier? Yeah, so that is a huge item, especially if they were to find the fight before the BKB. I think their power level is just significantly higher than that of the Radiant. We'll see if they turn this into a smoke. Oh, look, it's Soxa. dusted and alive.
What the average amount of gold has to be spent to counter bounty in a game versus a typical game?
Yeah, it's a big deal. Look at how poor the Radiant supports are. A lot of investment to try to keep the map under your control, and it's still he finds the openings.
Jira is there, gets the cookie, even the creep's helping out a bit. He gets walled on top of it. Not sure they needed it, although somebody was coming to his rescue, but LGD will back away and just cut their losses with Whisper being taken out. Minute and a half away from the Tormentor.
I hope this inspires other teams, whether Yandex win or lose, to pick Bounty Hunter this tournament. It's a very unique hero to watch.
Definitely a cool hero, especially if the innate works, which it might. It might actually work. Could be talking out of my ass here.
Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last.
2v2 BGH, Cinderin? You a fan?
I don't know which game that's from.
StarCraft.
Oh. That was a game called Big Game Hunter?
Yeah, it's a custom game.
Huh.
Well, not custom game, sorry. It's just custom lobby. Means you never have to relocate to another base because the minerals never ran out.
Ah, I see.
Malady caught off guard. Fiora with the Terrorize into the Reaper Scythe.
Slice him up.
And that is stack number uno for Yuma.
Yep. Now down bottom, Whisper again.
Yeah, he's tracked up. The cookie applied as well. Already at half HP. Going to try to turn this around with the focus right. Does quite a bit of damage, actually, to the mid laner. Is it enough? Chira Jr. might fall anyway. Absolutely. So good job coming out from Whisper despite dying. Sets up that kill. And they're going to kill off Soxa in addition.
King Jungle's the boss running around at level 9 with a gem. Undying. He's had enough.
Dragon Tail and LSA are going to trade stunts for Thompson and Watson. They also rhyme, apparently.
He might actually kill him.
Watson getting off another LSA with the right clicks. The Maelstrom just stacking up now as Thompson gets off the Dragon Tail. Has the blink available with the Necro nearby. It was a close call.
That was not far from. Yuma starting to create some distance, though. It's good news here for the side of LGD. Super farmed on Necro. Almost has the heart, and he has shard. It's 20 minutes in. Yeah, he is enormous.
But the other two cores, not so much. Not yet, at least. Whisper.
Oh.
It feels like Soxa's just constantly on him.
Yeah, you will, and then the Dom TP. Oh my god, so annoying.
Watson joins the party. Goodbye, Whisper. Rough game.
Yeah, that was 4 heroes sharing that track. That's a real feels-good kill. And now Tormentor should be theirs. There's a blink now picked up on Darkseer, and he's actually still going Shiva's first before Crozier, it looks like. The DM will keep that option for later.
Okay. You have to deal with this Necro, though. Heart almost finished, actually. And the Shard goes to Malady. So the Cold Embrace upgrade.
I think they would have rather had the Bounty Hunter one. That one is nasty on Lina.
Yeah, true. But getting the stun out of the right click on a ranged hero seems pretty good.
And it's also kind of like having pseudo Flame Cloak, which he's not going to buy as carry. Just the ability to jump out of nowhere is extremely valuable in a high burst hero.
I mean, is it good
I think
enough that
Soxa
he's
should
gonna
buy it. I think he should, actually.
I mean, if he aligns it with is it the 15 talent, giving the damage reduction?
Yeah. It's very good. He might buy Blink first, which is what he's queued up now. But I really do like the idea of buying it here. All right, there's the heart. What's it going to be next for Yuma? Is it just standard stuff with the Shivas next? Or is it going to be a faster BKB, perhaps, given the nature of the enemy lineup?
I mean, because he's carry, do you not go for like a Lotus type item? Or is that more off lane?
It can be both.
Good against track, good against curse. No, kind of good against curse.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much value as I was thinking.
I think maybe you would. I don't know if you even want Lincolns. It's just it's a default item for a lot of heroes to buy against Lina, but it's more against the magic Lina than the carry one. So I don't think Lotus is good enough here. He is going BKB. Kind of like it. I think for LGD's side, him farming this much is great, but you got to put it to use at some point. I feel like Necrophos is on a bit of a timer this game. If DK isn't farmed enough, and especially Windranger, this is a very quiet game from Whisper. He has been ruined by this
Does
bounty
have
hunter.
BKB now, though.
Yeah.
Thompson has his own as well as Yuma. Going to take the initiation. At half health. Reinforcements have arrived, though. LSA is going to hit. Watson going to apply some pressure. There's a curse. Goes Thompson on the
Great
other side, terrorized onto 2 heroes. Yuma trying to shrug off this damage coming out. It's for 3 precise onto basically a full HP Watson, who will Hurricane Pike away. We get power shot, though, as the Ghost Trap slowing them to a crawl. Chira Jr. right on top of him as well. Can they finish off the Necro? It doesn't look like it, as Watson is taking a full focus fire now from Whisper, and Whisper is basically a 1 versus 4, gets the kill himself. They get 2, in fact, for Yandex, against Yandex, rather, as LGD trying to find a third in the form of Soxa. A little bit more difficult. The dust does hit, and they cancel the TP. Okay. The double Yules into the eventual kill onto Soxa.
Very, very nice defensive play from LGD. That is the perfect thing that can happen for them, is Necrophos gets opened on, but they can't full commit. He does so much passive damage over the course of that fight. Like you said, the Reaper wasn't even good. He just needed it to buy a bit of time and get the right positioning against the Lina. And they kind of ran out of juice. And then finally we get to see the logic behind the Windranger, at least in that fight. Runs down the Lina, kills her on her own.
That's so weird to see, especially a hero that's bottom net worth of the cores, has enough space from the Necro to just blink in, BKB, and go to... It doesn't even have blink, actually. He just ran in there.
Yeah, I just ran in. I wonder if Malady could have maybe got a cold embrace off. That could have been clutch there on the Lina, but I understand it's really difficult given that the rest of the LGD team were on the prowl. So maybe that was just a doomed to fail situation. Now for the first time in, I think, the whole game, LGD in the gold lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against the bounty hunter.
That's a big swing, as you see there. Massive recovery on their part.
Of all the games, Cinderin, that we wish to go 60 minutes, this is the one. Soxa caught off and killed off. 3 precise, all right. Get some stacks, and there's the BKB for Yuma. He is enormous.
Yeah. You gotta play this timing though, I feel like. It's a bit, your lineup can Roche quite easily. You have Tombstone, Flesh Golem, Focus Fire. It's a matter of getting the waves in the right position first and then not clumping up in the pit for a bad vacuum combo with Snapfire coming in. But Necrophos is so insanely strong that if he is the primary target for Yandex, I actually don't know if they have the single target damage yet to kill him. If there's any protection for him at all, Undying with the shard obviously is going to make matters even worse. I would like to see them try to press the advantage a little bit here in one way or the other. Thompson close to his overwhelming blink on the Dragon Knight. About 1,200 to go. They are scanning the pit here, so Yandex having the
blinks
same
right
read.
into Whisper, so setting up the Shackle shot with a Focus Fire now. Gets off the vacuum on the Theolator, so he's stuck up there, but we'll just simply TP out. Yeah, big kill onto DM now.
Yandex had the read that LGD might be going Roche, so they scan it, and it actually flared red for a moment, and I think that's why DM thought they couldn't possibly be bottom. So a little bit of a unfortunate scan hit on a hero randomly walking by the pit there.
Not often the scan gets you killed.
I mean, I don't know if he did it specifically because of that, but it definitely didn't help.
We can go with your narrative. You can assume things.
Yep.
Into the pit, Thompson goes. Would be a nice pickup for LGD, who have taken the lead now in this pivotal game number 3. Winner stays at TI and goes to the playoffs. Loser out. And remember, LGD coming into this 3-2, and Yandex 2-3, which is, I mean, I want to say maybe the biggest surprise of the tournament. Is that incorrect?
It's one of them, at least. I think for a lot of people, also a big surprise that Nick McGalaxy went 4-1.
Oh, that's true.
That was a huge one for me. Unexpected that they did that well, but obviously a very welcome surprise. Worth remembering, if you remember from TI last year, King Jungles with a very, very famous post-game interview or post-elimination interview that year, saying that they were going to be back, and got a lot of fans that day.
Yeah, he just needed Thompson.
A lot of people definitely cheering for King Jungles to get back on that stage in particular. And maybe some of them Thompson too. You never know. Maybe he has some fans out.
Only a couple, I think.
A few. But yeah, it was a very motivating speech. I think one of the best, maybe the best exit interview ever in Dota.
100%.
Actually,
No
So,
question. Yeah, very
really,
passionate.
That guy he's got the vibes.
That's one way to put it.
Personality will be Reaper, maybe. No, not this time. He wasn't worth it.
I mean, I do have a question about the Reaper side. Like, is it even worth to use on a target that's dead already? I feel like the stacks are almost irrelevant.
Yeah, they're largely inconsequential. I would agree.
Not like the old days.
No. Oh, another snack.
Okay, Saksa.
Jungle.
These deaths are starting to stack up. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. I should have mentioned they put it onto Whisper. I guess makes sense. DK is a transformation hero, and Necro is virtually unkillable right now.
And I think the logic is that Whisper is just going to tunnel vision the Lina.
Yeah.
And just try to ruin the fight, and he can do it with a lot of confidence with the Aegis. Looking to take the top tier 2 tower together with Thompson. Yandex's not really interested in this. They're letting him have it. This game has turned on its head. A big item alert, Watson, the other son, has picked up the BKB of his own. So, and we're going to get one on Chira Jr. now as well. So this is a big timing for the Dire. Almost aligning it with a Shiva's Guard as well from Darkseer. So triple core upgrade.
I do want to mention DM. So it's going to be a Shiva's, but no Krella's Crozier. You were promising me this item.
He will buy it eventually. There is no way he plays this game without it.
But do you think I'm not saying it's too late to buy, but wouldn't it have been better early against a hero that basically had one core for quite a while on LGD?
I would have liked it over Shiva's first. I think buying these items is good, but I don't know if I agree with the order.
But the big vacuum, it's hard to pass up.
You can just get a value Chasm Stone if you really want to. I mean, it's 900 gold. It's relatively expensive, but plenty of heroes do that.
Another tier 2 for LGD. As Yuma, is that going to be a bots 2 that he's picking up? Looks to be the case.
Yeah, love that.
Wow.
Allows him to connect on DK's blink stuns, allows him to connect on shackle shots. Keep in mind the travels to faster connection.
Yeah, it's like 1 second faster?
I believe so, if I remember correctly. That's from 3 to 2, right?
It's interesting because you don't typically see that until you have at least 6 slots.
Yeah, there's a few heroes that I really like it on. Necro is one of them. So I'm a big fan of this build.
Smoke from Yandex from the north.
This is a crucial moment. They have all their 3 items now.
Do they even want to go on Yuma is the question. They're going to have maybe...
They do.
LSA with Laguna Blade. There's the cookie as well. He's dead. My goodness. I bet they wish they gave him the Aegis after all. As Thompson pops a BKB, attempting to teleport out. Going to be close. He's out of there. Terrorize comes out as well as Whisper trying to get something out of this, but he is going to die with his Aegis and likely a second time on top of that.
You think so?
Likely. Very likely. Whisper trying to prove us wrong. Going to get blocked at every turn. LSA misses, making it as difficult as possible, but in the end, it is 3 dead for LGD. Yandex set their trap, and they execute.
I would actually love to see a replay of that, of where King Jungles was, because if you're gonna leave Necrophos in front like this, the Undying Blink Tombstone, it has to be there. Like, this is a game-deciding moment, potentially. This was an LGD lineup that had been ahead for the last 5 minutes, just consistently getting better trades and gaining gold. And now you dropped it all on the ground. This is even worse if you get an extra.
It's set up by the Yules. We'll get off the Dragon Tail, but he's going to get collapsed on by DM, and he is all alone. Means Chira Jr. gets another kill to his name, and that's a dominating streak ended for Thompson.
Crap, they got a lot of gold for that.
Yeah, this... I mean, that's the scary thing about playing against Bounty Hunter. These games swing hard.
That was an 8K swing, that last fight until now. Changed the game drastically.
Still close to a 50-50 according to Dota Plus.
I mean, I still see the potential in the Radiant lineup, but that was a major setback. Again, I really like everything they did there. If they could have Tombstone saved Necro, that could have been so sick. Because you can see Yandex were dropping everything on him to start, and any reset there, Dragon Knight comes in, the fight gets chaotic, it's in your favor. But he never got the BKB off on Necro, so he didn't get to play.
Get anything
As a wise man once said, you can't play if you're stunned.
That's right. Very
well, not a wise man, but a man, I guess. Arguably. Oh, nice escape there from KJ. Immediate blink out.
will clean up the tombstone, though. First crown onto Soxa. Vacuum from DM. Have their eyes set on this Dark Willow, but here comes Yuma. Reaper Scythe onto Soxa. Does almost no damage. My goodness.
Piped.
Soxa, very survival to this point. I'm
He's
sure he has
getting
that 15
out?
talent as well. And he has the shard in addition. So after all of that, LGD get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, an invisible bounty hunter with that talent, with that level 15 talent that is also cold embraced and piped is very hard to kill.
That did less than 50 damage, I think.
Yeah, that did absolutely nothing. Now, next upgrade for Watson, MKB unlocked. So that's going to make Whisper's life a lot harder.
So if LGD, I know that you're saying they have this tombstone. I understand that. If they had a Roche again,
yeah,
would they give Aegis to Necro this time? Or do you still think this is the correct play?
I think they might, but I think the theoretically right idea is to give it to Windranger again. I really like that they did that, but certain things just have to happen in order for that to be correct. You can't trust. At the same time, though, if you have the Aegis on, or you don't have it on Necro, and a fight like that breaks out again, we didn't see in the we didn't get to see a replay of how they kept on dying out. Like maybe he just got clipped by a bounty hunter in the back, right? Like then he can't save anyway. Soxa has blink Yules. He just needs to see on dying for a brief moment. He's just going to blink Yules him, invis himself, and be super tanky. So, yeah, with that in mind, perhaps it's just too difficult to get the right conditions where you can reliably save with KJ, and then you're going to have to put the Aegis on Necro.
Soxa. Okay, Yuma, round number 2. Do they have the stun lock again? They do. No tombstone in sight. Another enormous kill for Yandex.
KJ hedging his bets. He's covering everybody else but the guy getting jumped. The other 4 heroes were in their own triangle. That is a very, very bad death. This might actually force a buyback here.
70 seconds.
You don't have Aegis for high grounding, but Lina can hit from a very safe distance. Can rely on getting invised by bounty, on getting cold embraced, piped. Gonna take it easy though. This is obviously a massive game.
Elimination game at TI. Doesn't get more tense than this. Thompson, his courier gets killed, and I believe that, Octarine, I assume, is what he's going for?
AB now for DM. Yeah. There's the Crozier next. Okay. Pipeline.
What do you think about Yuma building a... Okay, he actually changed it to Yules. He had Manta queued up, which I understand the Dispel aspect. It feels like and illusions with Radiance, but it feels like it's too late in the game for something like that.
It's the carry version of buying Lotus, right? Essentially. That's what you usually do on Necro, is to get the Manta. Theolacor will be caught here again. Another kill for the Yandex squad.
But Yules is going to scale much better. Thompson gets cursed. Mortimer's kisses right on his face. Here comes Whisper, though. He has the focus fire onto Malady, but the cold embrace nullifies all of it. Will end up dying to the last couple right clicks as Whisper now has to try to run away. The BKB is now
good back wall.
Back wall under several heroes. Thompson with the BKB has to deal with his own illusion, and Whisper on the run, but the cookie hits him. Soul Rip is there. Yuma in addition with the death pulse. Whisper somehow staying alive. Will get away to base.
Wow.
Very close call for LGD.
That was a crazy escape that they lost nobody there. That looked super scary. Vac wall plus LSA, but they managed to get out just barely. And you do see Whisper having that output now with that Daedalus. The Wyvern, once Cold Embrace was down, died in the blink of an eye. But it's still multiple problems you need to get through in the first place. Wyvern has Disc, there's Cold Embrace. So if Wyvern is the primary target, you have to wait. And if anybody else is, well, they're getting embraced. So, not easy. And that time around, they did get off a Tombstone save, which also was integral to LGD's resetting of the fight. Lincoln's now on Chira Jr. Make Thompson's life a lot harder. Can't just blink stun. Can't just open with Shackle Shot. It is an awesome Lincoln's game on the Dire. Might want to buy more than just the one. Perhaps, well, probably on another hero, though.
Thompson's been without his Octarine for quite some time.
Yeah.
Courier's been dead. It's about to spawn now. So he's 2,000 gold on top of that now for... He's actually going Halberd. I was making fun of this item in game 1, I think.
Yeah.
We get-
Well, if anybody would do it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. Can't go Radiance. Need evasion. Let's go Halberd.
It would be, well, does he need evasion against MKB Lina? I don't know.
Yeah, it's
feels kind of meh.
But
it's just funny how this might be a dead item, right? Nobody buys it. If Thompson buys it in one game,
if he
he's gonna
wins,
start seeing it pop up. It's so silly. Oh man.
I guess even if he doesn't, somebody's going
That's
to.
what they mean when they talk about cultural impact in esports, right?
Yeah.
They keep joking about that in Counter-Strike.
Daiwu.
Yeah. Cultural impact. Major cultural impact.
Right. Thompson definitely up there in that category. You're not, though.
Okay. That's glad we got that established. That was definitely necessary.
Yeah. Just wanted it to be clear here. 5K in the bank for Yuma. Want to be saving his gold a bit because of these last couple deaths. If he can buy back and somehow connect with the... He actually did not finish the Boots of Travel 2.
He just bought them now while he has buyback gold.
Very good.
Just now.
So that makes the buyback very powerful.
Yep.
If he does die in the same fashion, because they are blowing quite a bit from Yandex's side, at least, to kill off this tanky boy. There it is. As Roche number 2 being attempted. Yandex in the pit. Are LGD aware? They seem to have some inkling that this is happening, but Watson will claim the Aegis.
Oh, and they might even catch.
Links in with the curse, but Thompson with the counteraction. Gonna pop the E on this onto Malady. Is a big back roll onto 3 heroes, but the tombstone save comes out. Reaper Scythe again doing absolutely nothing with all this mitigation. The Wyvern finally drops. Whisper dies on the side of LGD, though, so it's a 1-for-1 in favor of Yandex thus far. Watson, though, on the run. Doesn't want to use the Aegis this early.
I'm sorry. It was just amazing. Watson aggressively goes in. He gets halberded, and he's just kind of, wait, what?
He's not used to playing.
He popped Satanic, got instantly disarmed, and he's like, wait, what? There's a disarm in the game?
Wait, what did they change with it that you cannot dispel it now?
Strong dispels only, yeah.
So BKB?
Yeah.
And not Manta, though.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And not Satanic, obviously.
Yeah, I think he cast it afterwards anyway, but maybe just old memory from top. I mean, just timing anyway was fine.
But it doesn't pierce, right? Like, if you use it after BKB.
Yeah, it doesn't pierce.
I mean, once the BKBs get low enough, I mean, this is definitely going to have some good value.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And cultural impact, lest we forget.
How does this affect Thompson's legacy?
Won't somebody think of Thompson?
3.5 minutes on the Aegis now for Watson. Not to be confused with Thompson.
That was another fight with a great vacuum wall, but the immediate counterplay from Tombstone once again playing a big role. And as soon as the fights start getting scrappy and this Tombstone zombies start stacking up and Necrophos walks around the fight, it can get really dicey. So Yandex just got the hell out of there. It's going to help them a great deal when Darkseer hits 25. I actually think AoE Surge might be a big deal this game. Just to reset position away from multiple different issues. Gonna Yule Thompson here for fun. Looks like Thompson says you're playing for fun. I'm
right. Whisper starting to pack a punch on the Windrunner. Where he goes from here. Feels like he is dying in these fights. He is going for Aghanim Scepter. So wait, is that no? It's actually not an axe. What is he buying?
Dragon's Breath.
Oh,
Hydra's Breath. I mean,
yeah.
On
I like that. How does that work with Focus Fire?
Well, it just applies it normally. I would think. There's nothing.
Is it a full damage version though? Is Yuma? Yuma's not going to hit Shira. Gets to the high ground.
I mean, the passive should be independent. I would think. It's a good question, actually. Like when you ask good questions.
Sorry to make you look stupid as the analyst and all. DM?
In my defense, how many people have seen Hydra's Breath Windranger recently?
Probably a lot of turbo games.
I guess so.
I should know.
I mean, it does get bought occasionally, but most of the time carry Windrangers get Pike, right? So, and you generally don't buy both. It does get purchased sometimes, though. So. But then again, I mean, you go back in time. There was a time when pros were buying Battle Fury and Windranger. So you'd be like, do the pros actually know?
That's right.
Or does it just feel good? know? They're like, I do a lot of damage with this. And then somebody checks the files and it turns out a TI finals winning hero did less damage than it was supposed to. Or
If you go back far enough, you get a 5 Battle Fury PA.
Yeah, that's very far back.
That was a good thing.
No.
Apparently, this is the first halberd at this event, says production. I'm not surprised.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I would have, if you asked me to guess, I would have said that.
The fact that I brought this up in this series, too, is so fun. I don't think I've mentioned that item in 2 years.
Yeah.
Smoke from Yandex. They end up on the north side of the map for now, but not gonna...
This is a fresh Crozier, by the way. This is a big reveal.
Okay, Crozier time. Krella is about to have an impact on this game. 45 seconds for the Aegis. Wonder who Krella is.
Yeah.
Sure, Slacks can tell us. Tier 2 out.
Gonna be the reveal this year, surely.
Yeah.
Krella.
Everyone's favorite item, the Krella's Crozier that we see in, I feel like in pubs, low-level pubs, we never see it. Probably. It's a cool item, though. I think if we're going to see a new hero, it's got to be related to Hydra's Breath, because that's the cool item right there. It's a big old dragon. Speaking of dragons, Thompson initiation onto Soxa with the Terrorize just for Soxa, as Yuma's there as well. Soxa's still alive after all of this. The back wall on the Sentinel heroes now. Finally, the Reaper side brings him out. But that's a lot expended for a bounty hunter. As Whisper will tank up the curse. And the Dark Willow will be the trade for now. DM is not done, though. He runs in BKB form and then runs away using his shard to try to slow them up, but not enough.
Kills the Willow and got level 25. This is a huge, huge talent, of course. Additional 6 Mortimer's Kisses launched now. Massive damage increase.
I can't get over how tanky Soxa is.
Yeah. I mean,
he had a great healing Lotus too. He just was stun locked.
That 15 talent is so crazy good. It makes it really big.
We're at the 45-minute mark here. And is that Tormy being done? No, that is Gate being, well, Gate into Tormy then. Sure. So Yandex will get this for free. And that means it's going to Lena. Last remaining member without shard.
That's a feels good one to get for free. Laguna Blade gives you 12 stacks of Fiery Soul. Not bad. More attack speed. More move speed.
He actually has Boots of Travel too. And opting for Scotty next, which I guess is the backpack item. Or the Boots of Travel, I guess? Swap? Or the BK... Yeah. You swap out the Boots of Travel after you TP. Running out of slots, though. Requires some micro.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Thompson, level 25 now as well. Goes for the Worm's Wrath bonuses.
Yeah.
Talent. The other one seems kind of underwhelming.
This is a big item. Wind Waker on Bounty Hunter. This means Soxa can now blink save teammates because there is no nullifier on the Radiant and not really a good buyer. I guess DK could get it now and then somebody else carries the gem. But that is huge against Windranger. If she ever makes a connection on Lena, you can just reset. And then you have Cold Embrace. There is a lot of challenges that LGD have to find a way to overcome here. Feels like it all has to start with... Ideally, it feels weird to say, almost ideally them being initiated on. I think, ironically, could be the best thing. If they get jumped on a tanky hero, they get a tombstone save off, and the fight develops from there. Feels very difficult for them to go first. Wyvern now. Speaking of nullifier, not a common purchase.
Wow.
On a Malady.
Wow.
So they will get the nullifier against Necro, but
why didn't I think of Wyvern?
Yeah, why didn't we think of that? A
lot of firsts here.
This hero doesn't come up close very often, but you're gonna have to if you want to use this.
He's got Blink for that, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
First item it's bought on the hero this event, maybe this year.
Perhaps.
Maybe ever.
No, I'll say no.
I think I've seen Core Wyvern in pro play actually buy nullifier before, but it is very unusual on 5.
Orchid on Thompson. So it will be a Bloodthorn eventually.
Okay.
Go along with that halberd. Look at this inventory. Like, what is this?
This is guess the hero
What is
material.
This is so random. It's like he closes his eyes. All right, take this, take that.
I think it's very
Makes it
important.
work.
It's very important to stress that the reason this build makes sense to me is that it's a Wind Ranger offlane. I think if the offlaner isn't playing carry style, I don't think you could get away with this. But he knows that his teammates have the damage. He needs to bring the control. So all of his itemization is just in that line of thinking.
Pressure now for Chira. Okay.
Is insanely strong. Jumping onto DM, bit of awkward situation.
Tail into the Orchid, but you can see Thompson using the halberd to full effect onto the Lina. Will try to BKB TP. Is the damage there? Terrorize gives him a little bit of space. He TPs out successfully. Viola Core likely will be the sacrifice for LGD. Could have been a lot worse. Does have buyback in case. Was end up being a trade for Malady.
Yeah, died in the meantime to Whisper. Now has Hydra's Breath completed.
Okay.
And I think Malady had a gem, so a decently big kill to take out of his hands. Another halberd queued up from King Jungles. That's that cultural impact I'm talking about. He never would have done it himself. They want more halberds, huh?
Hell yeah. Sox are going to try to lead the way. Gets cookied backwards. Very pivotal moment now in this game. Yuma initiated on DM. Gets the vacuum only on the one. They want to kill off Cajun, so he cannot save anyone. He's dead. Yuma has to pop the BKB in retreat. Undying back up and running, though, thanks to his innate. As Yuma will pop that Ghost Shroud to stay alive. They will try and back away completely now.
Play for Roche. They're going to let him go, but I don't know if they have the time for this. 10 seconds. Lina's fast, but there's a roar.
Too.
Oh, they have the time. My God.
5 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to be able to. But stun
There's
it.
a smoke from LGD. They're going to try to collapse. It's going to be a little bit too late, it looks like. As all the goodies will go to Yandex. And now Sox are getting good vision. Yuma is there. Get the initiation onto the Lina, but the Cold Embrace is going to save him for now. Thompson pops that BKB. There's a vacuum onto two heroes. No follow-up, though. As another cookie on a Watson this time. A lot of very segregated fight overall. As you can see, the Reaper side finally coming out, but Cold Embrace, not enough damage onto Malady. As Watson, a nice tombstone to try to save DK. He gets stunned, though, out of the tombstone and killed off. Will buyback, but he's in human form now. A dieback now into the Undying as well. There's a Wind Waker save onto the Lina. Remember, has the Aegis anyway, as Yuma is trying to finish the job, as Whisper doing the same with the right clicks. They get life number one. Thompson's there with the Dragon Tail into the power shot. Yuma on the low ground as well with the focus fire to follow. Looks like they will find this kill, and it's a big one for LGD. That did cost them quite a bit. A buyback on a Thompson.
Yeah, can they get anything with this, though? Otherwise, it's not going to feel that all that great. Yes, you take the Aegis away and you kill Lina a second time, but if you can't force the buyback the other way, it still feels like a clear Yandex victory in that situation. Doesn't really seem like they'll find anything more for now. Okay, Undying actually...
Look at this Dota win prop build.
Yeah, it's close, apparently.
Huh. I would not have said that. I would say this is like 65-35 for Yandex. That's how I feel.
Probably something like that. But hey, there's a lot of bad Lina players out there to pull the stats down. I'll tell you that.
Yuma running out of room in his inventory. So Refresher is next. Do you get rid of Radiance at any point?
We might see
we
a
saw it the
backpack. We've
other
seen it
day.
backpack before, yeah. I do think that's the best choice at this point. Guess you could sell it and ask Thompson to buy one.
I mean, Thompson's running out of room as well. So he's got the boots he can replace. He doesn't have... I mean, is Ags good this game?
You definitely want to buy it regardless, right? To just
Yeah, but as a 6th item or as the 7th item?
I think you should probably buy it now, I'd imagine. But I mean, this is a very abnormal build, so there might be some other key ingredient.
Let's see. What else is in the shop that we haven't seen on a DK before? Let's pick an item for him. How about Dagon?
Unfortunately, first of all, I think that's bad, but...
Okay, good.
Also, unfortunately, King Jungles did go away from the Halberd. Went for a BKB, and now he's going low to... Or Lincoln's plus Ghost Scepter is the plan. I was going to say that this singular game is going to decide the win rate of Halberd at this TI, so... You bought two in the same team. I don't know if that makes that better or worse. Gotta say, though, this is a very close game, and still anyone's to claim. No barracks being taken yet. Barely any damage on a tier 3 tower, so 53 minutes in.
We're being rewarded with an excellent game number 3. Very happy about that.
Rewarded for what? What have you done for Dota lately?
Existed, I guess.
Wow. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Despite this 18K lead, Dota Plus seems to think relatively even game.
I mean, we are getting late enough that anything can happen, obviously.
It's coming from the north. There's a Daedalus now on the Lina. They have a pressure shard for Darkseer.
There's a choice to be made here for Watson. What's your least important item? Surely Daedalus goes in. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bought it. Is he only going to slot it in after using BKB, or feels like it's more important than the Mjolnir, no? I guess Mjolnir's better for farming.
Good question.
Okay, slot it in over the travels for now.
Smoke down. There's a damage rune as well. Top side.
Denied. Importantly.
That would have been
by
big.
Theoloker.
Not much more room to grow for this Lina either. We're going to try to tank this apparent gank. There's a Divine Rapier now for Chira. They spot the Necrophos. Do they have the damage? Wind Waker, there's the BKB as Yuma exits. But now that's a big charge down. I don't think they've spotted the Divine Rapier either.
It doesn't really feel like Yandex want to go high ground without an Aegis, though. So I don't really... this BKB usage is kind of irrelevant if they don't catch him again.
Of course, is the spell amp variation of Divine, since this is not a right-click Snapfire.
Necro is finally close to having Ags Blessing plus buyback. It's a very late Ags on Necrophos, 55 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What else can he buy now?
That's when the stacks you have with Reaper Scythe start mattering more, is when you get Ags, because then it transforms into damage. But
serve that buyback regardless.
Have any stacks, so it's not really that interesting.
This could be a huge swing if they pounce on this Snapfire somehow.
Yeah.
Because there's no Aegis in play.
That's true.
But LG, I don't know if he's been spotted on the map yet. Otherwise, you would think that they would try to go all in on this. I mean, that's a lot of gold being expended that can just be reversed in an instant.
Thing is, the hero that they're looking for is going to be bodyguarded by a bounty hunter and going to play super far back line.
Yeah.
Like, this is effectively Chira saying, I am going to ulti twice and not come up close until we're ahead in the fight. So downside to that is sometimes it feels really bad not using your cookie early on in fights, but you know, you can't do everything on this hero. There's a cheese in a bottle in the river, by the way. If anyone's thirsty or hungry, you can have a little meal in Roshan's pit.
What the hell? Okay.
Thank you for the Necrophos laugh. That's perfect timing.
That was.
My favorite laugh of the entire game, by the way. It's my favorite voice acted character.
Go to sleep with that. It's like ASMR to you as Yuma. Not to be spotted by Soxa. They can see the camp just died.
Voice acting of Necro. Do some more voice lines.
What's Bounty's 25? It's been a long time since this.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. Shuriken toss damage or no Janata cooldown, so you're definitely taking Shuri toss because you're not hitting on support Bounty very often.
A bit underwhelming then.
250 damage is no joke, especially if you had eggs, but
I mean, yeah, but it's on a support. Man.
Courier has been killed.
Hobson trying to create some space, gets the vision control in favor of LGD in their jungle. Roche a minute away from knowing when he spawns. And we're 3 minutes away from the promised land, of course. The land of tier 5s. As another refresher joins the party for Darkseer.
Hobson.
Hobson in human form. Gets hexed, gets stunned, nullified, killed off instantly by Watson. You're right, 2 minutes of no DK. How does that happen? And Yandex, they're going to get the curse onto the Dark Willow. Mortimer's #1 gets that kill.
That is real bad.
Oh boy.
If they've kept track of the timing, he has buyback in 45 seconds.
Oh,
if they've watched the timer, they would know for a fact that this is a clean scene.
Yeah, they're going to put the Roche banner down, and the building sieges will continue for Yandex. DM jumping in. Nice attempt on the vacuum, but the Yules was there from Yuma. This building is almost certainly going to go down. They will continue now. Yuma trying to slow progress. Again, it's 58 minutes, so one set of racks is not the biggest of deals. So likely LGD will just delay and let them have it.
They're going to feel inspired to do a second set, surely.
And they have another Roche banner, so...
True, yeah. They have a banner on Lena. Still have a bottle and a cheese in the Roche pit, by the way. Anyway.
That's for later.
Yeah, saving it up. Maybe Sox isn't so good at math and thinks greater healing lotus is better than a cheese. Respectfully disagree. Well, you can give this to teammates directly, I suppose.
Watson's going to get this tier 3 now. So Thompson does have buyback.
He will not be using it here, surely, right? They're going to give this up.
Yeah, so 2 sets likely going the way of Yandex then. And LGD not taking any chance. I mean, we've seen this before where one hero tried to delay a little bit and they just get destroyed. And then it becomes a domino effect of trying to save your teammate.
Yeah.
So LGD will be, vacuum from DM right on top of the nullifiers. Looking for Tombstone save at the last moment. The focus fire from Whisper.
Chira's in the middle of them.
The curse is right on top of Yuma. Stun lock right now is Chira Jr. in the midst of all this, and the cold embrace with a right click from Watson. Absolutely destroying Yuma. Instant buyback for him. And guess who's not bought back yet is Thompson. 8 seconds with his natural timer. As Yandex will fall back. Forcing out the buyback from Necro is a huge win for Yandex. And of course, retaining this Divine Rapier, and it is about to hit 60 minutes as well.
Look at the Radiant base.
Hey, the cheese. Oh, cheese is there.
Look in the middle of the Radiant base. DM has sent a message. That is the Y of Yandex. He's writing it mirrored, though. Can't have... I mean... Might have to sacrifice some other life skills to get this good at Dota, I suppose, but...
It looked more like a V to me.
It was close. It was close enough. It was a mirrored Y.
Okay.
Very talented young man for a 5-year-old playing Dota. Gotta say, he's very accomplished.
60 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Time for neutral items.
You want to have this rehash conversation? Who's gonna get Desolator?
Not anymore.
Okay. Any big items?
Desolator.
Okay. Anything else? Rift Shadow? You want to see that?
Let's see. I guess Harmonizer is kind of cool on Snap. But Bloodright, probably the bigger one, right? The Zune Bloodright and the Snapfire sounds sick.
Yeah,
huge AoE on.
What about for LGD? Other than Desolator.
Yeah, the reason I was defaulting to Yandex is that I wasn't sure LGD were actually going to be able to access the jungle that much, but they are getting some space, so they should probably get some of their own. Deso, I would think, for Windranger.
DM has Dazune, by the way. He did get it.
So they have Dazune on. That's a big vacuum.
Yeah,
big,
that is
big everything.
That is huge.
Yeah, you definitely want the Stygian Desolator on Windranger. Fallen Sky on Necrophos might actually be really nice for a secondary way of initiating, so you can still use your shard to get out with. I mean, we're at a point where Divine Regalia is obviously interesting.
So they have, on the side of Yandex, they have 2 Dazune Blood Rights right now on the Desolator, and then 2 yet to be claimed.
So Dazune on
Thompson Dazune. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a big fireball. Look at that. He was testing it. He just put one down to see.
Yeah, he can't go in sandbox mode like on his stream, so we'll have to do it live here at TI.
This is where in the past Eternal Envy would pause the game and go to demo mode.
God, that is so weird. Why did tournament organize? Where were they fine with that?
That's a different time.
We're supposed to have less brain damage back then.
Yeah, so we sent him to the stock market instead.
Yeah. Couple Books of the Dead for Yandex, 1 for LGD. People still picking this up very consistently, despite its nerfs. It doesn't do much to buildings anymore.
Yeah, but
good for vision.
Yeah.
Decent at pushing lanes. Now, that is a big fireball.
Gotta say, it must feel amazing to get fleet-footed on Wyvern, though. So much movement speed. Doesn't need his boots anymore, so he has a slot.
Roche attempt. Cannot give this up for free, surely, for LGD. They might not be close enough to contest, though.
It's gone.
Yeah. Looks like all the goodies going the way of Yandex.
Well, are they going to pick them up, though?
Well, that's true. Roche spills it out of his bowels, and now most of it claimed, all of it claimed. They've learned their lesson. 34K lead for Yandex, 2 sets of barracks in their favor. Now the Aegis. Double cheese for Saksa, okay. What happens if you make a double cheese into a block? You lose one of the cheeses. Have to test that out sometime.
That's a very niche question.
Thompson showing himself in human form. The instant jumping pops into his dragon from his head. He's got the Laguna Blade. Oh, on the 4 heroes with the Mortimers just destroying everybody. Whisper able to avoid the cookie and the death.
Oh,
that's 3 dead overall for LGD with a buyback now onto the DK, but Thompson does not have his dragon form any longer. That was a disgusting combination.
X marks the spot from DM. Learned a new letter in the middle. Close to the river. Oh my god, that was gross.
I mean, the vacuum is so... It's very hard to avoid now with the AoE increase. That's got to be one of the best, if not the best, thing to get an AoE increase on.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
So Yandex in very good position. There are buybacks still there for LGD. They still have to withstand an Aegis and a Divine. It's actually, interestingly enough, the Aegis is not on the Divine carrier. But the right click, of course, onto the buildings, it makes sense for Lina to be the one up front.
Thompson now with a heart, 6,000 HP. Is that going to be enough?
I don't know.
At what point do you consider Hydra's Breath on Lina?
Yeah.
That ever become a consideration here? Like, you have so many items in your backpack. You can sell it for 5 or 6K gold right now if you wanted to. I think this is such an... It's always interesting to see the thought process of pro players when they get to this point on carry. I find it to be one of the hardest parts of the game is itemizing late game on carries. And
oh boy,
he's juggling all of the items right now.
We got a rune.
Yep.
That is a rune and a half right there.
Saving it for now. Does he have a bottle coming or something? No. Just
another minute
upgraded
to stay there.
That's the flame cloak now on Watson.
He just picks it up. So this, I think, is go time for Yandex. The last stand now for LGD. Last stand here at TI as well. The Yandex can prevail. They will go to the playoff stage.
Yeah, LGD would have loved to get back to the main event after last year and everything. But this fight is borderline impossible. Talk about mounting advantages. Divine Rapier, Aegis, Cheese ×2, 50k gold, and a seemingly perfect set of neutral items between Deso, 2 Dazun Blood Rights.
Yeah, but LGD has Thompson, Cinder, and have you considered that?
I have considered that. He has a halberd.
Okay, well, maybe not true form Thompson as the Roche banner placed, and now the siege from Watt. You can see how long the range is with each respective Roche being taken. They have to go very deep to kill that thing. They have 3 siege units as well, so this building is dead. Thompson can't do much to avoid it. DM comes in with a vacuum. We'll get Dragon Tail on his exit. As Soxa actually was killed off by Whisper, apparently. On the other side. Very interesting. We'll see if he ends up wanting to buy back. I mean,
doesn't have to.
The Roche banner is kind of big, to be fair.
Yeah, and also, actually, Lina's Aegis would expire with Bounty's respawn.
Maybe they're trying to bait this Roche banner.
Oh.
Thompson blinking in with the Dragon Tail onto the Lina. Nullifier applied. Big vacuum again from DM. There's a Laguna Blade on the Thompson. Another vacuum coming out as KJ is going to be taken out. A double kill for Watson. It's a dieback for Thompson. And this might be the beginning of the end for LGD. The Necro all alone now, just getting stun lock and destroyed. No way to get back in the game for Yuma. As Watson with the Satanic back to a respectable amount of HP, kills off the Tombstone with a goodie inside in the form of Whisper. There's a couple last buybacks coming out from LGD, and now it's a 4 versus 5. Still have not gone through the Aegis, though. As another one bites the dust for LGD, and this is going to be Mega Creeps and likely the game in favor of Yandex.
Minute and a half of 5v3. Surely this is it. One hell of a game.
Aegis is expiring. There is the Divine Rapier for Whisper. See if he can get an assassination.
Has to kill Lina twice.
Yep, vacuum. Oh my god, Necro already at half HP, already dead! Just like that. Nothing to be done. And that is a 4th dead, only 1 remaining member for LGD, and the building shall melt. And LGD are knocked out of the International. You can see Whisper actually doing a lot of damage, but it's too late. And Yandex will move on to the playoffs. What a series, though. The best series that we've cast so far at TI, for sure. Unfortunate that LGD cannot move on because they are such an entertaining team. But at the very least, Yandex, a breath of relief here, Cinder, because they came in as not the underdogs, even though they came in 2-3.
Talk about records as well. First Halberd, and I think the biggest win of the tournament, 80K gold lead at the end of that for Yandex.
Crazy. Let's go to the panel.
An insane way for Yandex here to qualify to the main stage of TI 2026, and just heartbreaking as well for LGD. It's this weird mix, Gunner, of seeing the heartbreak for LGD, but also just the pure relief for Yandex. You come in 2-3, you don't get a choice of your opponent. I guess could be said for both of these teams here, but you don't get a choice, and you're just not in a form or a shape you would love to be. And it is a 60-plus minute game that you are pushing the limits to be able to win and qualify.
Yeah, we see. I think this team was definitely expecting to be in that like 4-1 spot going to the tournament. They're like, we had a great year, probably the top 3 team of the year so far. Like, let's keep going. And then definitely being in this 2-3 position feels bad. So not that happy to win. More just at least we made it. At least we're somewhere we deserve to be, should be, whatever you want to word it. And you know, and then for the other side, LG definitely feeling they showed signs of life, but it's not enough in the end.
Definitely not enough, especially in a series where it really matters. You can maybe feel some nerves happening, a little bit more mistakes than usual. Very entertaining team. They showed great performance. The craziest pick, craziest itemization. Halberd first time picked up for a good reason. We haven't really seen this, but seems like Thompson, he has this idea where he can't go. There's one rule. You can't build the same item build twice. You always have to find something new, and he did. It's a good idea. Like it was such a good idea that at one point he tried to convince KJ to also get it. I don't think he did get it in the end, but also the way they like team fought outside of Yandex, this is how we have seen them so far in this 2025-2026 season, where they were just completely stomping them. And this one, in this third game, everything kind of clicked.
I also just want to highlight DM's vac walls. The amount of 3- and 4-man vacuums this guy hit was just such a game-changing player in this game here.
Yeah, you can't underestimate DM's Darks here, but also Watson's Lina, because again, she comes in a big, heavy favorite, falters a little bit on day 2 and 3 of our group stage, but on day 4, finding the perfect person to play her, the perfect role. I mean, Watson is that player at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was the Watson original. The Lina safe lane brings it back. It's like your back's against the wall. Just go to something you're comfort with, something that you're good at. And he definitely delivered. I think that their whole team kind of did their parts in this game. I thought the Cheer Jr. going for a Rapier was really cool in the Snapfire, knowing that he just has to kind of be able to kill the Necro. If he gets his like BKB off, his W off, his Lina can't always do it. So I just think for pretty much all 5 of their players, they had really good positioning. At most, you could say, oh, the Wyvern got caught a timer there by Whisper Win, but it's so far and few between. You can't really blame any mistakes on them.
Yeah, this Snapfire, it looked like it did in the previous patch pretty much. You didn't really feel that there were nerfs to the hero. And also, CJ, he had, I think, probably one of the toughest games that we've seen him in this season, in that game number 1, but still managed to keep his cool, managed to come back as well. And in this one, he completely owned the insane amount of damage that he was dealing. It was between kind of him and DM, 65,000 damage coming out from his Snapfire. Still showing that this hero should be respected, because even after the nerfs, this hero still feels very strong, especially against these certain matchups when you have some kind of a setup, some kind of a combo, especially against Necrophos as well.
I was going to say also, a tale as old as time, up against Undying, right? We've seen Tombstone being used so many times to be able to reset a fight, save an ally. But with this Snapfire being able to choose through the Tombstone, you don't really get the safety monkeys as long as it was in a game number 2 that we saw, right? That Tombstone doesn't have the same sort of effect. So big props for not only the way CJ played Snapfire, but for it being such a pivotal last pick.
Yeah, in past Undying games, this Tombstone save genuinely would change the course of the fight and, save a hero, and the hero would get out right before Tomb dies, all spells on cooldown, able to get all of the damage off and do what they need to. But anytime that Thompson got Tombstone saved or anything like that, that Tombstone is instantly dying. Thompson is just getting stunned anyways, or whoever gets initiated on. I feel like I saw it being Thompson the majority of the time because he was trying to be this more frontline role. And things just not clicking for LGD in this game.
I want to do a quick stat shout out there. It was 95% kill participation for both DM and Cheer Jr. So I think that's just showing how they played as a team. Like 95% is such a high number, and it's both the mid and the offlane basically being in every single one of their team kills. Just the fact that they're able to play together and do everything as a team was just really beautiful to watch.
It helps when you, like Monkey's pointed out, you're getting those 3-4 men vacuums off, especially for the Darkseer, but running around as often as he did. I know this game was almost 70 minutes, but if we rewind it to about the halfway mark, Lacoste, if we look back all the way as early as the 31-minute mark, that's where we can see.
This is kind of the start of the turning point, because at this point, LGD, they were holding onto the Aegis, and they had one job. They needed this Tombstone save to come through, and it never did. They also didn't give Aegis to Yuma because they thought he's super tanky. Even if he gets initiated on, we're going to be able to save him with the Tombstone, and they gave it to Whisper, who was also kind of the secondary, maybe even the main carry when you think about it, because of the items that Dragonite was going for. So they get the big turnaround play, and after that, Yandex, they never let the lead go.
I think it was really cool to see the Darkseer in a lot of these fights. He's almost waiting for the Undying to show up, and then he vacuums him in with all this AoE, and then they just double stun on the vacuum. And now, not only is your core Necro dying, but so is the Undying support.
This Thompson death was so rough because we see him just escape monkeys in that 31-minute fight, and not even a minute later, he's getting caught out again. I mean, what you pointed out, sometimes he was just getting jumped on.
This goes back to the socks of Bounty Hunter. I mean, we saw that team fight go poorly for LGD there. Thompson did manage to do the Nightfall, BKB TP out, and then Thompson tries to get back out onto the map, kind of fix lanes while his team respawns. But Soxa on this Bounty Hunter, yet again being a menace, finds Thompson without the BKB, yules him, gets basically a full team wipe by the end of the entire sequence. And I do think Soxa on this Bounty Hunter, the amount of vision, I think there was one point at around 15, maybe 20 minutes, somewhere around there, I don't remember the exact minute mark, where LGD knew Soxa was kind of behind enemy lines, behind their tier 2 tower mid. And there were 2 couriers sitting under this tier 2 tower. And they're just like, we're not sending them back. We're not giving you the courier kills. And while Soxa didn't get as many courier kills this game, it's still just something always in the back of your mind, just going, don't give them a gold. Don't give them the satisfaction of the courier kills. Don't, you're constantly repeating this to yourself. So I think it's just it's almost a distraction when you're playing against this hero, because you have this nagging feeling in your head of just, oh, what's the bounty hunter
somebody's
doing?
watching.
Where is he? What? Yeah. Exactly.
If I'm out there farming, I know that Sux is hanging around somewhere. I might get the Thompson treatment, but it was a phenomenal showing from Yandex. We're going to wind even further back, though. Look at some more of that earlier aspect of the game. Most notably, though, it's going to be Pudge taking us through it.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Yandex is an incredible team. They did so good at the previous tournaments, so the fact that LGD was able to get them so close was very impressive. But some very cool things that they did to get Yuma ahead in the early game to help him actually go even in net worth. They were messing with creep manipulation behind the tower here, so Yuma actually pulls the enemy creep wave into the small camp. He gets a very, very early 2 Madstone here, where he eventually clears these out. Then he goes to the medium camp and the small camp below his tower at 2 minutes, which was super, super early for a hard carry. He was even giving the responsibility basically to Undyne, and he gets a really quick neutral item. So at 2 minutes, he gets the weighted dice, which gives him extra right-click damage and extra gold gain for every creep that he kills. And he got this so early in the game that this advantage starts compounding, basically. 7 minutes into the game here, they also do this really nice bait where King Jungles is running to the right as if he doesn't see the bounty hunter here. But in reality, he does. Yuma walks forward with the ulti. Unfortunately, he gets stunned by Shiro Jr., so he doesn't get to Death Pulse in time to get the extra gold. But he does get that kill. And then it's basically just like clearing stacks. 8 minutes in. He's very good at doing this on Necrophos. Most carries can't clear stacks this efficiently, this early, because it gets extra gold. And he actually gets extra mana every time he kills these. So stacks upon stacks is basically his goal. They even go for this DM kill here. He's a little on mana, so he doesn't get to do Death Pulse as much as he'd like, but he does end up clearing up DM. And he just finishes Radiance, by the way, 12 minutes into the game. Super early. And then they just kept getting stacks and stacks. And this is the only reason that he was able to stay ahead on net worth compared to Lina, because they did such a good job with the weighted dice and with clearing stacks. And he showed up to every team fight after this, which kept them semi-competitive with Yandex, which was very impressive to see, but ultimately not enough to keep him in the game against these super hard carries in ultra late game.
Thank you, Verge. I appreciate you pointing out what was done so well for LGD, even though we won't be seeing them. Hopefully your mic's still on, because I have one more question to ask you before you leave, because I know you have been keeping an eye closely on fantasy and predictions. Now that all of our group stages have wrapped up, how have your predictions gone? Do you think you're the #1 in the talent group for correct predictions?
Probably not. I did pretty well, though.
How many did you get?
I got at least 7, I think.
Okay.
My fantasy was a little disappointing, but
Well, I'll give you the props on the predictions then, Perch. Thank you so much for joining us, helping us throughout the group stage as well, having a lot of fun breaking down what the teams did right and wrong there. And it is insane to think that this Necro was farming up such a storm. We've also seen Necros play a different way, Gunnar, where they're a little bit more active. Do you think that that could have altered the course a bit if LGD went that way? I mean, there's a lot of what ifs, but I think just comparing those two different play styles of a Necro.
I think it was just a team as a whole, not having the Spirit Hero, the fast mobility. The Dragonet's a bit slower than that. You need to buy the Blink. So, and having the Wind Off lane. I just think there's a lot of factors in this game that were not necessarily in their control.
Well, it is unfortunate for LGD that we won't be seeing them at the main event there, especially after what was such a phenomenal group stage for them. However, on the inverse, Yandex making it there for themselves, qualifying, and what a breath of relief they must be feeling right now. But let's hear more from our players, because I know Noved has one standing by with him right now.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I'm here with DM. I mean, DM, firstly, how are you feeling right now? Is it relief? Is it like, excitement? What's going through your head?
I'm just a little bit tired. Games took a lot of energy, I would say. So yeah, just tired. But
I mean,
obviously some relief it is, because we're passing into the playoffs. So it's good.
For sure. I mean, this last game was absolutely crazy. What was it like? Going 60 plus minutes, on Darkseer, Desert Bloodright, just vacuuming the whole screen. How was that?
I mean, we felt confident in our scaling. I think our heroes were stronger the later game goes. So yeah, I felt kind of chill already late game on. It would be low possibility to throw this kind of the game.
Did you feel the same kind of confidence in game number 2 as well?
Well, this game, I mean, yeah, to be honest, game number 2 was also chill. We're playing Doom and Dio lineup. I feel like it's quite a good longer game goes, obviously.
Yeah, the IO was devastating for sure. But game number 1, things went a little bit differently. LGD did take it. What do you think about their performance, specifically Whisper, the opposing offlaner on his Enigma?
I think enemy team played quite good. They had a game plan and they stick to it. But I think we did not participate in game number 1 completely. So like things we tried to did not work, and then it feels like we're just not really doing anything, and they're just farming and scaling. So yeah, game number 1 was really tough, and we didn't really get to play.
Yeah, but I mean, this group stage for you in general, it's been up and down, I would say. How do you feel looking back on it, and what lessons do you feel like you've learned from it?
I think we just need to figure out like what are our most recent mistakes, which are happening over and over again. And once we're going to fix them, we're going to return to our optimal fit, which is enough to play among the best and win the best, I guess.
And what have the conversations been to keep you guys going, to keep you locked in these tricky times? What have you guys been talking about, and how's that conversation going?
I think we just discussed no pressure, let's just let's just play further. If we get to playoffs, that's good enough. We'll have
Oh, this one's in the bag.
Prepare
Hook,
for
line, and sinker.
Why should I predict victory? That would suggest the results of this battle.
In the bag. I can promise you that this one's in the bag. Better luck next time. Please.
30 seconds to battle.
It is in the bag.
The battle begins. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get out of here. Perfect location. First blood. If it was first blood, I barely touched. Fatalities.
see what this is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What surge is this?
Set.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Regeneration.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Good.
Well, I could have been invisible.
Damn game. Mine, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Caralho, beat. As if I wasn't slipping enough already.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Who doesn't have this covered? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You never felt me so good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Got it.
Oh, that's nice.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
destruction. Nice one.
Radiant's turret has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh my, this is good.
There's energy all around to harness. Radiant are scanning. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant cavity. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Got it.
Dire's top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Как бы я хотел, чтобы все это забили.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unstoppable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom Radiant
Riki here. Oh, as you bid. Oh, yes.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, look, it's me. Dispatched. Here I am. I sprint.
30 seconds to battle.
See no evil. Yes. Silent as smoke.
My friends, I'm calling it.
The bad taste.
The battle begins.
Yes. Into the shadows. Quiet as cat's feet. At your service. As you bid. Quickly, quickly. I go in silence. I'm under attack. Like a whisper. Quickly. Who shall I kill? Killing.
First blood.
Who shall I kill? Squishy. Yes. Post haste. Since you put it like that. Nice. Like a whisper. Quietly now. I go in silence. I see you. Target. Like a whisper. Quickly, quickly. Stealth makes wealth. Or as you bid. Yes. Whom shall I kill? Silent as smoke. Quickly. Here I am. Yes. Dispatched. I sprint. Quiet as cat's feet.
Your top tower is under attack.
For services rendered. See no evil. As you bid. At your service. Oh, look, it's me. Silent as smoke. Like a whisper. Quietly now. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, thanks. At your service. Quiet as cat's meat. I go in silence. See no evil. Dispatched. Quickly, quickly. Whoa. Since you like that. Oh, as you bid. Oh, look, it's me. Steel and tempered. As you bid. I sprint. Post haste. Ah, yes. Whom shall I kill? Here I am. Quickly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, look, it's post haste. Feel my steel.
Your top tower is under attack.
Defend yourself. Yes. Like a whisper. See no evil. Here I am. Oh, how I strike.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm under attack. Yes, I strike. How the hell did you see me? Sneaky, aren't I? Quickly, quickly. Quietly now. Yes. Dispatched. I go in silence. Death's bounty. Smoke for your fire. Quiet as cat's feet.
Invisibility.
I sprint.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silent as smoke. As you
Your
bid.
middle tower is under attack.
Since you put it like that. Quickly.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
as you
is under
bid.
attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
See here.
Your top tower is under attack.
I sprint.
Your top tower is under attack.
Post haste. Yes. Get some. Like a whisper. As you will. You, my friend, at your service.
Your top tower is under attack.
Dispatched. Whom shall I kill? As
Your
you
top
bid.
tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Your top tower is under attack.
Quiet as cats.
Your top tower has fallen.
There's smoke in your eye. Silence. Oh, look, it's me. You're mine now.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
See no evil. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quietly now. Quickly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quickly. Quickly.
Have a chance.
Since you put it like that.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Silent, like smoke.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not yet. For surprise. Whom shall I kill? Silence. Here I am. Quickly, quickly. Yes. Dispatch.
Your top tower is under attack.
Quiet as a cat's meat. Like this. My skill set is narrow. I sprint. Attack. Oh, as you bid. Like a whisper. Post haste. Oh, look, it's me. service. As you bid. Faster and stronger. Oh, yes. Go as you bid. I see you. Since you put it like that. Sweet sepsis.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
Quickly, quickly. Quiet as cat's feet.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Like a whisper. Whom shall I kill? Quietly now. I go in silence. Dispatched. Attack. Oh, look, it's me. Here I am. Peekaboo. Where's the brush? Quickly. I sprint. Yes.
Your insides are all weird.
See no evil. Silent as smoke. At your service. At your service. Oh, yes. I go in silence.
Illusion.
Like a whisper. Liquidated assets. Here I am. Dispatched. Post-haste. Quietly now. I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
That last hit didn't go so well. As you bid. Quickly. Like a whisper. You're mine now. I strike. Oh, look, it's me. Quiet as a cat's feet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silent as smoke. Whom shall I kill? Steel and tempered. Since you put it like
All
that.
I can give us is a chance. Your middle tower is under attack.
My cunning grows. Paid in full. I sprint. Yes. Yes.
You won't have the strength.
Quickly, quickly. See no evil. See no evil. Smoke! Fails me.
Stay silent and move quickly.
Let me take another step in this. I go in silence. Since you put it like that. Oh, look, it's me. Like a whisper.
I've been waiting for a friend like you.
Quickly, quickly. Quick steel. Oh, how I strike. Silent as smoke. Oh, as you bid. At your service. Quietly now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Here I am. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, yes. I sprint. Dispatched. Post haste. As you bid. Let's get loose. I kill. It's not time yet. Oh, yes. Quickly, quickly. Shall I kill? The veil is drawn. Silent as smoke. Since you put it like that. Shall I kill? Back
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
We slip into shadow.
My flesh vitiates. Quiet as cat's feet. I sprint. Like a whisper.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
At your service. Post haste. Silent like smoke. Not yet. Yes.
Radiant structures structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, look, it's me.
Only the wary might find us.
Yes. I go in silence. Who shall I fear? Death's bounty. As you bid.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been pushed. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
The assassin returns.
fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, as you bid. Yes. Justice rendered. I strike. Quiet as cat's feet. As you bid. Quietly now. Post haste. I can't wait.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Silence. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Vanish!
The veil is drawn. Masterpiece. Quickly. Like a whisper. See no evil. Yes. Steel and timber. I'm under attack. My cunning grows.
Your elements. Return to nature.
I sprint. Oh, look, it's me. Quickly, quickly. Post haste. Oh, as you bid. Oh, yes. See no evil. I go in silence.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whom shall I kill?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Service.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I sprint. Dispatch.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Some attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is Your top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality.
position. Whom shall I kill? Oh, now it's on. See no evil. It's not time yet.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Whisper. Quickly. Like that. Oh, look, it's me. I go in silence. Quietly now.
I fear nothing that moves in the night.
Dire's courier has been killed. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
That last hit didn't go so well. Yes. Quiet as cats be.
See us.
So disassembled. Cloaked and daggered. As you did. Taste your own rot. I'm not ready. Yes. Quickly. Dispatched. I fight. I sprint. As you bid.
The enemy's middle barracks
Shall
has
I
fallen.
kill?
Radiant structures are falling.
Not yet. I sprint. Shall I do my work at the edge? Like a whisper.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Into my automaton eye. What might the Emperor allow you? You shall bring order to... Strength reveals itself. Let fear speak, but do not let it vote.